The eminent practitioner of metaphysics, Jiang Wu, possesses an uncanny ability for divination. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, she finds herself transformed into the villainous supporting character of the very narrative she once observed. Her fortune has been usurped by the true daughter of the protagonist, a fate that has led her to suffer from brain cancer, allowing her a mere 2 years of life. An annulment of her engagement follows, with the genuine heiress orchestrating a campaign of humiliation against her, subjecting her family to torment, and ensuring a wretched end awaits her amidst a series of hellish events. Rather than engage in self-destructive internal strife, she resolves to unleash chaos upon others. Jiang Wu decisively tears asunder the wretched script of her life and returns to her former, ordinary family. Is her eldest brother merely a humble labor? Is her second brother an intern doctor who inadvertently causes death? Did her third brother face abandonment due to his inability to pay the exorbitant betrothal gift? Is her fourth brother a struggling extra in the entertainment industry? The child husband provided by her family is a nefarious ruffian, having taken a life at merely 10 years of age. Yet, who can elucidate why her biological father occupies the lofty position of the wealthiest individual? Why does her child husband, who vigilantly awaits to capture criminals in her live stream, need to be consulted regarding foreign presidential elections? Just as Jiang Wu prepares to resign herself to fate, she suddenly discovers that her entire family consists of short-lived antagonists. Oh, elder brother, you were poisoned to death by your wife in collusion with her lover. Oh, second brother, your unethical actions led to a patient's demise on the operating table, resulting in their family's vengeance upon you. Oh, third brother, you succumbed to poisoning from toxic mushrooms. Oh, fourth brother, you were targeted by internet trolls, ultimately meeting your end in a tragic accident. As for me, I was destined to perish from illness, yet the combined cruelty of both families has led to my torment and demise. The Jiang family collectively asserts, "Fear not, dear. We shall swiftly eliminate the protagonists." As a family of antagonists, the Jiangs have descended into madness. With death imminent, Jiang Wu embraces her wickedness and insanity, fixated solely on derailing the original plot to save her family. Chapter 1. With merely 2 years of life remaining, the false heiress descends into madness. Jiang Wu, if you kneel and plead, I shall persuade our parents to allow you to remain in the Song family. You have grown accustomed to the opulence of the Song household and the adoration of your 2 elder brothers. Can you truly endure a return to the impoverished Jiang family? The Jiang family has even provided you with a child husband, a thug who killed at the tender age of 10. Upon returning to the Jiang household, you shall be forced to wed that scoundrel and endure a lifetime of domestic abuse. A few words pulled Jiang Wu from her state of confusion. She raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the true heiress, Song Ning, clad in a pink princess gown, and comprehended the situation. This esteemed figure in the realm of metaphysics, with her astoundingly precise divinations, inadvertently unraveled the threads of fate. When heavenly retribution struck, she found herself transported into the narrative. She became the villainous supporting character in the mindless, exhilarating tale titled The Cold and Distant Film Emperor Seeks Intimacy Every Night, serving as the foil to the true heiress protagonist. She and Song Ning were exchanged at birth. While she enjoyed a life of luxury in the Song family, Song Ning endured what she described as a life of poverty in the Jiang household. The plot unfolded as the true heiress returned, resulting in her being cast aside by her film emperor fiancé and expelled from the affluent circle. The ensuing events depicted her kneeling, weeping, and pleading with the true heiress for assistance, beseeching her parents to allow her to remain in the Song family. To emphasize her pitiable condition, she disclosed the diagnosis she received that morning from the doctor: brain cancer, with no surgical options available, and a prognosis of merely 2 years to live. The legitimate daughter indeed interceded on her behalf, allowing her to remain within the confines of the Song household. However, the entire Song family, along with her fiancé Gu Shua, relentlessly tormented her. No, he is now indeed Song Ning's fiancé, and they all subjected her to torment, using her as a mere contrast to elevate Song Ning. In just over a year, she was driven to the brink of despair by their cruelty. What a wretched plot this is. Jiang Wu, have you made your decision? Song Ning inquired with keen interest. I have, Jiang Wu replied, raising her gaze with a wicked smile as she seized her hair, lifted the toilet lid, and pressed her head down into its depths. Simultaneously, she pressed the flush, allowing the water to cascade and wash over her. After all, if death was inevitable, it was far better for all to suffer together than for her to endure alone. 3 minutes later, Jiang Wu descended from the upper floor. In the stairwell, she encountered Song's mother ascending. Upon sighting her, Song's mother's expression fell, overtaken by disdain and loathing. Jiang Wu found herself perplexed. Even if she were not her biological daughter, how could 18 years of maternal bond lead to such animosity? Song's mother coldly inquired, "Where is Ning Ning?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wu replied, "She is dining." Song's mother furrowed her brow in confusion. "The Jiang family's vehicle is already waiting outside. You should return. You have enjoyed 18 years of luxury in the Song household, while Ning Ning has endured 18 years of hardship in the Jiang family, so she has done her part." Jiang Wu merely uttered an "oh," watching as Song's mother ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, a maniacal scream echoed from upstairs. "Jiang Wu, are you out of your mind? Stop right there." Jiang Wu bolted away. Not playing the role of a pawn was utterly exhilarating. Beyond the grand door of the Song residence lay the entire world awaiting her. To relinquish one man meant that billions of others were available to her. She envisioned a myriad of male figures, all smiling and opening their arms to welcome her. "Stop, Jiang Wu. Break her legs." Song's mother's hysterical voice rang out once more. Jiang Wu spotted a vehicle parked outside the door and sprinted 100 meters towards it, flinging the door open and diving inside. "Dad, hurry and take me home." The driver jolted at the sight of Madame Song and her servants pursuing them, wielding various implements. He pressed the accelerator and sped away. What had the young miss done to provoke such a frenzy? At the entrance of the Song estate, Madame Song and her servants were choked by the exhaust fumes of the departing car, rendering their pursuit utterly futile. "Madam, what shall we do now?" a servant inquired. Madame Song's face turned a shade of green. "Call the fire department." Song Ning's head was stuck in the toilet, unable to extricate herself, and the fire department was their only recourse. Once the vehicle had traveled some distance, both the driver and Jiang Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. "Young miss, I am not your father. I am merely the driver," he hastily clarified, nearly kneeling in supplication. Jiang Wu was taken aback, realizing the truth. She learned from Song Ning that her parents were middle-aged individuals who struggled to find employment. Her mother had long been afflicted by illness, so it was unlikely her father could personally drive to fetch her. Summoning a driver was simply more convenient. "Thank you." Jiang Wu smiled sweetly at the driver. "Young miss, you are too kind. There is no need for thanks. The gentleman has accompanied the lady for medical treatment. I shall first escort you to the eldest young master." Jiang Wu blinked. The current ride-hailing services truly excelled in their customer service. Chapter 2. The Humble Worker? My Elder Brother? An hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the Hake building within the bustling CBD of Haisher. The driver addressed Jiang Wu, saying, "Miss, that is the young master over there. You may proceed." Jiang Wu intended to inquire about the fare, but upon realizing she had no money on her, she deduced that the Jiang family had likely settled the payment in advance. She uttered a brief thank you, waved a hand at the driver, and exited the car. The driver then drove away. Jiang Wu spotted a young man waiting not far off. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, he possessed an elegant stature and striking features. Observing the absence of others awaiting him, she approached cautiously and called out, "Elder brother?" Jiang Xingyuan acknowledged her with a nonchalant sound, scrutinizing her with an air of indifference. Jiang Wu was dressed in a white t-shirt adorned with a bear, paired with shorts and flip-flops, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. It was unclear whether she had been expelled by the Song family or had fled on her own. Jiang Xingyuan harbored little affection for this sister of his. A month prior, upon discovering the mix-up regarding the children, the Song family had taken Song Ning back, and the Jiang family promptly went to retrieve her. However, Jiang Wu had vehemently resisted returning home, declaring that if they insisted on taking her back, she would leap from a building to demonstrate her resolve. Her family waited in vain until nightfall, never once catching a glimpse of her, leaving her mother in a state of collapse. Today, after another call from Madame Song urging the Jiang family to retrieve her, a driver was dispatched. As Jiang Xingyuan regarded her, Jiang Wu suddenly recalled the earlier incident when the Jiang family had come to collect the original occupant of her identity. With her toes gripping her flip-flops, she ventured, "Elder brother, I've realized something. Do you believe me?" Jiang Xingyuan responded, "I currently have an important meeting. I shall return you home after it concludes. For now, follow me inside." With that, he proceeded into the building. "All right, elder brother." Jiang Wu hastily followed. "Elder brother, I will work diligently from now on, assist in earning a living, help treat mother S illness, and contribute to my third brother S bride price." Over the past month, Song Ning had often recounted the Jiang family's financial struggles. Her third brother had been rejected due to his inability to provide the 8,000 yuan bride price and had retreated to the countryside to forage for wild vegetables. Now that she had returned, she was determined to live harmoniously with her family. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, surviving in the realm of metaphysics for 30,000 years, devoid of any kin. Now she had both parents and 4 brothers. Tears of excitement threatened to spill from her eyes. Although she was only destined to live for 2 more years, spending that time with them was a blessing. Jiang Xingyuan interjected, "All right, that is the persona of the third brother. Working hard?" He paused, turning to scrutinize her. "I can set up a stall on the overpass to tell fortunes. Saving up 8,000 yuan for the bride price is not insurmountable." Jiang Xingyuan's brows knitted together in frustration. This sister of his was even more unreliable than before. "I am pressed for time." He entered the elevator. Jiang Wu nodded. Following suit, she dared not speak further, silently musing, "It seems my elder brother truly does not care for me. Would the Jiang family harbor disdain towards me as well?" "Jiang Wu, what is that noise?" Jiang Xingyuan inquired, noticing her silence within the elevator. "What illness afflicts my mother? Surely my healing talisman should suffice to cure her." Jiang Xingyuan exclaimed, "There is no need for that." The elevator reached the 18th floor, and the two stepped out, making their way towards the conference room. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted Jiang Xingyuan with bows and nods. "Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang." They then politely appraised Jiang Wu, offering her a nod as well. Jiang Wu pondered, "Is this the humble worker that Song Ning spoke of?" Indeed, even at the level of the president, one remains a worker. Workers, with their indomitable spirit, are indeed exceptional individuals. My elder brother is remarkable. Jiang Xingyuan confirmed to himself that he could indeed hear Jiang Wu's inner thoughts. "Thank you, but I would prefer not to hear such things." As they reached the meeting room's entrance, Jiang Xingyuan intended to instruct her to wait outside. But Jiang Wu had already stepped in. When she noticed he had not followed, she lingered at the door, prompting him to enter. Jiang Wu settled beside him only after he had taken his seat, reclining comfortably in her chair with her arms spread wide. Suddenly, a voice from across the table exclaimed, "Jiang Wu, what are you doing here?" "Leave." Jiang Wu looked up to find Song Qingyu, the eldest son of the Song family. Song Ning took great pride in her lineage, as well as in her 2 brothers, the new business prodigy, Song Qingyu, and the brilliant doctor, Song Xinyu. Song Qingyu was taken aback, astonished that she had come here to cling to the Song family. What could she possibly do other than threaten him to remain with them? "Jiang Wu, as the daughter of the Song family, you have already taken 18 years of Ning Ning's life. You should be satisfied. Whatever you do, the Song family will never accept you back, lest Ning Ning be reminded of her past and suffer heartache. Furthermore, you ought to return to your parents. It is the duty of a child." Were it not for the confines of the Hake conference room, he would have physically ejected Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu, irritated, dug at her ears. "Does your family reside in Dunhuang?" Song Qingyu frowned. "What? There are so many murals." Enraged, Song Qingyu retorted, "Jiang Wu, I never expected you to be this way. Just look at yourself." "Mr. Song," Jiang Xingyuan interjected coolly, "Jiang Wu came with me. She is my sister." Chapter 3. I often use your toothbrush to scrub the toilet. "What?" Song Qingyu could scarcely believe it. "You are the eldest son of the Jiang family? I thought the Jiang family was impoverished, and that their eldest son was merely a lowly worker. How could he be the illustrious investment king of the Haishur business world, the president of Hake Investment, Jiang Xingyuan? Indeed, I am Jiang Wu's elder brother. Mr. Song, do you still wish to discuss your project?" Jiang Xingyuan spoke coldly. Observing Song Qingyu's disdainful expression towards Jiang Wu, he suspected that the Song family did not treat her well and resolved to investigate further. Jiang Wu, witnessing her elder brother stand up for her, felt a surge of brightness in her eyes. So this is what it means to be protected by family. It feels rather pleasant. As Jiang Xingyuan absorbed her thoughts, an unexpected pang of pain surged within his chest. Moreover, it appears that although my elder brother is a worker, his status is not inferior to that of Song Qingyu. In terms of appearance and demeanor, he undoubtedly surpasses him by leaps and bounds. Having an elder brother is delightful. Song Ning must have poor judgment to choose Song Qingyu over Jiang Xingyuan. Jiang Xingyuan narrowed his eyes, realizing that perhaps the sister of his was not so intolerable after all. Jiang Wu, filled with excitement in her heart, suddenly furrowed her brow. Yet, her elder brother's fortune seemed weak. Examining his 12 palaces, it was evident he was naturally endowed with great fortune. His luck must have been tampered with, resulting in his recent misfortunes. Song Qingyu, preoccupied with the matter at hand, hastily instructed his assistant to open the PowerPoint presentation and elaborate on their project. The Song Group sought investment from Hake Capital for a program focused on AI applications in healthcare. The program is capable of automatically diagnosing a patient's ailments based on their test results, representing a significant breakthrough in the medical field. Whosoever masters this technology will swiftly carve out a niche within the healthcare sector. In less than 10 minutes of a PowerPoint presentation, the attendees felt as though they had been thrust into the futuristic realm of AI-driven medicine. Once the assistant concluded, Song Qingyu turned to Jiang Xingyuan and remarked, "Mr. Jiang, there is considerable capital backing our project. We have approached you precisely because we recognize Hake's strength and ambition in the technological domain. What are your thoughts, Mr. Jiang? Is it the allure of your well-crafted presentation that has attracted the investors, or is it your personal appeal? You think you can deceive me by signing 2 dismissed programmers, fabricating a mountain of data to swindle us?" Jiang Xingyuan was about to respond when Jiang Wu interjected, causing an immediate silence. Not only he but the executives from Hake, several experts from the AI field, along with Song Qingyu's managers, secretaries, and programmers, all sat in astonishment. The collective thought was, as expected from Mr. Jiang's sister, Jiang Wu, refrain from making baseless accusations. We have officially contracted those 2 elite software engineers. They weren't dismissed, but rather chose to resign voluntarily. The data we possess is not fabricated. It is the product of successful experiments. Song Qingyu was on the brink of losing his composure. Honor, currently the largest mobile phone company in the country and one of the finest in AI technology, garners immense respect for those who have worked there, significantly boosting their market value. High salaries are frequently offered to poach their employees. Do you know why Honor terminated those 2, and why other top AI firms haven't hired them? Because they are spies sent from the beautiful country. Honor simply lacked the evidence, which one of the engineers had hidden at his mistress's sister's house, unbeknownst to both the mistress and her sister, who happens to also be his mistress. Do you understand why they approached you for collaboration? Besides your foolish wealth, they require funds to support several mistresses and their 3 wives and 5 children abroad. The room was abuzz with incredulity. Song Qingyu nearly choked on his outrage. Jiang Xingyuan's expression turned icy as he addressed him. "Mr. Song, it would be prudent for you to clarify this situation first." In a state of urgency, Song Qingyu defended. The Song family has offered each of these engineers an annual salary of 30 million, alongside over 100 million in research and development expenditures, totaling several hundred million. This has been a focal project for us over the past 2 years, and many partners are optimistic about its success. A failure would not only incur significant losses, but also tarnish the reputation of the Song family. Mr. Jiang, you cannot solely rely on Jiang Wu's word. She has been academically inept, often scoring a mere 100 across all subjects, typically due to failing mathematics, came the murmurs from the crowd. To which Jiang Wu retorted, "Indeed. I have always been at your service, providing you with toothpaste and warm foot baths. By the way, I often used your toothbrush to scrub the toilet after using it." How revolting! Jiang Wu had endured considerable mistreatment while growing up in the Song household. From a young age, she had learned to read situations and ingratiate herself with the family, frequently attending to their personal hygiene needs. In retrospect, it became evident that they must have known she was not their biological child, deliberately inflicting harm upon her. Song Qingyu was on the verge of vomiting from disgust. Jiang Xingyuan turned abruptly to Jiang Wu, suddenly empathizing with the hardships she had faced in the Song household, a wave of guilt and sorrow washing over him. He commanded his subordinates, "End the meeting and escort our guests out." Given Song Qingyu's treatment of Jiang Wu, he had already resolved not to invest in this project. Eventually, Song Qingyu and his entourage were ushered out, while the remaining attendees hastily vacated the office, wary of the peculiar behavior of the president's sister, fearing that she might unearth their hidden transgressions. As Jiang Xingyuan's expression softened, he was about to inquire into Jiang Wu's experiences with the Song family when he overheard her on the phone saying, "Yes, I was the one who reported it. The 2 spies expelled by Honor have their evidence hidden in apartment 520 at 88 Junshi Road, tucked away in a coded luggage locker containing various odds and ends." Chapter 4. Brother, a word of caution for your boss. Someone has set a trap for him. Upon hanging up, Jiang Wu found Jiang Xingyuan staring at her in shock. She flashed him a bright smile, revealing her 8 pearly teeth. "Brother, may we proceed to dine? My stomach is growling." As if on cue, Jiang Xingyuan heard the rumble from her stomach. He pondered the inhumane treatment she must have suffered at the Song household, leading to her peculiar behavior. Overwhelmed by concern and guilt rather than annoyance, He refrained from further comment. He pulled out his phone and messaged his assistant to liaise with the police regarding his sister's seemingly frivolous report. Let us go. It is time for a meal. He stood and exited the conference room, with Jiang Wu cheerfully trailing behind. Once the two entered the elevator, finding themselves alone, she cautiously remarked, "Brother, your boss is dining with a client tonight and will be drugged, leading to an encounter with a waitress." Jiang Xingyuan's eyelids flickered. Was this a fate meant for him? Should that waitress become pregnant, your boss would have no choice but to marry her. However, this waitress has dubious character and lacks in looks, and her countryside relatives, numbering in the hundreds, would swarm to leech off your boss. With no affection to speak of, he would be pushed to the brink of divorce. Yet his rural wife, feeling scorned and driven by greed, would conspire with her lover to poison your boss. Tragically, the child would not even be your boss's, but rather the offspring of the waitress and her lover. Your boss would find himself utterly devastated. Jiang Wu lamented, placing her left hand over her mouth, cleverly adding, "You might want to alert your boss to evade this calamity tonight. Even if he does not offer you a promotion or a raise, he will certainly remember this favor and not make your work life excessively difficult." The typically composed Jiang family scion could no longer maintain his stoic facade. "Little sister, I truly appreciate this. No need for thanks, you are my brother after all." Jiang Xingyuan was momentarily at a loss for words.
Ding.
The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped out. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a nearby restaurant. By this time, the lunch rush had subsided, leaving the luxurious establishment relatively empty. "Brother, shall we not indulge at a street stall for skewers? 50 yuan would be more than sufficient, especially with the 15-second challenge for a grilled squid." "I believe I can manage it," she suggested, eyeing the squid skewers. "Let us dine here. My salary can still cover the cost," Jiang Xingyuan replied.
Oh.
Jiang Wu followed Jiang Xingyuan into the private room and, after glancing at the menu, nearly leaped up to drag him away. She dared not order a single dish. It was all Jiang Xingyuan's selections. Once the dishes arrived, she took a bite and began to feast with unabashed delight. It was truly delicious, bringing her to the brink of tears. Indeed, there is a reason behind high prices, for the food in this world is exquisite. Who can fathom the joy that culinary delights bring? Jiang Xingyuan observed her shoveling food into her mouth with both hands, exclaiming how delectable everything was. He had initially intended to inquire about her situation with the Song family but refrained, fearing she might choke. Noticing she was nearing the end of her meal, he stepped out to make a phone call. Jiang Wu licked the plate clean just as a waiter entered, startled to see the gleaming, empty dishes on the table. "Miss, do you need anything else?" Jiang Wu let out a burp, patting her small chest to settle the food. She genuinely wanted to eat more but hesitated due to the exorbitant prices. She stole a glance at the name tag of the waiter, realizing it was the manager. She asked, "Manager, can I pay for the meal with fortune-telling?" This meal cost 800 yuan, which likely equated to several days' wages, for her elder brother. The manager was taken aback. Hai Ko, a VIP member at their establishment, was a person of considerable status like Jiang Qiyuan, whose presence would enhance the restaurant's prestige and reputation, something they greatly desired. However, he had never requested a complimentary meal. Unaware of Jiang Wu's identity, but recognizing she was brought by Jiang Xingyuan, the manager felt obliged to accommodate her request. Just as she was about to respond, Jiang Wu added, "Manager, your husband is going to take you mountain climbing this weekend." The manager flinched. "He'll take you to the highest cliff, kiss you, and then whisper in your ear, asking if you have any regrets in this life before pushing you off. Your child will be lost." Jiang Xingyuan returned just in time to hear Jiang Wu's words. "Manager, I apologize. Please disregard my sister's nonsense." He seized Jiang Wu and headed for the exit. At the door, Jiang Wu clutched the frame and turned back to say, "Oh, by the way, he also uses your salary to tip the host of Figua Live for a striptease." In the next instant, Jiang Wu was yanked away. The manager stood frozen, her spine prickling with sweat. Before she could collect herself, her phone rang. It was a call from the hospital. "Ms. Wang, your test results are in. You are pregnant. Please come to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible." She had already begun to believe Jiang Xingyuan's words, and now a chill ran down her spine. Recently, she had been feeling unwell in her stomach and had vomited several times, prompting her to seek medical attention. Calculating the time, she realized she must be around 2 months pregnant. Chapter 5. Sister, your husband is taking you mountain climbing this weekend. She was a rural girl from a distant place, attending university in High City. Through her exceptional academic performance and tenacity, working tirelessly for a decade, she secured promotions and raises, eventually acquiring her own residence in High City. Now in her 30s, she felt everything was in place and longed for a family. Thus, her husband entered her life. They clicked instantly and, 3 months later, they obtained their marriage certificate. They had been married for half a year now. Her husband, of similar age, was a returnee who had studied for several more years and was currently starting his own business. Each month, a substantial portion of her salary went into his hands to support his entrepreneurial endeavors. Recently, he even mentioned that the company was facing some financial difficulties and asked her to mortgage their house for a loan at the bank. Housing prices in High City, a bustling metropolis, start from tens of thousands per square meter. Her apartment could easily secure a loan of $1 to $2 million at the bank. Contemplating all this left her feeling a bit dazed. Jiang Xingyuan pulled Jiang Wu out of the restaurant, a severe headache brewing. Jiang Wu, I've told you before. I will pay for the meal. Our family is not that impoverished. Every penny saved counts. She only has 2 years left to live. Saving money for the Jiang family is beneficial. You are scaring that manager. I'm helping her. Now that she knows, she can take measures to avert the crisis. Brother, do you really believe I can predict the future? Is that so hard to believe? Jiang Xingyuan merely replied, let us go. I'll take you home first. Half an hour later, Jiang Wu found herself in a nearby apartment. She gazed at the minimalist yet elegant duplex and asked, brother, is this your place? No. It belongs to my assistant. This apartment was indeed not under Jiang Xingyuan's name. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just stay here. Rest assured. I promise I won't damage anything and cause you trouble, she assured him, not wanting to jeopardize his professional relationships as a humble worker. Jiang Xingyuan paused. Wu, our family is not that poor. Once our parents return, I'll take you back. I know. It's just that you're worried I'll feel pressured. You're so kind, brother. Jiang Xingyuan felt a twinge of guilt. I have an important matter to attend to tonight. If I'm not back, I'll send someone to take care of you. All right, brother, hurry back to the company. I can manage on my own. Just as Jiang Xingyuan was about to leave, he received a call from Assistant Chen. President Jiang, the police have apprehended the 2 tech spies based on the clues provided by Miss Wu. They are offering a reward of 200,000 for her information. Jiang Xingyuan hung up and looked at the little girl sitting obediently in the corner of the sofa. Feeling a touch of the surreal, he approached her and relayed what Assistant Chen had just said. Jiang Wu stared in disbelief. 200,000? Yes. The police generally provide rewards for such criminals. Jiang Wu mused. Doesn't that mean I can quickly help third brother earn the bride price? 8,000 is no problem. I can give 888. Jiang Xingyuan felt genuinely touched. I'll have Assistant Chen handle it and transfer the money to you later. Thank you, brother. Now go get busy. It's not good to be out during work hours. As soon as Jiang Xingyuan stepped out, a value of merit appeared in Jiang Wu's mind, indicating she had gained 200 merit points. This world was unlike the mystical realm she once inhabited. There was no spiritual energy, and she could not cultivate further to enhance her fortune-telling abilities. The reason she could still predict the future was that remnants of the power from the mystical realm lingered within her soul. This power was limited. Once exhausted, she could no longer use it. However, accumulating merit could aid in her cultivation. By gathering enough merit, she could gradually restore her abilities. Helping to capture criminals would yield not only monetary rewards, but also merit points. She was truly on the path to prosperity. Jiang Wu explored the apartment and discovered a computer in the study. Opening it, she searched online and found several bounties for capturing criminals. Selecting a case with a 10,000 reward, she followed the instructions and made a call. Hello, I have information about a criminal. The other party paused, asking, hello? What is your name? You need not provide your real name, just a way for us to contact you. Jiang Wu pondered for a moment and replied with her recently adopted online moniker. I am called Fortune Teller with a touch of accuracy. The other party fell silent for a moment. How did you obtain this information? I predicted it. Little girl, to toy with the police is a criminal offense. Now go study well. Click. The call abruptly ended. Jiang Wu furrowed her brows and redialed the number. It was not until the 5th attempt that the call was finally answered. The voice on the other end threatened directly. Little sister, do you know what my name is? I am the Terminator of criminals. If you continue like this, I will come to apprehend you. Ignoring his intimidation, Jiang Wu stated matter-of-factly, in case number X15204, the serial killer you have pursued for a decade was actually 2 individuals. The male has been deceased for 5 years, while the female has changed her name and is getting married today. The wedding is taking place at number 106 Wangjiang Road, in the VIP building, on the 3rd floor. In case number Z10245, the trafficker you are searching for was abducted 7 years ago to a village in the northwest and has been shackled in a cave, having given birth to 3 children. For case number Z23086, there is a bounty of 1 million for a drug offender who is currently undergoing cosmetic surgery at XX Hospital, including a gender reassignment procedure. For case number A23254, the wanted individual known as White Flower is hiding in the drainage system of a public restroom in Central Park, which has been clogged, causing sewage to backflow and incapacitating 5 individuals and nauseating 7 others. And for case number S10086, crack. The call was abruptly disconnected. Jiang Wu frowned and redialed, managing to reach him on the 8th attempt. I've noted everything you've said, the Terminator of criminals admitted, despite not wanting to remember. As her words were somewhat captivating. I will verify this information thoroughly. Should I find you? Jiang Wu interrupted. Don't forget to pay me. With that, she hung up. The Terminator of criminals thought to himself, these young folks nowadays dare to extort money from the police. After some contemplation, he decided to relay the information to the appropriate authorities for investigation. Once verified, he could apprehend this fortune teller with a modicum of accuracy before she could cause any further disruption. Chapter 6. A fortune teller with a modicum of accuracy. After hanging up, Jiang Wu slumped in her chair, feeling utterly drained. The police would take considerable time to investigate these bounty cases, and only after they were resolved would the rewards and merits be credited. She needed to devise a quicker method to earn merits. As night fell, she received a text from her eldest brother, informing her that her 4th brother would come to look after her. Jiang Wu had 4 brothers in total. Song Ning had told her that the 4th brother was a failed extra, the most unreliable among her siblings. However, as of now, he had yet to arrive. She mused that he might be busy with a minor role. She ordered her favorite skewers online to satiate her hunger and opened Figwa Live. After registering an account under the name A Fortune Teller with a modicum of accuracy, she followed the prompts to become a streamer and commenced her live broadcast. After a brief wait, viewers began to trickle into her room. 3 years old but cool. Wow, is this a new streamer? She's really good looking. Fly swatting master. What does this streamer mean? Fortune telling? Jiang Wu. Yes, fortune telling. If you wish to have your fortune told, come to me. 3 years old but cool. Ah. The streamer's voice is also lovely. With such looks and voice, I'm a fan now, sending you hearts. Wait, why did the streamer turn off the donation feature? Bloodbath kindergarten. Is this a new form of scam? Saving money for an aircraft carrier. Streamer, are you in need of money? Jiang Wu. I've already earned my 3rd brother's betrothal gifts and want to save some for my parents' medical expenses and retirement. Wow, the streamer is so pitiful. Forced to earn betrothal gifts for her brother and pension for her parents at such a young age. This brother is unbelievable, while others rely on their parents. He preys on his younger sister. These parents are excessive. Even as parents, they shouldn't manipulate you like this. Jiang Wu coldly interjected. You must not speak ill of my brothers and parents. They are my family. I won't chat with you any longer. Those who wish to have their fortunes told should stay. Those who do not, please leave the live room. The viewers, captivated by her beauty and wit, hesitated to leave. Don't go, streamer. How do we get our fortunes told? Jiang Wu. It's 100 yuan per reading. It costs 100? Jiang Wu. Is that too expensive? Then let us make it 50. Jiang was still somewhat unclear about the monetary values in this world. Reducing the price was acceptable. Her primary goal was to earn merits. Old monk investigating the spring house. Sister, are you in need of money? If so, dance for me, and I'll give you my salary for the month. Jiang Wu glanced at the live chat and connected with old monk investigating the spring house. Quickly send me 50, and I'll save your life. Old monk investigating the spring house. Streamer, don't go too far. Jiang Wu, if you delay, it will be too late. You have been surfing the internet for 3 days straight, eating expired takeout, and your appendix is about to rupture. I'm calling an ambulance now. You live in the suburbs, far from a hospital. If you delay, the doctor won't be able to save you. As she spoke, Jiang Wu picked up her phone to call for an ambulance. Old monk investigating the spring house. Streamer, this is threatening. I'll report you. It hurts. Help. Crash. The viewers in the live room heard the sound of someone falling to the ground. They began to speculate. Could it really be an acute appendicitis? Is this a script? This is poorly acted. Jiang Wu, not wanting to waste time, hung up and asked the remaining viewers, is anyone else interested in having their fortune told? I only do 5 readings a day. If there are none, I will log off. Don't go, streamer. Chat with us. It's so boring to log off this early. Jiang Wu. Then I will log off. Then help me with this. My girlfriend and I have been dating for 3 months. Why does she refuse to sleep with me? Saving money for an aircraft carrier connected via video call and showed her the transfer information. Before Jiang Wu could speak, the live chat exploded. 3 months and you want that? Dude, you're a beast. Is it that your looks are too unappealing for her to want you?
Is it you who is lacking?
Is your girlfriend only after your money? Are you sure she is your girlfriend? Jiang Wu, your girlfriend is a faux girl. Viewers. The streamer is on fire. Saving money for an aircraft carrier. Streamer, you can't just insult my girlfriend. You must be wrong. Jiang Wu, in the 3 months you've been together, has she never changed clothes in front of you? Does she often ask if you would still love her if she were different? Saving money for an aircraft carrier. How do you know? Jiang Wu, of course. I can see it. You should talk to her about it. I need to take the next caller. She hung up and connected to the next call, only to hear a stern voice. Young lady, it is wrong to deceive others for money. I command you to return the money and log off to obediently do your homework. Jiang Wu then recognized that the new caller was named the Terminator of Criminals. The voice was unmistakably that of the police officer she had spoken to earlier. Officer, I'll offer you a free reading. Run quickly. A dog is about to bite you. The dog's owner is an old lady selling vegetables who was recently chased away by the city management and accidentally fell to her death. The dog thinks you are from the city management and has come to take revenge. Young lady, let me tell you, what the, woof woof woof. The audience in the live stream. What is this? Host, your script is absolutely brilliant. Chapter 7. Quickly send me 50, and I'll save your dog's life. Jiang Wu noticed another caller connecting, so she hung up and accepted a newcomer. In this day and age, few believe in fortune-telling, yet there are always those who, feeling cornered, wish to tempt fate. A frail voice emerged. Little girl, can you help me understand why my daughter jumped from the building? She's already a junior. Just 1 more year until graduation. She's endured so much for so long, and my daughter is usually quite optimistic. I can't comprehend why she would take such a step. In the live stream, the audience listened to the elderly woman's sorrowful voice, moved to tears, falling into silence. Jiang Wu, your daughter was driven to jump by campus loan sharks. She didn't do it for herself. She did it to buy medicine for you. Wah, the sound of the woman's anguished cries resonated in the live stream. Jiang Wu, your daughter's phone and all evidence of the loans have been destroyed. But the people behind the loans still possess evidence against her. Allow me to report this to the police, madam. Please wait at home. In 3 days, go to the police station to meet with the officers. With that, Jiang Wu hung up. This case was complex. Local police wouldn't grasp the intricacies. So Jiang Wu directly handed over all the evidence in the possession of the loan sharks to the authorities. Gradually, some merit points were credited to her account, empowering her, making it significantly easier to procure this evidence. Jiang Wu, there's one last divination. Does anyone wish to inquire? A voice piped up. Host, can you tell me why I experience headaches and stomach aches whenever I study or do homework? I'll send you 50 game coins. There's still currency. Jiang Wu, my advice for struggling students is to stop fighting against it. Just lie down, let your parents send you to pursue a career in professional gaming. Being an esports player isn't so bad. That will be all for tonight. We'll continue tomorrow. Another caller connected. The audience urged, host, keep going. You still have 1 more divination left. Yes, quickly answer. What are we divining about? Regardless of authenticity, watching her engage in fortune-telling was far more entertaining than anything else. All right, in the spirit of merit, Jiang Wu accepted the call, only to hear a mournful voice. Host, can you tell me why my boyfriend has suddenly stopped responding to me? It's been a month. He doesn't answer my calls or reply to my messages. It's as if he has vanished. Even if he no longer loves me and wishes to break up, he should at least inform me. Being left in this ambiguity feels like a knot in my heart. It's unbearable. Woo. Jiang Wu, your boyfriend hasn't ignored you. He has been deceived and is caught up in a scam in northern Myanmar. Before she could finish, the study door burst open. Jiang Wu turned to find a figure standing in the doorway, dressed in a green uniform and cap, but with one pant leg torn, revealing red superhero shorts beneath. Blood was smeared across his arms, legs, and face, a shocking sight. Yet instead of fear, it exuded a captivating beauty born from battle scars. Standing at nearly 6'2", he possessed a statuesque physique, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, embodying the golden ratio. His skin was a strikingly healthy white. His long eyes, with pupils as deep and bright as obsidian, sparkled with a mesmerizing allure. Fourth brother? Jiang Wu approached. She had thought her elder brother was handsome, but fourth brother looked as if he had undergone a genetic mutation, far surpassing his elder sibling in attractiveness. Are you playing the role of a police officer battling criminals? Grievously wounded? No. You're a city inspector fighting with a dog. You supporting actors receive such substantial roles? Yet, credit where it's due. Your production team has done an excellent job with the makeup. Oh no, fourth brother, you're actually bleeding. Have you stooped so low as a mere extra? The minor roles now require real blood. Fourth brother, stop being an extra. Let me read your fortune and support you.
Zoe.
Fortune-telling? Zoe raised an eyebrow, glancing at the computer that was just about to go live, walking over and staring for 3 seconds. He turned to Jiang Wu. Is your fortune-telling even slightly accurate? Jiang Wu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Zoe narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous. Explain to me what fortune-telling is.
Ding.
His phone rang. It was a call from the precinct. He turned, answering. Xiao Zhou. The DNA information of the bride has been compared. She is indeed one of the serial killers. Once our investigation is complete and the case is closed, we'll reach out to the citizen who provided the tip and award a bounty. Just after hanging up, another call came in. Xiao Zhou. We recovered the drugs from the sewer. Our team apprehended the dealer on the operating table. He was undergoing gender reassignment surgery. These drug dealers are incredibly resourceful. It's no wonder they're so hard to catch. However, they want to escape our grasp. Once I conclude this case, you'll contact the citizen who provided the tip and reward her. Please facilitate this. I believe her information is promising. She seems quite capable and may have more leads to offer us. After Zhou hung up, he turned back to Jiang Wu, unsure of what to say. Fourth brother. What do you want me to explain? Jiang Wu looked at him eagerly, ready to clarify. Zhou couldn't fathom her fortune-telling. Yet the fact remained that the leads she provided over the phone were indeed genuine. He had a general understanding of Jiang Wu's situation. It was simply absurd.
So,
you predicted that I was chased by a dog for 10 streets? He struggled to comprehend, yet had to accept her fortune-telling. Just a moment ago, after parking the car and exiting the parking garage, he encountered a dog, which proceeded to chase him for several streets. Jiang Wu exclaimed, You're the crime terminator? Fourth brother, do you also moonlight as a police officer? How exhausting. Zhou. Indeed it is. 11 streets. Jiang Wu corrected him. Zhou. But why was it chasing me? I'm not the city inspector who harmed its owner. Zhou. Felt wronged. Jiang Wu. It was a stray dog. Its sense of smell was ruined, and it recently aged, having lost its owner, which traumatized it, and its vision has also deteriorated. It mistook your uniform for that of the city inspector. The live stream was still active, and the viewers were fully aware of the unfolding events. Erupting in laughter. Did he really get chased by a dog for 10 streets? Actually, it was 11 streets. Ha ha ha. I can only say that's impressive. So, the crime terminator is the host's brother, and he said she's a scammer? These two siblings are killing me with laughter, huh? Host, come quickly. Help me divine whether I can find love this year. They don't believe you, but I do. I've already sent you 50. Jiang Wu stepped forward to shut down the computer, turning to fourth brother, who was slumped on the sofa. Fourth brother, is rabies really that deadly?
indeed.
The fatality rate can reach 100. Jiang Wu was in a state of panic. Fourth brother, that dog used to be a stray. It may carry the rabies virus. Chapter 8. Am I your fortune teller? Zhou immediately sat up straight. Fourth brother, there's more. Jiang Wu had accumulated some merit points tonight, enhancing her energy. Perhaps due to their familial bond, she could easily discern fourth brother's fate. Heavens, what a woeful fate my fourth brother possesses.
Zhou.
Although Jiang Wu had spoken silently, he could still hear her thoughts. He was framed as a drug dealer after being caught with white powder in the dormitory. And not only was he accused of being a drug lord, but he also took the fall for the true culprit. He was sentenced to death, publicly executed, and became a notorious drug dealer, leaving a stench that would last for eternity. Moreover, his misfortune brought catastrophic repercussions upon the family, leading to its downfall. My fourth brother is destined for calamity. Revealing this to him would surely frighten him. Perhaps it is better not to tell him. Yet my fourth brother, like eldest brother, is inherently endowed with strong fortune. How could his luck have deteriorated? It appears that his fortune has been siphoned away by something.
Zoe.
He was now certain he could hear Jiang Wu's inner voice. Thank you, he thought. He nearly considered asking her for a fortune reading himself, hoping to alter his own fate.
Huh.
Jiang Wu was puzzled about what he was thanking her for. Never mind, Zhou Yi dared not share these thoughts with her, fearing his heart might not withstand it. Are you staying here? Where is eldest brother? This is eldest brother's assistant's residence. Eldest brother is busy with work, so he asked fourth brother to come pick me up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi recalled the personas of the Jiang family and understood. I'll call eldest brother. He primarily wished to inquire about Jiang Xingyuan and Jiang Wu, as there seemed to be significant misunderstandings regarding this sister. Who among our kin possesses the ability to read fortunes? How terrifying. He dialed, but the call did not go through. Jiang Wu explained, eldest brother has to dine with his boss and clients today.
Zoe.
Eldest brother's persona now included a boss as well? He placed his phone back in his pocket. I need to go to the hospital for a rabies vaccine. I'll accompany you. I must see what this rabies vaccine entails, and whether it can save my fourth brother. If it cannot, I will have to create talismans to rescue him. Talismans? Zhou Yi shivered. Jiang Wu, at merely 17, had no driver's license and could not drive. She could offer no assistance other than keeping him company. Half an hour later, they arrived at the 9th hospital in Heisher. It was nighttime, yet the hospital was still overcrowded, with the emergency room teeming with people. Upon seeing the long wait, Zhou Yi made a call. Second brother, I've been bitten by a dog. My eyes are red, and I feel like crying. I need a rabies vaccine, but I can't wait in the emergency room. Can you arrange something for me? After hanging up, Jiang Wu leaned closer. Fourth brother, is our second brother working part-time here at this hospital? Part-time? All right, that fits second brother's persona. Indeed, although he may be working part-time, he is quite capable. Yes. Jiang Wu beamed with pride. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the hospital. Someone was rampaging with a knife. Someone's gone mad in the hospital. A voice cried out. People rushed outside while others flocked to see the commotion, causing pandemonium within the facility. Stay here. Don't run around, Zhou Yi instructed, pressing Jiang Wu against the corner of the emergency room as he moved to investigate. This was a response typical of special police. But Jiang Wu was unfamiliar with such situations and did not perceive the urgency. She merely sighed. Isn't my fourth brother's acting quite commendable? Why is he still just a background character?
Zoe.
He hurried upstairs, and halfway up, he realized Jiang Wu had followed him.
Zoe.
They squeezed through the crowd, traversing the winding corridor, arriving at the psychiatric department. Outside the consultation room, they found a throng of people, patients' families, doctors, nurses, and security guards. An elderly man, aged 65 and clad in a blue-striped hospital gown, was surrounded, brandishing a surgical knife. I am not insane. I am not sick. It is they. He pointed the knife at his relatives. They bribed the doctors to send me to a mental institution and seize my assets. The elderly man was nearly frantic. You ungrateful wretches. I have provided for your every need, yet this is how you repay me? Why should I share my fortune with you, heartless ingrates? Even in death, I will not allow you to succeed. I will call the police. I will see a lawyer. My dear husband, how can you say such things? It breaks my heart. A woman in her 50s, who looked as if she were still in her 40s, stepped forward, clutching her chest in despair. I know you are ill, but how can you speak to us like this? We are your loving family. She raised her left hand in display, then her right. Your children, your eldest grandson. We are all here for you. She gestured to a 10-year-old boy beside her. If we did not care for you, how could we abandon our important tasks to be here with you? Your sister even rushed back from abroad. The onlookers began to chime in with encouragement. Indeed, it is rare for children to drop everything to be by their parents' side when they are ill. Old man, if your family were only after your wealth, why would your ex-wife, her children, your current wife, and her children all come together so harmoniously to see you? Old man, you need to accept treatment. It's for your own good. Yes, indeed, proper treatment is essential. Poor soul, this elderly man. Seeing the crowd rallying behind them, the elderly man's relatives were visibly moved, wiping their tears. His youthful and beautiful wife attempted to approach him, but he brandished the surgical knife, causing her to retreat. She soothed him. Though we are saddened, we harbor no resentment. We understand that your mind is afflicted, causing these thoughts. How could fate be so cruel? The elderly man's eldest son, now 30, implored, Father, if you cannot trust us, can you not trust the hospital and the experts? The Ninth Hospital is Haishi's finest private institution. Your doctor is a renowned international expert. Let me accompany you inside for further consultation. The eldest son stepped forward, attempting to support the elderly man. Get away. You hypocrites. You are all in cahoots to harm me. I want to leave this place. My dear, please don't act this way. No one will believe you. Cooperate with the treatment, and our family will take good care of you. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted. I believe him. Everyone turned to see a 17-year-old girl in beige pajamas adorned with bear patterns, hot pants, and slippers. Her tousled long hair cascading around her. Her features were exquisitely beautiful and spirited, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Jiang Wu, what a sensational revelation. While the sensationalism may be inconsequential, this situation will certainly impact my second brother. Jiang Wu was not inclined to meddle in others' affairs. But when it concerned her elder brother, she could not remain indifferent. Zhou Yi initially intended to pull her back, but upon hearing her sentiments, he withdrew his hand. Chapter 9 Wu Bao, let me hear you call me husband. Her elder brother, the head of this hospital, would bear the brunt of any misdiagnosis that could lead to a catastrophe. Jiang Wu approached the elderly gentleman and his family. Addressing the old man, she stated, they have indeed bribed the doctor to issue you a psychiatric diagnosis, intending to confine you to a mental institution. You would find it unbearable, and after 2 months, you might resort to hanging yourself with a towel.
Who are you?
The elderly man's wife lunged at Jiang Wu, attempting to slap her. Jiang Wu deftly sidestepped, introducing herself. I am Jiang Wu. A 26-year-old doctor in a white coat approached, visibly shaken upon hearing her name. Wasn't she the sister who had been lingering at the Song residence? We do not know you, she declared to the crowd. This person cannot possibly be aware of our affairs. You, the mistress, caused the elder's former wife to miscarry, and she loathes you deeply. You harbor disdain for her and her 2 sons, fearing they might contend with you and your children for inheritance. Thus you curse them daily. You are united only because the elder intended to bequeath all his assets to charity. However, before he could execute that will, you discovered it and tore it up, summoning your sister, his former wife. As long as your family stands united, once the psychiatric diagnosis is issued, the old man will be at your mercy, and his fortune will naturally fall into your hands. Of course, your actions are indeed a reflection of the old man's misdeeds. He built his fortune alongside his first wife, only to discard her for being aged and unrefined, relegating her to the role of childbearer while he cavorted with mistresses. Eventually, he elevated a mistress to his main partner, exiling his original wife abroad. A few years later, he found yet another mistress. The original wife could not contain her tears after so many years, who understood her suffering. The old man, he simply faltered in love, committing the common errors of men. This is not a crime. The crowd gasped. The well-preserved wife of the old man momentarily softened, then became furious. You speak nonsense. How could we influence the doctor? Of course you bribed him. Where is your evidence? You gifted the doctor's mistress a villa worth 20 million at number 41 Minshan Riverside. You lie, that never happened. A psychiatrist, who had been eavesdropping, became agitated, vehemently rebutting Jiang Wu. I maintain my integrity and have no mistress. Your denial is futile. She has shared your intimate photos on social media, Facebook, Weibo, YouTube, Twitter. The internet has a long memory. The psychiatrist. The elderly man's wife raised her hand in fury, aiming to strike Jiang Wu again. Just as Jiang Wu prepared to evade, a hand grasped hers. She looked up at the doctor, tall and handsome, resembling her elder brother. Second brother? Jiang Wu ventured tentatively. Jiang Qingyu acknowledged her with a grunt and pushed the woman away. Assault is a crime. The police will uncover the truth. He looked towards Zhou Yi, who was on the phone. Send 2 SWAT officers to number 41 Minshan Riverside to investigate that villa's background. There's a disturbance at the 9th hospital. Send someone over. The woman panicked, turning to Jiang Qingyu. Who do you think you are to meddle? I'll have the director expel you. Oh, my apologies, but I am the director. I cannot fulfill your request. Jiang Wu. Isn't my elder brother just a janitor at the hospital? How did he become the director? Jiang Qingyu. My sister did not speak. How could I hear her voice? I could sense her thoughts. Zhou Yi, who had approached, also heard Jiang Wu's sentiments. Second brother, Wu has just returned and is unfamiliar with our family matters. Jiang Qingyu coughed lightly, raising his fist to his mouth. I was just promoted. Congratulations, second brother. No wonder these people are causing a ruckus. It turns out you are the director. Ruckus? Jiang Qingyu looked at the scene with a pained expression. It was clear she, was the one causing the disturbance. Second brother, may I have a word?
Zoe pullet viang vinguaside.
Jiang Qingyue instructed the nearby security personnel. Keep an eye on this area. The police will arrive shortly. Yes, Director Jiang. Zhou Yi led Jiang Qingyue to a nearby office, with Jiang Wu following. Suddenly, the elderly man leaped behind her. They all want me dead. I am only safe with you. Save me. Provide for me in my old age, and my 5 billion fortune will be yours. I do not desire your fortune. It would shorten my life. I wish to live longer. She had saved the old man's life. But 5 billion far exceeded her debt of gratitude. It would indeed shorten her lifespan. Furthermore, her good deeds would serve her better. With her brother's promotion, she no longer needed to earn so much. No, I am automatically donating it to you. You must accept it and save my life. I refuse. It will shorten my lifespan. The four entered the office, with Zhou Yi and Jiang Qingyue retreating into the inner room. Zhou Yi, Jiang Wu is being foolish. Why are you also causing trouble? Zhou. Initially, I did not believe it either, but... He recounted the day's events to Jiang Qingyue. Second brother. This matter is quite peculiar. Let us wait for the police to investigate before proceeding. As they emerged, they found Jiang Wu and the elderly man crammed onto a small stool. I willingly offer this donation. Please accept it. I do not wish for you to care for me. I simply need you to prove I am not insane. I refuse. It will shorten my lifespan. I wish to live longer. The two men exchanged glances. After all this time, are they not weary of this repetitive dialogue? Jiang Qingyue approached the elderly man. You need not cling to my sister. This is Officer Zhou, who has already called the police. Once they investigate, your life and property will be secure. No, I feel safe only with her. The old man trusted no one but Jiang Wu now. Your blood pressure is quite high. You require medication, and insulin needs to be administered. Then let the doctor come here to assist me. Jiang Qingyue, having no other option, called the doctor. The elderly man was taken into the inner room for his injection. Jiang Wu stood up, scrutinizing Zhou Yi with her beautiful yet dangerous eyes, filled with hostility. Second brother. Is this not the fourth brother? Jiang Qingyue finally realized his sister had always mistaken Zhou Yi for the fourth brother. No, he is Zhou Yi, the childhood husband raised by the Jiang family. Let us formally introduce ourselves, Zhou Yi said with a smile as he stepped forward. Wu Bao. Let me hear you call me husband. Observing the girl who had just valiantly rejected 5 billion, he found her quite adorable. This fiancé, Zhou Yi decided, he would accept. What should I call you? Husband. Zhou Yi suddenly froze.
Uffed.
Jiang Qingyue burst into laughter. Chapter 10. If her childhood husband were to perform a striptease. He was also concerned that Zhou Yi might bully Jiang Wu, daring to impersonate the fourth to deceive her. His skin itched and he wanted to loosen up a bit. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Yi burst into laughter. How amusing was this little fiancé of his, who had yet to officially enter the household. I apologize truly. How would you like me to make amends? Jiang Wu, standing at 1.7 meters tall, found Zhou Yi leaning against the wall, bending his leg and lowering his head just to come a little closer to her. This incident was indeed his fault. His unfavorable impression of Jiang Wu stemmed from her insistence on remaining with the Song family, which led him to deliberately withhold his true identity. Moreover, the fortune-telling had left him so astounded that he hadn't considered these matters. His expression was earnest, almost enticing, as he surrendered to the moment. Suddenly, Jiang Wu recalled those male streamers performing stripteases online before her live broadcast today, and those tantalizing short videos. Her eyes narrowed, glinting with an almost predatory intensity as she fixated on Zhou Yi's abdominal muscles. If only he would expose his waist, then perhaps. She quickly covered her nose, tilting her head back. A moment too late, and she would be on the verge of a nosebleed. Jiang Qingyue sensed the unusual allure between the two, and swiftly pulled Jiang Wu behind him. Zhou Yi, maintain your distance. My sister is still underage. I promise, second brother, to uphold the boundaries and never overstep. Zhou Yi swore, raising his finger. Jiang Wu's birthday was in October. In just 4 months, she would come of age. And he was willing to wait. Thunder rumbled outside as a storm began to brew.
Boom. Zhou Yi eklaymet, bejilderet.
He truly had no intention of crossing any lines. Jiang Qingyue warned, in any case, keep your distance from my sister. Observing how Jiang Wu gazed at Zhou Yi's abs with sparkling eyes, he worried that his sister might overstep. My sister will not marry until she turns 30. Your matters can wait until then. 30? Zhou Yi erupted. You intend for your sister to marry at 30, so she can be an elderly mother with no chance for a second child? How can you be such a brother? Jiang Qinghua paused. Delaying Jiang Wu's marriage could indeed affect her ability to have children, which would not be good. He scrutinized Zhou Yi. Didn't you previously say you didn't want to marry early as it would hinder your career? No, it doesn't hinder me. That is merely a feeble excuse for you old bachelors, Zhou Yi retorted. Second brother, it's about time you found us a sister-in-law. The best way to persuade someone is to draw them into your own camp. As you age, having children becomes increasingly difficult. You wouldn't want to be in a situation where you drop off my nephew at kindergarten only for his classmates to call you grandpa, would you? That would be quite detrimental to my nephew's self-esteem. Jiang Wu stood nearby, her brow twitching at Zhou Yi's words. It seemed he had even thought of their children's names, including that of her brother's. Yet, she had only 2 years left to live. Second brother. Zhou Yi, someone is looking for you, she reminded the two men. The heated discussion abruptly ceased as they heard a knock at the door. Jiang Qinghua sternly cautioned, "Keep your distance from my sister," before opening the door to reveal Assistant Qin, who said, "Director Jiang, the police have arrived. They had traced the matter regarding our expert's mistresses and wished to take them in for questioning." Jiang Qinghua, Zhou Yi, and Jiang Wu exited the office, where an elderly gentleman, who had just received an injection, remained hidden behind Jiang Wu. He watched as his family and the attending physician were taken away by the police. The authorities also sought to take him in for questioning, but he stubbornly refused, believing that only by staying beside Jiang Wu could he be safe. "Hiding behind my sister won't help you," Jiang Qinghua remarked. "What's most important now is to arrange for a new doctor for you, conduct a mental health assessment, and cooperate with the police investigation. That's the only way to genuinely assist you." The elderly man pressed himself even closer behind Jiang Wu. "How do I know that the other doctors in your hospital haven't been bribed? I don't trust them." Jiang Qinghua frowned in frustration. This psychiatrist was renowned internationally and desperately needed within the country. Upon hearing he was returning, he had arranged for people to lure him back with a handsome sum. Yet, within less than a month, such an incident occurred. From his appearance, he seemed like a habitual offender. It was likely that any talk of him wanting to return to repay his homeland was mere pretense. He probably committed serious offenses abroad and returned only because he could no longer make a living there. Jiang Wu stepped forward, pulling the elderly man from behind her. "You cannot doubt my second brother. He is innocent and upright. You, as a new expert, have yet to give him a chance to assess your background. The psychiatrists here are all good doctors. Go and get your evaluation done. You encountered me, so your life is not meant to end here. Nothing will happen to you." "Oh, so it's your second brother? Then that is fine. I trust you," the elderly man replied to Jiang Qinghua. Jiang Qinghua simply responded with a nod. The elderly man was then escorted by the doctors and nurses for diagnosis. Assistant Qin, visibly anxious, reported, "Director Jiang, the recent incident has been photographed and recorded, trending online. Everyone is claiming our 9th hospital is engaged in corruption, playing with patients' lives to profit. Outside the hospital, patients were already causing a ruckus, vandalizing property. And some admitted patients were demanding transfers. Those waiting for surgeries had also canceled their procedures. The doctor-patient relationship was already tense. Such a scandal would naturally incite unrest among anxious patients and their families." Jiang Qinghua's expression grew grave as he contemplated the situation. "Make the necessary arrangements. I will issue a public statement to apologize. This incident was indeed our oversight, and we were wrong." Zhou Yi addressed Jiang Qinghua, "Second brother. I will thoroughly investigate this expert's background and restore your hospital's reputation. We had previously looked into this expert. His background seemed clean, and any unsavory records have likely been erased long ago. Even if we prove this, it will be difficult to regain the public's trust in the hospital in a short time. However, it's all right. We will continue to operate normally, and the public will eventually see that we are a reliable hospital." He did not need to rely on hospital profits to make a living. Such an impact was inconsequential. "You're right, second brother. I support you," Jiang Wu encouraged with a nod toward her brother. A smile crept onto Jiang Qinghua's face as he patted her shoulder. "I must thank you, for if you hadn't intervened in time, the hospital would have faced a grave error." "No need for thanks, you are my second brother." "Wait," Jiang Wu thought with alarm, "what kind of dreadful fate is my second brother cursed with?" Due to this incident, the hospital faced constant troubles, spiraling into chaos. 6 months later, he would be sabotaged by his subordinates during surgery, resulting in a patient's death, and he would be killed by the patient's family in retaliation. Like his elder brother Zhou Yi, he was a person of formidable presence, whose fortune was being siphoned away. Fortunately, I managed to avert this incident. The situation should improve now, right? But don't worry, second brother. Once I accumulate enough merit, I will change your fate. Chapter 11. Second brother. You have an illegitimate daughter. Zhou Yi looked at Jiang Qingyue with shock and concern. His second brother's fate was not much better than his own. Jiang Qingyue gazed back at him in surprise. The two stood in confrontation, and for a moment, Jiang Qingyue's mind went blank. He seemed to sense something. Yet, Zhou Yi's words caused him to miss the epiphany. Second brother, weren't you about to issue a public statement of apology? Yes, Jiang Qingyue replied, eager to leave. His sister truly was a source of distress. He feared that if he lingered here any longer, his heart might not withstand it. As he observed Zhou Yi's legs, marred by the savage bites of a dog, he promptly made arrangements for the necessary medical attention. Zhou Yi, go seek the vaccine. Wu. You should rest in my office for now. Just then, a nurse rushed in, exclaiming, Director Jiang, it's terrible. Mrs. Fu is on the rooftop. She intends to jump. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qingyue dashed towards the rooftop. Zhou Yi and Jiang Wu exchanged glances as he instructed the nurse, quickly call for rescue. He then took Jiang Wu with him, ascending to the psychiatric ward's top floor while explaining, this Mrs. Fu, whose name is Nan Jifeng, hails from an esteemed family of antiquities, the Nan family's eldest daughter, worth billions. She was once a university classmate of my second brother. We all believed they would end up together. However, 5 years ago, she abruptly married. Just a month ago, she was transferred here, diagnosed with severe depression. She has a daughter, Nan Xingchen, who is over 4 years old and went missing during a trip 3 months ago. She has yet to be found. As Zhou Yi spoke, the elevator reached the 19th floor. Upon exiting, they beheld a woman in a white dress standing on the rooftop wall. Her long hair swirling in the wind, her skirt billowing, creating an image of a butterfly on the verge of plummeting. Jiang Qingyue dared not approach. Instead, extending his hand from a distance, his voice hoarse, almost pleading, Jifeng, please come down. I will stay with you. All hardships shall pass. I cannot go on living. The woman's voice shattered with sorrow. I am not a good mother. I have lost my daughter. Little Xingxing is only 4 years and 2 months old. I cannot fathom what she has endured these past 3 months. Fu Minzhao told me she is already dead. Fu Minzhao was her husband. She is so young. In that world, she must be terrified and helpless. I must go to her. As she turned to face the abyss below, tears streamed down her exquisite face. A smile of bliss emerging despite her despair. Nan Jifeng, Jiang Qingyue cried out. Your daughter is not dead. Jiang Wu interjected timely, if you jump, you will not find her in that world. The two of you will be truly separated by life and death. For 3 months. This was what Nan Jifeng yearned to hear, yet no one had uttered it to her. This declaration anchored her from the brink, as she cautiously turned to Jiang Wu. Fear etched on her face. What did you say? Your daughter, Nan Xingchen, is alive. She was not lost. She was abducted. Nan Jifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The one who took her is your cousin. Moreover, your cousin not only abducted your daughter, but also stole your husband. They have been together for 6 or 7 years and have 2 children, the eldest being 5. For these past 5 years, your husband has claimed to be abroad for business, when in reality, he has been living blissfully with them. He knew you were carrying another man's child. Yet he still chose to marry you, not out of love, but for your wealth. Together with your cousin, they conspired to seize your inheritance. He deliberately informed you of your daughter's death to provoke you into jumping, thus allowing him to inherit your fortune. Speaking of children, Jiang Wu turned to Jiang Qingyue. You have a daughter too, but it seems you are unaware. Jiang Qingyue felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, his mind and spirit suddenly clarified. He fixed his gaze intently on Nan Jifeng. The paramount concern was to rescue the woman from the ledge. Jiang Wu continued, in truth, you are not genuinely suffering from severe depression. Your husband provided you with medication from abroad that is actually harmful, exacerbating your condition. Nan Jifeng had only learned this morning from Fu Minzhao that her daughter was said to be deceased. Until then, she had firmly believed her daughter was alive. Consumed with thoughts of how to find her. Her depression had not been severe, but following her daughter's disappearance and subsequent diagnosis, her husband had administered this detrimental medication. Jiang Wu pressed on moreover. Zhou Yi swiftly covered Jiang Wu's mouth. Stop talking. Focus on saving her. He feared that if Jiang Wu continued, Nan Jifeng might indeed leap. Who could endure such a thing? Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue had seized the opportunity to approach the wall, extending his hand toward Nan Jifeng. Jifeng, please come down. Together, we will find little Xingxing. Upon hearing that her daughter was alive, Nan Jifeng's resolve to end her life wavered. Yet her body had become rigid, immobilized. Jiang Qingyue lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her legs, pulling her down and embracing her tightly until he could finally breathe again. Jifeng, do not worry. But Nan Jifeng pushed him aside, rushing to Jiang Wu, her hands gripping her urgently. Where's little Xingxing? Take me to her. I will give you anything you desire, even my life, if you can help me find her. Nan Jifeng nearly collapsed into tears again, but for the sake of saving her daughter, she fought to maintain her composure. This isn't going to work, Jiang Wu mused, feeling somewhat conflicted. The light in Nan Jifeng's eyes dimmed, despair overtaking her. Are you lying to me? Both Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Yi shared her sentiment. In their desperation to save her, they were willing to agree to anything. No, your daughter is truly alive, but she is far away, abroad. It may be challenging and dangerous to rescue her directly now. Jiang Wu quickly retrieved her phone, searching online. Before long, she opened a live stream titled 5-Year-Old Cutie Supports the Family, holding her phone up for Nan Jifeng to see. Is this her? Nan Jifeng took the phone, her eyes fixating on the screen. Soon, she covered her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. In the live stream, a little girl with long hair and a dark face was kneeling, washing her grandmother's feet, her small bottom raised high, diligently engaged in her task. She chatted with viewers, her Sichuan dialect endearing. I accompanied my dad to the hospital today and returned late, which is why I'm washing my grandma's feet now. Thanks to your generous donations, I can afford my dad's medical bills. Your kindness will forever be remembered. Because of you, my family situation is gradually improving. My mom has new clothes, and my paralyzed brother can enjoy a decent meal. When my sister grows up, I will send her to kindergarten. Knowledge changes fate. I hope she can study and lead a better life. Her mature thoughts and language style contrasted starkly with her innocent youth, creating a unique blend of humor and optimism that captivated all who watched. In the little girl's live stream room, there were already hundreds of thousands of viewers. In less than half a month, her subscriber count had surpassed 1 million, making her the fastest rising star among streamers on the Figwa platform without a wealthy benefactor backing her. After washing her grandmother's feet, the young girl gently pushed her onto the bed to ensure she was comfortable. Suddenly, the sound of wailing broke the air. Oh no! My sister has woken up hungry. It's time for her to be fed. Before long, the girl hurriedly cradled a 6-month-old infant in her arms and positioned herself in front of the camera to nurse. Her dexterous technique was indicative of more than 3 months of professional training, an impressive feat. Even Jiang Wu, watching from afar, felt compelled to reach out and tap on Zhou Yi's phone to send a 666. As a show of admiration, the young streamer brought her sister closer to the camera, exclaiming, "Look, everyone, hasn't my little sister Hua grown a bit chubbier? She used to look like a tiny mouse, but now she finally resembles a proper little person. Her hair has also grown a bit longer. Once it's long enough, I'll tie it into a cute little bun. Thank you all for your contributions to her formula. When she is older and can kneel, she'll bow to all of you wonderful moms and dads." In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of viewers transformed into doting parents, responding, "No need for that. As long as you and little Hua are healthy and thriving, I would gladly give half my salary to support you each month." The streamer, merely 5 years old, was initially called Xiao Wu, but now everyone affectionately referred to her as Nue. Sister, forget about that 79 yuan eyebrow pencil. Use it to buy yourself some clothes. Brother, forget about the PS5. Go treat yourself to something delicious. Nue, you must stay strong. With your talent, you will surely have a good life ahead.
Nue.
Keep it up. Here's a sports car to support you. Nue, keep it up. Sister is gifting you a plane. Nue, keep it up. Dad is giving you a rocket. Nue, keep it up. Mom will always protect you. The gifts in the live stream flooded in like a flurry of stars, and the rankings swiftly scrolled, reflecting the rapid change in monetary contributions. The audience incessantly showered her with gifts and encouraging messages, rallying behind this remarkable girl. Jiang Wu couldn't help but feel envious of her extraordinary abilities as a streamer. It's so inspiring. Here I am, a 20-year-old young man, living less meaningfully than a 5-year-old child. Nue works so hard to support her family. What right do I have to be complacent? I once thought my parents were not striving enough, which is why I didn't have a good life. Seeing Nue's circumstances made me realize how foolish I was, living in comfort without appreciation. I need to call my mom, sobbing. If New A can manage this, what obstacles remain in this world that cannot be overcome? New A, you are my idol. I aspire to live with the same determination, to shoulder responsibilities, and to be a brave and uplifting individual. The little streamer frequently glanced at the comments, expressing her gratitude to everyone. While nursing her sister, she playfully made amusing gestures and sounds, eliciting laughter from her viewers. Once her sister was fed and peacefully asleep, the young girl waved at the camera. It's getting late, and I must go to bed. Tomorrow morning, I need to take the bus to town to buy formula for my sister and food for the family. There is still an acre of land outside. I plan to dig it up and plant some vegetables. Perhaps I should buy a few chickens to raise. In 3 or 4 months, we'll have fresh eggs. What do you think? Should I raise 2 pigs as well? The online community erupted in excitement. New A is so impressive. Feeling emo. I'm a 30-year-old, yet I can't compare to a 5-year-old. Compared to New A, what does my 996 work schedule even mean?
New A.
Dad has learned from you. New A, Mom has learned from you. I want to see New A farming. I want to see New A raising pigs. Thank you, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. Please make sure to get to bed early to stay healthy. Wishing you all good health and appetites. The little streamer ended her broadcast, and Nan Jifeng stared at her phone screen as it suddenly went black, desperately refreshing the screen to retrieve the image. Jiang Qingwei, witnessing her frantic gestures, tenderly embraced her. Jifeng, you must calm down. Your little star appears to be safe for now. You need to gather your composure so that you can rescue her safely. All right. Nan Jifeng struggled to steady herself, breathing heavily as she forced herself to calm down. Leaning against Jiang Qingwei for support, she turned to Jiang Wu and asked, "What should I do now to bring my daughter back?" Jiang Wu was still watching Zhou Yi's phone, having just sent over 2,000 yuan worth of gifts to the young streamer, equivalent to half a month's salary. He had positioned himself in the top 10 on the leaderboard, careful not to draw too much attention by not donating an entire month's salary. He replied on behalf of the group. From the background and IP of the streamer, it seems she is located in Sichuan. However, I've had our technicians trace the IP, and it's actually in Southeast Asia. As Jiang Wu had noted, they were indeed abroad, a considerable distance away. Nan Jifeng's body weakened, and had it not been for Jiang Qingwei's firm hold, she would have collapsed. Little Star is currently safe, Zhou Yi clarified. During the time spent watching the live stream, he had gathered information about the young streamer. Little Star had begun her live stream 13 days ago. Her persona depicted a family with a mentally disabled mother, a 13-year-old brother with both cerebral palsy and mental disability, a 60-year-old grandmother suffering from dementia, and a father who had been injured while working away from home and was now unable to afford treatment. They lived together on a farm, and as the only 5-year-old daughter with normal mental and physical capabilities, she had taken on the responsibility of caring for her family and supporting them through her live streaming efforts. Despite being only 5, she had introduced herself as Xiao Cui, though her fans now affectionately called her New A. Chapter 13. Your cousin and your husband are having a second child. Nan Jifeng's heart shattered. Her precious darling had been cared for meticulously since birth. How could she possibly manage such a burden? Zhou Yi had initially intended to address her as Mrs. Fu, but upon hearing Jiang Wu's words and observing Jiang Qingwei's tender concern for her, he changed his address. Sister Jifeng, Little Star is very clever, and it appears she intends to continue this live streaming business long-term. She is safe for now. Jiang Wu had taken Zhou Yi's phone and was reviewing the donation information. In the 13 days of her live streaming, she had already amassed over 1 million yuan in donations. Given her current popularity, earning several 100,000 to over 1 million a month was entirely feasible. Moreover, her slow-paced live streaming style had garnered considerable affection from her audience, ensuring continued support from her fans. In the coming months, her income was bound to rise rather than fall. As a fellow streamer, Jiang Wu felt a genuine envy. Zhou Yi shared that sentiment. With such performance, this business could sustain her for quite some time. I just calculated Little Star's fortune. Her life is not in immediate danger. However, she is indeed destined for hardship. If we hadn't intervened to stop Nan Jifeng from jumping off, she would have already perished. 2 months later, she discovered the news of her mother's passing on television. She attempted to escape from the clutches of the fraudulent organization, yet her tender age hindered her progress, and she was swiftly recaptured. The child exhibited unwavering tenacity, continually fleeing only to be apprehended time and again. Consequently, her existence within the organization was fraught with misery, and the wounds upon her body never healed. It was only at the age of 14 that she managed to return to Heisher, seeking vengeance against her cousin and disreputable father for her mother's demise. By that time, her cousin and her father had amassed the wealth that rightfully belonged to her and her mother, ascending to the status of billionaires. So fragile was she that she could only offer herself as a sacrifice, and at such a young age, she met a tragic end. Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Yi were both moved by Jiang Wu's heartfelt lamentations, their eyes glistening with tears, and they vowed to rescue the little star at all costs. Jiang Qingyue consoled Nan Jifeng, saying, "Jifeng, I swear, I will help you bring back your little star." Zhou Yi added, "Sister Nan Feng, rest assured. I will spare no effort in ensuring your daughter's safe return." Zhou Yi, being a seasoned criminal investigator, had already discerned critical details and cautioned, little star was trafficked, and those who sold her would naturally wish to keep her identity concealed. Furthermore, upon reviewing videos of her, I noted that her face was always smeared with dirt, obscuring her true appearance. She has altered her accent and age, transforming into an entirely different person. Sister Jifeng, our priority now is to ensure that those with ulterior motives around you remain unaware of these facts. Nan Jifeng clutched her phone tightly, nodding in understanding. I comprehend. I will be vigilant. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that only the four of them occupied the rooftop. The secrets shared tonight would remain known solely to them, with no fifth party privy to them. She wiped away her tears with fervor. As long as you assist me in rescuing my daughter, I, Nan Jifeng, will dedicate my life to repaying you. As she spoke, she bent her knees, prepared to kneel. Jiang Qingyue swiftly supported her. There's no need for such servitude. All I desire is for you and your little star to live happily, regardless of whose daughter little star was. That was his sole wish. Zhou Yi interjected, Sister Jifeng, do not distance yourself from us. Jiang Wu glanced at the two of them and echoed, there's no need for formality. The four of them conferred, and as Jiang Qingyue assisted Nan Jifeng, they were about to leave the rooftop when two individuals rushed up. The man was clad in an opulent, tailored black suit, impeccably groomed, while the woman donned a revealing, red V-neck sleeveless gown, her voluminous curls exuding a provocative allure. It was none other than Nan Jifeng's husband, Fu Minzhao, accompanied by her cousin, Nan Onyu. Nan Jifeng raised her gaze to meet theirs. Since marrying Fu Minzhao, she had been living apart from him. Nan Onyu had long resided abroad, dealing in antiques and art, and she had never held much affection for this cousin, thus paying her little mind. The instances in which both appeared before her were few and far between. Yet, in retrospect, the signs had always been there. Particularly since Nan Onyu's return from abroad 6 months prior, she had frequently flaunted the jewelry, clothing, and bags her husband had bestowed upon her, even hinting, both intentionally and unintentionally, at the joys of their intimate life. On one occasion, she hosted an antique auction under the Nan family's name, with the two of them assisting in its organization. During a visit to the lounge, she stumbled upon her with a man, though she could only discern a vague silhouette. Instead of halting, Nan Onyu had only grown bolder, unabashedly continuing. Ashamed, Nan Jifeng retreated outside, only to hear Nan Onyu's increasingly loud cries. Eventually, when Nan Onyu emerged, she deliberately loosened her neckline, revealing the marks on her chest. My husband has always been this way. After all these years, he becomes ever more uncontrollable, ever more fervent. Sister Jifeng, what about you and Brother Minzhao? He must be quite enamored with you, given your beauty. How could Nan Jifeng possibly lower herself to discuss such matters with her? Moreover, although she had married Fu Minzhao, they had yet to consummate their union. She deftly redirected the conversation to her work. At the time, Nan Jifeng presumed that Nan Onyu's years abroad had rendered her excessively uninhibited. Now, however, it was evident that they had been deliberately showcasing their lives to her, flaunting their opulence. Each word spoken by Nan Onyu and every luxury item displayed was a testament to her ostentation. Jifeng, how are you faring? Fu Minzhao approached to assist Nan Jifeng. Overwhelmed, she suddenly retched. Jiang Qingyue swiftly positioned his arm to shield her, blocking Fu Minzhao's advance. He wished to prevent that insufferable man from touching Nan Jifeng again.
Doctor.
Jiang?
Fu Minzhao inquired, perplexed.
Zhou Yi, observing Jiang Qingyue's barely restrained fury, explained, Mr. Fu, the patient's condition is critical. It would be prudent for you to refrain from contact and allow the doctors to attend to her. Only then did Fu Minzhao's expression soften slightly, as he had begun to suspect that this Dr. Jiang harbored possessive feelings toward his wife. What has happened to my sister? Nan Onyu approached, twisting her waist. Zhou Yi kicked Jiang Qinghua's leg, prompting him to adjust his demeanor. He finally spoke. The patient is experiencing a depressive episode and attempted to jump from the building. Fortunately, our hospital intervened in time. She is currently unwell and requires treatment. After stating this, Jiang Qinghua lifted Nan Jifeng into his arms and headed downstairs. Chapter 14. Is Little Star my daughter? Nan Anyu exhaled a sigh of relief. This Dr. Jiang was a university classmate of Nan Jifeng, and their relationship had been somewhat ambiguous. Had it not been for Dr. Jiang's humble origins, they might have become a couple. In such circumstances, any individual expressing concern for Nan Jifeng could potentially pose a threat to their plans. Upon reaching the elevator, Zhou Yi stood in front, allowing Jiang Qinghua to carry her down first. The four of them then descended in the elevator. Nan Anyu scrutinized Zhou Yi and Jiang Wu. And who might you be? I am a police officer and a friend of Dr. Jiang, here on official business, Zhou Yi replied, wrapping an arm around Jiang Wu's shoulders. This is my fiancé. Nan Anyu smirked, her smile devoid of warmth, dismissing these inconsequential figures. Were it not for their striking appearance, she would scarcely have acknowledged them. However, she had no intention of squandering time or energy on individuals of their ilk. As long as she ensured they posed no inconvenience, that was sufficient. Exiting the elevator, they arrived at the emergency room. Jiang Qinghua escorted Nan Jifeng inside, the door shutting behind them, the lights illuminating the room. Zhou Yi pulled Jiang Wu along, suggesting they go for vaccinations. Fu Minzhao and Nan Anyu waited outside the emergency room, both wearing grim expressions. Nan Jifeng's attempted suicide was part of their scheme. How had she been saved? That meddlesome Dr. Jiang. Within the emergency room, Nan Jifeng sat on the operating table, the stark white light casting an even paler hue upon her face, her slender shoulders trembling incessantly. Here, Jiang Qinghua unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and offered it to her. She accepted, sipping slowly as her composure gradually returned. Raising her eyes to meet Jiang Qinghua's, her gratitude was palpable. Thank you. Jiang Qinghua gazed at her earnestly. This moment presented the perfect opportunity. Gritting his teeth, the veins in his neck bulging, he inquired, Nan Jifeng, is Little Star my daughter?
What?
Nan Jifeng's pupils widened, her gaze turbulent. 5 years ago, on the night of the graduation gala, Jiang Qinghua's voice was hoarse, and his dark red eyes glistened with tears. Nan Jifeng's heart raced violently. You?
How could it be?
Jiang Qinghua had already approached her. I sought you out afterwards, at the Nan family's exhibition. I intended to propose to you then. You smiled and handed me a wedding invitation. That is why I have refrained from disturbing you all these years. Xiao Xingxing is not Fu Minzhao's biological child. Considering the timeline, she could very well be mine. Nan Jifeng, is Xiao Xingxing my daughter? His voice was hoarse, filled with a desperate plea for an answer. Nan Jifeng gripped her hair tightly, tugging at it in anguish, shaking her head in torment. That incident was her nightmare, tarnishing her innocence, defiling her reputation, and shattering her life. Even though later, her lovely and kind daughter was born, healing a part of her body and soul remained irreparably wounded, constantly tormenting her. Upon seeing her shaking her head, Jiang Qinghua felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Jifeng, please do not do this. It will only harm you. Observing her nearly pulling out her own hair, he grasped her hand, gently pulling it away. Medicine. My medicine, she exclaimed, believing her illness had recurred. Frantically searching for her medication. In her panic, she fished out a pill bottle from her pocket, twisted it open, poured out some pills, and was about to put them in her mouth. Don't take those. Jiang Qinghua seized her delicate wrist. These medications might indeed be problematic. Wu has already stated that these are antidepressants. Ever since Jiang Wu found Xiao Xingxing, Jiang Qinghua had believed her words. Naturally, he also suspected the pills were harmful. With trembling hands, Nan Jifeng threw the pills away, pressing her palm against Jiang Qinghua's chest. It cannot be like this. How could it be you? Nan Anlia had clearly stated that a group of delinquents had infiltrated the gala, along with some waitstaff, taking turns. Only then did Jiang Qinghua comprehend her words. Bending down to meet her gaze. It was me that night. You seemed to have consumed something, and you sought me out to take you away. You pulled me into a hotel room and then. Their graduation gala was held in that hotel. I should not have behaved that way towards you. But given the circumstances, He had already harbored feelings for her, and in her beguiling state, he lost all rationality and succumbed to his impulses. Recalling those events, Jiang Qinghua felt heat rise to his ears and neck. Your gown was ruined, torn to shreds. When I saw you sleeping soundly, I went to buy you clothes and medicine, but by the time I returned, you had already left the room. Later, he learned that the Nan family was to arrange a marriage. After much turmoil, he encountered her at the Nan family's exhibition. Just as he opened his mouth to greet her, she smiled and handed him a wedding invitation. Then, her fiancé, Fu Minzhao, who had begun to gain fame in the antique world, appeared, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her cheek in front of him. In that moment, Jiang Qingyue felt a fire of rage consume him. He coldly uttered his congratulations before turning to leave, discarding his engagement ring into the trash. All he could do then was choose not to disturb her. Now, witnessing Nan Jifeng's anguish, Jiang Qingyue was filled with regret. He slapped himself hard across the face. It is I who deserves to die. I should never have treated you that way. Nan Jifeng, I was wrong. I should never have left you alone in that hotel to buy dresses and medicine. He instinctively knelt before her. Nan Jifeng gazed at the man kneeling in front of her, tormented by guilt, yet familiar. Fragments of memories stirred in her mind. Indeed, Jiang Qingyue's figure was present in that nightmare. Trembling, she asked, "Are you saying it was you who left me in the hotel room? No one else? No delinquents infiltrating the gala? No white stuff?" Jiang Qingyue looked at her, pondering for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. "No. I went to buy things, and when I returned less than half an hour later, you had already left in a car." Nan Jifeng regained her composure. "It was Nan Anliu who woke me. After she brought me home, I happened to encounter my father, my second uncle, and several elders from the family. Then, Nan Anliu knelt before them, pleading for their forgiveness, claiming it was the delinquents and waitstaff's fault. Subsequently, the elders rescinded the arrangement for me to inherit the Nan family's antique business upon graduation." By now, Nan Jifeng understood everything. The sound of her teeth clashing echoed as she realized it was all a trap set by Nan Anliu. Chapter 15. Is he taller than me, more handsome? And does he have an eight-pack? She possessed an extraordinary talent for antiques and a deep passion for them. Her father nurtured her from a young age, and she worked diligently. By the age of 18, her expertise in antiques had surpassed that of many seasoned experts, catapulting the Nan family to the pinnacle of the antique realm. Her inheritance of the family legacy was also in consideration of the interests of the elder family members. Had she treated Nan Anliu poorly? Since childhood, when she expressed her desire to learn about antiques, she would forego her own studies, sacrificing sleep to teach her. When she accidentally damaged antiques worth millions, she bore the blame to protect her. Fearing her parents would punish her severely, she took the fall. When Nan Anliu set her sights on her childhood betrothed, she willingly stepped aside. Throughout the years, as Nan Anliu suffered losses in business, incurring millions in debts and misappropriating family funds, she turned a blind eye time and again. There was far too much. Yet, she knew full well that she harbored feelings for Jiang Qingyue while seeking to harm her and ruin her life. Had it truly been Jiang Qingyue who had violated her, rather than those delinquents and waitstaff, the scars of her life would never have healed. Now, she found herself embroiled in a scheme that involved her daughter, effectively abducting her child. Overwhelming rage gradually brought her clarity. This was the first time she had felt so lucid since her daughter's disappearance. Looking at the man before her, who was in such pain and tears, Nan Jifeng embraced his head, resting her chin on his crown, offering solace. "Jiang Qingyue, it is not your fault. Xiao Xingxing is your daughter. No other man has touched her, only you. I will bring her back." Knowing Xiao Xingxing was his daughter, Jiang Qingyue could no longer contain himself. He rose, intent on reaching his child and bringing her home. "Jiang Qingyue." Nan Jifeng urgently grasped his arm. "Those two are still outside." Reluctantly, Jiang Qingyue turned back, gritting his teeth as he restrained his emotions. Half an hour later, the emergency room doors swung open. Jiang Qingyue emerged first, accompanied by the doctor and his assistant. Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu hurried forward. "Dr. Jiang, how's my wife?" "Dr. Jiang, how's my sister?" The patient is suffering from severe depression, marked by despondency, compounded by prolonged exhaustion and significant physical distress. "She will require hospitalization for a period of treatment," Jiang Qingyue replied. "However, our hospital cannot guarantee that treatment will yield improvement. Mrs. Fu is suffering from a psychological affliction. It is paramount that her family instills in her the will to live again," Jiang Qingyue concluded, and indeed, both Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and Fu Minzhao said, "Then I will trouble Dr. Jiang to handle my wife's hospitalization procedures. Since you are unable to cure her, It is now in your hands. At that moment, Nan Jifeng was wheeled out by a nurse, reclining in the wheelchair, her pallor resembling that of a ghost.
Jifeng.
Sister. Fu Minzhao and Nan Anyu rushed forward to call her. Nan Jifeng weakly waved her slender hand at them, not uttering a single word. The two assisted her into the hospital room. Once the nurse departed, Nan Anyu inquired, Sister, now that you're hospitalized, what will happen to the company? Handle it yourselves. Leave now. I am exhausted. This was precisely the response they had been awaiting. After feigning concern for her well-being, the two departed with hearts full of excitement. Nan Anyu followed Fu Minzhao into his Rolls-Royce, neglecting to rush home, and parked the car at the roadside not far from the hospital, where they fervently celebrated their newfound freedom. In the hospital ward, Nan Jifeng feigned sleep, while Fu Minzhao exited the room to rest, leaving behind a nanny they had arranged to monitor her. With ulterior motives, it was unlikely she would stay awake through the night. Seizing the opportunity, the nanny slipped away to sleep. Nan Jifeng drew back the covers and rose from the bed, approaching the window to peer outside at the distant car parked by the roadside. Even from such a distance, she could see the vehicle shaking. Her grip on the curtain tightened. She would never forgive that treacherous couple. In another room, in Jiang Qingyue's office, Zhou Yi observed a young girl leaning against the window, gazing intently into the distance, and felt an unsettling flutter in his chest. His little wife had this peculiar interest? He covered Jiang Wu's eyes and pulled her back from the window, saying, Don't look, you'll end up with eye strain. Besides, what is there to see? That greasy middle-aged man, does he surpass me in height or looks? Does he have an 8-pack? 80-pack? Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled as she glanced at his abdomen.
Indeed.
It was an 8-pack, and perfectly arranged to boot. Fearing she might doubt him, Zhou Yi grasped the hem of his shirt, ready to lift it. Just then, the door creaked open as Jiang Qingyue hurried in, exclaiming, Little Xingxing is my daughter. Zhou Yi quickly pressed his hand down, still in a daze. What? How can I get to Myanmar quickly to see my daughter? If anyone could save little Xingxing, it was Zhou Yi. Jiang Wu beamed with pride. As expected of my little niece, within less than half a month of her live stream, she garnered 1 million followers. Zhou Yi now understood that Nan Jifeng's daughter was indeed Jiang Qingyue's. What on earth is going on? Why are you only finding out now? He looked at her with sympathy. The child was nearly 5, and he, as her father, had just discovered this. It was truly tragic. Jiang Qingyue briefly recounted the events of their graduation party. Jiang Wu had already shared most of the details regarding Fu Minzhao and Nan Anyu's plot. And with just a few words, Zhou Yi comprehended the gravity of the situation. It wasn't merely 5 years lost. It also encompassed the birth and companionship of Jiang Qingyue's daughter. His gaze turned tender and soft as he looked at Jiang Wu. He was determined not to miss a single day with her. Zhou Yi, what do we do now? Can you take me to little Xingxing right away? She must be terrified in that environment. As her father, I cannot remain powerless. Brother, I know this is difficult, but the most important thing now is to remain calm. This fraud syndicate has a powerful network. Anyone who attempts to infiltrate it will only alert them. The implication was clear. Fu Minzhao and Nan Anyu would not leave any witnesses. If the syndicate sensed any danger, little Xingxing would be at risk. Furthermore, this was a matter between two nations. Sending personnel into another country's territory for military action would constitute a violation of sovereignty, potentially inciting diplomatic strife. Given the already tense global situation, such actions were utterly unacceptable. Otherwise, he could have sent troops to rescue little Xingxing. I will, Jiang Wu declared, her eyes glistening. Little Xingxing was her niece. She was determined to bring her back. The two men felt a surge of concern. Yet, with no other options available, they were eager to hear Jiang Wu's thoughts. What do you plan to do?
Zhou Yi invited.
Join them and infiltrate their ranks. Their hearts raced at her words. Jiang Wu's enthusiasm for infiltrating the fraud operation was palpable. Chapter 16. This child bride has become quite irreverent. You, a child, should stay at home and wait for your parents to return. Bringing little Xingxing back is my responsibility as her father. Jiang Qingyue was reluctant to see her sister venture into such perilous territory. Brother, I have the gift of foresight and can predict the future, she added. And once I accumulate enough merit points, I will become quite powerful. The two men narrowed their eyes. Just as Jiang Qingyue was about to inquire about how Jiang Wu intended to gather these merit points, Zhou Yi interjected, Don't fortune tellers require merit points? He nervously wiped his nose with his left index finger. I've heard that fortune telling involves using merit points. How can one acquire these merit points? Jiang Wu answered without hesitation. It's simple. By doing good deeds in my name. Jiang Qingyue's tone became animated. Is donating money acceptable? Yes. But there are far too many charitable organizations in this world. This method yields minimal merit points. The Jiang family was already impoverished, making this approach unfeasible. Don't worry. I will help others through fortune-telling to earn merit points. Jiang Qingyue, desperate in his search for solutions, suggested, in your name, healing the sick? That works too. But merit points acquired through others will be minimal. Zhou Yi reassured him, brother, you need not worry. Wu Wu is not alone. I will find a way to accompany her and ensure her safety, preventing her from coming to harm. Jiang Qingyue felt a little relieved upon hearing Zhou Yi's words. How can one attract the attention of a fraud syndicate? Jiang Wu was still scrolling through Zhou Yi's phone. I already have a plan. I just need these people to come and bait me. Zhou Yi leaned in to glance at the screen, his brow furrowing. He took the phone and quietly slipped it into his pocket. Brother, this is my forte. Leave the rest to me, and you go handle your matters. Jiang Qingyue nodded. He indeed had many pressing issues to attend to, including a statement regarding the psychiatrist. There were still more pressing matters concerning Nan Jifeng awaiting his attention.
Zhou Yi.
Wu Wu, I am counting on you. Zhou Yi, you must ensure Wu Wu's safety. He could not bear the thought of sacrificing his sister to save his daughter. Rest assured, brother. Just as Jiang Qingyue was about to exit the office, his phone rang. He hurriedly answered, and his elder brother's hoarse voice came through the line. Second brother, I have been drugged. Bring the antidote to Huagong Club, room 808. Jiang Qingyue was unable to leave, so Zhou Yi volunteered himself, taking on the responsibility of rescuing his elder brother. He understood that establishing good relations with these older brothers was crucial. Only when his little sister came of age could he take her away. Jiang Wu was eager to see if her elder brother had managed to extricate himself from the clutches of that terrifyingly malicious female antagonist. And she was also curious about the unfolding drama. Zhou Yi wished to keep her by his side, so he took her to the club. Huagong Club was the pinnacle of luxury in Heisher, a members-only establishment where only the affluent and the elite were permitted entry. Zhou Yi drove an inconspicuous black Volkswagen, and by the time they arrived at the club, it was already past midnight. Upon mentioning Jiang Xingyuan's name, the security guard allowed them entrance, and a server approached to escort them to find someone. Zhou Yi declined the offer, choosing instead to lead Jiang Wu himself. This was Jiang Wu's first encounter with such opulence. The male servers were handsome and the female servers exquisite, a visual delight. Zhou Yi noticed the sparkle in her eyes, recognizing her potential as a connoisseur of nightlife. If you enjoy this, I can bring you here again in the future, he thought, a twinge of jealousy stirring within him. He glanced at the uniformed servers and an idea struck him. In the future, I'll take you to explore all the pleasures this place has to offer. Such establishments were inherently meant for leisure and indulgence. He found himself wishing fervently for Jiang Wu to reach adulthood sooner. There's no need for that. I'm merely here to observe, she replied, dismissing the thought. If you're earning this little, one visit here would have you drinking the bitter winds of the Northwest for half a year. Zhou Yi's irritation grew as he overheard comments about Jiang Wu's childhood husband, who, while handsome, seemed to indulge in frivolities. Navigating through the golden art corridor, Zhou Yi remarked, my elder brother is in that private room. Just as he spoke, he spotted a server supporting Jiang Xingyuan as they approached. The female server, in her early 20s, was tall and attractive, typical for someone working in such an establishment. Jiang Xingyuan appeared weak, utterly reliant on the server. His white shirt collar disheveled, and his complexion an unnatural shade of red. Elder brother, Jiang Wu called out, sprinting towards them with Zhou Yi. We are family of General Jiang. Hand him over, Zhou Yi insisted to the server. Family, you say? The female server glared at the pair, her expression darkening with hostility. Jiang Wu furrowed her brow, her gaze falling upon the name tag pinned to the server's chest, and her heart raced. Jiang Shenghui. Isn't she the most vicious female antagonist in the book, the one who drugged and ensnared the elder brother? Jiang Wu pondered. Could it be that elder brother shielded his boss, thus falling into her hands? Thank goodness we arrived in time, otherwise. Not only would elder brother be ensnared by such a woman, but the Jiang family would be doomed as well. Zhou Yi was grappling with the absurdity of it all. Yet he grasped the gravity of the situation. Jiang Xingyuan was being targeted by the server. Female servers in such establishments were typically not of a virtuous nature. Employing such underhanded tactics to drug and ensnare men was not only despicable, but also indicative of ambition. He refrained from directly harming her, wishing to keep his hands clean. Release my elder brother, Zhou Yi said coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on her as if she were already dead. Trembling, Jiang Shenghui relinquished her hold. No matter how audacious or ambitious she was, this was not someone she could afford to cross. As she let go, Zhou Yi supported Jiang Xingyuan, nearly losing his balance. Jiang Wu hurried to assist him, when a sharp voice interrupted. Jiang Wu? She turned to see Song Qingyu. You still haven't given up? Following me here to regain your place in the Song family? After the debacle at Hake during the day not long after leaving, 2 of his AI engineers had been apprehended. All his efforts, the vast sums of money spent, and the highly publicized project had crumbled, leaving him and the Song family's reputation in tatters. Now he was amidst the wreckage, dining and drinking with investors and partners to make amends. He was quite inebriated, his mind muddled, and his body unsteady. He had done some digging and learned that Jiang Wu was Jiang Xingyuan's sister. No matter how formidable Jiang Xingyuan might be, he was merely a laborer, unable to compete with the likes of the wealthy second generation. Seeing Jiang Wu now filled him with fury, his expression one of intent to reprimand her. Jiang Wu thought, why must I encounter such a nuisance wherever I go? She glanced at the server and the drunken Song Qingyu, narrowing her eyes before approaching him with a smirk. Elder brother, you're here too. How wonderful. She feigned sweetness, reaching out to support him. Don't touch me with your filthy hands, Song Qingyu recoiled in disgust. I told you. You are no longer a daughter of the Song family. You have no right to call me elder brother. You will never again live in a grand villa, drive luxury cars, attend elite schools, or wear designer brands. If you wish to redeem yourself for today's incident, you must kneel and apologize. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression darkened, and he set Jiang Xingyuan down, stepping forward. Just then, Jiang Wu delivered a forceful kick to Song Qingyu's knee, causing him to collapse with a thud. If you enjoy kneeling so much, then kneel. Song Qingyu fell to his knees with a crash. Elder brother is remarkable. The most venomous female antagonist has been delivered to you. Jiang Wu, you. Jiang Wu seized his collar, pushing him against the wall. Elder brother, how did you end up like this? Have you drunk too much? You must take care to drink less. Elder brother, your little sister knows she was wrong. Please don't deny me. Don't cast me out of the Song family. Being a daughter of the Song family, a family worth billions, was the greatest blessing of her life. Elder brother, please don't disown me. I promise to honor you and our parents moving forward. I no longer require $1 billion in allowance. Just give me 20 million. Though Song Qingyu was intoxicated, a glimmer of rationality remained. He pushed Jiang Wu away in disdain. I knew you would be this way. You still want $1 billion for your allowance? Forget it. Elder brother, I was wrong, Wu. Humph. Song Qingyu had merely stepped out for a bathroom break, leaning against the wall as he attempted to leave. Elder brother, let me help you. Get away from me. Jiang Wu turned to the now stunned Jiang Shenghui standing at a distance. Server, come here. Jiang Shenghui blinked, incredulous, pointing to herself. She had heard every word Jiang Wu had just uttered. Anyone working in such a place knew about the Song family. The Songs, with their established wealth, had soared to great heights in the past decade. Whether it was the esteemed eldest son or the renowned second son, both were prominent figures. The Song family was the epitome of a true noble house. Today, she had chosen to target the guests in room 808 because they were all of the highest status and identity. Yet with the other patrons gone, she had only managed to ensnare Jiang Xingyuan. His family background was unclear, in heiress elite circles who didn't he know everyone else's family. Evidently, Jiang Xingyuan's lineage was not particularly impressive. However, he was a formidable individual, renowned in the business world, and a frequent visitor to the club. Such a person was someone she could not aspire to reach. Moreover, Jiang Xingyuan was exceedingly handsome. Just a glance had her heart racing uncontrollably. Thus, she had chosen him. To her astonishment, his family had arrived. Now, standing before her was Song Qingyu, a genuine young magnate who fulfilled all her fantasies. Drawn by Jiang Wu's voice, she found herself inexplicably drawn toward him. As she approached, Jiang Wu cautioned her. This is the eldest son of the Song family and the president of the Song Corporation. Song Qingyu. He is inebriated, so take good care of him. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. The Song family is not one you can afford to offend. Yes, yes. Jiang Shenghui replied repeatedly, hastily supporting the swaying Song Qingyu. Let go of him. He can be quite temperamental, she continued. Mr. Song, the restroom is this way. Her voice was as gentle as a flowing stream, and she exuded a fragrant aroma. Consequently, Song Qingyu was less resistant, and indeed, He was in urgent need of the facilities. Observing Jiang Shenghui assist Song Qingyu into the restroom, Jiang Wu clapped her hands and laughed softly. She perceived the ambition and desire flickering in Jiang Shenghui's eyes. The Song family is formidable, and the eldest son is extraordinary. May the most ruthless woman deliver you a bountiful legacy, and may your life be filled with envy. Beside her, Zhou Yi exclaimed, "Wu Wu, you are quite something," giving her a thumbs up. However, matters of a more physical nature are better suited for men. Leave that to me in the future. Are your feet hurting? He inquired. Noticing Jiang Wu had kicked Song Qingyu's foot, Jiang Wu innocently smiled. Not at all. This advantageous child bride had quite the knack for showing concern. Let us return. We've accomplished something significant, Jiang Wu thought, her spirits lifted. In the original storyline, Song Qingyu had wed a billionaire heiress, an epitome of beauty and kindness, fiercely protective of her loved ones. She showered her sister-in-law, Song Ning, with lavish gifts and spared no expense in elevating her to stardom, becoming one of Song Ning's greatest supporters. Now, however, Song Ning would have to bid farewell to her billionaire sister-in-law. Let us go, Zhou Yi said, positioning himself protectively beside her. Upon their return, they searched the corridor and surrounding areas, only to be met with confusion. Where is my elder brother? Jiang Wu asked. Don't worry, I'll inquire with the club's manager to locate him, Zhou Yi replied. After a brief wait, the club manager arrived, leading a search through the premises and reviewing the surveillance footage, only to discover that Jiang Xingyuan had already departed. Forget it. There's no need to search any further. Jiang Wu stated. It's already quite late, and by the time we locate him, the effects of the medication will have worn off. My brother's crisis has been averted. As long as we prevent Jiang Shenghui from entangling herself with him, all will be well.
Zhou Yi acquiesced.
The priority now is to return to the hospital and seek a way to rescue the daughter of her second brother. Zhou Yi drove Jiang Wu back to the hospital. In the car, Jiang Wu viewed the apology statement released by her second brother from the hospital on her phone. Jiang Qingyue had issued a statement and apology regarding the incident at the hospital through various major media outlets in a live broadcast. The video she was currently watching was a recording of that event. Zhou Yi, seated in the driver's seat, listened intently to the audio emanating from her phone. His expression grave. This psychiatrist has not yet committed a crime at this hospital. Even if he did, accessing his criminal record abroad would be fraught with difficulties. However, I could enlist a hacker to infiltrate the relevant files and expose his true nature, revealing that the 9th hospital unwittingly employed him, thus portraying the hospital as a victim. This would minimize the hospital's losses. The psychiatrist's issues coincided with the incident involving Nan Jifeng's suicide attempt. Although Nan Jifeng had been rescued, the consecutive major incidents in the psychiatric department had eroded public trust, leading to widespread skepticism regarding mental health services. The domestic focus on mental health and depression was alarmingly low. The 9th hospital aimed to address this gap by prioritizing the development of its psychiatric department, and such a revelation would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow. The internet was rife with negative comments, with many condemning the 9th hospital as a fraudulent institution, claiming that its psychiatric department was merely a mechanism for patient exploitation. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Wu suggested, what if we could have the patients of that psychiatrist come forward to expose these matters? Zhou Yi's pupils dilated in astonishment and delight. Can you provide a list of those patients? The individuals involved with that psychiatrist at this hospital are either affluent or influential, tied to significant interests. Once these matters come to light, those families will undoubtedly pursue legal avenues to reclaim their inheritances. At that point, this psychiatrist will be thoroughly uncovered, and it will be an official matter. This would be the best outcome for the hospital. That sounds about right, Jiang Wu replied, retrieving paper and pen from the glove compartment to jot down some leads, which she then handed to Zhou Yi. Observing her awkward grip as she wrote, Zhou Yi's brow twitched. Upon glancing at the paper, he instinctively shielded his eyes. How could someone write so poorly? He took the paper, gave it a quick scan, and said, I'll pass this on to the hacker for investigation. Zhou Yi snapped a photo with his phone and sent it via WeChat.
All right.
He set his phone down and gently ruffled Jiang Wu's hair. You must be exhausted after staying up all night. Why not take a nap? I'll wake you when we arrive. His tender hand on her head made Jiang Wu instinctively flinch, her body tensing. Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment, then softened his touch. As she felt the warmth of his palm, she found the sensation rather pleasant. Gradually, she relaxed and reciprocated by ruffling Zhou Yi's hair. Chapter 18. From now on, I will protect you. Zhou Yi noticed her acceptance and smiled knowingly. Retracting his hand, he fetched a blanket, loosened his grip on the steering wheel, and draped it over her before continuing to drive. Jiang Wu adjusted the blanket around her and comfortably leaned back. The car swayed gently, and before long, she had fallen asleep. An hour later, the vehicle came to a stop in the parking lot outside the 9th hospital.
Zhou Yi,
Gazing at the slumbering figure, could not bear to wake her. He exited the car, moved to the passenger side, opened the door, and carefully tucked the blanket around Jiang Wu before lifting her out. Upon entering the hospital, he made his way to Jiang Qingyue's office. As he approached the office door, he encountered Jiang Qingyue stepping out. Second brother? Zhou Yi instinctively tightened his hold on the sleeping Jiang Wu, fearing that Jiang Qingyue might disapprove of him carrying her. He explained, Wu is exhausted from staying up all night. She's really worn out. Jiang Qingyue turned and opened the door. Zhou Yi carried Jiang Wu inside. Jiang Qingyue's office was equipped with a bedroom, as he often worked and resided at the company. Zhou Yi entered the inner room, gently placed Jiang Wu on the bed, and tucked her in. Upon exiting, he found Jiang Qingyue leaning against the doorframe. Approaching him, Jiang Qingyue inquired, "How is it with the eldest brother?" "It seems he's all right," Zhou Yi reassured him, trusting Jiang Wu's assessment. Jiang Qingyue nodded, his thoughts elsewhere. His daughter's predicament weighed heavily on his mind, leaving little room for other considerations. Zhou Yi asked earnestly, "Second brother, what are your plans with second sister-in-law?" Second sister-in-law? Jiang Qingyue raised an eyebrow. With a child on the way, you wouldn't be harboring any disdain for her previous marriage, would you? Nan Jifeng and Fu Minzhao had been married for 4 years. They were all adults and understood the complexities of their situation. However, the marriage between Fu Minzhao and Nan Jifeng was merely a facade, destined to end. Humph. Jiang Qingyue smiled, expressing a wish for his second brother to reunite with his sister-in-law and little niece soon. Upon discovering the truth behind Fu Minzhao and Nan Jifeng's marriage, he had already resolved to protect her once more. Now, Zhou Yi's words clarified his intentions. He had missed one opportunity and would not allow anything to hinder their family reunion this time. He instructed that they should maintain a steady position regarding his sister-in-law and manage the affairs of the Nan family. As for little Star, he decided to leave her in the care of Yu and Wu temporarily. He expressed a desire to travel abroad to gather information regarding the marriage and establishment of a family by those two individuals. "Brother, let me send someone. My people are more adept at these matters. You should stay here and accompany your sister-in-law." Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement. He affirmed that he and Wu would prepare for little Star's situation. Regarding the psychiatrist, Wu had provided him with some information, and he had already dispatched someone to investigate. Zhou Yi shared the specific arrangements with Jiang Qingyue. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingyue remarked, Wu truly is a treasure to our Jiang family. There were many aspects of Jiang Wu that were beyond understanding, and she was not akin to the daughters of the Jiang family they had come to know. Wu would always be his most cherished sister.
Indeed.
Zhou Yi replied with a smile, his expression filled with determination. She was the young bride he had chosen for himself. "You should rest as well," Jiang Qingyue noted, observing Zhou Yi's reddened eyes as dawn approached. This night had been quite taxing for him. "Yes, brother, take care of yourself," Zhou Yi said, turning to head towards the bedroom. However, Jiang Qingyue grasped his collar, insisting, "Not that way. Your sister is still under 18. There's no way I'm allowing you to share a room with her." Zhou Yi could only change his course. Jiang Wu awakened to the surprising notification of 30,000 merit points. Upon calculation, she realized that a donation of 100 million had been made in her name to a children's disease fund at the 9th hospital, along with the establishment of a free treatment center for difficult illnesses. Surely, her second brother had resorted to extreme measures, perhaps even kidnapping their boss and threatening him with a knife to facilitate this, right? Nevertheless, she felt invigorated and empowered. Merit truly was a wondrous thing. It was already late morning, and the sun shone brightly. As Jiang Wu exited her room, she encountered a throng of security personnel, managers, and assistants escorting a well-dressed young man. Frowning, she heard the man's abrasive voice. "Jiang Wu, what are you doing here?" "Ah, I see. The Song family wouldn't let you stay, and after failing to persuade my brother, you've resorted to stalking me for sympathy. Haven to you?" This man was Song Sinyu, the second brother of the Song family. A medical student, he had utilized his family's resources to establish a hospital while still in university. Before graduation, he had garnered significant investment, rapidly acquiring several AI medical projects and founding the GE Group. Having tasted success, he managed the GE hospital post-graduation, focusing on mergers and investments in emerging medical fields. At just 24, he had become a prominent figure in intelligent healthcare, a source of pride for the Song family and particularly for Song Ning. Yesterday, he had heard from family members that Jiang Wu had sabotaged his brother's project, which was integral to his own healthcare endeavors, leading to substantial losses. Now, seeing her here only fueled his anger, and his tone was sharp and derogatory. Let me tell you, Jiang Wu, you should give up on this. The Song family will always have only one daughter, and I, Song Sinyu, will forever have only one sister, Ning Ning. I advise you to cease your entanglement with the Song family. Destroying years of familial ties is not worth it. Have some self-respect. Being shamelessly persistent will only provoke further disdain. Jiang Wu spat at him. Do you think your Song family is a den of dogs that anyone would desire? I, Jiang Wu, have no connection with your family. If you ever imply that I am associated with the Song family again, I will confront you every single time I see you. Song Sinyu was taken aback. Jiang Wu, are you out of your mind? Who's the one behaving erratically here? Zhou Yi approached with a cold demeanor, standing protectively in front of Jiang Wu.
Who are you?
Song Sinyu asked, eyeing the tall young man before him clad in a white t-shirt. The aura he exuded made Song Sinyu distinctly uncomfortable. I am Zhou Yi, Wu Wu's childhood betrothed. You insulted her, and now you must apologize. Previously, Zhou Yi had overlooked such matters. However, now that Jiang Wu was back by his side, he could no longer permit anyone to bully her. That childhood betrothed who killed someone at the age of 10? Song Sinyu scoffed, finding it laughable. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, turning to Jiang Wu. What a damaging portrayal this was. He had merely defended himself against an assailant at the age of 10, and coincidentally, Jiang Ning, now Song Ning, had witnessed it. From that moment, Song Ning's gaze towards him had been filled with fear and disdain, and she had never warmed to him since. Throughout their lives, they had met sparingly, and every time she looked at him, it was as if he were refused. He had felt nothing for Song Ning, perhaps even a sense of aversion. Thankfully, she was the result of a mistaken adoption. Otherwise, upon her coming of age, he would have had no choice but to call off their engagement, regardless of the ties between the Jiang and Zhou families. No worries, you look good, Jiang Wu comforted, patting his broad shoulder. With looks like yours, that's all that matters. Everything else is secondary. A strange pang of jealousy tugged at Zhou Yi's heart. Jiang Wu had not rejected him. A proud smile crept onto his lips. As long as Wu Bao is happy. Song Sinyu did not witness Jiang Wu's regret or resentment. Nor did he see her kneeling, begging him to take her back to the Song family. Instead, he observed the sweet, affectionate rapport between the two, igniting a fiery rage within him. Jiang Wu, you will regret this. Before he could finish, Zhou Yi seized him by the collar, bringing him before Jiang Wu. Apologize. Song Sinyu, in a fit of anger, retorted, you crack. His neck made a sound, and his head dipped. Zhou Yi's voice was frigid and authoritative. Now, will you apologize? Chapter 19. She is the daughter of the Jiang family, the apple of her parents' eye. Are you all dead? He shouted at the subordinates behind him. Several towering bodyguards surged forward.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Zhou Yi dispatched them one by one with swift kicks. Song Sinyu felt a terror that his neck might snap at any moment. In a panic, he muttered, I'm sorry. Don't disgust me. Get lost, Jiang Wu coldly replied. The Song family was never sincere in their apologies. Even if they were, she would never forgive them. Zhou Yi threw him out, and Song Sinyu's subordinates hurried to catch him, preventing him from falling. Jiang Qingyue had arrived some time ago and stepped forward. Young Master Song, are you here for something? Song Sinyu instinctively adjusted his collar, adopting an arrogant demeanor, glaring at Zhou Yi and Jiang Wu with suppressed fury. Turning to Jiang Qingyue, his expression softened slightly as he greeted, Director Jiang, hello. I came to discuss how our intelligent medical group can assist the 9th hospital in overcoming this crisis. Director Jiang is surely aware that our hospital is at the forefront of AI healthcare. With our involvement, the 9th hospital is destined to flourish and emerge as a leader in the industry. A complete acquisition, investment, or even a stake in technological resources would suffice. Director Jiang, shall we convene in your office for a more detailed discussion? There is no need. The 9th hospital is not for sale. Jiang Qingyue's tone was resolute. While others might be oblivious, he was certainly aware of how the Z Group has evolved over the years. In recent times, the realm of artificial intelligence has progressed rapidly. with its applications in healthcare proliferating during this golden era of development. The Z Group has built its fortune through acquisitions and investments. The initial projects and hospitals they invested in achieved remarkable success in a short span, yielding substantial profits and enabling them to amass significant resources and capital within just a few years. One cannot deny the fortuitous luck of Song Sinyu. Subsequently, they established an extensive system capable of swiftly identifying emerging companies and projects in the realm of smart healthcare. They would promptly initiate acquisitions, often at modest prices. If the other party declined, they would resort to unscrupulous tactics to stifle their progress or, in some cases, obliterate them entirely. Thus, the Z Group has maintained its dominance. Jiang Qingyue would never sell the hospital. Not only does he have no need to, but the hospital represents his dream. Song Sinyu's expression darkened immediately. He did not anticipate such a categorical refusal from Jiang Qingyue. He forced a smile, suppressing his anger, striving to appear more courteous. Jiang Wu and Zhou Yi remain nearby, mindful of the earlier threat. Shouldn't Director Jiang report to your superiors first? After all, decisions of this magnitude are typically made by the hospital's board or its owner. The 9th hospital has made significant strides in several fields. If we cannot acquire or dismantle it, their future advancements in these areas will outpace the Z Group. Furthermore, I hold great faith in Jiang Qingyue's capabilities and wish to have him serve me, generating profits for me, as a tool. I have stated that it is unnecessary. Jiang Qingyue's resolve intensified. Song Sinyu gritted his teeth. Is Director Jiang not concerned that your hospital might suffer from operational losses and ultimately face closure? Will leadership not hold you accountable? Just because you've rallied those media outlets to slander us online? Jiang Wu interjected. Oh dear, your army of trolls is quite fearsome. We are all trembling in fear. Song Sinyu, are your elite talents and core project executives aware of how you monopolize them? Song Sinyu's frustration boiled over. Jiang Wu, don't speak recklessly. Zhou Yi shot him a glance, prompting him to swallow his words. Both Zhou Yi and Jiang Qingyue furrowed their brows. The 9th hospital was facing severe online defamation. It was evident that someone was orchestrating these malignancies from behind the scenes. To their surprise, it was Song Sinyu's doing. Yet, they deemed it unnecessary to expend energy worrying about it. Jiang Qingyue preferred that the hospital had fewer patients at present, as he was focused on caring for Nan Jifeng and aiding his daughter. Little Song as always. Jiang Qingyue stepped closer, casting a threatening glare at Song Sinyu. The eldest scion of the Song family, head of the Song Group, was often referred to as Big Song in the industry. The individual before them was respectfully addressed as Little Song. Song Sinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Does Director Jiang have further business? Jiang Wu is my sister. I am her second elder brother. Our Wu Wu is the sole daughter of the Jiang family, cherished by our parents. She has only one home, the Jiang family. She shall never return to your Song family. Please remember this. Upon hearing her brother's words, Jiang Wu beamed and waved at Song Sinyu. Goodbye. She was indeed the daughter of the Jiang family, the apple of her parents' eyes. Song Sinyu clenched his teeth and sneered at Jiang Qingyue, second brother of the Jiang family?
Ha!
The one who caused someone to die during an internship. Director Jiang, our Z Group will discuss matters with your superior. Do not hold it against me when the time comes. A mere employee dares to represent the hospital in rejecting him. When the time comes, he will exert pressure on the upper echelons of the 9th hospital to deal with him. What does an ant have to contest with him? Leave. Jiang Wu raised her leg, prepared to kick him out. Song Sinyu hastily retreated, his bodyguards shielding him as they exited. One of his assistants asked Little Song, how did Jiang Wu know those things? The assistant looked worried. Such matters, if leaked, could have severe repercussions for them. How else could she know? She must have overheard it at home. Song Sinyu's face twisted with fury. He had previously failed to guard against this wild child.
To him,
Jiang Wu was nothing but an outsider. The assistant, increasingly anxious, suggested, should we probe her to see how much she knows? Song Sinyu retorted harshly. What is there to be concerned about? What happens if she spills? I am certain Jiang Wu knows little. Moreover, the company's past issues have long been settled. The personnel involved have resigned themselves to their fates. In the face of capital, they must comply. Otherwise, they would not have sold the company and its projects to us in the first place. Regardless, they should be grateful for the lifeline we provided them. Jiang Wu and her companions returned to the office. Second brother, I've received the merit points. It's sufficient. Donations are indeed effective. Jiang Qingyue sighed with relief. Wu Wu. Thank you, second brother. Jiang Wu felt his sincere gratitude and was deeply touched. The members of the Jiang family are all conscientious and admirable individuals. Second brother. We are family, no need for thanks. She briefly shared her plans with him and then departed the hospital with Zhou Yi. Her current persona was that of a faux heiress cast out by a wealthy family, left destitute and burdened with substantial online debts to sustain her extravagant lifestyle. Homeless. She resided in a dilapidated hotel. Chapter 20. In a small garden. She diligently dug. Zhou Yi escorted her to a hotel situated in a shanty town on the outskirts of the city, awaiting demolition. The 15-square-meter hotel room contained only a small bed, a desk, and a computer, resembling a cramped black box. After settling Jiang Wu in, Zhou Yi had matters to attend to and returned to the bureau. Jiang Wu then took to the internet to publish her pertinent information. She casually ordered some necessary props online, sourced from nearby shops, with delivery arranged. 2 hours later, everything arrived. As Jiang Wu designed her image, she opened her computer to check on the 5-year-old girl's adorable live stream that supported her family. By 3 in the afternoon, the young streamer went live. On screen, a 5-year-old girl donned a colorful, ethnic-style triangular scarf and an apron, her bare feet peeking from rolled-up trousers, wielding a small hoe. She embodied the essence of a young farmer, energetically heading towards the vacant land by the farm. Before the little streamer even spoke, the chat room erupted. Aw. Today's little girl is so adorable. Help. The little farmer girl is irresistibly cute. While others stream for money, my girl streams for life. I want to take her home. This is the Make Me a Daughter series. Tomorrow, I shall take my daughter back to the countryside to toil in the fields, dressed as such. Today, I shall forego the 79 yuan eyebrow pencil, and instead, let it be for my beloved girl. Today, I shall also bestow upon her the 79. The provisions for today have also been delivered to her. 100 glow sticks for my dear girl. A heartfelt declaration of affection in 10 letters for her. In the live broadcast room, an array of gifts bombarded the stream. Only then did the young streamer engage with her audience. Today, I received my first paycheck from the live stream. This morning, I ventured to the town to procure grain for my family and formula for my sister. I also accompanied my father to the hospital, consulted with a doctor, who will come to our home this afternoon to check on my mother and me. I am truly grateful to all my generous benefactors. Once I accumulate more funds, I plan to take them to a larger hospital for better treatment. At this moment, we have just finished dinner, and everyone is resting. My sister has also finished her milk and has drifted off to sleep. She adored the new formula we bought today. Thank you once again, everyone. Now that I have some free time, I shall proceed to till the land. Here it is. This is the area I intend to cultivate today. To express my gratitude, I shall perform a demonstration of tilling the soil. There is a substantial patch of land here. It would take an adult 1 to 2 hours, let alone a 5-year-old child. Yet, the young streamer approaches her agricultural labor with remarkable agility. She begins by cutting the weeds and tossing them onto the ground, intending to bury them later as fertilizer when she turns the soil. As she works, she engages in conversation with her audience. I am not particularly skilled at tilling, so I looked up a video online to learn how to do it. Life is truly convenient now. Anything one wishes to learn can be found with a simple search. Such a young child earnestly reflects on this, her spirited optimism and love for life inspiring the viewers in the live stream, lifting the spirits of those who were initially feeling down. Her adorable demeanor brings forth laughter from everyone. Well then, I shall cut the grass to this extent and begin tilling the soil. She raises her hoe high and strikes down with vigor, her movements both fluid and charming. The young streamer is meticulous in her work, striving for perfection. The tilled land appears neat and orderly, pleasing to the eye. Do you find it dull watching me till the land? The viewers in the live stream respond, not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all. Shall I sing a song for everyone? In the little garden, I dig and dig, planting tiny seeds to bloom into little flowers. Help. My dear girl is adorably delightful. My ears are enchanted. Her singing is so lovely. It feels as though my dear girl sings professionally. Truly, my dear girl is talented and irresistibly charming. Such a girl deserves a starship from her devoted mother. Only a transcendent battleship is worthy of my dear girl. Oh dear, this child works so hard. Grandma shall give you money. Let me start with 100,000, shall we?
Oh.
Why can't I reward you with 100,000 all at once? Everyone is drawn to this comment. noticing the ID of the user claiming to have saved 1 billion to support a granddaughter. Enthusiastic netizens in the live stream begin to offer suggestions. Billionaire grandma. Are you really going to give 100,000? As long as the young streamer is live, I shall send money daily, 11,000 a day. Giving 100,000 daily would surely startle others. Billionaire grandma, have you truly saved 1 billion for your granddaughter? Hee, well, I have saved a great deal. My 4 rascally sons refused to give me a grandchild, and their wives haven't even been found. I'm going mad wanting a granddaughter. Billionaire grandma, I have agreed to support this granddaughter. Billionaire grandma, let us all help raise little Wu. All right. Please guide me on how to send this 100,000 to our young streamer first. Netizens eagerly provide advice, and gifts rain down in the live stream. The young streamer realizes a significant benefactor has joined her broadcast and hurriedly advises, Billionaire grandma, please don't send me so many gifts. A health potion would suffice. You should save your money for your retirement. The one saving 1 billion for a granddaughter replies, Grandma has money. You need not worry. The young streamer counters, then keep the money to nurture your own granddaughter. Grandma has money. Some of it shall be shared with you. Unable to refuse. The young streamer can only bow repeatedly, her eyes glistening. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. Having never met her father or grandmother since birth, she feels a pang of envy seeing her peers cherished by their grandmothers. Now, she truly experiences the warmth of a grandmother's love, a feeling that brings her immense joy. Unexpectedly, the young streamer receives another round of formula milk. The live stream erupts again in a flurry of gifts. On the other side of the broadcast, in a high-end private hospital abroad, a beautiful lady in her 40s, adorned in a lovely dress, balances a wine glass in one hand while scrolling through gifts on her phone with the other. A middle-aged man beside her tenderly reassures, Dear, you must be tired after all this time. Please take a moment to rest. No, I wish to shower this adorable little granddaughter with gifts and support her family. That is misleading. It is all scripted. Otherwise, how could a 5-year-old child manage to do a live stream? Perhaps her family is feigning illness, all part of a persona. So what? I still wish to give her money. What if it is a persona? What if it is scripted? ISNT, everything in life arranged and planned? Why be so calculative with a child, Jiang Tianjiao? I must say, you are rather cold-hearted. Chapter 21, Saving 1 billion for a Granddaughter. Very well. You have the final say. I only wish to ensure you don't tire yourself. I am willing to support this little granddaughter. I feel a connection to her. Upon seeing her, I felt an immediate fondness. It's all your fault. My sons are all grown, and the eldest 2 are so old yet remain unmarried. At my age, I already had 4 children. When will I ever have a granddaughter to nurture? If they cannot, you should encourage Zhou Yi to do so. Zhou Yi is reserved for our daughter, who is still a minor. Upon mentioning their biological daughter, Madame Jiang falls silent. Jiang Tianjiao dares not say more, following suit in silence for a moment before cautiously attempting to console. Once she decides to return, and after spending ample time together, we can become a family. Consider this. It is not easy for her, having lived 18 years with her biological parents, only to find they are no longer her kin. This would be challenging for anyone to accept. Jiang Tianjiao possesses unwavering confidence in gradually winning over Jiang Wu, his daughter. Isn't it merely a matter of loving money and avoiding hardship? The Jiang family has an abundance of wealth. Such matters are plentiful. Madame Jiang, with a worried expression, replies, I merely fear she may not like me. Who would not like you? There is no one in this world who would not appreciate you. Madame Jiang pouts. Song Ning certainly adores her. Jiang Tianjiao sat at the edge of the bed, cradling his wife in a soothing embrace. In due time, we shall return, and all will be well. I shall urge those young lads to hasten their marriages and bring forth granddaughters for you to cherish. In Haisher, within the dilapidated confines of a hotel, Zhou Yi pushed open the door, only to behold a young girl reclined languidly at the center of the bed.
Striking a séductive pose.
Adorned with plush pink bunny ears atop her head, she wore a low-cut white strapless top trimmed with a ring of rabbit fur, complemented by white stockings. A diminutive bunny tail peeked from behind, embodying the quintessential bunny girl attire, innocent yet alluring. The sweet, childlike voice emanating from the computer sang cheerfully, digging in the little garden. Upon noticing Zhou Yi's entrance, Jiang Wu propped herself on her arms, half reclining as she tilted her neck, her hand gliding from her neck down to her chest, playfully toying with the soft fur. What do you think? She inquired. Gulps echoed from Zhou Yi's throat as he swallowed hard. The earnest mimicry of her actions rendered the man, who had remained single for 23 years and had never harbored interest in women, utterly ensnared. He abruptly shoved the door shut and locked it, then, covering his nose, dashed into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Jiang Wu frowned, pondering if her style was still insufficient. She picked up her phone and snapped several selfies before transitioning to another theme. As Zhou Yi emerged from the bathroom, he beheld Jiang Wu sprawled on the bed, donning a tattered mask and clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, playfully swaying a long cattail. Having managed to regain some composure, Zhou Yi felt his blood rush anew, his face flushing crimson. "What on earth are you doing, Wu Bao?" he exclaimed, covering his nose. "Taking photos to post online." Jiang Wu replied earnestly, blissfully unaware of the profound impact her appearance had on the man before her. "I am now a faux heiress, expelled from a wealthy family, unable to endure this fallen life, willing to do anything to reclaim the life of a privileged young lady." She held up a bikini in her left hand and a maid outfit in her right. "These are props I purchased. They could be fun to try." Zhou Yi initially resisted, but found himself intrigued. Merely out of curiosity, he assured himself that he would never engage in anything inappropriate with his Wu Bao. Jiang Wu continued to change into various outfits, while Zhou Yi documented her transformations. "All right, that will suffice. You should change back now," he said, handing her a loose t-shirt. Fearing he might succumb to his desires, he dashed back into the bathroom, turning on the faucet once more. After Jiang Wu changed, she settled at the computer, engrossed in her niece's live stream. Unable to resist, she seized Zhou Yi's phone and generously tipped 666. After a while, she heard the bathroom door creak open. Turning her head, she saw Zhou Yi emerge, clad in a white t-shirt and shorts, his body still glistening with moisture. "Zhou Yi, at your young age, is your body failing you?"
she teased.
Zhou Yi, his cheeks ablaze, shot her a look. Jiang Wu suddenly realized something, swiftly turning back to the computer, her face gradually reddening to the nape of her neck. She had never encountered a boyfriend before, thus her reaction was belated. Zhou Yi smirked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. The atmosphere in the room thickened with an unspoken tension, sweet yet ambiguous. As he gathered the scattered props from the bed, initially intending to discard them, he reconsidered. These could be saved for Jiang Wu to wear for him in the future. Energized by this thought, he tidied up with renewed enthusiasm and presented her with a bag of snacks. "Wu Bao, these will complement the live stream perfectly." Jiang Wu accepted the bag, opening it to reveal an array of delectable treats. Unbeknownst to her, the price of these snacks was astronomical, a pinnacle within the realm of indulgence. She settled into her chair, eagerly tearing into the snacks while her eyes remained glued to the computer screen, savoring the delightful experience. Zhou Yi reclined against the headboard with his laptop, uploading photos of Jiang Wu. Not the ones taken with props, but rather her selfies in faux designer attire, which he had secretly stored on his phone. Meanwhile, in the 9th hospital, within Nan Jifeng's ward, a caretaker left under the pretext of buying daily necessities, sneaking off for afternoon tea. Jiang Qingyue entered the room under the guise of conducting a checkup, discovering Nan Jifeng with a phone in one hand, the other wiping her eyes with tissues, a pile of used ones accumulating nearby.
Click.
Jiang Qingyue locked the door behind him and approached, enveloping Nan Jifeng in a comforting embrace. Gradually, her emotions began to settle. They exchanged no words, silently sitting together while watching a live stream. An ache gripped Jiang Qingyue's heart as he struggled to breathe. His little star was enduring such hardship, bearing the weight of threats from a fraudulent group. Gritting his teeth, he fought to contain his emotions, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Seeing him in such distress jolted Nan Jifeng's heart. The love he harbored for his daughter, whom he had never met, surged forth. If only he could witness his little star's birth and growth, his love would only deepen. She suddenly realized how much her little star had missed out on paternal affection. Jiang Qingyue had also forfeited the joy of watching his daughter grow up, missing those precious moments of happiness. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out to wipe away his tears. "Do not worry too much. Though little star faces challenges, she finds joy in them. She is filled with love for everything in this world. If we rescue her soon, everything will be all right." Chapter 22, A Deception Tailored for Her. Tears welled in Jiang Qingyue's eyes, yet as a man, he knew he must bear the burden. He comforted Nan Jifeng. "Everything is arranged with Zhou Yi. We are collaborating with the police and military to address the issues involving the trafficking rings and these fraudulent groups." Nan Jifeng was taken aback, Realizing the military was now involved, this was an immense force. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Yi had orchestrated this. Perhaps the rampant nature of the fraudsters and traffickers compelled the state to intervene. Focus on your recovery and manage your affairs here. The doctors and nurses attending to you are my people. Reach out whenever you need assistance. Yes. Nan Jifeng nodded vigorously, her anxiety alleviating significantly. For the first time since the ordeal began, she felt a semblance of security and strength, the warmth of having someone to rely on. Having reassured her, Jiang Qingyue prepared to leave. As he approached the door, Nan Jifeng called out to him. He turned to meet her gaze. Is there anything else? When little star returns, I will introduce her to you, telling her that her father is a good man, a doctor who saves lives and loves her dearly. She is remarkably intelligent, possessing the wit of a child much older than her 3 years. In recent years, she has been engaged in the antique trade, frequently traveling abroad and always taking her child along. As a result, the child has been exposed to a wealth of experiences, developing her intellect at an accelerated pace. At merely 5 years old, her cognitive abilities are akin to those of a child around 10. This is why she can effortlessly manage the tasks involved in her live streaming. As for the child's father, she has always kept that a secret. No mother would willingly allow her child to know that her biological father is an unknown petty thug, a criminal of dubious character. However, when little Xingxing was not yet 3, her paternal grandmother, the mother of Nan Anliu, cruelly berated her as a bastard and revealed the truth about her father. Although she has yet to formally discuss her father's identity with her daughter, she has offered guidance and encouragement. Nonetheless, she is acutely aware that her daughter understands the circumstances of her birth and the unsavory nature of her father. This knowledge has become a festering wound in her daughter's heart. Jiang Qingyue's eyes brimmed with tears. He yearned to rush over, embrace the woman, and kiss her. Yet, he refrained from pressuring her in that moment. He nodded earnestly. Thank you. I shall strive to be an exemplary father. Indeed, Nan Jifeng acknowledged with a nod. Once Jiang Qingyue had composed himself, he exited the hospital room. Nan Jifeng continued to watch her daughter's live stream. In the broadcast, the young host, engaged in digging, heard her sister's cries and announced to the audience, "My sister has woken up. I must go change her diaper and feed her." Subsequently, the primary focus of the young host would be caring for the baby. When the nanny returned from her afternoon tea, she found Nan Jifeng lethargically reclined on the hospital bed, her eyes swollen from crying. "Madam, how do you feel? Do you need something to eat?" she inquired, stepping closer. She then noticed Nan Jifeng was gazing at her phone, which displayed a picture of her daughter, little Xingxing. The nanny immediately understood the reason behind her red-rimmed eyes. Suffering from severe depression, it seemed she would not have long to live. A person contemplating suicide harbors little faith in the will to survive. It was truly foolish of this woman. With such wealth and youth, why could she not find solace? A child lost can always be replaced, after all. It was no wonder she had succumbed to such despair. Nevertheless, this situation had its advantages. Her employer, Mr. Fu, offered triple the salary and lavished her with expensive gifts, ensuring she reaped numerous benefits. On the third day, a meticulously crafted scam design for Jiang Wu approached her. The perpetrators claimed to represent an overseas entertainment company named M, which had nurtured numerous international supermodels, film stars, and leading singers. They asserted that with Jiang Wu's beauty, she was destined to become a top-tier celebrity. They painted a picture of a life akin to that of a wealthy heiress, promising her all the riches, status, and fame one could desire. With affluent patrons at her beck and call, be it movie stars or handsome young men from both Eastern and Western cultures, they sent a plethora of images showcasing opulent mansions, luxury cars, cruise ships, as well as an array of handbags, cosmetics, jewelry, and pictures of charming men. Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the images, her heart racing and breath quickening. She fervently typed in the chat box, expressing her eagerness. "I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. I can endure any hardship, as long as I can become famous and a superstar, transcending to a higher echelon of society. Today's trials will yield tomorrow's triumphs. Where's your company located? How can I reach you? But let me be clear, I am currently penniless, so you must cover my travel expenses up front. Once I arrive and earn money, I will repay you, with interest at your discretion. I will also need an advance for living expenses. I prefer not to eat junk food. Steaks and fine wine are a must." Her excessive enthusiasm made the scammers a bit anxious, leading them to suspect she might be an undercover officer. However, once she requested travel and meal expenses, their apprehension dissipated. After all, she was still the target of their scheme. They replied, "All right, we will contact you in 3 days." The chat box on her computer screen turned black. Jiang Wu. Was that the end of the conversation? She still wished to see more pictures of handsome men. Nearby, Zhou Yi observed her with curiosity. Does she genuinely yearn for that kind of life? Wu Bao, you do realize that all of this is a ruse, right? Zhou Yi couldn't help but inquire. As long as one works hard and perseveres, dreams can become reality, she said, adopting a tone reminiscent of a con artist. What I mean is I am pretending to believe it is true, so I can fully immerse myself in the role.
Zoe.
Observing her demeanor, he noted that she showed no signs of pretense. 3 days later, Jiang Wu received a transfer from the scammers and, adhering to their instructions, purchased a plane ticket. Before departing the hotel for the airport, Zhou Yi pushed her suitcase in front of her. Everything is packed. Rest assured, I will come to rescue you. If anything happens to you, I shall follow suit. Jiang Wu looked up sharply at the tall man before her. Zhou Yi, clad in a white shirt, possessed an uncommon blend of striking handsomeness and resolute charm. Jiang Wu knew he spoke from the heart. No, I will survive. How could I let such a fine young man sacrifice himself for me? Zhou Yi smiled warmly, pulling her into an embrace, lifting her chin, and planting a soft kiss on her forehead, exuding deep affection. Jiang Wu felt a rush of warmth as she dazedly departed the hotel. Chapter 23. Wu Bao. Should you encounter misfortune, I shall follow you. Upon arriving at the airport, individuals holding signs for M Company awaited their arrival. 2 people, dressed in fashionable, modern attire, appeared to be successful elites. She approached them with her suitcase, confirmed her information, and then boarded the plane with them. Alongside Jiang Wu were 5 others, 3 women, Mili, Lin Yihan and Cui Shui, and 2 men, Li Yunqi and Sun Rui. The women were all quite attractive and stylishly dressed, some being models while others were aspiring trainees who had previously participated in shows without securing a debut opportunity. Like Jiang Wu, they all harbored dreams of becoming stars. As for the 2 men, one was in his early 20s and the other in his late 20s, both being tech-savvy individuals drawn by the allure of 6-figure salaries and better career prospects. They endured a 3-hour flight before transiting through an airport in Southeast Asia, where they were required to wait for 5 to 6 hours. True to form, shortly after disembarking, their handlers warmly collected their documents and offered to guard their luggage. The rest of the group then took them around to explore, purchasing essential daily items while soaking in the exotic atmosphere. Unlike Jiang Wu, the others were oblivious to the impending crisis, captivated by the novelty of their surroundings. For Jiang Wu, everything was a refreshing experience, and she reveled in the excitement, even borrowing money from their guide to buy some peculiar items. Just as they were immersed in their exploration, a group of thugs wielding baseball bats suddenly surrounded them and launched a brutal assault. The guide, Sanga, grabbed a bat from a subordinate and swung it towards Jiang Wu's head. In that instant, Jiang Wu's body slumped to the ground, unconscious. One of the assailants, a San, exclaimed, "She fainted? I don't think I even hit her." He delivered a kick to the man lying on the ground, and upon confirming he was truly unconscious, a burlap sack was placed over him. The feigning unconscious Jiang Wu was hoisted onto the bus, which swayed back and forth, nearly making her nauseous. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at their destination. She slumped into a comfortable position on her seat and promptly fell asleep. Hours later, the vehicle rolled into a mountainous area far from the village, passing through a grand gate that sealed them off from the outside world. When the bus halted, Jiang Wu awoke. Alongside the others, she was unceremoniously thrown off the vehicle. As the sack was removed from her head, blinding light assaulted her eyes, causing discomfort. Jiang Wu squinted, gradually acclimating to the brightness. It was already dusk, the setting sun casting a yellow hue. Surrounding them were towering walls topped with electric fencing, and at every entrance stood individuals clad in green uniforms, armed with 98K rifles. In the shadows, others with firearms patrolled the area. The security was formidable, rivaling that of a regular army, truly a place where escape was a near impossibility. A middle-aged man dressed in a checkered t-shirt and black suit pants, his hair slicked back, stood before them. Adorned with a $1 million watch and a BMW key dangling from his waist, his expression oscillated between genial and menacing, exuding both shrewdness and cruelty. He was flanked by a group of stern-faced individuals, clearly the enforcers of this domain. As he surveyed the fallen man, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes, akin to gazing at a living, breathing currency note. A gentle smile crept onto his face. Help him up. He's one of us. Without needing assistance, Jiang Wu rose to her feet, stepping forward to stand before the man, locking eyes with him. At a height of 1.7 meters, she was hardly shorter than he. A playful smile graced her lips, revealing 2 charming canine teeth. What must one do to attain your position? An electric baton was thrust before her. Show some respect. This is Manager Qin. Oh, just a manager? What is the highest position here? You. The baton wielder jabbed at her. Enough, Manager Qin interjected, his gaze toward Jiang Wu filled with appreciation and intrigue. The bright-eyed girl, not yet 18, radiated a naive innocence coupled with a daring ambition. It was a reflection of his own youthful self, igniting a sense of kinship within him. What is your name? Jiang Wu. And your age? Less than 4 months until I reach adulthood. Jiang Wu crossed her arms confidently, brimming with ambition. Success should come early. I don't wish to be in a position like yours at 20. I intend to plan my life ahead. The onlookers were taken aback. Did she truly dare to speak to Manager Qin in such a manner? Was this girl out of her mind? Among those deceived alongside Jiang Wu were a dozen others, including 5 who had traveled with her from Heisher. A few had begun to realize they had fallen into a scam and contemplated threats to secure their release. But Jiang Wu's audacity left them stunned. Lil Jiang, is it? Manager Qin chuckled. No, I prefer to be called Miss. Sango, a man in Qin's inner circle, leaned in to whisper Jiang Wu's background. His true identity was that of a henchman for Manager Qin, known as Sango to everyone, responsible for transporting the deceived and managing the factory's labor force, primarily through intimidation. After hearing the introduction, Manager Qin smiled at Jiang Wu. Very well, Mississippi. You possess a remarkable beauty. After all, who does not appreciate those with striking looks? That is the allure of attractiveness. However, others were taken aback by Jiang Wu's perspective. Disdain etched across their faces. Miss, do you know what we do here? Qin inquired patiently, an unusual display of forbearance for him. Jiang Wu surveyed her surroundings. Of course. This place is more conducive to realizing one's ambitions and desires, is it not? Indeed, indeed, Qin replied, clapping his hands. What you seek outside, you will certainly find here. Jiang Wu echoed his sentiment with a smile. Besides, do we even have the chance to choose again? Since we do not, we must strive for greatness. She pointed at her head. I believe every path ultimately leads to the pinnacle of the world. Having accumulated 30,000 merit points, Jiang Wu's strength surged, enabling her to discern Manager Qin's true nature as if she were reading his thoughts. Thus, she was able to resonate with him genuinely. Of course, she did not endorse the notion of scamming or wrongdoing. She believed in upholding one's principles. Chapter 24. I want to be the boss. Manager Qin felt a surge of passion welling up within him. Once, he too harbored such ideals and convictions akin to Jiang Wu's. Yet, over time, he had forgotten this part of himself. Well spoken, miss. Qin applauded enthusiastically. His subordinates mirrored his actions, clapping in unison, though the recently abducted, still clinging to their sense of justice, found it difficult to reconcile with their new reality. Yet Jiang Wu revealed a stark truth. They had no choice. Still stubborn and blind to reality, one of the newcomers, Sun Rue, shouted, Let me go. I am a rich heir. My parents will surely discover that I have been kidnapped and will rescue me. Crack. A baseball bat struck his head, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks. Within moments, he lay on the ground, unable to utter a word. The others, too intimidated to resist, lowered their heads, avoiding attention. All right, Manager Qin said, a gentle smile gradually softening his previously stern expression. Allow me to introduce you to our big family. He led the newly deceived into the depths of the factory, accompanied by 5 or 6 henchmen. This factory resembled a vast prison, isolated from the world. It boasted 5 floors, with 2 dormitory buildings adjacent, each level divided into various sections filled with workers clad in distinctive uniforms. Among them were both domestic and foreign individuals, of diverse ethnic backgrounds, yellow-skinned, white-skinned, and black-skinned, hailing from all corners of the globe. Some were on the phone, others working on computers, while some smiled at their screens. The operations were extensive, encompassing credit card fraud, loan scams, financial fraud, fundraising scams, insurance fraud, and various online schemes. As they traversed the busy corridor, a heavy object suddenly plummeted from above, crashing down before Jiang Wu. Ah! Shrieked a petite model beside her, clutching Jiang Wu for protection. Blood splattered across Jiang Wu's attire. The other girls, witnessing the gruesome sight, covered their faces, shedding silent tears. Jiang Wu raised an eyebrow. Manager Qin observed the once defiant newcomers now trembling in fear, stifling their cries, and felt a sense of satisfaction at this display of intimidation. People are inherently different from one another. Some individuals, after a few years here, accumulate wealth in the millions, while others, in the same span, may lose their very lives. Miss, wouldn't you agree? Manager Qin beckoned for Jiang Wu to step forward. I believe that sudden wealth and achieving the pinnacle of affluence is indeed a possibility. She harbored a fervent obsession with striking it rich and ascending to the heights of the world.
Ha.
Manager Qin laughed heartily. Our young lady is truly ambitious. This is how the youth should be. He instructed Jiang Wu to walk alongside him as they continued their tour of the factory. Next, they encountered individuals with broken legs and arms, their faces unrecognizable, bloodied and mangled, and others with only one ear and one eye, still toiling away. After this tour, the morale of those newly deceived into this predicament had significantly diminished, making them far easier to manipulate and control. As dusk approached, Manager Qin assigned them their work. The 3 models who had come with Jiang Wu were designated to serve as streamers and companions for conversation. The males were assigned to roles as programmers. Jiang Wu proactively chose telephone scamming, reasoning that other business avenues had limited potential, which would impede her ascent. The base salary was 3,000, with a 10% commission. A notable advantage here was that if one had money, one could procure fine food and clothing. Jiang Wu was unwilling to endure a life of poverty. Hence, she requested an advance on her salary from Manager Qin to purchase quality daily necessities. Manager Qin, fond of her, readily agreed to the advance. After all, he had a firm grip on all of them, and recouping that modest sum from her was hardly an issue. Jiang Wu was also granted special treatment, receiving a small private room. However, she resided on the same floor as the other models who had accompanied her. As darkness fell and they were escorted back to their quarters, the trio engaged in a sarcastic exchange of reproaches. Some individuals are simply born malevolent. They are fully aware that this is a scheme to rob and harm, yet aspire to rise through the ranks. Climbing to success atop the bones and blood of others is something that any remnant of humanity would never entertain. To be entwined with such despicable beings truly feels like an ill-fated destiny. Jiang Wu interjected. Ladies, with this energy, you would do better to contemplate how to improve your circumstances rather than wallow in self-pity. You all have faced a series of unfortunate events. It is wise to remain vigilant, avoid solitary outings, and stick together for meals and restroom breaks. We are all from Heisher, so we can look out for one another. It's only prudent. Jiang Wu offered her well-meaning advice. The others, apart from her, bore the weight of misfortune and calamity. Yet, if they worked diligently and united their strengths, avoiding foolishness, there was hope to evade disaster and attract fortune. Their stay in this wretched place, having witnessed the stench of death along the way, filled them with dread. Jiang Wu's words resonated, instilling fear in them. As she made her way to her small room, Cui Shui anxiously called out, "Please stay with us. Being alone is perilous. Jiang Wu, Jiang Wu." Jiang Wu crossed the corridor and forcefully shut the door behind her. Cui Shui seethed with frustration. They did not wish to descend into moral depravity alongside Jiang Wu, but her audacity to thrive in such a hostile environment made her seem like a beacon of hope for a more secure existence. The other 2 were equally distressed and agitated. However, Jiang Wu paid them no mind, leaving them powerless. They ended up sleeping outside, with the hundreds of newcomers laying mats on the floor, resigned to slumber. This region, characterized by a tropical climate, was in the throes of summer, stiflingly hot. To prevent heat-related fatalities, air conditioning was installed. The ambience was rife with a foul stench, rats scurried about, and items lay haphazardly scattered. Occasionally, individuals tormented by their circumstances would spiral into madness, crying out in terror. Some, unable to endure any longer, would rush to slam into walls. This hellish realm gradually revealed its true nature. Chapter 25. The Prowess of the Imposter Heiress. With the sun's ascent illuminating the world, a new day commenced. The factory also embarked on its daily operations. Newcomers typically underwent training for half a month or a month to ensure they could perform their duties without error, thus safeguarding the factory's confidential information. Most individuals required training to fulfill their roles and achieve results. Jiang Wu occupied her own workspace, a small, enclosed room akin to a dark chamber. Manager Qin's initial task for her was to generate 10,000 in revenue. As dusk approached, she and a dozen newcomers were summoned to Manager Qin's office. His office, located on the 6th floor, boasted a redwood desk, furniture and utensils fashioned from gold or silver. A Van Gogh painting hung on the wall, which Jiang Wu calculated was an authentic piece. Despite manager Qin's earthiness, he seemed to revel in a lifestyle reminiscent of old-world aristocracy. An ornate golden Buddha statue adorned the office, shrouded in smoke, imparting a sense of tranquility, yet exuding a sinister aura. From the adjacent corridor, anguished cries echoed. Enforcers were punishing a few who had attempted to escape. Such scenes had become commonplace. Daily, individuals sought to flee, yet none had succeeded thus far. All had been captured, beaten, and some severely injured or even killed. In this lawless domain, fatal violence was a frequent occurrence. Manager Qin continued to dine, the table laden with lavish dishes, causing the famished newcomers to salivate. These individuals, having been deceived, had their identification confiscated and arrived with little money, much of which had been seized. They were left with only a few basic necessities. Their meals consisted of steamed buns provided by the factory, deducted from their wages when payday arrived. Some had gone an entire day without sustenance, their eyes glazed with hunger. Among them, several bore visible injuries, bruised and battered, as if they had endured a nightmarish ordeal. After a day of labor, Manager Qin inquired about their experiences. No one dared to speak. "Speak up. What difficulties did you encounter at work?" "I am here to assist you," he said, his demeanor deceptively amiable, leading the uninformed to perceive him as a considerate superior. "Why is everyone silent?" the enforcer shouted. A few individuals hesitantly stammered a few words. They hadn't even grasped the fundamentals of their tasks. More than 2/3 of them were unable to set aside their pride to engage in such work. "I want to go home," someone cried out, only to be dragged aside for another brutal beating. Bored, Jiang Wu decided to sit across from Manager Qin, picking up chopsticks to eat. The other models, trainees from Heisher, stared in disbelief. What was Jiang Wu doing? Did she not realize that the man before her was the ruthless leader of a blood-soaked scam operation? Did she truly believe this was her home? Manager Qin, with a mouthful of food and cheeks puffed up, cast a fierce glare at Jiang Wu. Despite his fondness for her, he could not tolerate her challenging his authority under such circumstances. After a brief silence, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of his outburst, he suddenly broke into laughter. Swallowing his food with a determined gulp, he inquired, "Our young lady, have you met your targets today?" Jiang Wu, raising her glass of red wine, replied nonchalantly, "Not much. Just 3 million. Manager Qin, who was drinking water, choked and spluttered. He took the towel handed to him by an assistant and wiped his mouth. The several newcomers who had accompanied her were equally astonished. Despite being more experienced and capable, they had yet to find their footing, while she had managed to achieve 3 million in performance. What justified this? Why her? Manager Qin's expression shifted as he directed his henchman, Ah San, to summon Lao Gao. Moments later, a lean man in his 50s and a plump man with thick glasses arrived, both clutching laptops. They seated themselves on either side of Manager Qin and began their inquiries. Jiang Wu quickly deduced their intentions. Lao Gao was from the finance department, while the plump man was a programmer and skilled hacker. After a brief investigation, the two nodded to Manager Qin, confirming that Jiang Wu's performance was indeed plausible. Cutting a piece of medium-rare steak, Jiang Wu savored it before laughing. "Did you truly believe we rich second-generation offspring are merely a bunch of uneducated wastrels, indulging in hedonism and extravagance? While you were still in diapers, we were already learning foreign languages. When you entered kindergarten, we were navigating international environments and beginning to understand the world. By the time you were cramming for entrance exams, we were already learning how to wield power over it." Indeed, she was not mistaken. During her first 18 years living with the Song family, even though they knew she was not their biological child and chose not to nurture her, the experiences she encountered were far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Her grandiose claims were beyond verification, yet in her previous life, she had indeed thrived for 30,000 years. It appeared that the pursuit of excellence had its merits. In this world, mystical fortune-telling was akin to a superpower, proving exceedingly beneficial to her, almost like a divine being returning to a novice stage. The audience fell into a contemplative silence. Previously, they had deemed Jiang Wu foolish and overconfident, her words absurd and laughable.
Now,
they recognized not only her genuine capabilities, but also her aspirations. However, deep within, they did not align with her ambitions. "What's wrong? Does Manager Qin doubt my abilities?" Jiang Wu inquired, fixing her penetrating gaze upon the grim-faced manager Qin, then raised her glass. This wine is delightful. I would like to indulge in it daily. Ah, San snickered. That's 5-star Maudai. It's not something one can simply buy with money. Our manager Qin is a man of stature. A mere glance from manager Qin silenced Ah San. Jiang Wu turned her sharp gaze back to manager Qin. You may set a target for me, no matter how ambitious. Just don't let the ineptitude of those in the factory cloud your vision and judgment. In this world, there are only the unimaginable and the achievable. With that, she confidently smirked, radiating self-assurance and audacity. Manager Qin took a deep breath, feeling somewhat dazed. So, what performance does Manager Qin expect from me by tomorrow? Chapter 26. Becoming the second in command in a week. After contemplating for a moment, Manager Qin smiled. Let our young lady give it her all, and we shall see your true capabilities.
Deal.
Jiang Wu raised her glass to Manager Qin and downed the Maotai in one go. I shan't disturb you further. Enjoy your dinner. As she stood to leave, she slyly pocketed some premium beef jerky from the table. Such exquisite jerky was quite expensive. She wouldn't splurge on it for herself, as she needed to save money for the Jiang family. Although it seemed like her older brothers were managing well enough to support themselves, her parents were unemployed, so she aimed to save for their future. Stashing the beef jerky in her pocket for later, she walked away with her hands in her pockets. Upon reaching the corridor, she frowned, turning back to Manager Qin.
Are your men not well fed?
This level of discipline is pathetic. Manager Qin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her boldness. She approached, seized the baseball bat from Ah San, and gestured for the henchman to step back. The men exchanged glances with Manager Qin, receiving his tacit approval to retreat. Jiang Wu swung the bat, and the sickening sound of bones cracking echoed, followed by terrified screams. Fear gripped everyone around, including the henchmen, who were left breathless and horrified. Jiang Wu returned the bat to Ah San. Take them down. Let them come to work in a week. The onlookers, now fully aware, regarded Jiang Wu with trepidation. At this moment, they realized that this striking young lady was nothing short of a devil. With such brutality, it was certain that those men would be incapacitated in a week. Was she intending for the dead to return to work? This was the true essence of a demon. Jiang Wu remained unfazed by the fearful gazes and the unspoken thoughts of those around her. These 3 men were not first-time offenders. They had plotted to escape 3 months prior but were captured and beaten. 3 months ago, their legs and ribs had been broken, and one had suffered from a brain hemorrhage. Without proper medical care, their previously fractured bones were healing incorrectly. If they were not helped now, they would soon become crippled, their limbs twisted and spines deformed. The one with the brain hemorrhage could face brain death, in such a place that was akin to true death. By breaking their bones now, she was ensuring they healed correctly, allowing them to move normally after a week. This incident left the newcomers more subdued. After the reprimand, they returned early. The next morning, Jiang Wu woke up early, biting into a meat bun as she made her way to her little black room. Upon reaching the stairs on the first floor, she encountered Sun Rui, Cui Shui, and others. Last night, Cui Shui had been nearly assaulted by a guard while sneaking out to use the restroom, only to be saved by Sun Rui and Li Yunqi, who heard the commotion. They were still fresh faces, filled with righteous indignation, and couldn't stand by idly in the face of such injustice. Cui Shui recalled Jiang Wu's words from the previous night, recognizing her prowess and wishing to ally with her. She exchanged glances with Sun Rui and the others, who all followed her lead. Jiang Wu, did you sleep well last night?
Cui Shui asked awkwardly.
Jiang Wu turned to scrutinize them. They felt uncomfortable under her gaze, which seemed to pierce through them. Compared to Manager Qin and the henchmen, they found themselves equally intimidated by Jiang Wu's stare, as if her eyes could see right through to their souls. Furthermore, deep within their hearts, they harbor disdain for individuals like Jiang Wu. They dare not meet her gaze. Cui Shui continued to smooth things over, alleviating the awkwardness. Thank you for what you said to us yesterday. If there's anything you need, please speak candidly. Jiang Wu ascended the stairs, wishing to avoid lingering with them. The others hastened their pace to follow her up the stairs.
Cui Shui remarked, Jiang Wu.
Let us join you. Strength lies in numbers. Sun Rui added. Indeed, we have skills to offer, and together we can achieve more. Li Yunqi observed with a calm demeanor. Lin Yihan and Millie gazed at Jiang Wu with pitiful pleading eyes. They had overheard the events of the previous night, which left them holding their bladders through the night, too afraid to use the restroom. They were not unattractive, and in such a place, their fate was all but sealed. You are all too inexperienced. You will only hinder me. Jiang Wu declared before continuing up the stairs. Jiang Wu, they shouted in desperation. Soon, Asand arrived with a group of henchmen, and they fell silent, obediently retreating to their respective workstations, inwardly cursing Jiang Wu as cold-hearted, selfish, and unfeeling. After nightfall, Cui Shui waited at the dormitory entrance for a considerable time, yet Jiang Wu did not return. That night, Jiang Wu did not come back to the dormitory. It was not until the following afternoon that they encountered her while reporting work progress to Manager Qin in his office. She was dining with him, indulging in lavish dishes and Mao Tai. As she departed, Jiang Wu casually pocketed some beef jerky and, with a flick of her wrist, subdued a few of the henchmen. The third day unfolded similarly. On the fourth night, Lin Yihan stood at the dormitory entrance, waiting for someone. Cui Shui passed by her and spat disdainfully. Don't wait any longer. Why would she come to this place? Manager Qin's bed is large and soft. Isn't it more appealing? Please don't say that. I believe Jiang Wu wouldn't do such a thing, Millie whispered.
Ha!
Have you hit your head? What has Jiang Wu ever shied away from, especially when it comes to such matters? In the future, keep your distance from such people. Even if they end up in hell, at least they should be clean. On the seventh day, coinciding with the end of the month, performance statistics were compiled. Early in the morning, everyone gathered in the factory's grand plaza. Jiang Wu and Manager Qin appeared on the second-floor balcony, surveying the crowd below. Manager Qin took the microphone and proclaimed, "Another month has passed. How have your performances fared? How much value have you created? Are you aware of your worth?" He gestured emphatically towards the balcony. "Is there any injustice done to you here? This month, we have a great surprise. We shall give everyone a chance. Those who meet their targets can collect their bonuses. Those who do not must face their penalties. Our grand surprise is the introduction of a brilliant new colleague, our young lady." As he spoke, Manager Qin gestured towards Jiang Wu, who stepped forward, surveying the throng below with a haughty demeanor. Manager Qin proudly declared, "Our new colleague has been with us for just 8 days, and her performance this week reached a modest target of 100 million. A moment of astonishment rippled through the plaza. It was indeed a shocking and exhilarating revelation. Yet, given the context, some remained discontented, while many others were despondent, existing like the living dead, already numb to their surroundings. Soon, silence fell upon the crowd. Manager Qin continued, "Our young lady receives a 10% commission on her performance, which amounts to 10 million. In just 1 week, she has earned herself 10 million. One must ask, aside from those born at the pinnacle, how many can achieve such feats? 10 million. Imagine the life you could lead with that sum. The fine clothes, watches, houses, cars, girlfriends, and stable families you desire would all be within your grasp. You would no longer need to engage in work you loathe or to bow and scrape to others. And you could still live with dignity, correct? This is merely the beginning. There will be another 10 million next week, and the week after, and so on. Once you accumulate sufficient wealth, you will find that everything you once looked up to is now beneath your feet. Those who once dictated your fate will bow to you, allowing you to wield control. You will discover that the rules of this world will no longer bind you, and you will become the ones who set the rules. Only then will you truly experience the joy of existence." Chapter 27. To desire success, one must first embrace madness. Upon hearing his words, a majority of the attendees displayed expressions of enthusiasm and fervor. Even those who had been numb slowly lifted their heads. If life seemed hopeless, the prospect of ascending to power in such a manner was indeed a delightful possibility. Those wavering in their resolve were gradually lured by the allure of wealth, spiraling deeper into the abyss. Manager Qin was pleased with their response. He needed a figure like Jiang Wu to serve as a beacon, to inspire and invigorate the masses. Manager Qin smiled at Jiang Wu. "Young lady, would you care to share a few words with everyone, perhaps impart some insights?" Jiang Wu's face brightened as she stepped forward. Taking the microphone from Manager Qin's hand, she moved to the forefront, addressing the throng below with an exuberant smile. "To succeed, one must first embrace madness and charge recklessly toward wealth. Give it your all, and you shall secure a prosperous future. Sleep on the floor today, and become the boss tomorrow. Let us get to work." With just a few words, even the more unhinged among the crowd began to stir with fervor. With Jiang Wu's presence, the atmosphere in the factory began to shift. During that week, coinciding with a surge in gold prices, Jiang Wu lured in clients through gold trading, achieving her 100 million target. Her subsequent plan involved enticing wealthy individuals through gold, stocks, and investments. The net had already been cast, awaiting the slow reel-in. Certainly, She could not master the intricate and enigmatic workings of economics in such a short time. This had all been meticulously arranged by Zhou Yi in advance. Jiang Wu did not need to remain tethered to her workstation. She had ample free time. She quickly caught up with Manager Qin. Manager Qin, if there's anything you need, just delegate it to me.
Oh.
Manager Qin inquired, crossing the lobby and heading upstairs with curiosity. Money is inexhaustible. It can come gradually. There's no rush. However, mastering the art of thriving among others is of utmost importance. Furthermore, earning money for oneself is far more promising than relying on others to generate income for you. Upon hearing this, Manager Qin turned to face Jiang Wu, his gaze piercing, filled with authority, suspicion, and a ruthless intensity. This environment demanded individuals who could deliver results. However, those who were overly ambitious and uncontrollable were not to be retained.
Huh.
Jiang Wu responded with a cold smile, unperturbed by his demeanor. Manager Liu, you don't truly believe that we are safe here, do you? Once they entered his office, she continued, even such paltry sums are likely earned at the cost of one's life. Although our line of work is not heavily monitored, and even if caught, the most one would face is a brief confinement that applies to them. Jiang Wu gestured toward the window. The employees of this factory are coerced. They are the victims. Moreover, their business dealings involve relatively modest sums. However, in my case, if apprehended, it could lead to a lifetime of repercussions. Manager Liu, your situation, in essence, has already strayed into the realm of human trafficking. Should you be caught, the death penalty awaits. Manager Liu, who had just reclined on the leather sofa, jolted at the words, his pupils dilating as he gazed at Manager Qin. Jiang Wu, do you know what type of person meets the swiftest demise? It is the arrogant, the ones who fail to recognize their own station, the insatiable souls who cannot abide by the status quo. Is that so? Jiang Wu smiled, her expression innocent and carefree. Behind each individual here lies a family, and behind each family, countless others are connected. How many eyes are watching over them? In this age of advanced information, every action leaves a trace on the internet. Do you truly believe those police officers are inept? In this place, how much longer do you think you can remain hidden without revealing your presence? How long can individuals like us evade capture? Yet, some people will never be apprehended. Manager Qin, I aspire to be one of those individuals. The spacious room was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Jiang Wu sensed Manager Qin's breath, heavy and unsteady. Leave. Manager Qin pointed towards the door, his voice icy. Jiang Wu, hands in her pockets, nonchalantly exited the office and retreated to her small room, focusing on her work. In her spare time, she indulged in reading, studying texts such as how to successfully execute a fraud. The following afternoon, the enforcer Ah-san knocked on her small black room, beckoning her with a gesture. She withdrew her feet from the desk, stood up, and followed him outside to the factory's rear courtyard. A large green bus was parked in the yard, where a dozen individuals lay scattered on the ground, their heads shrouded in black bags and their hands bound behind them. Some bore traces of blood. The scene mirrored that of Jiang Wu and her companions when they were brought here. Manager Qin waved his hand, and several enforcers approached to remove the bags from the captives' heads and untie their bindings. Where's this?
Who are you?
Let us go, or we will call the police. The procedure was nearly identical. Ah-san led a few enforcers to administer a beating, and the captives soon fell silent. Once tranquility returned, a man who had been resting against the will finally spoke. Aren't you just here for the money? How much do you want? I can have my agent wire it to you. I'm an actor. I have money. Manager Qin narrowed his eyes, suspicion glimmering within. An actor, you say? Are you well known? Jiang Wu promptly interrupted him. Just an extra, aren't you? A somewhat famous actor wouldn't end up in a place like this. Upon hearing her voice, the man stared at Jiang Wu, feeling as though he had stumbled into the wrong set. Such a place, yet there was a girl as stunning as her. And why did she seem so familiar? Yes, indeed, I am merely an extra, but I believe I will achieve fame. Look at me, tall and handsome. Who wouldn't adore me? I will surely become famous and earn a fortune. With a swift motion, Jiang Wu swung a baseball bat, knocking him unconscious. Still trying to deceive? Do you not realize we are the professionals in this field? Jiang Wu scoffed as she seized his foot and dragged him inside. Manager Qin had summoned her to handle the newcomers. They pulled him into a workspace enclosed by iron bars. Soon after, several others were also thrown in. After reviewing the information on the new arrivals, Manager Qin sent it to Ah-san, who then passed it along to Jiang Wu. As she scanned the details, she recognized the extra. It was indeed her fourth brother, Jiang Dongjin. No wonder he bore such a resemblance to her elder brothers. Sand inquired of manager Qin, "What shall we do with this actor? Should we send him to the high seas as well?" Jiang Wu's eyelids twitched. Having immersed herself in this environment for so long, she had begun to discern certain patterns. Some individuals vanished without a trace, while others lingered, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Recently, she had noticed one individual disappear and, upon divining the situation, discovered that person had met their end. They had been sent to the high seas, repurposed as machinery, dismantled for parts. Her unfortunate fourth brother was indeed in dire straits.
Chapter 28. Siblings Unite.
The world is ours. Miss, what is your opinion? Manager Qin inquired. He had observed Jiang Wu's keen intellect and caution. Simultaneously, he was testing the waters. Let us wait a few days. If someone outside is fervently searching for them, we will take action. If not, we shall keep them. After contemplating, Manager Qin concurred. With a clang, the heavy iron door was shut, and the group departed. After work, Jiang Wu went to have a meal. Upon entering the cafeteria, she noticed everyone staring at her, with many greeting her. Miss, hello. Miss, hello. Their eyes sparkled with fervor and respect. Those she had previously beaten approached her, respectfully asking, "Miss, what would you like to eat? We would like to treat you." Since Jiang Wu had dealt them a harsh blow, their physical conditions had gradually improved, and their spirits had lifted. Previously, they had entertained thoughts of escape. Knowing full well the futility of their attempts, they were like headless flies, flailing about, only to meet a swifter demise. Now they relished the sensation of being alive. Regardless, their priority was to survive. Everything else could be addressed later. They began to conduct their business normally, at least allowing them to continue living. Jiang Wu waved her hand and departed with her plate. She had no desire to forge deep connections with these individuals, as it would jeopardize her plans, ultimately proving detrimental to them as well. Just as she settled at her table, Cui Shui, Sun Rui, and others approached with their plates, surrounding her. Lin Yihan nudged Jiang Wu's arm. "Jiang Wu, I know you are not truly like this. I hope that once you leave, you can return to the right path and live a good life. Remember to thank us when that time comes." As Lin Yihan spoke, she cast a glance at Li Yunqi and Sun Rui, believing Jiang Wu to be inherently good. Cui Shui shot Lin Yihan a glare. "Why do you concern yourself with her? She has great ambitions, unlike us." Jiang Wu furrowed her brow, eating a few bites before leaving. "Jiang Wu, Jiang Wu." Li Yunqi called out twice, but upon receiving no response, he ceased his efforts. The following morning, Sun Yunqi and Sun Rui were working at their stations when Asan, accompanied by several enforcers, arrived and dragged them from their posts, administering a brutal beating. Cui Shui and the others suffered the same fate. Once they lay motionless on the ground, Asan gestured for his subordinates to halt. They were then dragged into the cage. Within the iron-barred workshop, Jiang Wu observed her brother Jiang Dongjin, who was rubbing his head. "Do you now understand what to do? Aren't you here for money? Why not just give it directly? Do you think we are thieves?" Jiang Wu slapped his head. Jiang Dongjin replied, "Isn't that so? Thieves are not as rampant as you lot. We have our boundaries. What we provide is a valuable service." Jiang Wu insisted earnestly, "We have our principles." Jiang Dongjin stared at her in disbelief. Sister, your worldview." Noting Jiang Wu's stern expression, he quickly amended, "You are correct." Jiang Wu was unwilling to engage in further conversation. "Now, do you understand what needs to be done?" "Understood. I shall diligently fulfill my duties. After all, you provide me with sustenance and shelter, which is far superior to many factories." Last night, he awoke in the dead of night to witness a person being dragged away. The individual was weeping and pleading, "Do not send me to the open sea. I can still work. I will be obedient and diligent. I can earn money. Please do not take my kidneys. My health is fragile, and I suffer from heart disease." For the past few years, Zhou Yi had been investigating a case of human trafficking, discovering some of the unfortunate souls who had vanished, victimized on the open sea. In that moment, he grasped the grim reality of what it meant to be sent to the open sea. Had it not been for that young girl who had struck him unconscious, he would have been compelled to divulge more of his background and faced a similar fate, losing his life. That girl, in a twist of fate, had inadvertently saved his life. Since that approach proved ineffective, he resolved to adopt a different strategy. He refused to believe that this place could confine him, Zhang Xiaoyi. Jiang Wu was momentarily taken aback. Was her fourth brother's demand truly so low, so pitiable? With a loud clang, several men, led by Ah-san, flung open the heavy iron gate, ushering in a few individuals. Ah-san unceremoniously tossed Li Yunqi at Jiang Dongjin's feet, nearly striking him, causing him to recoil in fright. Cui Shui and the others fared no better, appearing disheveled and stripped of dignity. Ah-san spat contemptuously at Li Yunqi. Dare to use hacking skills to report? You seek death. In a few days, you'll be sent to the depths of the sea to feed the fish. They were confined in cages, deprived of food and water, with the intention of ensuring their demise. Soon, the group was locked away like animals, emitting mournful cries and groans. Jiang Wu merely cast a fleeting glance at them before dismissing them from her mind, as though they were strangers.
Clang.
Cui Shui banged on the cage door, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Jiang Wu. It was you. You were the one who reported us. How could you be so wicked? You will face retribution. I curse you to die a terrible death. The others glared at Jiang Wu with equal hatred, wishing they could tear her apart. Jiang Wu chose to ignore their foolishness. Had she not informed Manager Qin about their illicit activities, they would not have been apprehended while attempting to alert the authorities with their hacking skills. Their cries for help had already been transmitted. And what awaited them was not the police they hoped would rescue them, but rather the oppressive regime maintaining this system. Their fate would be grim, likely resulting in never seeing the light of day again. There were far more formidable hackers among those who had been trafficked. Could they not conceive of methods that others had not? Why had no one ever escaped? Because their intended saviors were the very guardians of this place. These individuals were far too naive and simplistic in their understanding. Jiang Wu seized Jiang Dongjin by the leg and dragged him away. Jiang Dongjin protested. I can walk on my own. He quickly adapted, leveraging his advantages to charm a multitude of wealthy women and older ladies, who insisted on showering him with financial gifts. Within 3 days, his earnings soared to 30 million. Manager Qin soon discovered that those previously reprimanded by Jiang Wu had also achieved remarkable results. Having employed threats and inducements, they had initially resisted, determined to stand their ground. They were on the verge of abandoning the endeavor, prepared to cast the individuals into the open sea. However, after being subdued by Jiang Wu, they seemed transformed, diligently adhering to their tasks. Coupled with Jiang Wu's betrayal of her accomplices, Manager Qin had come to trust her immensely. Matters that were previously unmanageable within the factory were now predominantly entrusted to Jiang Wu. Through her dealings in gold, stocks, and securities, Jiang Wu was raking in tens of millions, even billions, on a daily basis. The influx of wealth was intoxicating, an alluring force that stirred ambition and magnified desire within individuals. Manager Qin's mind began to entertain a bold and audacious idea. In 3 days, salaries would be dispersed. Boxes upon boxes of cash would be poured into the main hall, creating a frenzy of currency that filled the factory with an almost palpable aura of monetary madness. Jiang Wu was summoned to Manager Qin's office, where numerous boxes of gold were opened and displayed on the floor, numbering in the dozens. Miss, this is your bonus for last month. Would you like to check it? Manager Qin said with delight, reclining casually in his chair while puffing on a cigar. With a swift kick, Jiang Wu sent half the boxes tumbling away, declaring, "This is my tribute to you, Manager Qin, in gratitude for your support during this time. As for the rest, please keep it safe for me. My humble abode cannot accommodate such wealth." Amidst the swirling smoke, Manager Qin erupted into hearty laughter.
Miss,
I must say, in my lifetime, I have encountered many individuals, but you are the one I admire the most. I will take you to meet some important people soon. Chapter 29. Ascending to Leadership. Jiang Wu furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Manager Qin, aware of her youth and inexperience, recognized that there were many things she had yet to consider. After all, accompanying him to meet influential figures required guidance. He pointed to the ceiling. We have powerful allies above us. As long as we perform well and deliver results, we will surely earn their recognition. Just as Jiang Wu had previously mentioned, their endeavors here posed significant risks. Should they be caught, their lives would be irrevocably shattered. Gaining access to higher echelons would not only provide them with greater wealth and influence, but also ensure their safety. Jiang Wu's accomplishments were his bargaining chip, forming the basis of his future plans. Jiang Wu's eyes brightened, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Manager Qin. Your generosity shall be etched in my memory. Rest assured, I will fulfill your requests. Engaging with someone so astute made Manager Qin increasingly pleased. There was little else required of her. She simply needed to continue delivering results. I am confident that in a few days, when I tighten the net, your performance will surely satisfy you, he assured her. Jiang Wu contemplated for a moment before earnestly requesting, I kindly ask for your guidance, manager. I wish to understand how to act so as not to displease those above us. After all, I am following your lead and cannot afford to tarnish your reputation. Manager Qin was even more delighted. Old Zhao is a person of vision. I appreciate ambitious and loyal juniors like you. Once I've made the necessary arrangements, I will share further details with you. Now go and attend to your duties. Yes, manager. Jiang Wu exited the office and descended to her small, dark room. Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered Jiang Dongjin. She pushed the door open, allowing him to enter, then reclined in her chair, resting her feet on the desk as she inquired, Do you need something? Jiang Dongjin rubbed his nose and asked, Miss, are you on good terms with Manager Qin? And what of it? I, too, wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with Manager Qin for a better life. Do you think you could speak positively of me in his presence? Oh, as long as it means earning more money, I can certainly assist. Jiang Dongjin's eyes lit up. What does Miss think would be an appropriate target for my performance this month? A modest goal, perhaps, to demonstrate my worth? Jiang Dongjin's pupils narrowed, and he forced a smile. I will do my utmost. In return, I hope Miss will speak well of me to the manager. Consider it done. Jiang Wu replied with a smile. She now requires exceptionally high performance to disrupt the equilibrium of the factory and draw out those above. Given the popularity of her little niece, Little Star, it won't be long before she garners widespread attention online. Once the spotlight truly shines on her, the factory will undoubtedly prevent her from being exposed, placing her in a precarious and unpredictable situation. Fourth brother, you must lend your full support. In the following days, Jiang Wu would engage in daily motivational sessions before work, encouraging everyone to strive for exceptional results. Jiang Dongjin's business acumen proved formidable, resulting in a sharp increase in the factory's revenue. Jiang Wu's efforts culminated in a single sales achievement of 10 billion. Early one morning, Jiang Wu was summoned to Manager Qin's office. Miss, please prepare yourself. Old Zhao will be coming for an inspection in a week, he informed her. Jiang Wu narrowed her eyes, gripping her brush as she began to sketch on a napkin. This meant they would be meeting here instead of out in public, which would prevent her from encountering the figures behind the scenes. Manager Qin, are we supposed to meet Old Zhao outside? She inquired. Manager Qin's expression darkened. If Old Zhao wishes to meet us, he will come here. His matters are not for you to question. You cannot mention his name or inquire about his affairs. Jiang Wu, do you understand? Jiang Wu replied with an O. Manager Qin observed her as she set down the brush, revealing a strange and ancient totem on the napkin. He couldn't help but rise to examine it closely, asking, What does this resemble? Is it some kind of talisman? Manager Qin, a believer in Buddhism, had some understanding of such matters. This is a talisman. You recognize talismans? He asked, slightly bewildered. What sort of talisman is this? What purpose does it serve? A soul-snatching talisman. It can seize souls. Manager Qin was taken aback. What does Old Zhao look like? Jiang Wu's demeanor appeared casual, yet there was an undercurrent of calculated determination. Do you have a photograph of Old Zhao? Is he our big boss? Does he have accomplices? Is there anyone behind him? Jiang Wu blew on the ink of the talisman and lifted her gaze to him. Manager Qin's face turned pale. Jiang Wu, who are you really? What do you intend to do? I aspire to be the leader, so I must compel Manager Qin to yield his position to me. Manager Qin instinctively called for his subordinate, Asan. Jiang Wu stood and pressed the napkin against his forehead. The talisman slowly emanated a golden light, entering his mind. Manager Qin's expression morphed into one of fear and distortion as he gazed at Jiang Wu, perceiving her as a monstrous entity imbued with a hint of divinity. Though he believed in Buddhism, he was not superstitious and could not fathom the existence of someone like Jiang Wu. Before long, he slumped back in his chair, his gaze vacant. Asan, hearing the commotion from outside, burst through the door, accompanied by a group of henchmen. Manager Qin. Manager Qin? They called, rushing forward. Manager Qin sat motionless in his chair, suddenly turning his head with an air of malevolence towards Jiang Wu. What has happened to Manager Qin? Jiang Wu shrugged nonchalantly. I have no idea. Perhaps I overwhelmed him with too much money, and he became too excited. Had a stroke? Asan drew his gun, aiming it at Jiang Wu's forehead.
Bang!
Jiang Wu delivered a swift kick to his wrist, causing the gun to fly from his grasp. In one fluid motion, she caught the firearm, disassembled it with a series of clicks, and placed the parts on the table. Asan, you ought to show some respect. This young lady has always respected Manager Qin, as everyone can attest. I rely on him to introduce me to higher-ups. With Manager Qin in this state, I now call the shots here, do you understand? Ha, you little brat.
Bang!
Jiang Wu kicked him to his knees and swiftly reassembled his gun. Aiming it at the partition wall of the office, she fired, the bullet piercing through the wall and into the solid barrier behind it. With a flick of her wrist, she turned the gun towards Asan's forehead. Asan, we are all on the same side. As Manager Qin taught us, unity is paramount. May I manage this place in his stead? Just keep your eyes open. The most pressing matter now is to find a doctor for Manager Qin. He mentioned introducing me to old Zhao, and I value this opportunity greatly. I am not well versed in the process of providing medical care for the injured. So, I will rely on your assistance. After speaking, Jiang Wu pressed the gun against Asan's chest, returning it to him. Asan shot her a fierce glare, begrudgingly took the gun, and ordered his subordinates, quickly, fetch old Fan. Chapter 30. Let us all strive to earn money. Half an hour later, a doctor in his 40s. Old Fan arrived. After examining Manager Qin, he discovered a complete lack of brain activity and could only speculate that it was a case of acute cerebral palsy. He should be transferred to a hospital in the capital for further examination, Old Fan suggested, shaking his head in futility. However, he knew that given the individuals involved, they were unlikely to seek treatment in a large hospital. Ultimately, Old Fan could only prescribe some medication and departed. Manager Qin valued his privacy. There were no surveillance cameras in his office, and Asan could uncover nothing. He could only arrange for someone to carry Manager Qin to his bedroom and care for him. News of Manager Qin's ailment quickly spread throughout the factory, plunging it into chaos. A throng of people surged toward the factory gates, shouting, "Let us out! Let us out!" Asan, along with a group of thugs, rushed over, brandishing makeshift weapons like wooden sticks and chair legs, surrounding the crowd. Even armed, they were outnumbered. 300 to 400 individuals were determined to break free, emboldened by their long suffering under Asan and his gang. Some had endured broken limbs, others had suffered mutilations, and a few women had been violated. At that moment, the crowd only sought vengeance, to rip their oppressors apart and drink their blood. "Let us kill them,"
they cried.
With a surge of fervor, the crowd charged forward.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A few gunshots rang out, and while some were struck, they pressed on undeterred. In mere moments, the guns were seized and tossed aside. Elsewhere, the thuggish security guards previously tasked with overseeing the employees were also overwhelmed. Meanwhile, a thunderous crash echoed as the massive iron gates were forcefully breached by the human tide, collapsing to the ground. The sea of people stood before the open sky, momentarily stunned. Among them were individuals who had been abducted and held captive for over 5 years. They had endlessly yearned for escape, for the chance to reunite with their families. After repeated attempts at fleeing, each met with failure and torment. Their hope and will had been systematically eroded. Now, with freedom merely a step away, they found themselves paralyzed with uncertainty.
Charge!
Freedom awaits. A voice rang out, snapping them back to reality. Like wild stallions unleashed, they surged forward. The ground trembled with the sound of approaching machinery.
Soon,
fear etched itself on their faces as they began to retreat. A large tank slowly advanced towards them, and atop it stood a girl in a white t-shirt, her dark hair flowing freely, Jiang Wu. A colossal military tank advanced step by step, herding the fleeing crowd gradually towards the imposing iron gate, which creaked open under the pressure, allowing the tank to halt before the throng. Jiang Wu raised her 98K rifle towards the sky, unleashing a series of shots, 5 or 6 in quick succession. The crowd, huddled together in fear, shrank back, while the employees who had been assaulting the guards retreated, kneeling on the ground in submission. San and his henchmen, though merely injured and far from fatal, scrambled to their feet in haste, seeking refuge behind the tank. The assailants and security personnel, who had been overwhelmed, fled in trepidation to Jiang Wu's rear, finding solace only there. Despite their usual ferocity and proclivity for violence, in that moment, they believed themselves on the brink of being torn to shreds by the very people they had attacked. It was then that Jiang Wu spoke. "Manager Qin is unwell and recuperating. For the time being, I shall oversee the factory. Should anyone dare to disrupt my authority, they shall face dire consequences." Jiang Wu lowered her rifle, aiming it deliberately at the chests of the crowd, her tone resolute. "Do you all understand?" A profound silence enveloped the gathered individuals. Those with rebellious thoughts, contemplating a bold move, glanced at their paralyzed companions and hesitated, daunted into inaction. "If anyone is unclear, now is the time to step forward," she warned, sweeping the barrel of her gun from left to right, as if to indicate that any forward movement would be met with swift retribution. After scanning the crowd through the rifle scope and noting no one dared to respond, she smiled slightly. Excellent. If you wish to live, do not be useless. Contribute diligently. The future is mine, as well as yours. There will be milk, there will be bread, and dreams shall be realized. With a gesture of her left hand, she commanded, "Let us commence work." From behind, a contingent of 20 soldiers, armed with assault rifles, encircled them. All employees promptly turned and returned to their stations as directed by Jiang Wu. Observing this, Jiang Dongjin, who had been lurking by the gate, relaxed his grip on the stun weapon concealed behind him, which clattered to the ground. Suddenly, Jiang Wu's frying pan struck him unexpectedly on the head, leaving him dazed and collapsing to the floor. Grabbing one of his feet, she addressed the soldiers, repair the gate, and dragged Jiang Dongjin into the factory. Why does he deserve such treatment? Does this girl harbor a grudge against him? He pondered before swiftly losing consciousness. In the wake of the chaos, Ah-san and his crew grasped the reality that only Jiang Wu could maintain order in this place. They were simple-minded, physically imposing individuals who adhered to the law of the jungle, instinctively submitting to Jiang Wu's authority. Having deposited Jiang Dongjin in his cramped workspace, Jiang Wu emerged to encounter Cui Shui, Li Yunqi, and 3 others who had come expressly to seek her out. During the earlier turmoil, they had been liberated from their cage, filled with hope of escape, only to find themselves in this predicament instead. Lin Yihan sank to her knees, clinging to her leg. "Miss, please let us go. For the sake of our shared origins, grant us our freedom." Mealy interjected, "Our presence here adds little, and our absence would be scarcely noticed. Please let us leave." Sun Rui added, "We seek neither wealth nor status. All we desire is to return home," sobbing. Cui Shui pleaded, "Jiang Wu, show mercy, and allow us to depart. Keeping us here will only impede your endeavors. Rest assured, we shall not alert the authorities. We will remain silent about everything that transpires here." "Jiang Wu, I implore you," Li Yunqi begged, his voice trembling with desperation. Jiang Wu pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling a headache brewing, and turned to Ah-san and his associates. "Confine them, but ensure they are not starved." Ah-san waved a hand, and several men advanced to escort them away. "Jiang Wu, you wretched scoundrel." They howled in desperation, gnashing their teeth in hatred towards her. Jiang Wu felt a pulse of frustration in her brow. She wished to release them. However, without results, managing the situation would become increasingly challenging. Would she keep them around merely for the sake of the new year? If she let them go, they would escape. Had she not intervened with the tank, those who fled the factory would have encountered the external military and faced immediate slaughter. Even if they managed to evade the initial chaos, those lurking in the shadows would surely capture them once more. Thus, they could not be released just yet. Chapter 31. Upon seeing her little niece, the Jiang family members were ruthless in their pursuit of wealth. She instructed Ah-san, "Let us convene a meeting," and proceeded to the elevator, ascending to the 7th floor office, once occupied by Manager Qin. Upon entering, Jiang Wu was followed closely by Ah-san, leaving them as the sole occupants of the room. Jiang Wu addressed him directly. Manager Qin previously mentioned a few key individuals involved in the factory's management. His sudden illness prevented him from disclosing their identities to me. Without their cooperation, we cannot maintain control here. Ah-san's expression turned to one of shock and confusion. Having served alongside Manager Qin for so long, he understood that there were indeed significant figures coordinating communication with higher-ups, yet he was unaware of their identities, nor did he foresee the complexity of the situation. "The finances," Jiang Wu reminded him, "are of utmost importance in our factory. With substantial funds circulating rapidly, a lack of oversight will soon attract the bank's attention, exposing us entirely. The individual overseeing our financial affairs is among the most crucial. Next, we must consider those responsible for information dissemination and communication. Just as today, when employee unrest occurred, someone alerted the military to intervene." Ah-san inquired, "Today's military presence was summoned by someone? And what are the new arrivals? When might we expect the next group to come in? Who maintains communication with us, and how can we ensure our actions remain clandestine and faultless?" It was then that Ah-san grasped the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed 2 names. Old Gao, who manages the finances and likely has connections with higher authorities, and our programmer, Rabbit. "Rabbit? Is he the one responsible for our programming?" Jiang Wu narrowed her eyes. "Bring them here for a meeting." Before long, Old Gao and Rabbit arrived, and Jiang Wu laid out the specifics before them. I will speak plainly. We need to establish contact with higher authorities swiftly to determine our next steps. Given Manager Qin's current condition, we cannot rely on him for immediate guidance. You must find a way to make contact as soon as possible. Leaning in, her voice intense, she added, should any errors arise, the higher-ups may abandon us to save themselves. Previously, we had Manager Qin to shield us. Now, however, her gaze swept across the three of them. I am a newcomer, still with a chance to salvage my position. You three do not share that luxury. Fear flickered in their eyes. Old Gao, being the eldest and most composed, tugged at his collar, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, I will give it a try. Jiang Wu nodded, rest assured. I will oversee the factory. For the time being, we shall be safe. The rest will be entrusted to you. From there, Jiang Wu's focus shifted to managing the factory and achieving results. A mere 3 days later, the half-month performance evaluations loomed. According to regulations, the top 3 performers would receive rewards, which included monetary bonuses and a day off, personally hosted by the manager.
Now,
Jiang Wu has assumed the position formerly held by Manager Qin, and this matter shall rest upon her shoulders. The individual with the highest performance is none other than her. Followed closely by Jiang Dongjin, with the third place being occupied by a nameless 5-year-old girl, referred to only by her codename, Xiao Wu. Upon noticing that the business involved live streaming, she immediately recognized her little niece. Upholding the established protocols, Jiang Wu instructed Ah San, please make the arrangements for this afternoon. I shall accompany the two of them for a meal. Yes, miss, Ah San replied with a respectful demeanor. Presently, Jiang Wu not only occupies the role of Manager Qin's superior, but has also saved his life. He possesses a strong sense of loyalty and camaraderie, and at this juncture, he is quite devoted to Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu then sought out Lao Gao to verify the financial accounts, entrusting him with the transfer of several billion in incoming funds to the necessary accounts, which ultimately belonged to those in higher positions. As for the methods of laundering the money and the ultimate beneficiaries, Jiang Wu deemed it unnecessary to know at this moment. After addressing the financial matters, her attention turned to the employees. Some individuals had not produced any results for half a year, yet still required the factory's sustenance, accruing substantial debts. Placing such people in the current roles would only lead to wastage and drain resources. Therefore, Jiang Wu made adjustments based on their situations, reallocating them to roles such as cleaners or kitchen staff. The workforce was reorganized effectively, revitalizing the factory and ensuring steady progress across various operations. By afternoon, as Jiang Wu emerged from the factory floor, a subordinate approached to report, Miss, the guests have arrived, and dinner has been arranged. I understand. You may go to have your meal, she replied, aware that it was the dinner hour. Once her subordinates departed, Jiang Wu proceeded to her office on the 7th floor. The dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite dishes and Maotai liquor. As she occupied the main seat, she waited for a while until a series of knocks echoed through the door.
come in, she said.
Ah San then pushed the door open, ushering in the guests. Jiang Wu shifted her body slightly and caught sight of the 5-year-old girl trailing behind him. Absent from the live stream, the little girl's face was scrubbed clean, fair and delicate, tall and slender. Remarkably, despite the sweltering heat and her daily endeavors in live streaming, digging, raising chickens, pigs, and children, she had scarcely tanned. Such is the nature of a born beauty, impervious to the sun's rays. Though she appeared a bit thin, her health was evidently robust. Clad in a gray t-shirt, a beige short-sleeved top, and a pair of sandals, she looked as disheveled as a little beggar, yet exuded a captivating, whimsical charm. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Nan Jifeng, while the remaining traits echoed those of Jiang Qingyue. Nan Jifeng was also a rare beauty, and Jiang Qingyue was undeniably handsome. Thus, Nan Xingqian's appearance harmoniously combined the best attributes of both. Her delicate features were impeccably refined, reminiscent of a doll. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and the name Nan Xingqian was crafted specifically for her. Since Nan Xingqian resembled Jiang Qingyue, she bore a slight resemblance to Jiang Wu as well. However, given the significant age difference, no one would suspect their familial connection as aunt and niece. Nor would they discern this fact, were it not for the presence of Ah San and the peculiar circumstances. Jiang Wu would have eagerly pulled the girl into her embrace and showered her with affection. The little girl, exceptionally perceptive, was acutely aware of her situation. Despite her boldness, she remained nervous and apprehensive, her gaze timidly averted, always cautious. This sight tugged at Jiang Wu's heartstrings. Oh, she is but a child. As long as she is here, that is sufficient. Ah-san, you all may go to eat, Jiang Wu declared. Ah-san, recognizing that a child held little interest and feeling the pangs of hunger himself, decided to leave for dinner, concerned that they would miss out on the meal if they delayed. Upon exiting, the subordinates thoughtfully closed the door behind them, leaving only the two of them in the room. Jiang Wu smiled gently. Xiao Wu, come over and eat. Nan Xingqian finally mustered the courage to lift her head, her face radiating surprise and delight. This older sister was not frightening at all. In fact, she felt a warm familiarity and affection towards her. She approached and climbed onto the chair beside Jiang Wu, her bright eyes fixed on her. Jiang Wu handed her a bowl and chopsticks, inquiring, "Are you hungry?" The little star nodded, her voice sweet and endearing. Although she was indeed famished, being in the company of this older sister made her forget her hunger. Jiang Wu smiled at her and asked, "What do you like to eat?" "Anything is fine," came the reply. Jiang Wu gently patted her head, ladling a bowl of soup for her and adding a few sweet, easily digestible dishes, softly advising, "Take your time, don't swallow too quickly." The little star nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening. She first sipped a few spoonfuls of soup before beginning to eat the vegetables in her bowl. Clearly hungry, she ate rather quickly, yet her movements were remarkably graceful. At such a tender age, she already embodied the poise of a young lady from a prestigious family. Jiang Wu was utterly enamored and playfully ruffled her hair while serving her more food. The little star was momentarily taken aback by this older sister's kindness, prompting her to exclaim, "Sister, you should eat too." She then offered Jiang Wu some of the delicious dishes she had selected. This caring little sister, no, little niece, was simply heartwarming. After Nan Xingqian had a few bites and was nearly full, Jiang Wu retrieved a vacuum-sealed plastic bag from her pocket containing handmade rabbit-shaped candy, opened it, and presented it to her. "Here." Upon seeing it, Nan Xingqian's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She clumsily accepted it, retrieving a small rabbit and taking a cautious bite, the familiar taste flooding her senses, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. This was the rabbit candy her mother had made for her. Only her mother could replicate such a flavor in this world. Chapter 32. I want this little goose. From a young age, she had an insatiable sweet tooth, and her mother, concerned for her health and her little teeth, had personally crafted this sugar-free handmade candy. She even shaped it into her favorite little rabbits. Her mother had entrusted this beautiful sister to bring it to her. This lovely sister was indeed a kind-hearted person. Her mother must have recognized her while streaming. Choosing to become a live streamer to earn money was undoubtedly the right decision. Her mother was surely devising a way to rescue her now. With these thoughts racing through her mind, she clenched the rabbit candy tightly in her hands, vowing not to let herself cry. She must remain strong, brave, and obedient, concealing any signs of distress until her mother could come to her aid. Observing the little girl in such a state, Jiang Wu reached out to pull her into an embrace. Knowing that Nan Jifeng had specially prepared the handmade candy and entrusted it to her for delivery, she had taken great care to ensure it remained untouched, even vacuum-sealed for preservation. Jiang Wu needed not utter a single word. Nan Xingqian understood. As she was enveloped in Jiang Wu's arms, the little star began to weep softly, stifling her cries to avoid making too much noise. Jiang Wu gently caressed her head, soothing her in her heart, assuring her that, soon enough, she would be able to take Nan Xingqian home. Just then, the door creaked open, and Nan Xingqian sprang from Jiang Wu's embrace, seizing her spoon and chopsticks to continue her meal. "Oh, why didn't you wait for me before starting?" Jiang Dongjin remarked, tousling his hair and sauntering over with an elegant grace. Standing at 6 feet tall, his long legs moved with an effortless charm. Given his striking appearance and natural charisma, Jiang Wu could not fathom why her fourth brother was merely a background actor in the entertainment industry. Jiang Wu gestured towards the subordinates who had accompanied Jiang Dongjin to the door, prompting them to close it behind them as they departed. Despite having been knocked unconscious by Jiang Wu on several occasions, Jiang Dongjin harbored an inexplicable conviction that she would not harm him, rendering him unafraid. He settled comfortably into a chair, only to catch sight of a young girl beside him, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. His expression darkened instantly. "Miss, this is excessive. How could you bully a child to the point of tears?" Jiang Dongjin was well acquainted with the rules of this small world. He refrained from commenting on her actions, but bullying a child was simply unacceptable. "Uncle, please don't say that about my sister. She hasn't bullied me. She is a wonderful person." Little Star hastily defended Jiang Wu, fearful that if she spoke too much, she might inadvertently reveal Jiang Wu's true identity. With her hands on her hips, she exuded an air of defiance towards Jiang Dongjin. Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. How endearing it was to see her little niece, so protective of her. Uncle? Jiang Dongjin glanced between himself and Jiang Wu, noting that he was over 2 years her senior, yet she was addressed as sister, while he was called uncle. This was not the crux of the matter. What truly astonished him was her ability to influence a child in such a manner. He adopted a serious demeanor, exuding an intimidating presence. Speak. What must I do to ensure the child's safety? Money? How much do you require? Name your conditions, and I shall fulfill them. Jiang Wu frowned. What? Is she your relative or your daughter? She had long been in the dark about how her fourth brother had been deceived. Had he merely been a pawn? His worth dictated by his intelligence rather than his looks? Indeed, Jiang Dongjin replied with certainty, from this moment forth, she is my daughter. He turned to Little Star. What is your name? Little Star blinked innocently. I am called Xiao Wu. She dared not reveal her true name, fearing it might attract trouble. Jiang Dongjin declared confidently. She is now my daughter, Xiao Wu. Jiang Wu interjected. Has your second brother consented to this? Little Star chimed in. Uncle Daddy, are you listening to me now? Jiang Dongjin was taken aback. Observing the earnest gaze of the little girl, he stiffly nodded. As a father, he naturally had to heed the wishes of his daughter. Then you must be obedient and listen to your sister, all right? Jiang Dongjin hesitated. He could concede to many things, but this was beyond the pale. Leaning closer to Little Star, he whispered, Do you understand? This sister of yours is not good. Jiang Wu tossed a chicken leg onto his plate. Be quiet. You can't silence yourself even while eating. It was crucial to maintain her image in Little Star's eyes. After all, he was her fourth brother, and that was non-negotiable. Uncle, have some candy, Little Star said, reluctantly producing a small rabbit-shaped candy and offering it to Jiang Dongjin. If you eat my candy, you must behave, and not speak ill of my sister. She was on the verge of tears. It was a treat her mother had made for her, one she was reluctant to part with. However, this uncle seemed kind and treated her well, so she decided to give it to him. Looking at the little girl's pleading demeanor, Jiang Dongjin could not bring himself to refuse, so he accepted it with a grunt. This rabbit candy, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He examined the beautifully crafted, unique rabbit candy, feeling a sense of déjà vu. You definitely haven't seen it. This candy is made by my mother. Little Star quickly sealed her lips, nearly letting her secret slip. Jiang Dongjin took a bite, tearing off one of the rabbit's ears. And after a few chews, his eyes lit up. This flavor. I remember now, my second brother used to stash these rabbit candies. I thought they were some exquisite delicacy and stole some. I nearly got beaten to death and ended up suffering for 3 days and nights. My life nearly slipped away. Jiang Wu merely sighed, while Little Star gazed at her in confusion. Eat your meal, Jiang Wu said, patting her head. Little Star unearthed another candy, sincerely offering, Sister. Have a piece too. Jiang Wu accepted it, popping it into her mouth. It was indeed delicious. After savoring it, she picked up her chopsticks and dug into the meat. In the realm of the Xianyuan cultivation world, she had survived for the past 20,000 years without consuming earthly food. After such a prolonged absence from these culinary delights, the temptation was overwhelming. Little Star, feeling hungry and in high spirits, also enjoyed her meal as they both feasted heartily. Observing this, Jiang Dongjin too picked up his chopsticks to join in. Having been in this place for quite some time, he had not enjoyed a proper meal, and hunger gnawed at him like a dog. The three of them indulged in a bountiful feast. Afterward, Jiang Wu arranged for Little Star to be escorted home. Little Star carefully concealed the rabbit candy beneath her clothing, planning to showcase it during her live stream the following day, reassuring her mother that she had received her candy, thus putting her mind at ease. Jiang Dongjin could only return for the time being, firmly resolved to find a way to escape this place as swiftly as possible, intending to take the little girl with him when the time came. On the fourth day, in the early hours of the night, Jiang Wu was engaged in her work in the studio when a series of knocks resounded at her door. Miss, someone wishes to see you. Jiang Wu shut down her computer, donned a jacket, and followed Ah-san outside. In the factory, several lights remained illuminated as many engaged in online scams. Working through the night, following Ah-san, she arrived at the backyard, where a formidable off-road vehicle with advanced security systems was parked. As they approached, the passenger window rolled down halfway. Jiang Wu stepped forward while Ah-san lingered behind. Upon reaching the window, she felt a domineering and menacing aura emanate from the driver's seat, accompanied by a low, indifferent voice. Come with me, This place will be managed by Xiaogua. The words were directed at Jiang Wu. As soon as he finished speaking, the passenger door swung open, revealing a man in his 50s, slightly under 6 feet tall, with a short beard and graying hair, exuding a ruthless and capable demeanor. Clearly, he was a formidable character, the one dispatched to take charge of the factory. Xiaogua. He was anything but small, he was old Gua. Jiang Wu exclaimed, "Oh, you are old Zhao?" The moment she spoke, the atmosphere around them became tense. Old Gua swung open the passenger door coldly, commanding, "Get in." Jiang Wu furrowed her brow, but complied, bending to enter the vehicle. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Old Gua stepped back, positioning himself before Asan, watching the vehicle as it prepared to depart. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds echoed.
Then,
the door burst open, and a portly man in his 50s tumbled out, followed by his driver and bodyguard, the latter dropping his gun, which clattered to the ground. "Old Zhao." Old Gua rushed forward to assist him. Jiang Wu disembarked from the passenger seat, raising a frying pan above her head, delivering a resounding thwack to Old Zhao. Old Gua froze, collapsing against Old Zhao. Chapter 33. A True Madwoman. Asan stood in shock. When had Jiang Wu concealed a frying pan? It was astonishing how effective it was, striking true every time. After a moment, he finally reacted. "Miss, what are you doing?" Jiang Wu kicked Old Gua away and turned to Old Zhao on the ground. "How can you be certain this is Old Zhao and not an undercover officer in disguise?" Asan scratched his head. Her point did seem quite reasonable. "Let us get him inside and have Old Gao and the others verify. Move quickly." Asan initially harbored some doubts, but now his mind was devoid of any thoughts. For individuals, all of substantial build, were present, prompting Asan to summon assistance. Before long, several of his henchmen arrived, accompanied by a shadowy figure trailing behind. The pale moonlight illuminated the elongated silhouette of Jiang Wu. Her fourth brother had been shadowing her these past few days, seeking a breakthrough to aid Little Star in their escape. However, had it been someone else employing his tracking skills, he would have been apprehended long ago. "Come out," she called, prompting the figure to emerge. Otherwise, if Asan and his crew discovered him first, Jiang Dongjin would inevitably face some corporeal punishment, necessitating her intervention to render him unconscious. With an awkward chuckle, Jiang Dongjin stepped forward. "I am just here to help." Asan was poised to give him a beating, but Jiang Wu intervened, suggesting they allow him to assist. In that moment, Asan was preoccupied with the pressing situation and did not dwell on it further. After all, in his understanding, everyone in the factory was their property. Claiming Jiang Dongjin as one of their own seemed somewhat accurate. Moreover, he was entirely compliant with Jiang Wu's directives at that moment. Jiang Dongjin pondered. When had he transformed into one of their own? Jiang Wu picked up a firearm from the ground, testing its weight. It was a decent weapon, the magazine brimming with bullets. She handed the gun to Jiang Dongjin, inquiring, "Do you know how to use this?" Surprised, he replied, "I do." Asan and his men regarded him with caution. Hastily, he explained, "I've played various roles in my line of work. By chance, I learned how to shoot." The group chose not to dwell on this matter any longer, proceeding to haul the unconscious 4 individuals to the basement, the most secure interrogation chamber. Jiang Wu instructed Asan and the others to bind them tightly, saying, "Go fetch Lao Gao and Rabbit for identification." Soon, Lao Gao and Rabbit arrived, their expressions bewildered as they beheld the bound and unconscious figures. Lao Gao scrutinized Zhao Lao from different angles, while Rabbit furrowed his brow at the other 3. Jiang Wu frowned as well, questioning, "So you're saying he truly isn't Lao Zhao?" Lao Gao replied, Well, he hasn't denied it. After 2 or 3 years apart, he might have aged, gained weight, and appeared older. You could also find yourself arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment," Jiang Wu retorted in a tone mirroring his own. Lao Gao fell silent, and Rabbit hesitated to voice his thoughts. "Should I contact someone higher up?" he asked Jiang Wu. "Forget it. I'm scared," Jiang Wu admitted, realizing that these individuals were indeed unreliable. "Well, it's late. You all should rest. I'll confirm Lao Zhao's identity myself. If he is, I'll shoulder the consequences alone. Should anything go awry, you'll share in my misfortune," she declared. None of them wished to partake in interrogating Lao Zhao, as those present did not appear easy to handle. If he truly was Lao Zhao, they would either face death or severe consequences, and they merely wanted to distance themselves from the situation. Seeing everyone depart, Jiang Dongjin shifted his stance, slowly returning. When Jiang Wu lifted her gaze to meet his, he explained, "I feared you might be overwhelmed, so I stayed to assist." Jiang Wu, concerned that his presence might deter her from her plans, urged him to leave. Jiang Wu first isolated the four, waiting for the driver, bodyguard, and Lao Gua to awaken. After a thorough interrogation, she employed a possession talisman to confine them. She kept Lao Zhao imprisoned for a day and a night, only approaching the interrogation room the following evening. Lao Zhao had gone without food or water for an entire day, and coupled with his diabetes, he was on the brink of collapse. Yet, he regarded the young girl before him with calm indifference, perceiving her as merely a weak insect. "Old man, I beg your pardon," Jiang Wu said innocently, a smile gracing her face as she skillfully peeled an apple with a military dagger. The skin was evenly sliced, a testament to her adeptness with blades. "Our circumstances are unique. Here, no one recognizes you, nor has anyone seen Lao Zhao, making it impossible for us to ascertain your identity. Please understand that those of us in this line of work must exercise caution."
Ha! Lao Zhao chúc cười.
His deep-set gaze revealing a predatory glint. "Why would Manager Qin employ a novice like you? I knew he was foolish, but not this foolish." Jiang Wu's demeanor shifted, and she stepped forward, pressing the dagger against his face. "Old man, you may mock Manager Qin's stupidity, but you shall not insult my integrity. Each person here, even those coerced, bears guilt. Half of us, if captured, would face at least a decade in prison. Moreover, we who assist you in your nefarious deeds are no exception. In any case, we all face grim fates. Let us bring a few more down with us to make the journey to the underworld livelier.
You have one more day.
If you cannot prove you are indeed Lao Zhao, I shall send you to the depths with the others." Lao Zhao's expression shifted as he assessed Jiang Wu, realizing she was not one to be trifled with. "Jiang Wu, don't you fear that I might truly be Lao Zhao?" With a swift motion, Jiang Wu slapped him across the face, her demeanor fierce as she growled, "I've stained my hands with blood for you, earned your wealth, and provided for your indulgences. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also fail to regard us as human. Look at how spoiled you've become." Frightened, Lao Zhao gazed at Jiang Wu, realizing she was far from a conventional individual.
Ha!
Jiang Wu sneered, her eyes glinting with malice. "I've committed murder and arson on your behalf, seeking wealth and inflicting harm, yet you expect me to remain submissive? Oh, by the way, you haven't taken your insulin for quite some time. You want tea last a day longer. Old man, your time is running short." With that, Jiang Wu turned to leave. As she reached the door, Lao Zhao called out, "Wait, I have my ID and other documents. You can verify them." He recognized Jiang Wu as someone who played by her own rules, ruthless and fearless, a true madwoman. Such a person could resort to anything. He could not confront her directly. Jiang Wu pivoted, stepping closer and mockingly said, "Tiske, how desperate you are. If you had revealed this sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Lao Zhao relented, providing Jiang Wu with his ID and related information. Upon her departure, she sought Rabbit to investigate. Chapter 34. Infiltrating the lair. Half an hour later, Jiang Wu returned, forcefully toppling Lao Zhao and his chair. "Are you mocking me?
Lao Zhao.
You don't even bear the surname Zhao. You're just an honest little businessman. I suspect you are an undercover agent. I am Lao Zhao. In our line of work, who would reveal their true identity? My ID and name are naturally fabricated," he retorted, lacking persuasive power. Not even Jiang Wu, nor the simple-minded San and his cohorts, believed him. San interjected, "This guy is probably an undercover cop. Young lady, I suggest we send him straight to the depths." Jiang Wu was taken aback by San's certainty. She glanced at Lao Gao and Rabbit, who were equally bewildered.
This?
Lao Gao stammered, while Rabbit felt overwhelmed. "Let us grant him a bit more time. If he fails to prove himself as Old Zhao, we shall send him to the open sea. I will personally escort you there." Old Zhao, unable to endure any longer, tilted his head and lost consciousness. When he awoke, Jiang Wu and the others had returned. Yet no matter what he asserted, he was incapable of substantiating his identity as Old Zhao. Jiang Wu was entirely skeptical, and San, Lao Gao, and Rabbit were even more hesitant to believe him. "Young miss, judging by his appearance, he seems beyond salvation," Lao Gao remarked, observing Old Zhao's tortured visage, which appeared as if it were made of gold leaf. "You all may proceed with your tasks. This matter does not concern you. Should he perish, it cannot be blamed on your shoulders." The group exchanged grateful glances with Jiang Wu before departing. Jiang Dongjin lingered, reluctant to leave. Jiang Wu turned, flashing him a charming smile that revealed her two lovely little tiger teeth. "Do you wish to assist?" Jiang Dongjin immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Of course. Young Mrs. Affairs are my own. As he spoke, his gaze darkened, radiating a fierce determination, as if he were an experienced hand in such matters. Should Jiang Wu acquiesce, he would not hesitate to eliminate the old man at a moment's notice. Indeed, aligning myself with you will surely bring me great benefits. Thank you, young miss. For this opportunity, Jiang Dongjin said, his flattery evident. Jiang Wu rose and approached the chair to which old Zhao was bound, leaning in closely to scrutinize him. I have granted you a chance, and I have done my utmost. It is you who cannot validate your identity as old Zhao. Hold on a little longer. The ship to the open sea departs tomorrow morning. After delivering her words, Jiang Wu straightened and yawned. Turning to Jiang Dongjin, she instructed, You shall accompany me to the open sea tomorrow morning. Understood, young Mississippi. As Jiang Wu exited, he bowed, bidding her farewell. I bid you a safe journey, young Mississippi. Jiang Wu raised an eyebrow, noting that her fourth brother seemed to frequently assume the role of a eunuch.
Wait.
Old Zhao called out as Jiang Wu reached the large iron gate. I can take you to the company. Jiang Wu turned, stepping before him and locking her gaze onto his. He continued, It is a company that specializes in managing such factories. But in this world, no one wishes to meet those within. Are you certain you wish to go? Jiang Wu kicked his chair with annoyance. Was it not your coercion that brought us to this point? If you could prove your identity, we would not have reached this juncture. Old Zhao, I shall trust you one last time. If you can substantiate your claim, do not take out your ire on me. I am innocent. If even Lao Gao and the others cannot recognize you, then there must be something amiss. I am doing this for the factory, for everyone, and for you, the owners. Am I not? She turned to Jiang Dongjin. Go fetch some insulin and bring something to eat. Take good care of old Zhao. We set sail at dawn. Before the break of day, Jiang Wu summoned Ah San, Lao Gao, and the others, instructing them, I am accompanying old Zhao to confirm his identity. You must guard this place diligently, conducting business as usual, and ensure no disturbances arise. Should I fail to return, reinforcements will undoubtedly be dispatched. Adapt as necessary. The eyes of Ah San and Lao Gao glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Wu was taking such a grave risk for their sake. Young miss, allow me to accompany you. Ah San insisted. Jiang Wu shook her head. If old Zhao truly is old Zhao, your presence will only invite wrath. If he is not, you would merely be sacrificing yourselves. Remain here. Preserving your lives takes precedence. Now, attend to your tasks. With heavy hearts, the group departed. While the dawn had yet to break, Jiang Wu affixed the talismans she had drawn over the past few days onto the electrical and network equipment. She also ventured to a nearby military facility, procuring an off-road vehicle and affixed talismans onto various heavy weapons and doors. Then, she drove away from the military garage, one hand on the wheel while the other retrieved her phone to send Zhou Yi the address, along with the location of the farm where Little Star resided. The environment had specialized satellite communications, intercepting any network and mobile signals. However, she had created a transmission talisman, capable of conveying her message to Zhou Yi without detection. She secured her phone and drove to the factory gate, where Jiang Dongjin assisted old Zhao out. Both he and old Zhao were clad in black athletic attire. Old Zhao, frail and nearly unable to move independently, was helped into the vehicle by Jiang Dongjin, who was about to join him inside. You drive, Jiang Wu instructed. Jiang Dongjin furrowed his brow in confusion. I don't have a license, Jiang Wu replied. Jiang Dongjin was taken aback.
How old are you?
I will be 18 in less than 3 months. Jiang Dongjin suddenly recalled his sister, who was reluctant to return home from the Song family, and realized she was of a similar age to this young outlaw. Upon returning home, he would have to devise a plan to bring her back and discipline her. Otherwise, she might become like this girl. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Old Zhao, reclining in the back seat, was equally astonished. Previously, he had regarded Jiang Wu's audacity and clarity of thought with admiration, assuming she was merely youthful. To discover she was a minor was shocking. He had suspected she had ulterior motives for her actions, even entertaining the notion that she might be an undercover agent. Now, knowing her age, he concluded she was simply an ignorant and reckless youth, blissfully unaware of the world's dangers. You don't have a license either? Jiang Wu inquired, noticing Jiang Dongjin's hesitance. That's not the case. I was just thinking about my sister, he replied, opening the driver's door and taking a seat. Jiang Wu promptly climbed into the passenger seat. His words made her shudder. What do you mean by thinking about your sister? I hope she studies diligently and behaves well. Jiang Wu suddenly recalled Song Qingyi's comment that she had scored a total of 100 across all subjects, with a 0 in mathematics. Her spirit and consciousness had now fused well with this body. She could completely empathize with the sense of powerlessness that a poor student faced in their studies, causing her to feel a wave of dread. This fourth brother could not be acknowledged. Otherwise, he would pressure her to study mathematics daily, making life unbearable. "What is wrong?" Jiang Dongjin asked, noticing her distress as he settled into the driver's seat. "Just drive properly," Jiang Wu replied, sinking back into her seat. As the vehicle moved, exiting the factory and merging onto the road following old Zhao's directions, Chapter 35 unfolds, rescuing the daughter to the mother. Meanwhile, in a guest house hotel in the capital of northern Myanmar, Zhou Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette. "This is intolerable. It has been nearly a month with not a single word. I must go and check." When he parted ways with Jiang Wu at the hotel, they had agreed to await her news. During this time, he had mobilized law enforcement and military forces, waiting expectantly. Yet, with no updates, his patience was wearing thin. Jiang Qingyue, deeply concerned for her daughter, felt her heart ablaze upon hearing Zhou Yi's words. However, she feared unforeseen incidents would endanger Little Star and Lao Si. Days prior, her agent had informed her that Jiang Dongjin had come to this area for shooting, only to be abducted by human traffickers at the airport. Others had also fallen victim to the same fate. The rampant scourge of human trafficking and scams had spiraled out of control. Both the police and military had mobilized extensively, unearthing some leads. However, at present, he and Nan Jifeng find themselves daily engrossed in the live broadcasts of Xiao Xingxing, rendering them hesitant to act impulsively.
"Zoe,
I believe you should exercise a bit more patience. Wu Wu has successfully delivered the candy to Xiao Xingxing, and everything should proceed smoothly." Within Xiao Xingxing's live streaming room, they caught sight of the sweets brought by Jiang Wu. Zhou Yi pressed his lips together, refraining from making any rash decisions. Their purpose was to rescue Xiao Xingxing, and Jiang Qingyue, being her father, held the most authority in this matter. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Zhou Yi extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Jiang Qingyue stepped forward to open the door, momentarily taken aback. "Jifeng, what brings you here?" Nan Jifeng, clad in a black sunshade coat and sporting a high ponytail, appeared as an ordinary Chinese tourist. Though weary and slightly haggard, she radiated a formidable and resilient energy reminiscent of a mother's strength. "I couldn't bear the worry. I wanted to be by Xiao Xingxing's side at the earliest opportunity." Jiang Qingyue instinctively embraced her. Nan Jifeng felt her nerves tauten. Despite Xiao Xingxing being their biological child, there remained an air of unfamiliarity between them. Yet, she found it hard to push Jiang Qingyue away and allowed him to hold her for a moment. Upon noticing that she wasn't in such dire straits, Jiang Qingyue released her and inquired, "Are you tired? Have you eaten?" "I had a meal on the plane." Nan Jifeng had already gathered her strength. She understood that she needed to prioritize her well-being to effectively rescue her daughter, and she managed everything adeptly. Observing Zhou Yi's demeanor, she sensed that he was ready to take action and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Just as Zhou Yi opened his mouth to speak, his phone buzzed from his pocket. He swiftly retrieved it, revealing 2 WeChat messages from an account named Fortune Teller with a slightly accurate touch. Wu Wu had sent the location. Jiang Qingyue and Nan Jifeng leaned in closer. Zhou Yi magnified the map. "This is the factory where Jiang Wu and the others are located, and this is the farm." Jiang Qingyue asserted, "I will head to the farm." Nan Jifeng concurred. "So will I," Zhou Yi declared. "I will send someone with you. I will go to the factory." 2 hours later, Nan Jifeng, Jiang Qingyue, and Cheng Zhua, an associate of Zhou Yi, disguised themselves as hikers, with backpacks slung over their shoulders. They traversed the fields until they reached the outskirts of the farm. The morning sun bathed the barren, yet tranquil farm in light. As Nan Jifeng and Jiang Qingyue navigated the hills and entered the farm, they stumbled upon a small garden. The seeds had been sown over a month ago. In the tropical summer, the plants flourished rapidly, with vibrant green sprouts and some already budding flowers. Within a fenced area nearby, they found chicks that had recently hatched, little yellow ducklings and the piglets and rabbits that Xiao Xingxing had purchased not long ago, an enchanting miniature zoo. In the pen for ducklings, a natural pond hosted several ducklings swimming about. The entire farm teemed with life, presenting a picturesque scene. This was precisely what Nan Jifeng had seen in her daughter's live stream. Tears streamed down her face like beads slipping from a broken string. Fearing that she might weep audibly, she pressed her hands tightly against her mouth. Jiang Qingyue's eyes were also glistening with tears. He quickly composed himself, patting her back to console her. Suddenly, a 5-year-old girl appeared, pushing a stroller nearly as tall as she was, heading towards the small garden. Upon lifting her gaze, she froze at the sight of the two adults. Just as she was about to unlock her phone to start a live stream, it clattered to the ground. How could my mother be here? Is that really her? Then her gaze shifted to the uncle beside her mother. The uncle was clad in blue floral shorts and a white t-shirt, matching her mother's outfit in a couple style. Yet this uncle appeared so friendly. Moreover, he bore a striking resemblance to the uncle she had seen at her sister's place a few days prior. As Nan Xingchen scrutinized Jiang Wu, he too observed her in return. The little girl wore a straw hat, her small face smeared with dirt, revealing only a pair of bright, curious eyes and a petite, upturned nose. She regarded him with a mix of astonishment and warmth. Jiang Qingyue's immediate instinct was that this was indeed his biological daughter. This was an innate recognition rooted in their bloodline. Even though they had never met, the first encounter between father and daughter would evoke such a sense of familiarity. Nan Xingchen felt a similar sensation, albeit unaware of its significance at that moment. Suppressing her sobs, Nan Jifeng took a step forward, eager to rush towards her daughter. Jiang Qingyue gently held her shoulder, signaling her to remain still and exercise caution. They were oblivious to the circumstances on the farm and whether anyone might be watching from the shadows. Acting recklessly could lead to an ambush. Besides, their striking resemblance would easily betray their intent to rescue her. Nan Jifeng nodded, adjusting her sunglasses and headscarf to conceal herself further. Jiang Qingyue, however, removed his sunglasses and approached with confidence. Hello. He greeted Xiao Xingxing with a smile, though his voice trembled with emotion. This was the first word he spoke to his daughter. Hello. Xiao Xingxing responded with excitement, barely restraining her urge to rush to her mother. However, reason reminded her that now is not the time for impulsiveness. Jiang Qingyue released a breath of relief, his demeanor becoming more composed as he approached the little girl. We are hikers who have lost our way. We've run out of water. Might your family be able to provide us with some? Tap water would suffice. Oh, sure. Xiao Xingxing, now certain that her mother had arrived, readily complied. Is anyone home? I can ask my companion to fetch some water. Yes, my dad, mom, and brother are all at home. The water is over there. She pointed towards the location of the tap outside the house. Jiang Qingyue then gestured to Qingzhua, who had entered the farm from another path. Qingzhua adjusted his glasses and walked over. A man in a wheelchair emerged from the house, eyeing the strangers warily and directing his question at Xiao Xingxing. Xiao Wu. Who are they? Tourists. They've run out of water and came to ask for some. Qingzhua had already approached, responding warmly, brother. I just need to get some water. We got lost while hiking and we've run out. The middle-aged man, posing as Xiao Xingxing's father and pretending to be an injured worker, was indeed a person with disabilities, yet he appeared vigilant and aggressive. Just take the water and leave quickly. This is private property, and entering like this is illegal. Yes, thank you, big brother. Qingzhua hurriedly replied as he went to fetch the water. Xiao Xingxing remained at a distance from them. Jiang Qingyue gradually crouched down in front of her, peering into the stroller where a 7-month-old baby was sucking on its fingers, its bright eyes curiously observing him. Jiang Qingyue lowered his voice. Xiao Xingxing, have you seen your mother? Xiao Xingxing bowed her head, her straw hat effectively hiding her face, and nodded vigorously, whispering, I have. Her voice trembled, barely audible. Slowly make your way to your mother. Chapter 36. The false heiress astonishes everyone. Instinctively, Xiao Xingxing released her grip on the stroller and began to run forward. She could no longer contain herself and simply yearned to rush into her mother's embrace. However, after only a few steps, she turned back, pushing the stroller and biting her lip. Although anxious and fearful, she gradually approached Nan Jifeng with an air of nonchalance. The child was born to a woman from the factory who had mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, the infant was brought here, becoming a member of their household. And for over a month, she had been the one caring for the child. She could not abandon her, otherwise the baby would starve or fall prey to those wicked individuals who would exploit her for nefarious purposes. Jiang Qingyue felt a jolt, her eyes reddening once again, moved by her daughter's kindness. In front of the house, a man in a wheelchair saw the little star approach a stranger and urgently called out, Xiao Wu, come back and bring your sister. His tone was sharp and hurried. Upon hearing his voice, the mistress of the house and their intellectually disabled brother emerged as well. At that moment, Nan Jifeng disregarded everything else and rushed forward, cradling the little star tightly in her arms for protection. Mom, we have to take little Hua home too, or she will starve. At this moment, Nan Xingchen was solely focused on the infant. All right, we will bring sister home together. Nan Jifeng held her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face, her heart shattered. Nan Xingchen wriggled free from her mother's embrace to lift her sister from the stroller. Though her strength was insufficient to carry such a tiny baby, she held her securely, fearing for the little one's safety. Mommy. Nan Jifeng immediately took the infant in her arms, one hand cradling the baby while the other protected her daughter. Meanwhile, Cheng Zhuo threw a water bottle aside, pulled out a gun from his bag, and pointed it at the man in the wheelchair. We are the police. You are surrounded. Snipers are positioned around the farm. Raise your hands above your head and kneel. Upon hearing this, the intellectually disabled son bolted in panic.
Bang!
Cheng Zhuo shot him in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Jiang Qingyue also retrieved a gun from her bag, stepping in front of Nan Jifeng and the others for their protection.
Soon after,
police vehicles arrived at the farm to apprehend everyone present. The surveillance personnel at the farm included the father and the intellectually disabled brother. Cheng Zhuo's contingent of officers swiftly arrested everyone with little resistance. Cheng Zhuo approached Jiang Qingyue. Director Jiang will handle the remaining matters. Shall I send someone to take your family home? No need. I have arranged for a helicopter that will arrive shortly, Jiang Qingyue replied. He turned to Nan Jifeng, saying, the helicopter will first head to the city, where a private jet awaits. If you wish, you can return to Heisher first. Nan Jifeng was taken aback. She had no idea how Jiang Qingyue could arrange for a helicopter and a private plane, yet she recognized his dedication. Let us return to Heisher, she said, feeling reassured that her daughter would be safe. All right, I'll call Assistant Qin. The helicopter will be here soon. Jiang Qingyue took out his phone to make the call. Little Xingchen tugged at her hand and asked, Mom, we still need to rescue that sister. Sister? Nan Jifeng was puzzled about whom her daughter referred to. The sister who brought me candy. She asked, not a bad person. She's your undercover agent, right? It then dawned on Nan Jifeng that her daughter was referring to Jiang Wu. She is not just a sister. She is your aunt. She is not a bad person but the best person. It was Jiang Wu who helped me find you and revealed the true nature of your father and cousin, saving me from the brink of death. Jiang Wu was indeed a benefactor to both mother and daughter. Aunt? But she is so young and beautiful. I prefer to call her sister, Nan Xingchen replied, confused. Nan Jifeng glanced at Jiang Qingyue, realizing that now was not the time to explain her lineage to little Xingchen. She needed her daughter to rest before finding an appropriate moment to gently convey this information. Thus, she nodded in agreement with her daughter's terminology. Jiang Qingyue interjected. There are even more formidable uncles and police officers on their way to rescue your aunt. And Uncle Daddy. Little Xingchen exclaimed joyfully. That Uncle Daddy looks a lot like you. Jiang Qingyue soon realized she was referring to Jiang Dongjin and felt a sense of relief knowing he was with Jiang Wu. However, the term Uncle Daddy puzzled him. Moments later, the thunderous sound of a helicopter echoed overhead. Jiang Qingyue bent down, lifting little Xingchen with one arm while securing his weapon with the other, guiding Nan Jifeng toward the helicopter. Little Xingchen gazed up at Jiang Qingyue with wide, sparkling eyes, feeling safe and comfortable in his embrace. This must be what a father's hug feels like, she thought. Although her own father was not a good man and she would never receive such an embrace from him, she now understood what it meant to be held like this. She had often envied other children being held by their fathers, but now she too experienced such warmth. Without thinking, she wrapped her tiny arms around Jiang Qingyue's neck, holding him tightly, her eyes inexplicably growing moist. Jiang Qingyue felt a sudden stillness, acutely aware of the small, soft, fragrant warmth in his arms. The weight, though slight, bore an invisible heaviness on his heart, a profound, warm, and powerful sensation. This was the weight felt by a father, awakening the paternal instincts buried within him. He instinctively tightened his embrace around the little one. Nan Jifeng watched the scene unfold between the father and daughter, her eyes misting with emotion. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming gratitude for her daughter's presence in her life, recognizing how beautiful and precious everything was. The three of them, along with the infant cradled in Nan Jifeng's arms, boarded the helicopter, flying toward the nearby city. On board, Nan Jifeng held the baby while little Xingchen was cradled by Jiang Qingyue. Before long, both the adult and the child fell asleep. Nan Jifeng then turned to Jiang Qingyue and said, Once we arrive in Heisher and little Xingchen has rested, I will tell her that you are her father. Jiang Qingyue, his eyes glistening, simply replied, Thank you. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, following the address provided by Jiang Wu, hurriedly led his troops to the factory. only to discover that the power and network were down. Asan and his subordinates were busy repairing the electrical grid. Zhou Yi's team stealthily infiltrated the factory's military quarters, where they found the building in ruins and many people injured. The military quickly surrounded the area, but the personnel attempted to resist, only to find their weapons malfunctioning. All the soldiers and security personnel were left dumbfounded, completely unaware of when or how their military quarters had been destroyed. Zhou Yi picked up a half-burned talisman drawn on a napkin lying on the ground, realizing it was the handiwork of Jiang Wu. She had previously drawn such symbols in the Heisher Hotel but had not completed them. Grasping the half-talisman, he swiftly made his way to the factory. His subordinates and the troops dispatched by the military had already secured the entire scene. Asan and the factory's henchmen, along with several managers like Lao Gao and Tuzi, were handcuffed and detained, awaiting transport back for interrogation. Others, who had been deceived into working for fraudulent operations, were lined up, waiting for vehicles to take them back to their homeland. Zhou Yi surveyed the large square and asked his subordinates, "Where is Jiang Wu?" Cui Shui and her companions had just been released from the holding room. Upon hearing that an officer was questioning Jiang Wu, she hurried over and exclaimed, "Officer, I know where Jiang Wu has gone. She must have escaped. You must pursue her immediately." "She has escaped?" Zhou Yi asked, bewildered. "Yes, she is the overall head here." "She must have realized you were coming and fled," Cui Shui insisted.
Head?
Zhou Yi was taken aback once more, pondering what Jiang Wu had been up to during her nearly month-long stay here. Chapter 37. It was Jiang Wu who saved all of you. Cui Shui urged. "If you chase her now, you will surely catch her. She is treacherous, capable of murder and arson without a flicker of an eye. In just a few days, she deceived others out of billions. Not only that, but she also imprisoned and tortured us, forcing us to commit fraud. Or else she threatened to toss us into the open sea to feed the fish." To this day, Cui Shui and the others remained oblivious to the dire circumstances they would face if sent to the open sea. "The injuries we bear are all her doing. Moreover, she denied us food and water. Had you not arrived in time to rescue us, we would likely have perished," Cui Shui lamented, breaking down in tears. Lin Yihan and Mili could no longer hold back their own tears. Sun Rui and Li Yunqi, being older men, also found themselves crying. Zhou Yi felt a throbbing in his forehead as he listened, still unable to believe. "You mean, Jiang Wu assaulted people?" No, he could not accept this. His Jiang Wu was so kind-hearted, she would never harm anyone unless absolutely necessary. "Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes," Mili replied, reluctant to speak ill of others, but feeling compelled to inform the authorities of Jiang Wu's actions. "We saw her break people's legs, render limbs useless, fracture spines, and nearly crack skulls. For this entire week, we have been tortured in her beastly cage." Li Yunqi and Sun Rui remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Jiang Wu's actions. Zhou Yi fell utterly silent. Cui Shui assumed he was in disbelief and recounted how Jiang Wu had steadily ascended to power, how Manager Qin had suddenly fallen ill, allowing Jiang Wu to take his place. "If you don't believe me, just ask them," Cui Shui pointed at Asan and his ilk. "They all obey Jiang Wu." Asan and his crew responded. Asan said, "Do not be too heartless. The young lady has, in fact, saved you." He turned to Li Yunqi and Sun Rui. "You reported using hacking techniques, and ultimately, the information will reach the local authorities. However, they serve as the factory's shield. Previously, several skilled hackers attempted the same and met swift demise. As for that day when you all wanted to escape the factory, only to be intercepted by the young lady in a tank, if it weren't for her, you would all be dead. Do you know why those elderly workers comply so obediently? Because they are aware that there is no escape from this place. As for those she struck, they are now living well." The person standing nearby was one who had nearly had his skull shattered by Jiang Wu, who had sought to treat her to a meal in the cafeteria. He said, "Though the young lady struck my head, since then, my health has steadily improved. Previously, my limbs were numb, and I suffered excruciating headaches. I felt I would not live much longer, but afterward, my body healed." Other colleagues echoed similar sentiments, all believing that the young lady had assisted them. Listening to this, Lao Gao felt something was amiss and looked at Zhou Yi. "Jiang Wu is." A bold thought surged into his mind. Sen also cast a surprised glance at Lao Gao. Though not particularly astute, in their line of work, they were always wary of police and reporters infiltrating their ranks. Instinctively, he turned to Zhou Yi. "Jiang Wu is your undercover agent?" His eyes instantly turned bloodshot with rage. Jiang Wu had deceived them, toyed with their lives, and yet they remained so loyal to her. Cui Shui could hardly believe it. Jiang Wu is so detestable. How could she possibly be? Li Yunqi whispered to her. Stop talking. He felt numb all over. He had certainly believed the things Ah San had mentioned. Otherwise, they would not have dared to abduct such formidable hackers and keep them here. Doubts had long been brewing in him. Yet he could not bring himself to consider that Jiang Wu might be an undercover agent for the police. Now that they had been rescued, they were all somewhat satisfied. Cui Shui remained unconvinced, but Zhou Yi spoke up, silencing her. Jiang Wu is an undercover agent for our police, to rescue you victims of abduction. She disregarded her own safety and sought ways to infiltrate this place. Everything she did prior was to protect you. She is the bravest, most righteous, most compassionate person.
My future little wife is the best.
Arrangements had already been made. The police would send vehicles to escort each of you back. Finally, someone could no longer contain their emotions and cried out in gratitude. Others joined in, shouting, Jiang Wu, Jiang Wu,
Our homeland.
our homeland.
They,
Who had been trafficked to a foreign land, living lives worse than pigs and dogs, always on the brink of losing their lives, felt that their country had not forsaken them. The police and military had come to rescue them. They fervently cheered for Jiang Wu, the one who had risked everything to be an undercover agent, and for their homeland. The atmosphere was both fervent and poignant. Zhou Yi was now solely focused on finding Jiang Wu. Knowing that Cui Shui and her companions were most familiar with her, he inquired, Where is Jiang Wu? The group looked at Ah San and his crew, bewildered. Zhou Yi approached them, his stern gaze sweeping across each person. Where is Jiang Wu?
Lao Gao.
Being in charge of finances and having some contact with higher-ups was somewhat astute. He now understood why Jiang Wu had treated old Zhao in such a manner. Old Zhao truly was old Zhao. Jiang Wu had known from the start. She had repeatedly pressured old Zhao to prove himself, all to compel him to take her to the higher-ups and capture the true masterminds behind this operation. The young girl possessed such ambition and courage. Though he was part of the factory and enjoyed a decent salary, with ample wealth, it was a life shrouded in darkness, a criminal existence. For years, he felt trapped within a dark cage. He had once been a brilliant investor, a securities worker proficient in finance, but he too had been ensnared. Oppressed and tormented by such cruel means, even having his family threatened, ultimately succumbing to become what he was. Living like a rat in a hidden gutter, he suddenly yearned for that life lived freely under the sun. He had fantasized about someone appearing, no, it had to be a divine being, to obliterate everything here and allow him to escape. And Jiang Wu was that person. She had achieved all this without their notice. A tumult of fervor, emotion, liberation, joy, and pain surged within him, causing him to tremble, his eyes reddening. Zhou Yi seized Ah San, gripping his collar tightly, demanding, Where is Jiang Wu? Ah San, eyes darkened with fury, glared at him, lips pressed tightly together, refusing to speak. Deep down, he remained loyal to this place, loyal to the organization. Jiang Wu is an undercover agent, a traitor. Just as Zhou Yi was about to take action, he heard Lao Gao beside him say, Ah San. At this juncture, it is unnecessary to perform futile acts for the organization. He turned to Zhou Yi and added, Jiang Wu may have taken the higher-ups to the headquarters. Zhou Yi's heart sank, and he began to tremble, struggling to breathe. He had been closely monitoring the human trafficking case, and with his prowess and intellect, he naturally deduced that a more formidable organization was shielding the factories involved. Behind this nefarious operation, there were not only crime lords wielding arms but also international political and military magnates. The location Jiang Wu was heading to was undoubtedly one of the most perilous places in the world. His future bride was proving to be rather unruly. Upon their return, he would certainly need to tame her and ensure her obedience. In Chapter 38, As I Succumb to Madness, Even I Fear Myself, Lao Gao recounted how Jiang Wu captured Lao Zhao and tortured him to prove his identity, ultimately forcing him to accompany her to the company. The crowd was once again stunned. One could only commend Jiang Wu for her audaciousness. Zhou Yi's anxiety intensified. When did they leave? And how? Lao Gao provided the specifics. Miss Jiang also brought along someone who had been abducted, a person seemingly named Jiang Dongjin. Most individuals in the factory were oblivious to each other's identities, including their names. Lao Gao remembered Jiang Dongjin's name solely because he had awarded him a bonus for his outstanding performance. Ah San had seen Jiang Dongjin's profile and was immediately taken aback. Both individuals shared the surname Jiang. Ever since Jiang Dongjin was abducted, he had fallen into Jiang Wu's hands. Each time they attempted to harm Jiang Dongjin, She had preemptively incapacitated them. At that moment, it hadn't registered, but in hindsight, it was evident that Jiang Wu was protecting Jiang Dongjin. There was no need for further proof. They all understood that they were siblings. Reflecting on it now, the resemblance between the two was apparent, though their striking beauty had initially overshadowed this detail. For 7 or 8 years, they had maintained stringent security without a single mishap, yet now, an enormous blunder had occurred, leaving them bewildered. Zhou Yi was frantic. Jiang Wu had ventured into the lion's den, and she had even brought fourth brother along. Fourth brother was merely an actor. Was he being sent to his doom? Are there any leads to trace their whereabouts? Zhou Yi urgently inquired of Lao Gao. Lao Gao appeared troubled. Well, we can only search Manager Qin's office, once more. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a location sent via WeChat by Jiang Wu. The place was over 2 hours away by car, situated at the borders of 2 nations. He called a few trusted subordinates. Come with me. Only a handful of police officers and some military personnel remained to manage the hundreds of individuals within the factory. Zhou Yi and his group took off in modified warplanes, heading directly to the location Jiang Wu provided. Meanwhile, the other military and police units swiftly infiltrated along the routes they had been given. The onlookers prayed for the rescue teams to dismantle the criminal organization's stronghold and safely bring Jiang Wu back. After all, she was their savior. On the other end, Jiang Dongjin, following Lao Zhao's directions, drove through mountains and valleys until reaching a riverbank. In this remote wilderness, there were no signs of life.
Lao Zhao.
You aren't deceiving us, are you? Jiang Dongjin asked, growing wary. If we go any further, we won't have enough fuel to return. Just a couple more kilometers ahead. And we'll reach the island, Lao Zhao wheezed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Once on the island, he would shred the 2 of them and feed them to his pets. Jiang Dongjin turned to the slumped Jiang Wu in the passenger seat. Just listen to Lao Zhao. Jiang Wu said calmly. Jiang Dongjin took a deep breath, his anxiety escalating. He feared that Lao Zhao's words might be a ruse, leading them to danger. And if anything were to happen to him and this young lady, it would spell disaster. Conversely, if Lao Zhao spoke the truth, they would be stepping into the lair of the most terrifying criminal syndicate in the world. Would they even survive? Jiang Dongjin felt overwhelmed. The vehicle jolted violently, swaying perilously. It looked as if they might flip over, plunging into the deep river below, where the mud would ensure their demise. Jiang Wu hurried to reassure him. Don't worry. We have Lao Zhao with us. Jiang Dongjin retorted, what good is having Lao Zhao with us? He doesn't want to die, he just wants to survive. If death is inevitable, I would at least prefer the company of a beautiful woman rather than this ugly old man. He sighed. Well, if I die here, the Jiang family and my future brother-in-law will surely come looking for me and apprehend these top-tier international criminals. At least I would die with purpose. He added. I miss my sister a bit. Jiang Wu shuddered. Why are you thinking about your sister? I haven't even tutored her for her homework yet. She needs to study hard and grow up to be a good person. Jiang Wu felt a jolt of anxiety. Fourth brother, if you continue this way, I might just abandon the idea of saving you. Suddenly, Jiang Dongjin heard a voice, sharp and alert.
What was that? Who's speaking?
He listened intently, but the sound had vanished. All right, I must be so anxious that I'm imagining things. Jiang Wu then remarked, is it that island up ahead? He looked up and saw the landscape open up to reveal several islands. The largest island in the center had faint structures concealed within the dense foliage. Although he was merely an actor, the Jiang family's upbringing had imparted much knowledge to him. Coupled with growing up alongside Zhou Yi, he was well-versed in the affairs of these 2 nations. He had not anticipated that at this border, such a place existed. During the drive, he had also noticed military checkpoints and other highly classified locations that would never appear on any map or online. This so-called company was hidden here. It must be the lair Zhou Yi and the others had been searching for all these years. Suddenly, the engine sputtered and the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. He turned to Jiang Wu, his throat tightening, unable to speak, but his reddened eyes conveyed his feelings. He was reluctant to bring this female criminal onto the island, even if she too was a perpetrator. It would be better to take her back and hand her over to the authorities. Meanwhile, Lao Zhao had already opened the car door and stepped out. Jiang Wu understood Jiang Dongjin's thoughts, but it was too late. Get out and stay close to me. No matter what, Jiang Wu instructed as she exited the vehicle. In Chapter 39, if you don't let me join you, then you must join me. They had long been discovered. Lao Zhao had stood there for a moment when the boat reached the shore, and crew members in yellow buoyancy vests disembarked. They approached Lao Zhao, scrutinizing him before glancing at Jiang Wu. "Take us to the island," Lao Zhao commanded. The crew member nodded. "Board the boat. I'll assist you." Jiang Wu smiled and stepped forward to support Lao Zhao, appearing dutiful and filial. To an outsider, they might seem like a loving father and daughter. Jiang Dongjin's lips twitched. Had Jiang Wu truly forgotten? Had she overlooked the incident where Jiang had kicked old Zhao, threatening him, almost to the point of death?
Now.
He had no choice but to follow along. Jiang Wu assisted old Zhao onto the boat, which was a rather antiquated electric vessel, merely a common means of transportation to the island. The entire island was encircled by the most advanced security defense systems, rendering any form of sabotage utterly unnecessary in such a location. However, the crew member was not an ordinary individual. As Jiang Wu helped old Zhao settle in, Jiang Dongjin took a seat on the opposite side. The crew member started the engine, and the boat began to sway. Suddenly, Jiang Wu raised her foot, and with a resounding thud, the crew member was hurled overboard, plunging into the lake. Jiang Dongjin was taken aback, turning to Jiang Wu in disbelief. Had he misjudged the situation? What was the purpose of her attacking the crew member at this moment? Old Zhao looked at her in confusion. "What are you doing?" "This is for you," Jiang Wu said, producing a tissue from her pocket and placing it in old Zhao's hand. "I've wanted to give you this for a long time." From the very beginning, she had intended for old Zhao to divulge all his secrets to her. However, her desire to explore their lair and meet other powerful figures compelled her to use this method to coerce him into bringing her here. Jiang Dongjin, observing Jiang Wu's demeanor, initially believed it to be something of value and leaned in for a closer look. Old Zhao, however, began to shake his hand vigorously. "What the hell is this?" "A truth talisman," Jiang Wu explained. "What?" "A talisman that compels you to speak freely." "Absurd," old Zhao shouted. But as he flailed, the object only burrowed deeper into his palm, refusing to be shaken off. "Keep struggling, it won't do you any good." Jiang Dongjin was utterly bewildered. This bizarre talisman exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. He watched as it completely infiltrated old Zhao's hand, causing him to slump back in his seat, seemingly under the control of an invisible force. "Set sail," Jiang Wu commanded Jiang Dongjin, who obediently took the helm. "Old Zhao, why don't you enlighten us about your headquarters?" Old Zhao, predictably, began to provide an overview of the company. As Jiang Dongjin listened, he felt increasingly numb. The company's headquarters was comprised of 5 members, all international criminals, arms dealers, political figures from other nations, military leaders, and titans of the technological sector. They operated under the protection of several countries and their officials, allowing their factories to function brazenly. Even if someone from below encountered trouble and was apprehended, these governmental and police entities would assist in resolving the issue. Those who were deceived into participating in fraud had no means of escape. Most would be imprisoned for life, reduced to tools for their illicit gain. Coincidentally, today was the regular meeting of the company's board members, and all 5 directors were present. "What luck!" Jiang Wu exclaimed gleefully. "I get to witness the true forms of these 5 titans." Old Zhao's expression suddenly morphed into one of ferocious rage. "Anyone who sets foot on this island meets one fate: slaughter. To feed my treasure." "Your treasure? Your son or grandson? You mean to eat people? A tribe of cannibals?" Jiang Wu retorted, displeased by his words. She detested any threats against her. "Let me offer you another gift." With that, she slapped a piece of tissue onto his forehead. Once the tissue was spent, she used the remaining talisman drawn on the toilet paper. Old Zhao, amp. And then he sat there, motionless. Jiang Dongjin found the situation eerily familiar. The factory's head manager, Qin, often bore such an expression. Unsure of what to say, he inquired. "Miss, are we really going to go up?" "Of course," Jiang Wu replied, effortlessly lifting the hefty old Zhao. "This scene feels off, you take the lead." Jiang Dongjin complied, hoisting old Zhao onto his back as they ascended the island. A female staff member clad in a tailored suit and form-fitting skirt approached them, exuding an air of both elegance and authority.
"Who are you?"
"What has happened here?" Jiang Wu, supporting the incapacitated old Zhao, answered. Old Zhao suddenly felt unwell and requested to be brought here. Jiang Dongjin pursed his lips, astonished by the little bandit's ability to weave such a convincing lie. Chillingly realistic upon reflection. "Very well, please follow me," the staff member instructed. Jiang Dongjin thought, this is far too smooth. He adjusted old Zhao on his back and, alongside Jiang Wu, followed the staff member into a white, arc-shaped building. The first floor served as a lobby, the second as an office area, the third as private quarters, and the fourth as an aerial garden, complete with a helipad for a small private jet, ready for takeoff at a moment's notice. Upon entering, they were met with high-tech locks and security mechanisms, requiring facial recognition for entry. The staff member led them to the elevator, ascending to the second floor and traversing a glass corridor until they reached a set of double doors. "Please wait a moment," she said, knocking before entering upon hearing an invitation to enter. Inside, the office was vast and opulent, featuring a floor-to-ceiling glass wall that allowed those inside to see outside, while concealing their activities from view. Bathed in perfect natural light, a grand black crystal conference table occupied the center, with 4 individuals seated around it. Along with old Zhao, 5 members of the board convened. Jiang Wu could hardly contain her excitement at her serendipitous fortune. "Old Zhao?" exclaimed a man of similar age to old Zhao, rising in astonishment to approach. "What has happened to you?" Jiang Wu, supporting old Zhao now seated in a chair, replied. "Old Zhao is unwell. He asked us to bring him here." Jiang Dongjin interjected. "Miss, I fear these individuals may not believe you." "What has transpired?" inquired another voice, stepping forward to wave a hand in front of old Zhao's face, calling out, "Old Zhao. Old Zhao? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps we should find a doctor?" Jiang Wu suggested tentatively. "No need to rush. Someone, bring old Zhao's treasure here," the man ordered. Jiang Wu watched in eager anticipation, curious about old Zhao's treasure. Before long, a large Tibetan mastiff was led in, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth and a crimson tongue. Jiang Dongjin was overcome with goosebumps. Yet, Jiang Wu's eyes lit up. What a magnificent beast. Well cared for. Jiang Dongjin could only respond with a nervous chuckle. As the older man grinned maliciously, "Of course it is well cared for. They feast upon humans." Jiang Wu replied with an "oh," shaking her head. "No wonder it smells so foul." She could perceive the noxious aura emanating from the dog. The old man furrowed his brow slightly but continued to chuckle. "The young lady doesn't seem to fancy it, but that's perfectly fine. It adores you. It particularly enjoys tender flesh like yours." The smile faded from Jiang Wu's face as she turned serious. "Must it be this way? I have my own capabilities. I possess various skills, making money, fighting, fortune-telling. I'm quite adept at them all. In truth, I find your organization fascinating. Joining you would undoubtedly be exhilarating." Having spent a few days at the factory's helm, she had yet to satiate her appetite for adventure and felt a growing addiction. Commanding these individuals would surely be even more thrilling. Officer Zhou was livid, his patience worn thin. Beside him, Jiang Dongjin was left utterly speechless, frozen in disbelief. This little bandit had gone to great lengths to come here, all in an attempt to join these individuals? Did she truly comprehend the implications of her actions? Laughter erupted around them, a cacophony of amusement and derision. The entire assembly erupted in laughter. Another individual could not help but remark, "Ah, such youthful ignorance. In our company, we do not recruit externally. When someone retires, we arrange for family members to fill their positions. Young lady, you have ventured into the wrong place. Here, outsiders are merely fodder for our treasure, and there have never been exceptions. However, it has been quite some time since anyone dared to intrude. We haven't encountered such naive individuals in ages." Hee. Jiang Wu joined in the laughter, saying, "That would indeed be quite the predicament. Perhaps you should consider turning yourselves in?" One person with dark hair and brown eyes asked with a stoic expression, "What did you say?" "If you refuse to let me join, then I must invite you to join us instead. But I am indifferent to these matters, so you are left with no choice but to surrender." Another individual caught on to the implications. "Are you a police officer?" "Not quite. I am still in high school and certainly won't make it into the police academy, as the coursework is far too challenging. However, my boyfriend is a police officer." Jiang Dongjin felt he was on the verge of insanity. This was a damn undercover agent. How could the police dispatch such a reckless youth as an infiltrator? Was this not a death sentence? Was it too late for him to escape? The silent observer's expression darkened, and he coldly commanded, "Take care of it." The older man standing beside old Zhao gestured, "Come, let our treasure have a taste." Soon, several towering bodyguards approached Jiang Wu, accompanied by a handler leading a dog. A blond man with blue eyes pulled a handkerchief from his suit pocket to wipe drool from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "It has been so long since I've seen our treasure dine. I truly miss that spectacle." His face twisted with a perverse expression. The bodyguards moved to seize Jiang Wu. Jiang Dongjin hurriedly placed himself in front of her, pleading, "As long as no lives are lost, we can negotiate. But if a life is taken, it becomes a grave crime. In our country, the death penalty exists."
Bang.
A bodyguard twisted his arm behind his back and slammed him onto the conference table. The blond man gazed at him, eyes gleaming, and said, "This fellow is truly handsome. A prime specimen indeed. Let me have some fun with him for a few days. Be gentle. Don't injure him. Such a work of art would be a tragedy to ruin. You son of a—" Jiang Dongjin lunged at him, intending to bite him to death, only to be slammed back onto the table, unable to move. Jiang Wu was similarly flanked by two bodyguards, standing still. The handler held the dog in front, which stared at her with a gaping maw, drooling profusely. The old man patted the dog's head, saying, "Easy there, my treasure. Don't bite her to death. We need her for a fresh feast later." The Tibetan Mastiff growled menacingly, responding to their words. Jiang Wu, disgusted, turned her head away, warning, "I advise you not to touch us. The consequences will be dire. And by the way, the police are on their way." "Police?" The old man laughed heartily. "The most advanced firearms and weaponry in the world are right here with us. The police arriving to deliver takeout for our treasure is quite amusing. I truly warn you, this will end badly. I do not wish for it to come to that. Treasure, go." The old man's command was given. The handler released the dog, which howled and lunged at Jiang Wu. "This is not my fault," Jiang Wu muttered helplessly. The dog pounced on her, but suddenly, with a loud bang, it was blown away, crashing to the ground with a gaping wound in its belly. Then came a series of explosive sounds, erupting from every individual present.
Bang.
Jiang Dongjin heard a noise, blood splattering across his face as the bodyguard holding him collapsed. He scrambled up, looking at the same bodyguard now fallen, and Jiang Wu, who had been freed, exclaimed, "What is happening?" "Explosive talismans." Jiang Dongjin responded, bewildered.
Bang.
He was also knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. In the conference room, everyone exploded and fell, the alarm blaring as numerous security personnel rushed in, only to meet similar fates halfway. Those responsible for security monitoring frantically checked the equipment, realizing it had also self-destructed, with the network and electricity erupting. In an instant, the entire island system was crippled, with everyone indiscriminately under attack, collapsing to the ground. From above, Zhou Yi witnessed the chaos and ordered the fighter jet to dive towards the island. The jet halted, and he grabbed an assault rifle, making his way into the building. The path was unobstructed. The security personnel and bodyguards he encountered were injured and bleeding, unable to move. He reached the second floor and heard sounds coming from a room. Pushing the door open with his gun, he beheld a girl clad in a white t-shirt and blue denim overalls, stomping on the fallen. The scene was explosive. Jiang Wu continued to kick the old man while saying, "I told you not to do this. The consequences are severe, yet you refuse to listen. Look what you've done now. Wow, this treasure looks so plump and tender. It must be delicious. Steamed, fried, spicy, grilled. Let's have a full feast. Care to join?" The old man's belly was blown open, and Jiang Wu's kicks were causing him great pain, his face contorting. Listening to her words, fear gradually spread across his countenance. This young girl was genuinely terrifying. Zhou Yi finally recognized her, his eyes reddening as he stepped forward and pulled Jiang Wu close. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wu's eyes lit up, and she smiled, revealing her little tiger teeth. "Zhou Yi, you arrived so quickly. It's been ages." Before she could finish her sentence, the man pushed her against a pillar, sealing her lips. Jiang Wu's pupils widened in shock. "Isn't he still a minor? Aren't they not supposed to engage in such things? Is Officer Zhou losing control?" Hearing this familiar voice, Zhou Yi felt a semblance of relief. Maintaining some distance, he spoke in a hushed tone, "Being underage doesn't preclude certain things." With that, he lifted Jiang Wu slightly, kissing her more passionately. Jiang Wu thought, could it be that my cheap fiancé and I share a telepathic bond? Is he my fated husband? Zhou Yi's kiss deepened. Beneath the table, Jiang Dongjin, still conscious, witnessed Zhou Yi kissing the female bandit and was utterly shocked. Had his brother-in-law strayed? He struggled to rise, but his breath failed him, and he fainted. Wishing everyone a joyful mid-autumn festival. May the moon and man be whole. May life be fulfilling. Have a delightful holiday. Thanks to the precious gift from Jiang Wu. Chapter 41. The Desire for Another Child. Zhou Yi held the petite woman by her slender waist, kissing her as his turbulent emotions gradually calmed. Hearing commotion outside, he finally paused, creating some distance between them. His long fingers brushed over her rosy lips. "The police have arrived. I need to handle things here with them first. And then I'll take you back." These individuals are top-tier international criminals. Over the years, they have evaded capture by any means necessary. Much of the information they possess is incredibly valuable, and he must collect it. As for the others involved, entangled with various nations and military political backgrounds, dealing with them will be exceedingly complicated and cannot be resolved swiftly. However, for them, this was a monumental breakthrough. Once he gathered the data and evidence, they would address the rest gradually. Moreover, the nation seldom manifests itself, yet through his personal identity, he is capable of accomplishing numerous beneficial endeavors. This time, Jiang Wu has rendered him an immense service. Very well, I shall await your return, she declared as she prepared to depart. However, he pulled her back, pressing her against the pillar, leaning down until their foreheads touched. His gentle voice commanded, "In the future, for matters of such magnitude, you must inform me, so that I can ensure your safety, yes?" Jiang Wu felt the warmth emanating from his forehead and the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Sensing his genuine concern and care for her, it dawned upon her that this is the essence of love and familial affection within the mundane world, filling her heart with comfort and beauty. "All right, I promise you," she replied, unable to bear the thought of this man worrying for her. Zhou Yi then smiled contentedly, kissing her lips once more before stepping back to attend to other matters. Jiang Wu seized one of Jiang Dongjin's legs and dragged him into the adjacent lounge to indulge in the exquisite cuisine and the collection of top-tier artworks within. Naturally, the enjoyment was solely for her own delight. Jiang Dongjin was still in a stupor, unable to regain consciousness for the moment. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yi returned to find her, taking her back to Heisher on a private jet while delegating the remaining affairs to the police and military personnel. As for Jiang Dongjin, Zhou Yi cast a glance at his future brother-in-law, still in a state of unconsciousness, wishing to avoid any disruption to their intimate world. "I'll arrange for someone to escort him back to Heisher to assist with the investigation. He will be taken directly from the airport by hotel staff." These criminals were collaborating with international resorts, brazenly abducting tourists. At this point, Zhou Yi was filled with rage and a desire for retribution. They maintained a trafficking line on an international scale. However, this time, they would be able to completely dismantle this network. "Wu Wu, you have rendered an extraordinary service." Saving countless individuals, Zhou Yi's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude and admiration, his heart aching with emotion. Jiang Wu smiled lightly. "I have accumulated a great deal of merit and earned quite a lot. It has been rather enjoyable." Just moments ago, she had received a notification of 100,000 merit points. 100,000. In her past life, within the realm of metaphysics, it had taken her decades of cultivation to attain such a sum.
Ha!
Zhou Yi laughed heartily, tenderly caressing her cheek. "Let us return." He summoned his subordinates to care for Jiang Dongjin and contact his agent before taking Jiang Wu aboard his modified warplane, heading directly to Heisher. In Heisher, the hillside villa area, the enchanting lights painted a breathtaking masterpiece of illumination. Zhou Yi's custom-made private jet gradually descended into the backyard. This was the residence of his second brother, where he, along with his sister-in-law and little niece, had arrived earlier that afternoon. Jiang Wu surveyed her surroundings. This villa was exponentially more luxurious and expensive than the Song family's estate. Her second brother was certainly not impoverished. Did Song Ning harbor any misconceptions about the Jiang family? Yet, she paid little mind to such thoughts. Her desire was to see her little niece. Inside the villa, Jiang Qingyue and Nan Jifeng were in the dining room, cradling a bottle to feed the infant. Jiang Qingyue carefully held the child, angling the bottle with caution, then turned to Nan Jifeng, asking, "Is this how it's done?" "I'm not entirely sure. Little Xingxing was breastfed until she was 2, so I've never used a bottle," Nan Jifeng replied. Jiang Qingyue glanced at her, sympathy evident in his voice. "You've worked hard." The 9th hospital also had an obstetrics and gynecology department, and while Jiang Qingyue may not be well-versed in many matters, he understood the arduous nature of breastfeeding a child, especially for someone like Nan Jifeng, who managed a sprawling family business and was perpetually busy. She must have cherished her child immensely to reach this point. Nan Jifeng's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Those moments of motherhood, personally nurturing one's own child, are profoundly blissful and more precious than anything else. When you have children in the future, take the time to accompany them as they grow. It will create beautiful memories. Jiang Qingyue gazed at Nan Jifeng, his eyes alight with fervor. After spending time with little Xingxing, he found himself enamored with children. He longed for Nan Jifeng to bear him more children, envisioning a life in which he could take a sabbatical to nurture them, missing none of their precious moments. When Nan Jifeng met his gaze, her heart raced unexpectedly. Was Jiang Qingyue expressing a desire for her to bear his children? In the current circumstances, she hadn't contemplated the future, nor the prospect of a relationship with Jiang Qingyue. Yet, hearing his words and witnessing his demeanor, she instinctively felt her cheeks flush and her breath quicken. Suddenly, they heard footsteps on the staircase. Both turned to see little Xingxing, clad in a white princess nightgown, descending from upstairs. Little Xingxing. Nan Jifeng rushed over, scooping her daughter into her arms as they headed to the dining room. That afternoon, Jiang Qingyue had arranged a private jet to bring them back to Heisher, directly bringing them here. This area represented the pinnacle of luxury in Heisher, home to the city's elite and affluent. Jiang Qingyue's villa was among the finest, complete with a helipad. He had assured them that this house belonged to him, allowing them to reside here with peace of mind, a testament to his financial prowess. She sensed that Jiang Qingyue's background was perhaps more intricate than she had previously understood. However, given his remarkable achievements and youth in the field of medicine, he was certainly capable of affording such a villa. Most importantly, placing little Xingxing in her care provided her with solace. Upon their return, little Xingxing was utterly exhausted. After bathing and having a light meal, she quickly fell asleep in the upstairs bedroom. Initially, Jiang Qingyue kept watch over her slumber. Nan Jifeng, meanwhile, attended to the little flower sister. As twilight approached, Nan Jifeng called him down for dinner, but he insisted on waiting for little Xingxing to awaken so they could dine together. Nan Jifeng carried her daughter into the kitchen, where little Xingxing squirmed to escape her embrace, exclaiming, "Uncle, that's not how you feed her. She'll choke. Give her to me." The diligent housekeeper, Sister Lin, chimed in, "Miss Xingxing, allow me. I am quite adept at caring for children." Sister Lin had been employed by the Jiang family for over 20 years and had received a call from the second young master, Jiang Qingyue, earlier that day, requesting her assistance in caring for the children. She had arrived early, preparing the house and supplies. Before their arrival, she had sent the other servants home, leaving only a cook to prepare the meals. The Jiang family had many children, all of whom had been raised under her care alongside nannies and caregivers. Once the fifth young lady was born, the Jiang family members had moved out, leaving the servants behind in the Jiang residence. After years away from childcare, Sister Lin was now captivated by the sight of the two children, eager to tend to them. "Please, Sister Lin, little flower sister prefers me to feed her." "Uncle, quickly hand her over to me," little Xingxing urged. Sister Lin, though anxious, wore a tender expression as she waited patiently. Jiang Qingyue regarded Nan Jifeng, who nodded, permitting him to carefully place the child in little Xingxing's embrace. The moment little flower sister spotted her, she erupted into joyful coos, delighted. When little Xingxing offered the bottle, the child eagerly opened her mouth, suckling from the bottle while her tiny hands reached out to help hold it. "Take your time eating, little sister. We have plenty of milk powder now, so you won't go hungry." The tiny infant gulped down the milk in response. A few adults watched, their eyes glistening with emotion. Observing this scene, Nan Jifeng discreetly glanced at Jiang Qingyue. She contemplated the idea of giving her little star brother or sister, perhaps borrowing a seed from Jiang Qingyue. Uncertain if he would agree. After all, she could provide for them, her daughter would be happy, and she herself adored children. Having a few more would indeed be delightful. Chapter 42. Let us marry sooner and have more children. Sister Lin was utterly enchanted by the two children, happily settling beside little Star and saying, "Miss Star, you can feed Miss Flower a little less milk. We have prepared plenty of complimentary foods. At her age, she can enjoy more solids, and I am sure she will love it." "All right, thank you, Sister Lin." Sister Lin served steamed egg with shrimp, picking out the shrimp to assist in feeding the dish. "Let us eat first," Jiang Qingyue said, helping Nan Jifeng to sit down. He took a seat beside her, serving both her and little Star soup and rice. Nan Jifeng glanced at him and then at their daughter. Sister Lin had already placed little Flower in a high chair, fastening a bib around her neck, and began feeding her complimentary food. Little Star leaned over the high chair, curiously observing. At the farm, there were no complimentary foods, and since little Flower was in frail health, she only received milk. Little Star was intrigued by how her little sister would react to other foods. As little Flower tasted a bit of steamed egg, her eyes lit up, and her entire face transformed into an adorable expression.
"Wow.
Little Flower loves this steamed egg," little Star exclaimed excitedly.
Indeed, so cute."
Sister Lin was equally smitten. After little Star watched little Flower eat complimentary food for a while and calmed down, Nan Jifeng gently placed her hand on her daughter's small shoulder, directing her attention towards herself and Jiang Qingyue. Little star, mother has something very important to tell you. Yes, mother, please go on. Little star smiled attentively. Nan Jifeng looked at Jiang Qingyue and began. Mr. Jiang Qingyue is your father. Little star smiled at Jiang Qingyue and said, Mother, I agree. I have always hoped you would find someone you love and continue your own life. You and Uncle Jiang are quite compatible. I will support you both. Uncle Jiang is so handsome, so gentle, and very caring. You two make a lovely pair. She even thought about how to bring them together in the future. Mother is amazing. She has already won over Uncle Jiang. Little star felt a wave of joy. Both Nan Jifeng and Jiang Qingyue were momentarily taken aback. Nan Jifeng held her daughter's hand and reiterated. What mother means is that Jiang Qingyue is truly your biological father. You are related by blood. Sister Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the second young master's biological daughter? She is already this big? Madam will be overjoyed. She has been longing for a granddaughter. Little star gazed at Nan Jifeng, then at Jiang Qingyue, still struggling to fully comprehend the revelation. Jiang Qingyue stood up, nervously approaching her chair. He knelt beside her, eager to meet her gaze. Extending his hand, he hesitated before retracting it. Nan Xingchen, my daughter, I am sorry. It is only now that I have come to know of your existence. It is my fault. I have caused you suffering. Little star's eyes reddened as she turned to her mother, still filled with confusion. Wasn't he her father someone else entirely? Nan Jifeng firmly grasped her daughter's hand and explained. In the past, mother was mistaken. Jiang Qingyue is indeed your father. He is the director of the 9th hospital, a man dedicated to saving lives. Sister Lin was beside herself with excitement, thinking to herself, our second young master is not just the director of the 9th hospital. He is also the youngest and most influential member of the International Medical Alliance, a genius doctor. Moreover, he is the second young master of the Jiang family. And our second young master is the most handsome doctor, truly kind-hearted. Sister Lin's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw Miss Star. Although she resembles Madam, she also bears a striking resemblance to the second young master. She looks just like him as a child. It's evident she is a member of the Jiang family. Sister Lin, I am not Jiang Qingyue's wife. Before she could finish, Little Star shook her hand, interrupting her. Mother, is it true? Little Star could hardly believe it. She had taken an instant liking to Jiang Qingyue, and the thought of him being her father filled her with delight.
Now,
they were telling her that Jiang Qingyue was indeed her biological father. What a wonderful surprise. I really like this, Daddy. It's true, Nan Jifeng confirmed. In an instant, Little Star leaped into Jiang Qingyue's embrace, exclaiming, Daddy, this is wonderful. From now on, the people of the Nan family won't dare to call me a bastard or speak ill of my mother. Jiang Qingyue held his daughter tightly, tears welling in his eyes, feeling immense sorrow. It turned out that both his daughter and Nan Jifeng had endured such hardship in the Nan family. I promise. Jiang Qingyue vowed to his daughter, I will protect you and your mother from any further suffering. Thank you, Daddy, Little Star said, planting a kiss on his cheek. Nan Jifeng could no longer hold back her tears, letting them flow freely as she covered her mouth, struggling to contain her emotions. She even entertained the fanciful thought that if she truly married Jiang Qingyue, becoming a family with him would be the ultimate happiness. Sister Lin was equally overjoyed, hastily reaching for her phone to share the good news with her husband and wife. However, looking at the family of 3, along with the little one she was feeding, she felt that such significant news should be shared directly by the second young master himself with the Madam and Master. Little Flower had already leaned over her hand, nearly dipping her face into the bowl, eagerly licking it. The little one was filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for the food. She bent down and continued feeding the child. Suddenly sensing something, she turned to see 2 figures peering through the glass window. It was late at night, and she couldn't see clearly but recognized Zhou Yi. Hurrying to give Little Flower another bite of steamed egg, she stood up to open the door. Young Master Yi is back. I will go open the door. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up towards the entrance. Sister. Little Star released Jiang Qingyue and dashed towards the door. Outside, Jiang Wu sniffled, visibly moved. Has my second brother finally acknowledged his daughter? Is Little Star going to recognize me as her aunt? I have a niece now. How precious. Chapter 43. Eliminate that man and reclaim my sister-in-law. Zhou Yi asked, do you really like children? Does liking Little Star and Little Flower count as liking children? Jiang Wu was uncertain. Regardless, he simply adored Little Star and the others. Zhou Yi added, We could marry sooner and have more children. Just as he began to speak, Jiang Wu had already rushed toward the front door, leaving Zhou Yi to silently tighten his lips. As the door swung open, Little Star rushed out first. Jiang Wu bent down, and Little Star jumped into her embrace, thrilled. Sister, you're back safely. That's wonderful. Jiang Qingwei and Nan Jifeng approached, their faces beaming with joy at the sight of the two returning safely. Nan Jifeng, Little Star, this is your aunt, Jiang Wu. Jiang Qingwei added, she is my fifth sister, my dear. Little Star finally understood. Ah, so that's what it means. Jiang Wu embraced Little Star and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. My lovely niece, you are so beautiful and adorable. She had longed to do this since her time at the factory. Little Star, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, clung tightly to her neck. Aunt. Standing nearby, Sister Lin discreetly wiped away her tears, marveling at the little miss. She resembled the lady so much, appearing kind-hearted and delightful, truly endearing. She was nothing like the rumor suggested. How joyful the lady and the master would be upon meeting her. As long as Ping and returned safely, everything would be well. Jiang Qingyue supported Jiang Wu's arm. Jiang Wu was reluctant to let go of her niece, holding her tightly. Zhou Yi and Jiang Wu had just returned, weary from their journey and quite famished. The family decided to have dinner first. During the meal, Jiang Qingyue remembered to inquire about his abducted fourth brother, asking Zhou Yi for updates. Zhou Yi relayed the information. Fourth brother is fine. He's been with Wu Wu, and his manager is taking care of him. I've arranged everything else, and I'll handle some important matters later. Thank you so much, Jiang Qingyue replied sincerely, feeling grateful. We're all family. There's no need for thanks between us, said Nan Jifeng, expressing her heartfelt gratitude towards Jiang Wu. Wu Wu, I truly appreciate you. She expressed her feelings verbally, mentioning her collection of antiques, promising to send some good pieces to Jiang Wu later. Sister Nan, you are too kind. Little Star is my niece. As her aunt, it is my duty to rescue her. Ah, I am so happy. My sister turns out to be my aunt. Jiang Wu couldn't help but pinch Little Star's cheek. Having such a lovely niece makes me very happy too. The dinner table buzzed with warmth and cheer, soothing Nan Jifeng's anxious heart. In the midst of the gathering, her phone rang. It was her assistant and financial manager. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to take the call. After a brief conversation, she returned to the table, her expression somewhat grave. Jiang Qinghua leaned in, concerned. Is something the matter? My financial manager called regarding a batch of antiques we need to purchase, amounting to approximately 2 billion. It's a project overseen by Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu. Nan Jifeng, having placed her trust in Jiang Qingyue and the others, needed their assistance to expose Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu, so she shared the details with him. These are the antiques, she said, handing her phone to Jiang Qingyue. Although Jiang Qingyue had little experience with antiques, he had developed an appreciation for them due to Nan Jifeng's passion for the field. He took the phone, scrutinizing the images seriously. Jiang Wu, purely curious, leaned in to see what treasures could be valued at 2 billion. Her eyes widened in surprise as she peered at the phone in her brother's hand. Goodness, freshly unearthed artifacts. If this transaction goes through, my future sister-in-law might end up in serious trouble. How should I warn my future sister-in-law? Would telling her directly frighten her? Those adulterers are audaciously greedy. Daring to engage in the antique trade, this is not their first offense. They not only collude with illegal tomb raiders and smuggle artifacts, but also produce forgeries for enormous profit. However, the most critical issue now is to inform my future sister-in-law that she must not get involved in this transaction. Otherwise, as the key responsible person of the Nan family, she will bear greater responsibility and could spend the rest of her life in prison. How should I communicate this to her? Jiang Qinghua listened intently to Jiang Wu's concerns, his heart racing. Zhou Yi wiped his forehead nervously, observing Jiang Qinghua and Nan Jifeng. Then Nan Jifeng spoke. Nan Anliu and Fu Minzhao have been operating under the Nan family's banner for years, engaging in numerous businesses. This transaction scale is too significant. I must find a way to prevent them from proceeding. Jiang Qinghua quickly responded. Jifeng, these antiques seem somewhat familiar. I saw someone on social media mentioning a recently unearthed batch of important artifacts that closely resemble these. Zhou Yi chimed in. Exactly. I've heard that significant artifacts missing from the National Museum are currently under investigation. Lately, incidents of tomb raiding and artifact smuggling in the antique industry have been quite frequent. With so many antiques being rushed to market, they are likely smuggled goods. Jiang Wu sighed in relief. my second brother and Zhou Yi truly share my thoughts. These are precisely what I intended to communicate to my future sister-in-law. Jiang Qingyue smiled knowingly. Zhou Yi smirked as well, feeling a deep connection with Wu Bao. Jiang Wu suddenly jolted, reclaiming her phone and scrutinizing it carefully. She possessed profound knowledge of artifacts, being a national artifact appraisal expert in addition to her antique business. Previously, her focus had been on Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu. Now, upon closer inspection, she discerned clues indicating these items originated from a significant cultural site. After a moment of silence, Nan Jifeng spoke. I want to facilitate Nan Anliu and Fu Minzhao to personally complete this transaction. Fu Minzhao's infidelity and bigamy, along with Nan Anliu's schemes, are not enough to severely harm them. However, if they engage in smuggling artifacts of such magnitude, it will be different. Moreover, the Nan family's internal matters, especially those concerning Nan Anliu's family, also require cleansing. These two scoundrels aim to exploit me for their smuggling profits. This time, I shall return the favor in kind. Jiang Qingyue gently squeezed Nan Jifeng's slender shoulder. Do you need my assistance? She shook her head. No need. I will call my assistant and lend money to those two in my private capacity, enabling them to purchase the artifacts themselves. However, I suspect this is not their first offense. Rest assured, Sister Jifeng, we will not overlook anything they have done, Zhou Yi immediately interjected. His only desire was to swiftly eliminate Fu Minzhao so that his brother could bring his sister-in-law home sooner. However, he still required Sister Jifeng's assistance. Tonight's matter needed her help too. Chapter 44. Marry early to secure him. Nan Jifeng was unaware of Zhou Yi's true identity. But his ability to command the police and military for this international trafficking fraud indicated he was no ordinary person. His actions were primarily to aid himself, a kindness she recognized. All right, no problem. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude to Zhou Yi. Nan Jifeng quickly finished her meal and went to arrange matters. Jiang Qingyue, having yet to finish, set down his chopsticks and followed her. You can use the study downstairs or the master bedroom. The master bedroom is rarely used, and there's ample space. I seldom use the study. My work is primarily at the hospital. Nan Jifeng nodded. Let us go to the study. She preferred working in a more professional environment. This way, Jiang Qingyue led her into the study.
Click.
The lights turned on. Nan Jifeng surveyed the study, where the harmonious blend of brown and beige tones created a serene and elegant atmosphere, evoking a sense of comfort. She was quite fond of this study. She discovered that everything about Jiang Qingyue and all that was associated with him captivated her. Is the money sufficient? Should I transfer a sum to you first? In order to set up a scheme for Fu Minchuan and the others to purchase the artifacts this time, a considerable amount of money is required. It is sufficient indeed. Nan Jifeng promptly replied, the finances of the Nan family are under my management. We are not lacking in funds. Jiang Qingyue had already assisted her greatly, and he had thought of every detail. This man is truly meticulous. All right, you carry on. Little Xingxing is in my care. I will have Sister Lin give her a bath. Now that their daughter had grown, he could no longer bathe her. Jiang Qingyue felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Thank you, he murmured. Observing his demeanor, Nan Jifeng felt a twinge of sympathy. As Jiang Qingyue exited the study, she took out her phone and called her assistant. This assistant had been with her since the beginning, unwavering in loyalty, and she had no doubts in entrusting her with tasks. She instructed her assistant to inform Fu Minzhao and the others that they could not locate her without her signature. They could not withdraw funds in the company's name. However, she had access to Nan Jifeng's account, from which she could transfer around 1 billion as a loan to them. In the past, they had frequently employed such methods. The operation was essentially smuggling, with a quoted price of 10 to 20 billion, and Fu Minzhao and Nan Anyu would undoubtedly negotiate it down to a much lower figure. Once acquired, under the Nan name, it would sell swiftly, yielding profits in the billions. This back and forth would result in a substantial price differential. Fu Minzhao and Nan Anyu, living luxuriously abroad while raising their children, were in dire need of funds. These two, insatiable in their greed, would certainly seize this opportunity. Having arranged these matters, she stepped out of the study and heard laughter and conversation emanating from the adjacent leisure room. Approaching the door, she saw Jiang Wu and little Xingxing engrossed in a live stream on the computer. Zhou Yi was setting up another computer. Jiang Qingyue gently rocked little Wami Imi in his arms. The little one was awake and alert, curiously observing her surroundings. Mommy! Little Xingxing exclaimed upon spotting Nan Jifeng at the door, rushing over to leap into her embrace. Mommy, I want to live stream for a while, to tell everyone the truth, to express my gratitude, and to return the money everyone gave me, especially the 100 million from Grandma, who sent me 1 million. I must return it to her for her old age, to support my own grandmother. Nan Jifeng had already planned to undertake this task. Realizing there was still ample time, she consented. All right, Mommy will help you. Taking her hand, Nan Jifeng led her inside, exchanging a glance with Jiang Qingyue, who nodded in acknowledgement.
Now.
Their daughter's affairs were his concerns as well, and he too would lend a hand. Soon, Zhou Yi completed the setup. Jiang Qingyue entrusted little Wamiamiai to Sister Lin, who took the child outside. They all gathered with little Xingxing to discuss the content of the live stream. Regarding the recent breakthroughs in the human trafficking and fraud case, Zhou Yi was one of the primary responsible parties. He had specifically arranged for his personnel to handle matters concerning little Xingxing. He stated, "The police have already coordinated with the Figua livestream platform. They will cooperate by returning the funds gifted to little Xingxing's livestream account to the original donors. The process is underway and will be completed within 3 working days. Additionally, the several billion that Jiang Wu, Zhou Dongjin, and others embezzled will be returned to the victims using the same method." Thank you, Nan Jifeng expressed her gratitude. After confirming the live stream details with her daughter, she prompted little Xingxing to begin. Although she was low-key and rarely made public appearances, her reputation in the antique and cultural relics community was substantial, with various materials and photographs of her available online. Once she made an appearance, she would undoubtedly be recognized, attracting attention and occupying public resources online. Jiang Qingyue was even more reserved. While not as renowned as she, he could still garner attention and spark discussions. Thus, the two of them decided not to appear on screen, allowing only little Xingxing to feature in the live stream while they remained out of camera view. Jiang Wu also took a laptop to the adjacent room to watch her niece's live stream, which she adored. Zhou Yi silently handed her a bag of snacks and sat beside her. When little Xingxing opened her live stream, she was greeted by a flurry of voice messages. With limited literacy, she found that most of the comments were audio messages. She began to listen to them one by one. "Why haven't you been online today, dear? Are you going to live stream today? I waited all day and plan to check back tonight. Did something happen at home? Give me your address, and I'll come help you. If you encounter any difficulties, just call for help. If you or your family fall ill, call XXX. If there's a fire, call XXX. For other matters, call the police at XX. My dear, you're so wonderful. Nothing bad will happen. You must just be busy. Even though I didn't TC you online today, your living expenses and little Wamiami's formula have still been sent. 100 million from Grandma. This money is for Xiao Wu and little Wamiami for their future tuition. I miss my dear today. I want to see little Wamiami. Will the flowers in the little garden bloom soon? I want to see. The little animals must have grown. I want to see." The messages were overwhelming, and little Xingxing couldn't listen to them all in time. She wiped away her tears of happiness and opened the live stream. Many viewers were eagerly waiting to see why the little streamer hadn't been online, wanting to confirm her safety. As soon as little Xingxing appeared, a flood of viewers surged into the live stream, momentarily leaving them in stunned silence. They confirmed several times that they had not entered the wrong room, eagerly inquiring, "Who is this little fairy? Has the host changed? Oh my, how could there be such an adorable little girl? Upstairs. That's the essence of the spirit. Mommy, I want a daughter. She is beautiful, but I only want my dear. She is irreplaceable. I only want my dear. She is irreplaceable. I only want my dear. She is irreplaceable." Little streamer, where did our dear Xiao Wu go? What about little Wamiami? Little streamer, where did Xiao Wu go? Is she alright? Finally, little Xingxing turned off the voice messages, stifling her tears as she spoke into the microphone. "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Wu, your dear. I am here to clarify something. The reason I wasn't live streaming on the farm today is that I was rescued by my parents and the police. Yes, I was previously trafficked to northern Myanmar. That organization placed me in the farm and assigned me a role to live stream for profit. This is a new form of fraud. I'm sorry for deceiving you all. I also want to thank you. It was your kindness and generosity that allowed me to complete my tasks and survive." Little Xingxing stood up, positioned herself in front of the camera, and bowed deeply, sincerely addressing everyone. "I'm sorry, everyone." Then she earnestly expressed, "Thank you. I am deeply grateful to you all." The live stream room erupted in a flurry of reactions. "I'm in tears.
Subbing uncontrollably.
Heavens, it is simply unbelievable that such events could transpire. The prevalence of human trafficking and scams is utterly alarming. It turns out that fraud is alarmingly close to us. Dear girl, is your experience of abduction and fraud related to the significant international human trafficking and scam case reported by the news during the day, which our nation has successfully resolved? It is indeed one of the largest of its kind globally. Over 1,000 victims of abduction have been rescued. The layers of the criminal masterminds behind this operation have been dismantled. Our nation is incredibly strong. Our police and military are the most formidable and courageous. They dare to deploy aircraft into foreign territories to combat criminals and rescue their own citizens. They confront other nations head-on, solely to eradicate these offenders and safeguard the populace. As a citizen of this great nation, I am immensely proud. This exemplifies the essence of a powerful country. During the day, operations against major criminal syndicates abroad and the multinational rescue of citizens, including innocent people from other countries, have been extensively reported by the relevant authorities. The trending topics across the internet are all related to this matter. The online community is abuzz, elated and celebrating this achievement. The sense of security among the populace has significantly strengthened. Many compatriots overseas have also taken to the internet to express their approval, feeling reassured knowing that their nation stands behind them. In the current live stream, netizens are fervently sharing their emotions. Yet, they are particularly concerned about the young streamer. Oh my dear, how could you endure such suffering? My heart aches for you. You need not apologize. It is not your fault. We feel blessed to have been able to assist you in returning safely. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. You are incredibly brave. Do not fear. Everything will improve from here on out. My heart aches for you, dear. I wish I could embrace you. Little Star continued to converse with everyone for a while before sharing. The police have reached an agreement with the live streaming platform, and all the donations you made previously will be returned to your original accounts. Additionally, Grandma E, your contributions will be fully refunded as well. We are truly grateful to you. During this period, I have received an abundance of love from all of you, and I feel fortunate to live in such a beautiful and happy world. From now on, I will cease live streaming. I intend to focus on my studies and grow into an exemplary individual, so as not to squander the care and affection you have shown me. Finally, my mother would also like to address everyone personally to express her gratitude.
Goodbye.
She waved to the audience in the live stream. Although everyone felt reluctant and wished to continue watching the young girl's broadcasts, they understood that such a young child should attend kindergarten and grow up well. They all bid her farewell and extended their best wishes. Little Star turned off the camera, and Nan Jifeng sat in front of the computer, addressing the viewers in the live stream. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Wu's mother. I initially intended to meet you through video to personally thank you, but I believe it is best to remain off camera. Please forgive me. I am genuinely grateful to all of you. Without your kindness, my daughter would not have survived, and I would not be here either. Nan Jifeng was already on the verge of tears, struggling to speak. Since my daughter went missing, I have searched for her day and night, quickly succumbing to depression. I even attempted to take my own life. Nan Jifeng covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Little Star rushed over and hugged her tightly, feeling both afraid and relieved, vowing never to let her mother worry again. Jiang Wu also stepped forward to embrace her for comfort. In the live stream, the audience expressed their heartfelt support. Do not be distressed, Xiao Wu's mother. Your daughter has returned, and both of you will surely find peace and happiness from now on. You have both endured. Everything will be all right. We are delighted to have been able to assist you. If you need anything, please let us know. We will certainly help in any way we can. Do you require a psychologist? I can introduce you to mine. Nan Jifeng composed herself and spoke into the microphone again. Thank you all for your concern. My daughter and I are doing well now. What I wish to convey is that not only have you saved my daughter, but you have also saved me. I am truly grateful. Having personally experienced this, I understand the profound agony a mother or father feels when they lose their child. Therefore, I plan to donate my remaining savings in your name to organizations that search for abducted and missing children, passing on your kindness. The amount is 50 million. Nan Jifeng had worked for several years and, through her own efforts, had amassed a private savings of around 1 to 200 million. However, after her daughter went missing, she had spent a significant sum searching for her, and now only this remained. Jiang Wu placed her hands on her shoulders, leaned in, and said, I will also donate 50 million. Nan Jifeng was taken aback and informed the audience, The child's father will also contribute 50 million. Xiao Wu's parents are truly good people. They are also wealthy. It seems my dear girl is from a wealthy family. Xiao Wu's mother. Your voice is so pleasant. It radiates beauty and kindness. Your family will undoubtedly find peace and happiness. Thank you, Xiao Wu's mother, for allowing us to assist in the search for missing children. We find it profoundly meaningful. This is the most valuable expenditure of our lives. We hardly spent any money. Nan Jifeng expressed her gratitude once more, and Jiang Qingyue also shared a few words of thanks into the microphone. The voice of Xiao Wu's father is so charming. It is no wonder they make such a lovely couple, perfectly in sync with Xiao Wu's mother's voice. Though we cannot see them, it feels as though this beautiful couple is wonderfully compatible. I'm already shipping them. Nan Jifeng glanced at the comments in the live stream, still feeling the warmth of Jiang Qingyue's recent words lingering near her neck. Her face flushed instantly. She hurriedly greeted the viewers in the live stream before logging off. In the adjacent room, Jiang Wu watched Little Star's live stream, but halfway through, she opened her own live stream. She wanted to check on the status of her own channel, as fortune-telling was her forte, and she intended to resume it if conditions permitted. Moreover, she urgently needed this method to earn merit points. Upon opening it, she discovered that her channel's subscriber count had increased significantly. From a mere 1 or 2,000 that evening to over 100,000. There were also numerous messages and private messages sent to her by fans. She had previously only live-streamed once, providing 5 or 6 fortune-tellings. Afterward, they realized her predictions were remarkably accurate, so they began to wait for her in the live stream. Yet she had not returned for over a month. Nevertheless, many had sent messages explaining their situations. Everyone believed that she indeed possessed a modicum of accuracy in her fortune-telling abilities. A multitude of individuals wanted to seek her counsel, while even more simply wished to witness her predictions. She adjusted her equipment and then initiated her live stream, the old monk's night visit to the spring pavilion. Oh my streamer, how did you suddenly appear? You nearly frightened me to death. Do you not know that scaring people can be lethal? Living with hunger. Is it truly the streamer who has gone live? I can hardly believe my own eyes. Cool at 3. It is indeed you, streamer. You finally made an appearance after more than 40 days. If you hadn't shown up, we would have thought you were abducted to northern Myanmar for scam operations. However, streamer, why does your demeanor seem somewhat altered? If you were indeed lured into such schemes, you would undoubtedly rise to a position of power. Jiang Wu, she quietly lowered her feet from the chair, sitting obediently and smiling, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth. It's been a while. Those wishing to have their fortunes told, please line up. She was eager to read fortunes, striving to marry a post-90s streamer. My girlfriend and I are going to buy a house in the Northern District SU tomorrow, planning to marry next year and have a baby the year after. Could you help me predict how smoothly our lives will unfold? Jiang Wu, no chance. The developers of Yuhu have severed their funding chain and are in deep trouble. The owner divorced his wife last year and transferred assets abroad. The house you mentioned will never be completed. If you go ahead with the purchase tomorrow, not only will your family be left with empty pockets, but you'll also be in debt by 1 million. You'll never marry in this lifetime. Nearby, Zhou Yi had just logged into the Jiang Wu live stream under the ID Criminal Terminator. Upon hearing her words, he immediately shivered and stepped out of the room to make a call. Check on XX Real Estate Company. I've heard they've gone under. And the owner divorced last year, transferring assets abroad. We cannot let him escape. This real estate company is one of the largest in Haishur. If the owner truly manages to flee with the assets, it will be catastrophic for many. Jiang Wu had little time that night. She predicted 5 fortunes according to regulations before logging off. She emerged from her room to find Zhou Yi still on the balcony making calls, while Little Star sat on the sofa, waiting and looking a bit sleepy. Nan Jifeng went to the study to arrange matters regarding donations. Little Star, Auntie will take you upstairs to wash up and sleep. She led Little Star upstairs. As Nan Jifeng exited the study, she heard her daughter's laughter from upstairs. Upon ascending, she saw Jiang Wu and Little Star, each holding a towel, emerging from the bathroom. Both had finished bathing. Zhou Yi leaned against the corridor, watching eagerly. After finishing his call, he climbed upstairs and heard the joyful sounds of the two in the bathroom. Listening from outside, he felt a tickling sensation in his heart, as if 1,000 ants were crawling on it. He admitted to feeling a fierce jealousy towards his little niece. Woo-woo, Little Star, have you finished bathing? Jifengjia, we're done. I'm drying Little Star's hair. Oh, great. Thank you. Nan Jifeng went to the master bathroom to check on Little Flower. Zhou Yi moved a chair over for Little Star to sit on. Jiang Wu was drying Little Star's hair. Noticing Jiang Wu's long hair dripping onto her robe, Zhou Yi took a towel to dry her first, then used another hairdryer to help her dry her hair. Even a faux heiress sparkles like a true jewel. Jiang Wu had taken excellent care of herself during her years living with the Song family. Coupled with her blossoming youth, she was in the prime of her beauty. Her long, lustrous hair, slightly curled, flowed freely as it dried, enhancing her already stunning features, making her resemble a fairy. Zhou Yi then realized that indeed, some could possess such beauty. Even the strands of her hair were alluring. He envisioned a future where he would often dry her hair after they married. He longed for such a domestic life and even fantasized about taking Jiang Wu abroad to register their marriage once she came of age. Little Star perched high on her chair, leaning over the table, gazing at the handsome man diligently styling Jiang Wu's hair in the mirror, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Once Zhou Yi finished drying Jiang Wu's hair, he stepped out and she quietly asked, "Auntie, is that my uncle? He is so handsome and gentle." "Not quite," Jiang Wu replied. "Ah, what a pity. Auntie, Zhou Yi uncle is so charming, gentle, and caring. Men like him are rare and hard to find." "Is that so?" Jiang Wu was unfamiliar with the dating scene. Having lived for 30,000 years, she never considered men. Now, in this world, she had one right away.
Indeed.
"They are exceedingly rare. Many are like my father." Suddenly, Little Star paused. The father she referred to was Fu Minzhao. Since she could remember, this stepfather had seldom appeared. And when he did, he was very cold towards her mother, hardly more than a friend. Last time when their family visited the park, she spotted Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu hiding in a grove, engaged in inappropriate behavior. Afterward, Nan Anliu abducted her. That man bullied her mother. He was wicked. My classmates' fathers also cheat outside and show no concern for their mothers. Speaking of this, Little Star wore a grave expression, unable to muster any joy. Jiang Wu crouched down to smooth the hair on her forehead. "Your father is my second brother. He is also a very caring man. Once your mother marries my second brother, she will have a wonderful husband." Little Star's eyes widened. "Really? Then that scoundrel? Your mother will surely kick him far away and marry your father instead. Your father cares deeply for your mother, and you can see that you like him too. They should definitely be together. Andy is right. I can see my mother really likes my father." These thoughts brought a smile back to Little Star's face. Jiang Wu continued, "Your Zhou Yi uncle is my fiancé." "That's wonderful." Little Star clapped her hands. "You must keep a close watch on him so that he isn't snatched away by those seductive women outside. Hurry up and get married. Then Zhou Yi uncle won't be taken from you." "I'm not yet of age," Jiang Wu replied. "Once you turn that age, marry him quickly." Jiang Wu gently patted the worried little girl's head. "Rest assured, what is mine will remain mine. No one can take it away. No one can seize what belongs to Jiang Wu. As for marrying Zhou Yi," she recalled her brain tumor. However, recently, she hadn't experienced much pain. Back at the Song family, she often suffered severe headaches that would cause her to faint, leading to her eventual diagnosis of brain cancer. If she were to pass away in 2 years, it would indeed be a pity to think that someone as exquisite as Zhou Yi would not be able to enjoy life. Chapter 45. I want to watch the drama unravel. Nan Jifeng entered the master bedroom and discovered that Sister Lin had already bathed Little Flower and changed her clothes. Jiang Qingyue was preparing milk and was just receiving the child to feed. The baby gurgled and cried after a few sips, appearing quite restless. Sister Lin remarked, "This child seems to be missing Little Star. I'll take her to Little Star."
All right.
Jiang Qingyue handed the child to Sister Lin, who carried her to the adjacent bedroom. Only then did Jiang Qingyue turn to Nan Jifeng and ask, "Is everything settled?" Nan Jifeng responded with an affirmative hum, returning his bank card. "Thank you." After the live stream, Jiang Qingyue had given her this card to help arrange the donations. She had transferred 50 million from it to her assistant to ensure everything was properly executed. "No need for thanks. This is what I ought to do for my daughter. I have done too little for her." Jiang Qingyue was filled with guilt and regret. Nan Jifeng, observing his distress, felt a twinge of compassion. "You have already done so much." From the moment he discovered his illness, he had meticulously cared for her, even saving her life as they worked together to rescue their daughter. Without his intervention, both she and her daughter would likely no longer exist. In her eyes, that was already a great deal. Jiang Qingyue shook his head, insisting that it was far from sufficient. She reassured him, "Little Xingxing is still young. There is plenty of time ahead for you to accompany her as she grows. This brought him some comfort, and he nodded in response, offering a faint smile. She returned his smile, saying, I will find Zhou Yi and give him the documents regarding the artifacts. I suspect the transaction will take place soon, possibly tonight.
All right.
Jiang Qingwei and Nan Jifeng descended the stairs, where Zhou Yi awaited them. Nan Jifeng handed him the documents, and he departed immediately. Jiang Qingwei accompanied him to the door. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to hold that scoundrel accountable, ensuring he divorces immediately and spends the rest of his life in prison. Jiang Qingwei raised an eyebrow and nodded. Be as ruthless as you can. He harbored a desire to see Fu Minzhao dead. I understand, Zhou Yi replied with a sly smile, turning to descend the steps and drive back to the bureau. Jiang Qingwei watched as the car exited the villa's gates, narrowing his eyes. The young master of the Zhou family had always acted as if doing him a favor when asked for assistance, yet now he was so eager. He couldn't help but chuckle. Returning to the living room, he found Nan Jifeng still waiting. Both were anxious about the children, prompting them to ascend the stairs once more. The upstairs was quiet, and upon entering the room, they discovered Jiang Wu, little Xingxing, and little Hua all sleeping together, creating an exceptionally warm and beautiful scene. Lin Jia was waiting outside, and when they emerged, she quietly said, Second young master, Miss Nan, I will be sleeping next door to attend to the baby. She had a general understanding of the situation between the two. The child born to Nan Jifeng was indeed the second young master's, and given her tumultuous relationship with her husband, a divorce was imminent. Moreover, it was the first time she had seen the second young master care so deeply for someone. She would undoubtedly become the second young mistress of the Jiang family. Lin Jia addressed her as Miss Nan for the time being. Though little Hua was over 7 months old, she was frail and smaller than her peers by a month or two, necessitating diaper changes and feedings during the night. Lin Jia, let me handle it. You should rest well. Thank you for your help today, Nan Jifeng insisted. Lin Jia was exhausted after a long day. Miss Nan, please don't say that. I'm older now and sleep less at night. I will take care of the baby, you rest. It's getting late, please go. Nan Jifeng looked thin and haggard, and Lin Jia felt a pang of sympathy, quickly signaling to her second young master. Thank you, Lin Jia. Please call a couple of people from the main residence to help with the baby, Jiang Qingwei instructed. Lin Jia understood the second young master's intention. All right. I will make the call right away. Jiang Qingwei escorted Nan Jifeng to her bedroom. Rest well. Yes, tomorrow I will take little Xingxing back to the Nan family. Now that my daughter is home, I need to address matters over there. She was eager to expedite her divorce and rid herself of the scoundrel and his shameless accomplice, sparing herself further disgust. Little Xingxing was his daughter, and she felt it necessary to inform him before they left. All right, I will accompany you. Jiang Qingwei replied gently yet firmly. After this experience, he understood that the Nan family was a treacherous place that would not allow the mother and daughter to face challenges alone. Moreover, it was essential for the Nan family to be aware of little Xingxing's lineage. Rest assured, I will not meddle in your affairs unless you require my assistance. However, Nan Jifeng was reluctant to let him witness her moments of vulnerability. Yet, knowing he was concerned for little Xingxing, she found it hard to deny him that companionship. I apologize for burdening you. Jiang Qingwei stepped forward, firmly grasping Nan Jifeng's hand. This is not your burden. It is your exceptional worth that has drawn the attention of those with ill intentions. The fault lies with the villains. Nan Jifeng, my heart aches for you. As he spoke, he disregarded everything else and stepped closer, enveloping her in a tender embrace. Nan Jifeng felt a warmth surge through her as she pressed her forehead against his sturdy chest, the powerful heartbeat and comforting warmth providing her with a sense of security. Over the years, especially after giving birth to her daughter, she had faced challenges from her family and endured the pressures of work while raising her child. Feeling utterly drained yet persevering like a warrior without revealing a hint of her struggles. Now, in this unexpected embrace, she yearned for it, captivated by the feeling. However, she remained rational, aware of the boundaries in her relationship with Jiang Qingwei, and straightened up. All right, we will go to the Nan family together tomorrow. I will rest now. She smiled at him as she entered her room, gently closing the door behind her. Jiang Qingwei lingered at the door for a moment before heading downstairs. He decided to sleep in the guest room that night. Once downstairs, he contemplated and ultimately decided to call his mother, who lived abroad. He needed to inform her about little Xingxing and also share news of his sister, who was doing well. Their parents would surely be delighted to hear that. As soon as the call connected, he stated, Mom, I have something to tell you. I have a daughter. She is 5 years old. There was silence on the other end, causing him to furrow his brow as he overheard a familiar voice, somewhat faint, but not directed at him. He could easily imagine the woman on the other end delicately curling her fingers and covering the phone as she vented to her husband. Is my son Jiang Qingyu out of his mind? Claiming he has a 5-year-old daughter? He has never even held a woman's hand, and he has shown no interest in the beautiful women introduced to him. He probably doesn't even like women. Next time, I should have someone introduce him to a man. Given his temperament, he needs someone gentle. But with how beautiful our Qingyue is, shouldn't we match him with a rugged type? Jiang Qingyue felt completely stunned. Where did his mother derive such notions?
Mom.
That's not true. Yet, on the other end, his mother continued, seemingly oblivious to his protests. Speaking of which, 5 years ago, how old was Qingyue? Just in his early 20s, fresh out of school. He wouldn't have fabricated a daughter just to fend off my marriage and childbirth pressures, would he? Even if I were to pressure him, it's not as if he's the only child. There's still the eldest brother. If I want a granddaughter, I can easily find one myself. Little Wu is perfect. Jiang Qingyue could only sigh. You truly are my mother. On the other end, Mrs. Jiang felt her heart twist at the mention of Little Wu. Just thinking about that child makes my heart ache. Once I return, I must find her and see how she is doing. If she is facing any difficulties, I will certainly help her. Today, she had been anxiously awaiting Little Wu's live stream. The child had not appeared, and like other netizens, she feared something had happened. Almost reaching out to locate her and check on the situation. Now knowing that such a young child had endured such experiences, her heart broke. After discussing Little Wu, she turned to her husband. Have you been putting pressure on our son lately? It has been said that children should be allowed to live freely and enjoy their lives. So, why do you continue to scold them? I toiled to bring them into this world so that they could relish the joys of existence. Not to mold them into elite successors for you, Jiang Tianjiao. My dear wife, I am wronged. I truly am. Jiang Qingyue held her phone, waiting patiently for her parents to conclude their conversation. Primarily, it was her mother who spoke, while her father merely nodded, responding with murmurs of agreement. Yes, dear, you're right. I was in the wrong. As her mother ended the call, she hurriedly exclaimed, Mom, it's true. It's my child with Nan Jifeng. At the graduation party, she was drugged and sought me out, and then She recounted the details of the incident, and only then did her mother believe her. Finally, she added, Wu Wu has returned. She is here with me. Mom, Wu Wu is doing well. All right, you doctors always say that. Take good care of the child. Your father and I will return as soon as we can. Mrs. Jiang huffed and hung up. Her daughter, as long as she commits no wrongdoing or breaks the law, is her precious darling. She needed to adjust her mindset, approaching her daughter with the best attitude possible. Once her wife ended the call, Jiang Tianjiao poured a cup of hot water, asking, Is it true that you have a child? Given the way he spoke, it must surely be true. Halfway through the conversation, Mrs. Jiang was already convinced that her son was telling the truth. Jiang Tianjiao found it perplexing. How could such an intelligent child have a daughter living outside for 5 years without his knowledge? Upon realizing this, he lowered his head in shame. My dear wife, I am sorry, I was wrong. He referred to the matter concerning Jiang Wu. The fact that his own flesh and blood had been misplaced, raised by another family for nearly 18 years, was a bitter truth. Enough, Mrs. Jiang said, feeling compassion for her husband. It is my fault. I failed to keep watch over my own child, allowing her to be misplaced. I, Sheng Qingcheng, have truly been foolish. Dear, you are not foolish. You are wonderful. Jiang Tianjiao embraced her, and they offered each other comfort. No, I must return early to handle matters concerning our granddaughter. Mrs. Jiang could not remain still. It must have been hard for the child's mother, having been labeled as an illegitimate child since birth. Jiang Tianjiao was also anxious. All right, we shall return. On Jiang Qingyue's side, he was not worried. His parents would surely adore his sister. Only then did he feel at ease enough to sleep. The next morning, Sister Lin prepared a delicious breakfast for everyone. She informed Nan Jifeng and little Xingxing, Miss Nan, little Xingxing, little Huahua will stay with me. She needs to nap for several hours during the day, and I will find some entertaining toys to amuse her. I can manage for a day or two until you return. Little Xingxing remarked. Nan Jifeng gently caressed her daughter's head, seeking her opinion. All right, thank you, Sister Lin. I will return as soon as possible to accompany little Huaji. Jiang Wu finished her last meat bun and looked at Nan Jifeng, saying, You adults are busy. I will help take care of little Xingxing. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. What if my cousin, who is thought to be dead after being abducted, suddenly returns? Will the scheming bitches be scared to death? Such a beautiful and adorable little niece, and she has such a handsome father. Just imagine their surprise and disbelief. The future second sister-in-law will undoubtedly expose that pair of adulterers. In front of such a large family, we must see if they still have any shame. So many thrilling revelations, I can't wait to see. The original plot was not like this. The destinies of my niece and future second sister-in-law have been reversed, and this part of the storyline has crumbled into pieces. I wonder how it will unfold. I am so looking forward to it. Second brother. You must take me with you. I beg you. Jiang Wu. Original plot? Crumbling storyline? After all that has transpired, he has accepted the fantastical nature of the world he inhabits. Regardless of the nature of this world, he only cares for his daughter, Nan Jifeng, and his family. Anyone who seeks to harm them shall not prevail. Since his sister was so eager to witness the spectacle, he would take her along. Jifeng. Let Wu Wu join us to help look after little Xingxing, he suggested to Nan Jifeng. Jiang Wu looked at her brother with delight. Second brother, you understand me. You know how to cherish your sister. Jiang Qingyue smiled softly. Thank you, Wu Wu. You're a great help. Nan Jifeng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Sister Jifeng, you are too polite. Little Xingxing is my niece, so caring for her is my duty. Jiang Wu and Jiang Qingyue escorted the mother and daughter back to the Nan residence. Before they departed, Jiang Qingyue inquired of Nan Jifeng. Should I inform the elders of the Nan family about my identity? After all, he intended to marry Nan Jifeng, and he was sincere in his visit to the Nan family. No need. Just take good care of little Xingxing, Nan Jifeng declined directly. From her perspective, Jiang Qingyue did not resemble the impoverished student they once knew. However, regardless of his status, he would always be little Xingxing's best biological father. As for the Nan family, she was now disillusioned and did not want them to affect Jiang Qingyue. All right, Jiang Qingyue replied. Nevertheless, he still drove a Rolls-Royce to take them there. Chapter 46, I will surely hold a funeral for you, dancing on your graves. The Nan family resides in the affluent district of the northern part of Haishur, where old money aristocrats dwell. The Nan family has long been engaged in the antique business, and in recent years, their success has elevated their prestige. The Nan residence is among the finest in this area. After over an hour, the Rolls-Royce halted in front of a vintage Chinese villa. Nan Jifeng led everyone out of the car, just as a police car arrived and came to a stop. Zhou Yi, accompanied by several officers, alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wu's eyes brightened. Dressed in a blue uniform, tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he exuded an aura of righteousness and handsomeness that made one dizzy. Zhou Yi gestured to his subordinates, then approached them. Greeting, Sister Jifeng, second brother, little Xingxing. He even reached out to pat little Xingxing's head, casting a glance at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu swallowed hard. The way he called her name, whether Wu Wu or Wu Bao, with his uniquely magnetic voice, felt like an irresistible lure, drawing her closer. She felt a bit lightheaded. We are here to handle a case. Zhou Yi informed Nan Jifeng about the seriousness of the matter, a case of cultural relic smuggling from last night, as well as a child trafficking case. He was here to assist his future sister-in-law. He specifically explained to Nan Jifeng. However, these two cases are still in process. We cannot take anyone away today. He glanced at Jiang Qingyue, realizing they needed to keep him for now to handle Nan Jifeng's divorce proceedings. But our efficiency is quite high. We will resolve it swiftly. Nan Jifeng paused, then nodded. Let us go inside together.
All right.
The villa's entrance had been fitted with a smart lock, yet there were still security personnel on guard. Nan Jifeng scanned her face, and the door opened, only for 5 or 6 security guards to block their path. Madam? The lead guard exclaimed in astonishment. You have returned? Ever since her marriage to Fu Minzhao, her identity had transformed from Miss Nan to Madame Fu. She now detested this title, her expression cold. What? I cannot return to my own home? Not these people, madam? The security guards observed Jiang Qingyue and her companions. These individuals were unfamiliar to them, dressed in rather ordinary attire. Jiang Qingyue wore a crisp white shirt paired with a black suit, while Jiang Wu had not even bothered to change, donning a loose white t-shirt, casual shorts, and white sneakers. Despite their striking appearances, they were unworthy of entry into the prestigious Nan family estate, where only renowned figures were permitted. Moreover, a contingent of police officers followed closely behind them, naturally barring their entrance. Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Yi stood with stern expressions, watching the scene unfold when a voice pierced through the air. The future sister-in-law's watchdog is quite audacious, flaunting a sense of superiority while merely guarding the entrance, daring to halt her despite receiving a salary from her. It seems they've secretly accepted money from the scheming cousin-in-law to spy on the sister-in-law. No wonder the sister-in-law has yet to catch that pair of illicit lovers. They even stole stones from the sister-in-law's pawn to sell, striking it rich. It's no surprise. The wealthy are easily inflated with arrogance, failing to recognize their own insignificance. Jiang Qingyue's eyes narrowed. Zhou Yi wiped his nose, feeling somewhat dazed. This future daughter-in-law seemed capable of deducing everything, even his innermost thoughts. Would she uncover his little secrets? The tension was palpable. Jiang Qingyue approached Nan Jifeng and whispered, "They have accepted money from Nan Anliu to monitor you, and even stole stones from your pawn to sell." Nan Jifeng's chest heaved with indignation, her body swaying slightly. "You're all fired, get out." The security guards' expressions shifted, hesitant to impede her further, yet they showed no intention of retreating. A cold smile curled Nan Jifeng's lips, mocking her own powerlessness at being outmaneuvered by a mere gatekeeper. With a voice that was both gentle and laced with authority, she asserted, "The Nan family is still under my control. You all shall wait." With that, she took her daughter by the hand and strode inside. The guards, now wary, stepped aside, allowing Jiang Qingyue and her companions to follow. The villa's estate was expansive, featuring a central fountain pond filled with an abundance of stones, tortoise shells, and bronze artifacts, accompanied by various bronze sculptures and ancient tripods. There was even a rare century-old tree adorned with an array of ancient talismans crafted from gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow. So many treasures at my sister-in-law's house. In her heart, she had already regarded Nan Jifeng as her sister-in-law. Dropping the pretense of calling her future sister-in-law, these gold and silver artifacts, ancient tripods, are thousands of years old, dating back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Each stone here could be worth millions. Just the items in this pond alone could be valued at tens or even hundreds of billions. What a waste to use them as mere decorations. Those tortoise shells are from ancient times. I adore them. They can reduce the difficulty of fortune-telling and even predict more complex fates. And those talismans hanging from the tree are valuable too. Most of these items are associated with the deceased, carrying heavy yin energy. Living here could be perilous. My sister-in-law's ancestors wouldn't be grave robbers, would they? Oh dear. I must ask my sister-in-law who resides here. We should move out quickly for safety. How should I broach the subject? If I tell her I can read fortunes and assess feng shui, will that frighten her? Previously, Jiang Wu had not cared about Nan Jifeng's connection with her second brother. Now, however, this woman was the mother of her niece and the beloved of her brother. She needed to cultivate a favorable impression of her brother so that he would swiftly bring his sister-in-law home. Jiang Qingyue had approached Nan Jifeng, stating, "Your courtyard contains an excess of items associated with the deceased, and the layout seems rather irrational. Residing here could adversely affect your health. Who typically lives here?" Nan Jifeng paused, glancing at Jiang Wu. The incident of her attempting suicide had been triggered by Jiang Wu's warnings, which even led her to find her daughter and rescue her. At that time, her physical condition was dire, and her thoughts were solely focused on her daughter, leaving no room to ponder these matters. Reflecting now, she acknowledged that Jiang Wu possessed a remarkable ability in this regard. She asked Jiang Wu, "Is the situation dire?" Jiang Wu nodded vigorously. "Very serious. Those living here rarely survive beyond 3 years." Nan Jifeng's complexion shifted. Her mother had passed away during her childhood, leaving her with only her father. In the past, some elders had resided in the Nan estate, but they gradually moved out, leaving only her father behind. Now, she suspected there might be a deeper conspiracy at play. Concerned for her father's longevity, she pressed, "Wu, is there a way to change this?" "Yes. I will find a way to adjust the feng shui here," Jiang Wu replied with a smile. "My sister-in-law trusts me. No wonder she is destined to become family. She is truly kind." Jiang Qingyue, overhearing her thoughts, felt a surge of happiness. With a sense of relief, Nan Jifeng led everyone toward the main hall. Along the way, they passed numerous flourishing plants and flowers, each a treasured specimen. Even the less expensive flora was valued at tens of thousands, while the more exquisite ones could reach over 1 million. As they traversed the garden, the sounds of conversation reached them from the hall. Several key members of the Nan family's main line, along with elder relatives from the collateral branches, had gathered, accompanied by their sons, daughters-in-law, grandsons, and granddaughters. They had all come under the pretense of visiting Nan Jifeng, having heard of her recent hospitalization and suicide attempt. The affairs of the Nan family were no longer her concern. Who would manage the family moving forward, and how, was best left to be decided. Although Nan Jifeng had the ability to generate income for the family, they stood to gain significantly more if the Nan estate were divided, with each member potentially receiving billions. With such wealth, their descendants could engage in lucrative ventures, ensuring greater profits. Moreover, the elder members were primarily interested in securing their finances for a comfortable retirement, enjoying life. Especially the younger sons and daughters-in-law, who were eager to claim their share of the fortune to purchase luxurious homes and enroll their children in elite schools abroad. Once they acquired the funds, they could lead a life of nobility overseas, perhaps even receiving invitations to royal banquets. At the head of the table, the elderly patriarch of the Nan family wore a grave expression tinged with sorrow. A woman in a striking red and green qipao seated below him caught his eye and spoke. "Elder brother, although little Star is still but a child, she is also our granddaughter. We must arrange for her funeral." Chapter 47. What identity? You used to be a performer at Crazy Horse, flaunting your allure. With no body found, they would follow tradition and create a ceremonial mound. The patriarch's face contorted in anguish as he recalled the shame surrounding little Star's birth, which had cast a shadow over his daughter's life. Yet, as memories of the child joyfully calling for her grandfather and leaping into his arms flooded his mind, tears began to well in his eyes. The woman cast a glance at him and spoke again. "Elder brother, Jifeng can only remain hospitalized for now. We cannot even locate her. Allow me to take care of these matters. As her aunt, it is my duty to do so." The speaker was none other than the second madam of the Nan family, mother of Nan Anliu. On the opposite side, the second master of the Nan family, father of Nan Anliu, interjected, "Elder brother, please accept my condolences. We all cherished and cared for little Xing Xing. Perhaps she is simply fated to be apart from our Nan family. After all, our dear niece has endured much suffering over the years." The third aunt of the Nan family retorted harshly, "She is nothing but a jinx, causing all this calamity for our Jifeng. Hold your tongue." The third uncle reprimanded her sternly, silencing her. However, this did not imply that he considered little Xing Xing blameless. He merely uttered polite platitudes. What ferocity! Had it not been for her, our Jifeng would not have been burdened, and the Nan family would fare far better, the third aunt murmured. The exchanges amongst them nearly culminated in openly declaring that little Xing Xing was a harbinger of disaster, that she had ruined Nan Jifeng, and that her demise was thus deserved. Such words diluted the elder Mr. Nan's affection and longing for his granddaughter. An elder from a collateral branch remarked, "This burial is necessary. We ought to fulfill our obligations, at least in name. This child is the heir of Nan Jifeng, and such ambiguity might affect future distributions of wealth. Once confirmed dead, she shall not inherit the Nan family's fortune." The other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Fallen leaves return to their roots. The child must have a final resting place. Oh dear, such a pitiful child. She must be properly interred in our Nan family cemetery. I shall visit the temple later to light incense for her, to accrue merit for her in hopes she finds a good family in her next life. Sister-in-law, I shall accompany you. I recently purchased a new set of clothes for little Xing Xing, yet had no time to present them to her. My little granddaughter eagerly awaits playing with her upon our return home. The second madam of the Nan family surveyed everyone before addressing elder Mr. Nan. "Elder brother, it is settled then. I shall oversee the arrangements for little Xing Xing's funeral. Later, I will also confer with Jifeng. Shortly.
Let Liu assist in retrieving Nan Xifeng.
Although she is gravely ill, she must still be brought back." Beside her, Fu Minzhao hastily interjected, his face a mask of guilt and concern. "Father, it is my fault. I shall immediately search for her and ensure Jifeng is found." His genuine empathy stemmed from a desire to reclaim her. In his plans, he intended to usurp Nan Jifeng's position and seize control of the Nan family. Yet, if she were to perish, he would feel immense regret. Nan Jifeng had been his unattainable goddess. Her extraordinary talent in antiques, her grace and beauty, rendered her an ethereal vision in his eyes. Previously, in his pursuit of power over the Nan family, he had feared her discovering his affair with Nan Anliu and had gone so far as to contemplate her removal. Yet now, weakened by illness, she posed no threat to him. He hoped for her survival, envisioning a life together where she would remain his Mrs. Fu, cherished and cared for. "Elder Mr." Nan turned to him, brimming with fury, his body trembling. You cannot even safeguard one person. I apologize, father. I was in error. Fu Minzhao quickly lowered his head in remorse. I will bring Jifeng back and take good care of her. Seated beside the second madam, Nan Anlia shot him a glance before speaking. Uncle, with matters unfolding this way, many business ventures cannot proceed. In recent days, several significant transactions have been delayed. Perhaps you might consider entrusting the affairs to my husband, as he and my cousin are united in partnership. Transferring authority to Fu Minzhao would also benefit her. The eldest elder then addressed elder Mr. Nan. Why not seize this opportunity for the Nan family to properly divide our assets? Suddenly, the half-open door swung wide, crashing with a resounding thud. So eager to usurp my position and divide the Nan family, are you? Nan Jifeng entered, holding her daughter's hand, her tone icy and resolute. It became evident that aside from Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu, the rest of the Nan family were nothing but ingrates. Having relied on her support all these years, yet now eyeing the Nan family like a succulent piece of meat, eager to carve it up. Her heart felt heavy with disappointment, yet her presence exuded strength and authority. Little Xing Xing, resembling her mother, mirrored her demeanor, though merely 5 years old. Her words bore a remarkable weight. Thank you, second aunt, for your kind intentions in arranging my funeral. However, my funeral need not take place. Rest assured. I shall see to it that your funeral, and your family's, is conducted with great fanfare, inviting all friends and relatives to dance atop your graves. Nan Anliu's brother and his wife, along with their 2 children, stood present. Upon hearing little Xing Xing's words, their expressions faltered. Nan Anliu abruptly stood, her pupils dilating in shock, her features contorting in disbelief. Nan Xingchen? The second madam of the Nan family also sprang to her feet in fright. Even Fu Minzhao adjusted his tie, standing in disbelief as he stared at the mother and daughter pair, clad in a flowing black dress. Nan Jifeng appeared graceful and commanding, her slender figure accentuated her classical beauty, akin to an enchanting painting. Though her complexion was pale, her aura was powerful and compelling. Little Xing Xing had lost some weight, yet in the span of 4 months, she had grown significantly taller, her experiences sharpening her wits. At such a tender age, she radiated an undeniable presence.
How could this be? Impossible.
They were momentarily unable to comprehend the revelation. The second madam of the Nan family, noticing the uniformed officers behind her, shrieked, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" She was fully aware of her daughter's involvement in trafficking Nanxingchen, the smuggling of antiques, and the fact that her daughter and Fu Minzhao had children abroad. If the police intervened, it would spell disaster for them. Zhou Yi stepped forward. Exuding righteousness, "We are here to conduct an investigation." The second madam pointed at him, disregarding the authority of the officers, as if shooing away stray dogs. "Get out. Get out of my Nan residence. What right do you have to enter?" She continued, pointing at Jiang Wu, Jiang Qingyue, and the other officers. "You lot, just leave." Jiang Wu stepped forward, positioning herself before Zhou Yi, confronting the second madam with an air of innocence yet superiority. "Our identities differ greatly from yours. 30 years ago, you performed at the Crazy Horse Show, captivating audiences with your striptease. Your middle-aged, balding, portly male admirers even lined up in France. Your journey is quite inspiring. After amassing wealth, you transformed into a glamorous socialite and successfully wed into the Nan family. Your fellow dancers must envy you greatly. Even now, legends of your performances at the Crazy Horse circulate, and you remain a role model for their aspirations. You not only embody the persona of a refined socialite yourself, but also craft your old friend into an expert in antiquities, facilitating her marriage to the affluent Mr. Nan. By catering to his preferences, Mr. Nan indeed develops a fondness for your old companion. However, his health is deteriorating. He was recently diagnosed with heart failure and is not expected to live beyond 3 years. Fearing that he may not have enough time to marry your old friend, you subtly suggest that he requires someone to care for him. Should he marry your old friend, she would provide the necessary care, thus sparing his daughter from being burdened. Mr. Nan is swayed by your words and plans to obtain a marriage certificate next month. One cannot help but commend your adeptness in understanding the male psyche. Upon witnessing the return of his daughter and granddaughter, Mr. Nan, with reddened eyes and trembling as he steadies himself against the table, nearly collapses. Alas, his dignity is beyond salvage. Yet, perhaps he should feel a sense of relief that he has not yet welcomed the wolf into his home. Chapter 48. The entire family faces social oblivion. One must ask, do you still have any shame? Father, are you unwell? Nan Jifeng rushed over, supporting him, her eyes glistening with concern. Since the passing of his wife, her father had become taciturn. Apart from imparting knowledge about antiquities and encouraging her pursuits, and assisting her with the family business in its early days, their communication had dwindled significantly, especially following the incident at her graduation, which led to her pregnancy. Their connection had become even more tenuous. Now, hearing that her father has heart failure and has only 3 years left fills her with profound sorrow. Grandfather. Little Xingxing rushed over, hugging his leg, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed up at him. The old man was immediately overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face as he sat back in his chair, cradling little Xingxing in his arms. My dear granddaughter, I am so sorry. Mr. Nan, still oblivious to the full extent of the situation, could not fathom the events surrounding the mysterious 4-month absence of the little girl. Now reunited, he realizes just how much he treasures his beloved granddaughter, feeling a deep sense of guilt for not having cared for her adequately. Don't be afraid, grandfather. I will stay with you and take care of you. Little Xingxing comforted him, though her tears continued to fall. Jiang Wu pressed her hand to her chest, her heart aching. Oh, my little niece has dropped so many pearls. My second sister-in-law is heartbroken for them. Darling, please don't cry. The old man's illness is linked to those outside who have passed, but some fates can still be altered. Second brother, you must comfort second sister-in-law. This is the perfect time to endear yourself to her. How should I remind my second brother? Should I go myself? Just as Jiang Wu thought this, she saw Jiang Qingwei stepping forward to reassure Nan Jifeng. Do not worry. I do not believe the old man's condition is as dire as it seems. The cardiology department at the 9th Hospital collaborates with the best cardiac treatment institutions worldwide. I will take the old man there. There will be solutions. Perhaps Wu can assist as well. As Jiang Qingwei spoke, he looked at his sister. So, this is how his dear sister is? She is truly a divine helper sent from above, living up to her lineage. Nan Jifeng, glancing at Jiang Wu, received a nod and a joyful glance from her brother. My brother is quite capable. It is evident he will marry well. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating how he could apply similar tactics to expeditiously find a spouse. Having heard Jiang Wu's earlier remarks, Nan Jifeng felt a wave of relief and nodded her gratitude towards Jiang Wu. Meanwhile, Mrs. Nan found herself nearly choking as her husband gripped her, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? You used to be a stripper? You performed at the Crazy Horse Show? Seeing her husband's furious demeanor, Mrs. Nan hastily grasped his hand, attempting to clarify, No, this girl is speaking nonsense. I don't even know her. Besides, how could she possibly know about events from 30 years ago? Jiang Wu, relishing the unfolding drama, chimed in, Many people are aware of this. A simple inquiry would reveal that your former name was Cui Zhen. Mr. Nan tightened his grip on her neck, seething, You filthy wretch. No wonder my friends have said, I could pasture sheep on my head. This is what they meant. A common harlot dares to masquerade as a refined lady and deceive me into marrying you? You vile creature. How do you even think you deserve it? Mr. Nan, an avid connoisseur of antiquities, had developed an obsession that led to both psychological and physiological compulsions regarding cleanliness. Coupled with his affluent scholarly family background, he had always sought women of impeccable pedigree and virtue, akin to an emperor selecting consorts. Thus, he ultimately chose a foreign noblewoman, the current Mrs. Nan Shui, whose original name was Cui Zhen. Now, confronted with the truth and recalling the words and glances of those in his social circle, he felt utterly unhinged, consumed by a desire for her demise. Mrs. Nan, sensing her husband's genuine intent to harm her, summoned a surge of strength and bit down hard on Mr. Nan's hand. He winced, loosening his grip slightly as she roared, Nan Yuqian, am I dirty and lowly, unworthy of you? What are you then? Don't think I am unaware of your sordid affairs. You have been keeping at least 8 or 10 women in your life. What are they but a pack of strays? Your manhood is long past its prime. How could you even think of a harem of beauties? I hold all the evidence of your infidelities. I will ensure you leave with nothing. Shui Kelly was not one to be trifled with. Her life had always championed the narrative of female empowerment. Her time as a dancer at the Crazy Horse Show served as a stepping stone, her first fortune. The men surrounding her, what glory did they possess? Her husband, known for his refined exterior, was far more depraved in private. Your past was art. What you've done is filthy and perverse, tainting my eyes. Mr. Nan was unable to withstand the weight of Mrs. Nan's revelations. How dare she turn the tables on him and threaten to expose his secrets? In a fit of rage, he lunged at her, intent on tearing her apart. Mrs. Nan raised her hand to claw at his face. In an instant, they were entangled, knocking over tables and chairs, the exquisite porcelain tea set shattering upon the ground. They both fell, refusing to release their grip, engaged in a fierce struggle. Jiang Wu, eyes wide with disbelief, mused, these two combined are a century old. Yet they fight with the fervor of schoolchildren. One clad in a white jade silk tang suit, the other in a qipao, yet neither diminishes their confrontation. How thrilling! Keep it up, you two. If they exhaust themselves, perhaps they will no longer trouble my second sister-in-law's family. Initially, Zhang Qingyue and Zhou Yi had been frowning, but now they were nearly compelled to cheer. They were, after all, upright and serious individuals, unable to shed their dignity to vocally support the spectacle. The entire Nan family, young and old alike, stood in stunned silence. The couple known as the second master of the Nan family has long been the face of the Nan household. For decades, they have epitomized the ideals of the entire Nan lineage as well as the broader community of High City. The husband is a paragon of integrity, while the wife exudes grace and elegance. How have they raised their descendants? They have insisted that you should emulate your second uncle and aunt, as well as your second grandfather and grandmother. Alas, generations have been led astray by this shameless pair. In the past, when elders admonished them for their unconventional behavior, they stubbornly dismissed the criticisms, insisting that such antics were the hallmark of a refined lady. The family's dignity has been utterly compromised due to their actions. Nan Anliu was driven to a frenzy, utterly unprepared for the spectacle of her usually poised and discerning parents engaging in a public brawl, exposing each other's faults. Clad in a split red skirt, she knelt on the ground, desperately attempting to separate them. Mom, Dad, please calm down. Whatever the issue, let us discuss it at home. Step aside. If I do not put this wretched woman in her place today, I shall no longer bear the Nan surname. Luer, step back. If I lose today, I will be forever ashamed. Their conflict escalated.
Dad. Mom.
Nan Anliu shouted. You are both of an age where you should not be making fools of yourselves in front of others. Are you not concerned about the family's reputation? The Nan family still has business to conduct. Do you not think of our future? Indeed, the couple paused at her plea. Second Master Nan, you are unaware that your wife's indiscretions extend beyond this matter, Jiang Wu interjected hastily. Your daughter has been unfaithful, forming a family with a relative abroad, and has borne 2 children over the past 5 or 6 years. Your wife has known all along, but chose to keep it from you. Keep going. Don't stop. I want to see more. In truth, Second Master Nan fell silent for a mere 2 seconds before swinging his arm, striking his daughter across the face. Chapter 49. Lightning Strikes You. He himself was not a paragon of virtue. He could begrudgingly tolerate if his daughter were to betray another man. However, the fact that she had taken a relative's husband and built a family abroad, bearing 2 children, filled him with a rage that made him wish to obliterate his own daughter. Nan Anliu screamed as she fell, instinctively covering her face, momentarily disregarding the pain. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she glared at Jiang Wu, wishing to devour her with her gaze. I did not instruct you to engage in such actions. Jiang Wu protested innocently. Do not glare at me like that, it is not good for your eyes. Truly, it could lead to blindness. The other members of the Nan family were once again taken aback. Nan Anliu had committed such a disgraceful act? She and Nan Jifeng were regarded as the twin jewels of the Nan family. Nan Jifeng possessed remarkable talent in antiques. Having immersed herself in this scholarly pursuit from a young age, eschewing social niceties and ingratiating herself with elders. In contrast, Nan Anliu was adept at charming her elders and skillfully presenting herself. From childhood, everyone had favored her slightly, especially after Nan Jifeng's misfortune when she became pregnant. All hopes were pinned on Nan Anliu. If not for her limited capabilities, she would have long been the one to lead the Nan family. It was unfathomable that such a seemingly admirable person would harbor such secrets. Who do you think you are, spewing such nonsense here? Second Madam Nan was on the verge of madness, roaring at Jiang Wu. If this wretched girl revealed any more about her daughter's affairs, their entire family would be ruined. Someone, get her out of here, she shouted towards the security outside. Aunt, there's no need to shout. Those guards have all been dismissed. Nan Jifeng interposed protectively in front of Jiang Wu. This was their own home. Jiang Wu was the aunt of Little Star and younger than herself. And she was merely acting in her own defense. She had no reason to allow these people to vent their malice upon her. Second Madam Nan looked at her. A mix of shock and fury. What is this expression, aunt? Nan Jifeng looked down at her. Nan Anlia bribed them to monitor me. I dismissed them. Shouldn't I? You have a hand in this too, don't you? In the grand hall, the Nan family members held their breath, sensing the undercurrents of a more sinister conspiracy. Nan Jifeng turned to face the elder Mr. Nan, her lips quivering as she bit down on them, wanting to speak but fearing the strain it might place on her father's heart. Beside her, Jiang Wu clenched her fists against her chest, nearly blurting out the truth.
Sister-in-law.
Do not worry. Feel free to speak. Grandpa's heart can withstand it, she encouraged. He does not care about Fu Minzhao or anyone else. His only concern is your well-being. Moreover, now that he sees you and little Star standing before him again, he cares about nothing else. Speak up. Cast aside this pair of scoundrels and marry my second brother. The way he looks at you is filled with longing. You should marry soon and have a lovely little niece like little Star. Jiang Qinghua. Fortunately, Nan Jifeng could not hear her sister's thoughts. Otherwise, her face would be utterly lost. He approached Nan Jifeng, nodding at her. I specialize in cardiology. With that, Nan Jifeng felt reassured.
Dad.
I returned today to discuss this matter with you. She turned towards the door, raising her voice. Bring him in. Before long, a young man appeared at the entrance, holding a child's hand. Both children were boys, the older one 5 years old, merely 2 to 3 months older than little Star, while the younger was 2. As they neared the entrance, they saw Nan Anliu and Fu Minzhao forcibly breaking away from the young man, rushing towards the door.
Dad. Mom.
The older child, initially sprinting towards Fu Minzhao, turned upon seeing his cold demeanor and leapt into Nan Anliu's embrace. He pointed accusingly at the young man outside. Mom, that scoundrel abuses us. We want to sue him. At 5 years old, the child stood at an impressive height of 1.20 meters, appearing quite robust, with a fierce countenance, a little tyrant in his own right. In the beautiful land, hitting children is illegal, and suing for such crimes is a grave matter. The children had grown up in this environment and were quite aware of such laws. Standing outside was Ning Chuan, a police officer under Zhou Yi, more accurately, his personal assistant. Following Zhou Yi's instructions, he had traveled abroad a month prior to investigate Fu Minzhao and Nan Anlia's situation, bringing these 2 children back with him. Both boys were no ordinary children. The older one was fierce and domineering, employing various means to create trouble along the way. As for the younger one who would want to care for a child, he would rather dig for minerals in Africa. He had his principles and would never resort to hitting children. Yet now, he regretted not having disciplined the older boy sooner. Nan Anliu was utterly stunned. How could her hidden children possibly be here? And why did they call her mom? Meanwhile, the 2-year-old clung to Fu Minzhao's leg, incessantly crying daddy. In fact, the resemblance between these 2 boys and Fu Minzhao was uncanny. Anyone could see they were his and Nan Anlia's children. The spacious hall descended into a profound silence, amplifying the children's voices, which echoed sharply. Mom, what is happening? You look as if you've lost your mind. The eldest son of Nan Anliu, witnessing his mother's reluctance to avenge him, turned around and grasped the hands of Madame Naner. Grandma, you must break that villain's legs. Your precious grandson has been bullied to the brink of despair. They not only beat me but also tormented my younger brother, even going so far as to strip us of our trousers. Ning Chuan felt as though thunder had struck him, and he abruptly turned to Zhou Yi. Seeing Zhou Yi frowning at him, he vigorously shook his head. I didn't do it, truly. The little boy continued to exaggerate. Grandma, why aren't you going after him? Have you been beaten into submission, unable to stand? Did you lose a fight? How utterly useless you are. Unable to win, even a simple brawl. He then glanced at the equally seated Nan Yi, whose face bore scratch marks. Was it this old fool who struck you? Such an old fool, clearly a good-for-nothing. I could dispatch him with a single kick. Nan Yi felt a sharp pain in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was once again struck dumb by the sheer audacity of this child. What a remarkably bold grandson. Yet, Nan Yi was not merely infuriated by the child. The prior matters concerning his wife and daughter had already left him enraged to the point of choking on his own blood. Such worthless individuals. The little boy exclaimed in exasperation. Then call a lawyer. I shall personally sue that pervert. Hey, children must not speak falsehoods. Jiang Wu stepped forward, standing imposingly before him. Observing this little rascal, he found pleasure in reprimanding the Nan Anliu family, yet the child's behavior was utterly intolerable. Jiang Wu felt an itch in his hands. Although striking a child was wrong and unacceptable, educating them was a necessary responsibility of adulthood. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? I'm not lying, the defiant child retorted. Oh, you little brat. Jiang Wu was infuriated. Children who are impolite and dishonest deserve to be punished.
Ha! The boy scoffed.
Even when I was 3, I didn't need such tricks.
Boom.
Jiang Wu hurled a thunder talisman at him. The boy trembled, smoke rising from him. Feeling a tingling sensation, he glared at Jiang Wu, refusing to back down. Magic? It's broad daylight, the sky as clear as a mirror. Not a single cloud in sight. Where's the thunder? I'm not afraid of your deceitful tricks.
Boom.
You wretched woman, I'll make you pay.
Boom.
Seize her.
Boom.
I want to let you off.
Boom. I'll fight you. Boom.
The boy fell silent. Jiang Wu seized the moment. Do you submit? The boy remained silent.
Boom. Do you submit? Yes.
Should you show some manners?
Boom.
Yes. Will you continue to lie?
Boom. No. Boom. Boom. Boom.
I will obey. I will be good. I respect my elders and cherish the young, conserve food, and never snatch toys from other children. When I grow up, I aspire to be a good person and contribute to society. Why do you still persist? I truly submit to you, believe me. He expressed his gratitude to those who enjoyed corn wine dregs, including Su Xiaoyu, Ji Zhufei, Qian Qian, and others for their gifts. He acknowledged the comments from his beloved fans urging for updates and expressed his affection for them. Chapter 50. The son-in-law meets the father-in-law. A marriage is inevitable. Nan on Yu, clutching her son, who was entirely blackened, charred on the outside yet tender on the inside, with hair singed into a mass, finally erupted. She shouted at Jiang Wu. What are you doing? If you touch my son again, I will fight you. Despite her malign nature, a fraction of maternal instinct surged within her. Seeing her son in such a state, Nan on Yu genuinely lost her composure. Jiang Wu, feeling empathy, retracted his small thunder talisman. Even such meager talismans required a significant amount of merit points, causing him great distress. I'm helping you educate your child. Would it kill you to express a simple thank you? If such children are left uneducated, they will grow up to gnaw at your bones, committing heinous acts and endangering society. Mind your own business. Nan on Yu glared fiercely at Jiang Wu, her mind consumed with the singular thought of devising a scheme to eliminate him. She was not ignorant of the truth. She knew her child had gone astray. A rotten seed. Yet, she could not tolerate others chastising her offspring. Jiang Wu. She longed to bombard her with all the thunder talismans she possessed, hoping to subdue her and teach her the ways of humanity. However, such a malicious woman, who inflicted harm upon her sister-in-law and niece, would not be granted the chance to redeem herself. Outside, Ning Chuan observed Jiang Wu, dumbfounded. So, this is their future little mistress. It was no wonder that, during this period, his young master had seemed as if possessed, entirely transformed. The dignified young master Zhou, once aloof, was now tending to one individual and her family. His reputation had crumbled completely. Nan Jifeng stepped forward a few paces, addressing his father. Dad, what I must tell you concerns this matter. Nan on Yu and Fu Minzhao had established a family abroad, and these were their 2 children. His gaze fell upon the child cradled in Nan on Yu's arms. This child was several months older than little Xingxing. In truth, not only abroad but also domestically, these 2 were inseparable, engaging in an illicit affair, wallowing in debauchery. Previously, Nan Jifeng had at least maintained a modicum of respect for Fu Minzhao as husband and wife. Yet, now that he had discerned his true nature, he felt nothing but hatred and disgust, devoid of sorrow, eager to liberate himself from their grasp. The remaining members of the Nan family, after being struck speechless once more, returned to their senses, casting disdainful glances at Nan on Yu's family and Fu Minzhao. Their expressions filled with contempt. Although they had previously held some regard for Nan on Yu and sought to curry favor with Fu Minzhao, the disgraceful and shameless actions they had committed would only tarnish their own reputation, rendering them no better than refuse in their eyes. Moreover, given Fu Minzhao's current circumstances, a divorce from Nan Jifeng was inevitable. The Nan family would continue to be governed by Nan Jifeng as authority. An irritable elder spat toward Nan on Yu. Pa. What a shameless creature. To commit adultery is one thing, but to betray your own sister-in-law and bear children with him is beyond reproach. The daughter of a stripper is just as filthy and despicable, lacking any sense of shame. Such a person does not deserve to be a daughter of the Nan family and should be expelled, never to be recognized again. Exactly, expel her from the family, along with Madame Nan Heir. She too must go. Our Nan family is a prestigious lineage, unfit to harbor such individuals. We cannot afford this disgrace. Several elders echoed vigorously. Expel her from the family. Draw a clear line. The younger generation chimed in unison. Let this be the decision of the eldest branch. The oldest elder addressed Old Master Nan. Nan Er Yi and Madame Nan Er, still seated on the ground, found themselves utterly unable to lift their heads, daunted into silence by their daughter's scandal. The child in Nan Anyu's arms cried out, "Mom, it hurts." She abruptly turned her head, glaring fiercely at the entire Nan family with tear-filled, bloodshot eyes. "On what grounds do you cast me out of the Nan family? My son is 3 months older than Nan Jifeng's child." She raised her hand, pointing at Nan Jifeng with formidable vigor. "If anyone is to steal or rob, it is Nan Jifeng who has taken my man, the father of my child. These people may scorn her, and she may suffer a tarnished reputation, but she cannot be expelled from the Nan family. All her savings had been invested in her recent business endeavors. If she were cast out, she would lose her right to inherit the Nan family fortune, leaving her destitute. Moreover, the business she conducts can only thrive under the auspices of the Nan family's esteemed reputation. Without the support of the Nan family, her very survival would be in jeopardy, let alone the prospect of providing for 2 children. To strip her of this affluent life within a prestigious family would be akin to condemning her to death." The crowd fell into a hushed silence, unable to refute her claims. Nan Jifeng, too, was momentarily taken aback. She was equally uncertain about this matter. Jiang Wu was the first to step forward, exclaiming, "You cunning schemer! Just because your son is grown, you think you have the moral high ground? You indulged in promiscuity, seeking thrills, and became entangled with Fu Minzhao, leading to an unplanned pregnancy. You never intended to keep this child, nor did you wish to be bound to someone of his humble origins, so you rushed to the hospital for an abortion. However, due to repeated miscarriages, your uterine wall has thinned, and another abortion could render you incapable of bearing children, which is why you ultimately chose to keep the child. Later, upon discovering that Fu Minzhao was pursuing Jifeng, especially as he began to shine at Nan's and garnered the elder Nan's favor, you returned to him, hoping to exploit his potential for your own gain. You and your despicable accomplices, scheming together, sought to ruin Jifeng and seize control of the Nan family." Nan Anyu cast a furtive glance at Fu Minzhao, only to find him gazing at her with a stormy expression of anger. Jiang Wu, too, was in the dark about many things. All he knew was that this woman was adept at charming him and providing satisfaction. Little did he realize he was merely a pawn in her game. Truly, she was the daughter of the second madam of the Nan family, skilled in the art of manipulating men. "You speak nonsense," Nan Anyu retorted, glaring at Jiang Wu, wishing fervently to silence him. Jiang Wu flashed a menacing grin, revealing his small canine teeth. "Do you desire evidence? Your attending physician possesses ample proof of your abortions. If you require more, I can procure it for you." At this point, Nan Jifeng comprehended the situation entirely and saw no need for Jiang Wu to expend further effort in gathering evidence. "No matter how you attempt to argue, it cannot change the fact that you and my husband were married and had a child abroad just 10 months after my marriage. Legally, it is these two who have committed an act of infidelity. As for me, I was merely a victim, deceived into marriage without knowledge of your actions." Seated in his chair, Fu Minzhao was drenched in cold sweat. The 2-year-old child, noticing his indifference, began to wail. He suppressed his agitation and fury as he gazed at Nan Jifeng, his body trembling more violently. He could not fathom that all of this had been unexpectedly unveiled to her, and now it had become common knowledge. Yet, Nan Jifeng did not cast even a glance in his direction. He could only see her strikingly beautiful profile, which struck his heart like a thunderous blow, shattering it to pieces. He felt utterly invisible to her. Old Master Nan had long since noticed the tension. He fixed his gaze on Fu Minzhao, his eyes reddening with fury, his entire being trembling with rage. The little star nestled in his grandfather's arms sensed his distress and called out anxiously. Old Master Nan let out a long sigh, wishing to say no more. "Enough. I always felt he was unworthy of you. Over the years, you two have never truly been together. A tainted thing is best disposed of." Tears welled in Nan Jifeng's eyes, cascading down her cheeks as her heart crumbled. During her school years, she harbored a secret crush on Jiang Qingyue and felt little for Fu Minzhao. The decision to marry him stemmed from a traumatic event that left her pregnant, during which Fu Minzhao fervently pursued her, repeatedly expressing his intentions to provide a complete family for the child, treating it as his own. The Nan family required her to maintain a respectable marriage, a desire echoed by her father. For years, she had upheld this hollow union, primarily to honor her father's wishes. She never anticipated that he would so readily support her in seeking a divorce. After a moment of steadying himself, old Master Nan felt a measure of comfort return to his heart. He cradled his granddaughter in one arm and steadied himself against the table with the other, rising unsteadily toward his daughter. Nan Jifeng stepped forward, enveloping her father in an embrace, the three generations united in a poignant moment. Overcome with emotion, she trembled as she wept. Jiang Qingyue approached gently, placing a reassuring hand on her quaking shoulder. Fu Minzhao's gaze was fixed on Jiang Qingyue's hand before shifting to his face, his expression dark and filled with malice, wishing he could pierce him with a glance. This man, whom he had not seen in 5 years, had faded from his memory. But the excellence of Jiang Qingyue was such that one glance would leave an indelible mark. Now, upon seeing him, Fu Minzhao was reminded of the past. He had noticed Nan Jifeng when she was merely 14 or 15 and had seen Jiang Qingyue in her company. At 30 years of age, 5 years their senior, he understood the naive affections of youth from an outsider's perspective. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, these two might have been together long ago. He pushed the child away, signaling to a nearby servant to take the children away. As the master of the household, he had discreetly bribed these servants, who naturally complied with his wishes. Once the children were taken away, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Qingyue and queried, "Nan Jifeng, who is he?" Chapter 51, revealing the father's identity. Future sister-in-law cares deeply for her brother. Nan Jifeng released her father, wiped her tears, and regained her composure. She turned to Jiang Qingyue, who nodded in return. Their bond was innocent, devoid of any shameful secrets. Moreover, given the current state of Nan Jifeng's marriage to Fu Minzhao, there was nothing left to conceal. He also looked forward to openly acknowledging his father-daughter relationship with the little star, aspiring to be a commendable father. He felt a deep sense of debt toward this daughter, having missed so many moments, including those with Nan Jifeng. The more he learned, the more he recognized the suffering caused by events of the past. Nan Jifeng shared this sentiment, turning to her father. Little Star, nestled in her grandfather's arms, also turned to look at her parents. Nan Jifeng caressed her small face and said to her father, "Dad, this is Little Star's biological father, Jiang Qingyue." Old Master Nan was taken aback once more, staring intently at Jiang Qingyue. This young man, with his bright eyes and commanding presence, was undeniably handsome, which made him a slightly concerning choice for a son-in-law. Yet, he appeared to fit seamlessly with his granddaughter and daughter, resembling a true family. Years ago, when he had allowed his daughter to become pregnant and then vanished, leaving her to endure the burden alone, he ought to have been enraged enough to break Jiang Qingyue's legs. Instead, he felt a sense of relief that they could finally be reunited. Jiang Qingyue hastily apologized. "Old Master, I sincerely apologize. At the time, I was unaware of Jifeng's pregnancy. I never intended to evade my responsibilities. Afterward, I sought her out, and as soon as I located her, I intended to propose. However, I was unaware of the details, and when I finally prepared to ask for her hand, I learned of her upcoming marriage. After that, I refrained from intruding on her life. My foolishness and one-sided devotion blinded me to the truth, causing both Jifeng and Little Star to suffer, which in turn brought you distress." Jiang Qingyue, having spoken, took a step back and knelt down, bowing deeply before old Master Nan, sincerely acknowledging her fault. Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled with delight, wishing she could applaud her second brother, yet mindful of the decorum required in such a setting. "Second brother, you are remarkable," she thought. "One must speak when there are words to say, and acknowledge one's mistakes. Before the esteemed father-in-law, one must kneel when necessary. You and second sister-in-law will surely have a smooth journey ahead." A faint smile graced Jiang Qingyue's lips. The supportive family behind her felt profoundly uplifting. Beside her, Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, admiring Jiang Qingyue, thinking, "Second brother, I have learned from you." Nan Jifeng was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qingyue's words. She suddenly recalled 5 years prior at the Nan family's exhibition, when Jiang Qingyue had arrived in a sharply tailored suit, his handsome features striking against the backdrop of the event. Without waiting for him to speak, she had handed him a wedding invitation. Then, Fu Minzhao appeared, wrapping his arm around her waist and kissing her cheek. She vividly remembered watching Jiang Qingyue leave, solitary and dejected. Observing him now, kneeling in penance before her father, a wave of compassion washed over her. "Father," she urged, "it was not Jiang Qingyue's fault. It was a scheme devised by Nan Anliu. She drugged me at the graduation party and sent thugs to the hotel to ruin me and seize my position as the Nan family heir. I was the one who sought Jiang Qingyue's help. I forced him into this. Nan Jifeng did not fully grasp the events of that day. But in her haste to protect Jiang Qingyue, she let those words slip. Her face flushed crimson. Jiang Qingyue looked up in surprise, taking in her blushing visage, which bore a striking resemblance to the girl she had been 5 years ago, now enhanced by the maturity and allure of time. He suddenly regretted not having told his parents over the phone yesterday to return early and assist him in proposing to Nan Jifeng. He was eager to bring her home as his bride. Old Master Nan gazed at his daughter in astonishment. Ever since she had become pregnant and assumed the mantle of power within the Nan family, she had not revealed such vulnerability. He understood well the significant place Jiang Qingyue held in her heart. Reluctantly, he released his granddaughter and extended a hand to Jiang Qingyue, helping him rise. Stand up.
Thank you.
Jiang Qingyue replied, rising with joy, opening his arms to his daughter. Xing'er, come to daddy. Your grandfather is getting old and can no longer carry you. Little Xingxing spread her arms wide, joyfully flapping like a bird as she leapt into his embrace. Old Master Nan, indeed feeling the strain on his heart, could not hold her, yet found comfort in seeing his granddaughter nestled in another's sturdy, warm arms. He felt a sense of peace, knowing that she would grow up protected. Nan Jifeng approached, supporting her daughter as small arm, and the scene exuded warmth and sweetness, reminiscent of a family of 3. From his seat, Fu Minzhao observed this heartwarming reunion with growing fury. It felt as though a piece of his heart had been ruthlessly torn away. The one by Jiang Qingyue's side was meant to be his, marked by the label of Mrs. Fu he had assigned her.
Now.
She was suddenly at Jiang Qingyue's side. Regret washed over him for not having possessed and protected all that was his. Nan Anliu, witnessing the familial embrace, felt a surge of anger, her teeth clenched in frustration. She regretted not having silenced Nan Xingchen on the spot or having dealt with Nan Jifeng sooner. Chapter 52. Second Sister-in-Law. Let us split the family and expel these parasites. Jiang Wu was overjoyed. Old Master Nan's attitude towards her second brother was remarkably favorable. It was evident that second sister-in-law cared for him as well. The family needed to be introduced properly. She stepped forward, addressing Old Master Nan. Hello, Uncle Nan. I am Jiang Qingyue's sister, Jiang Wu. Zhou Yi followed suit, introducing himself to Old Master Nan, primarily to establish his identity. Hello, Uncle Nan. I am Wu Wu's fiancé, Zhou Yi. Before Old Master Nan could respond to the two youths, little Xingxing, beaming with joy, interjected, Grandfather, this is my aunt. She pointed to the standing Nan Anliu and declared angrily, this wicked woman kidnapped me and sold me to traffickers in northern Myanmar. She used to call herself Aunt Nan Anliu, but now she is simply Wicked Woman. It was my aunt who infiltrated the scam factory and rescued me alongside Daddy. Otherwise, I would have never returned home to see Grandfather again. Woo. Upon hearing this, Old Master Nan was consumed with rage and disappointment. The lengths to which Nan Anliu and her accomplices had sunk were unfathomable. The Nan family could no longer harbor such individuals. He spoke gravely. I will call the police immediately. If I do not eradicate these people, I will have failed my daughter and granddaughter. There is no need for that, Uncle. I am a police officer here to handle this matter, Zhou Yi stated. Old Master Nan was taken aback, glancing between him and Jiang Wu and Jiang Qingyue. It appeared they had orchestrated everything meticulously. I appreciate your assistance, he remarked to Zhou Yi. It is my duty, Zhou Yi replied, offering a reassuring glance. Old Master Nan knew he would not let Nan Anliu and her ilk escape. Nan Anliu and Fu Minzhao stared in shock and fury at Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Wu, realizing they had been the ones to orchestrate the rescue. Reflecting on the time spent with Jiang Qingyue while Nan Jifeng was hospitalized, they recognized they had fallen into their trap. Particularly for Jiang Wu, she had learned of all their wrongdoings, effectively dismantling their plans. The other members of the Nan family were left in stunned silence, the reality of their situation dawning upon them. The Nan heir family was utterly ruined. This was fortuitous for them, as the absence of this entire family would mean a larger share of the inheritance. The eldest elder of the Nan family had already begun to calculate, let us expel the heir family from the household. Indeed, they must be expelled. Let us do it now. The heir family, still linked by the blood of the Nan family, could receive some semblance of mercy. But everyone else must be expelled to draw a clear line. Old Master Nan raised his hand to silence the room. I understand. We shall proceed according to family custom. He was the first to advocate for the expulsion of Nan Anliu's family. Such malicious individuals could not remain and jeopardize everyone's well-being. No, he desired a family that could thrive together. An observant elder woman, with a sharp tongue, seized the moment to propose. Eldest family. Why don't we consider dividing the household? Noticing the sudden quiet, she continued, for years, this family has been upheld solely by Jifeng. A single woman managing business and caring for children is indeed a heavy burden. She glanced at the younger generation present. Now that everyone has established their own families, they are more than capable of standing on their own. Yes, dividing the family would be beneficial. Each can take on their responsibilities and develop independently, which would be advantageous for both the family and each individual. Absolutely, it would facilitate the family's growth. The call for a family division resonated strongly among the members. The divorce between Nan Jifeng and Fu Minzhao seemed inevitable. It appeared quite likely that she would marry this Jiang Qingyue, a young man they did not know well. In Heisher, any young person with a decent background would be known, leading them to conclude that Jiang Qingyue hailed from humble origins. Fu Minzhao, however, possessed business acumen and could generate wealth for the Nan family. Jiang Qingyue, despite her striking appearance, is utterly devoid of merit and holds no value for them. They have long harbored intentions of severing ties, eager to claim their share of the wealth. Now, their desire to separate is more fervent than ever. The elderly Mr. Nan took a deep breath, feeling a chill in his heart. With such a vast family lineage having been passed down to him, he is reluctant to divide it, hoping instead for a continued legacy. Furthermore, if a division were to occur under his stewardship, he would feel a profound sense of betrayal towards his ancestors. However, Jiang Wu is in a state of agitation, her small shoulders trembling. Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Yi, indeed, overhear her thoughts. Sister-in-law, please agree to their demands. These individuals are nothing but parasites. They have earned not a single penny over the years, living off the fruits of your labor, your earnings for sustenance, clothing, raising children, and supporting parents. Their sole pursuits are indulgence and vice, with no other talents to speak of. Do you comprehend why they are so eager to separate and claim their share? This couple has set their sights on a luxurious estate abroad, intent on acquiring a substantial sum to indulge in a life of opulence. That old man has taken a liking to a young model, and if he can produce 8 million, she will agree to marry him. That man wishes to establish an entertainment company, seeking to exploit young women under the guise of contracts. This woman, if she does not purchase a $1 million car for her celebrity boyfriend within 3 months, risks losing him. That elder desires to acquire a burial plot in the finest cemetery downtown. That old lady wishes to rid herself of her daughter-in-law, offering funds to her son to marry a younger woman and bear him a grandchild. This entire family is comprised of insatiable leeches. Sister-in-law, if you do not sever ties now, in the future, they will find ways to drain your family dry, making it impossible to extricate yourselves. It is rare for them to propose separation themselves. Hasten to fulfill their wishes. Separation is imperative. This family must be divided. Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Yi were left speechless. Who could endure such relatives? They could not withstand it. They must flee. Jiang Qingyue is resolute in preventing Nan Jifeng's family from being drained by such relatives. He leaned closer and whispered to Nan Jifeng, "Jifeng, we need to talk." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Jiang Wu. Nan Jifeng immediately understood. They had information regarding the separation to share with her. She nodded and instructed Little Star, "Go to your grandfather." Little Star swiftly descended from Jiang Qingyue's side. Jiang Wu was about to discuss the family's issues with Nan Jifeng when she noticed her second brother pulling her sister-in-law away. The two retreated to the study. And after a while, they emerged, with Nan Jifeng calling her father into the study for a private conversation. Before long, the father and daughter reappeared. The elderly Mr. Nan, with an anxious expression, awaited the division of the family. If he did not comply, the Nan family members would threaten him with a figurative knife to his throat, demanding separation. He sighed, feeling a sense of loss. Alas, ancestors who have always wished for us to remain united, I do not desire division either. Nan Jifeng, with reddened eyes, dabbed at the corners of her eyes and spoke pitifully to the elders. Though I have delayed work for these past few months, I am confident that the future of the Nan family's business will flourish. I will ensure that we elevate our family to become a premier antique family, both domestically and globally. Before she could finish, a chorus of voices clamored for separation. Dividing the family will not alter our kinship. It will not impact our business. Separation is the path to collective growth and development, yielding only benefits. Reluctantly, the elderly Mr. Nan conceded, if that is the case, let us proceed with the division. The proposal of separation was a significant matter, with many details to delineate, and it could not be finalized hastily. Immediately, someone stepped forward with a suggestion. Elder, we can first draft a separation agreement, and the subsequent matters can follow the established procedures. Once the agreement is signed, the father and daughter cannot renege. They could then engage a professional team for auditing and equitable division, merely a matter of a month or two. Ultimately, the elderly Mr. Nan acquiesced, since everyone agrees. Let us sign the agreement. Upon hearing what Nan Jifeng had conveyed to him, particularly regarding how her earnings had been squandered by these individuals, and their unjust expenditures, he realized that allowing his daughter to support these parasites was utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, these people would only lead to the ruin of the Nan family. Soon, the agreement was drafted, and all relevant parties affixed their signatures and fingerprints. Once the process was complete, everyone left with their copies of the agreement, elated. Jiang Wu internally applauded. Congratulations, sister-in-law and uncle, for freeing yourselves from these blood-sucking parasites. Surely my second brother has perceived their true nature and persuaded my sister-in-law. Well done, second brother. Jiang Qingyue silently thanked his sister in his heart. The Nan family members remarked, you should first resolve your household matters. At that moment, Fu Minzhao, who had been seated and processing the unfolding events, stood up. He gazed intensely at Nan Jifeng and Jiang Qingyue, resolutely declaring, Jifeng, I will not divorce. As long as he remains married, she must remain his Mrs. Fu, unable to be with Jiang Qingyue. The first to lose her composure was Nan Yu, who exclaimed in exasperation, Fu Minzhao, if you refuse to divorce, what do you intend to do? You cannot possibly still cherish this woman, can you?
Besides,
whether or not this marriage continues is no longer your decision. Under these circumstances, Nan Jifeng could file for divorce and succeed. Fu Minzhao turned to her. His gaze icy. Nan Yu, it is you who deceived me. I too am a victim. He then looked at Nan Jifeng. I acknowledge my faults. But it does not necessitate divorce. A slight smile curved his lips, and an unsettling glint flickered in his eyes, suggesting he held all the cards. He could utilize Nan Yu's betrayal as justification for his actions while simultaneously ensnaring her, casting himself as the victim in a position of advantage. Nan Yu's complexion paled, devoid of color. The way she had been able to placate him was through her understanding of him. She could see through his intentions. Ironically, his aim was simply to ensure that Nan Jifeng remained his wife. Now, having lost nearly everything, what he sought to salvage was none other than Nan Jifeng. It dawned on her that he loved her most, not for fame, fortune, or even their children, but for Nan Jifeng. You heartless cad. How dare you treat me this way? She lunged at Fu Minzhao, raising her hand to strike him. He deftly caught her wrist, disdainfully pushing her away. With a thud, Nan Yu collided with the table, incapacitated by the pain. You scoundrel. I will not let you off for treating my daughter this way. Mrs. Nan cursed as she rushed to assist her daughter. Fu Minzhao adjusted his glasses and, with unprecedented gentleness, addressed Nan Jifeng. Jifeng, I will handle these matters appropriately. I will provide you with an explanation. We should discuss this privately as a couple. To this scoundrel, Nan Jifeng's predominant feelings are nothing but disgust, aversion, and a hint of disappointment. Now she is genuinely enraged. She turns gently, facing him with resilience and strength. Fu Minzhao, do you truly believe that I, Nan Jifeng, am meek and easily manipulated? I declare that this marriage shall end, and it will end as I dictate. If conventional means fail, I shall resort to extraordinary measures. If all else fails, I shall embrace widowhood. Jiang Qingyue strides purposefully towards Fu Minzhao, consumed by a desire to eliminate him. Second brother. Zhou Yi restrains his arm, shaking his head. Having grown up together, he understands Jiang Qingyue's current murderous intent. However, it would be more prudent for him to intervene. Preserving his brother's image in front of the Nan family, particularly before Nan Jifeng and Xia Xingxing. Jiang Wu is equally furious. Let me calculate how to eliminate this scoundrel. Just then, a servant from the Nan family rushes in to report. Sir, Madam, the eldest young lady, Madam Jiang seeks an audience. Madam Jiang? Which Madam Jiang? The elder Mr. Nan is so flustered with anger that he cannot recall any Madam Jiang associated with the Nan family. She claims to come to propose marriage for the eldest young lady, to escort the granddaughter, the servant explains. Jiang Qingyue's eyes redden, his voice thick with emotion. It's my mother. As his words hang in the air, Jiang Wu sees a beautiful woman approaching, her gaze instantly captivated. This elegant woman is clad in a pearl-white fitted gown, with slender high heels, her dark hair elegantly pinned up, revealing not a single strand of gray. Adorning her ears are exquisite emerald earrings, and around her neck is a three-tiered pearl necklace. The luster of her jewels pales in comparison to her beauty.
She is statuesque.
With curves in all the right places, a delicate face with exquisite bone structure, willow leaf eyebrows, and starry eyes, gorgeous as a deity. Yet, she exudes a regal dignity, characterized by grace and elegance. How can there be such a stunningly beautiful woman? My eyes and soul have been rescued by her allure. As Madame Jiang steps into the room, she suddenly pauses, bewildered by this exclamation as she gazes ahead. Is she truly delusional? No, she must remain composed. Today, she has significant matters to attend to. Mother, are you alright? Jiang Qingyue rushes forward to support her. I'm fine, it's just that the flight was too long. And I feel a bit dizzy. Madame Jiang gently touches her temple. This posture is so captivating that everyone present gasps in awe, unable to tear their eyes away from her. Mother, you've worked hard. Jiang Qingyue assists her inside.
Ah!
Jiang Wu covers her mouth, fearful of exclaiming, is this really my mother? At this age, she could only be my sister. Madame Jiang stands momentarily stunned, searching for the source of the voice, and spots the young girl not far away, her eyes widening in surprise. The girl bears a striking resemblance to her, 7 parts like her, 3 parts like her husband. Observing the girl's expression, it seems she is speaking to her. This unique youthful voice resonates in her ears. Can she hear her thoughts? She truly appears ageless. One could easily mistake her for 28. With a mother like this, I am the happiest daughter in the world. I have always thought I was quite attractive, but compared to my mother, I seem to pale in comparison. Nevertheless, with such genes, might I not become even more beautiful? Thus, this is the daughter who refuses to return home and acknowledge her? Madame Jiang cannot help but caress her own cheek. She has grown weary of hearing compliments about her beauty. Yet, hearing her daughter praise her in this manner fills her with boundless joy. Chapter 54. With a mother like this, I am the happiest daughter in the world. Jiang Qingyue observes his mother and sister gazing at one another, filled with excitement. He knows they have recognized each other. Wu Wu, come here, he beckons to his sister. Jiang Wu rushes to Madame Jiang's side. Wu Wu, this is our mother. Mother, this is your daughter. Madame Jiang has already recognized Jiang Wu, and now, looking at the young girl before her, tears well up in her eyes. Her throat tight with emotion, rendering her momentarily speechless. Jiang Wu's feelings differ from Madame Jiang's. The bond that Madame Jiang feels for her flesh and blood runs deep, ingrained in her very essence. Jiang Wu simply adores this mother. In that moment of introduction by her brother, she excitedly leaps into Madame Jiang's embrace. Mother, mother, it's so good to see you. Tears spill from Madame Jiang's eyes as she holds her tightly. My precious daughter. Jiang Wu feels her mother trembling and, sensing her emotion, embraces her even tighter, gently patting her back in comfort. The sight of the mother and daughter in each other's arms is poignant, drawing tears from the onlookers. However, their curiosity outweighs their sorrow. Upon learning of this lady's identity, the elder Mr. Nan feels somewhat embarrassed. Madame Jiang, are you sure there hasn't been a misunderstanding? Even if Jiang Qingyue and your daughter have a child, it hardly necessitates a marriage to the Jiang family. Furthermore, your daughter is still married to Fu Minzhao. Such actions would be improper and unjust for your daughter. Moreover, I harbor psychological reservations regarding her current marriage. I would prefer she remain unmarried for life. After all, with the Nan family's wealth and her own remarkable qualities, she need not rely on anyone. Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang and her daughter release their embrace. Regaining her composure, Madame Jiang scans the room, realizing the situation is more complex than she had anticipated. Jiang Qingyue hastily explains to Mr. Nan and Nan Jifeng, I apologize. I did not clarify things with my mother last night. I only informed her about the existence of our child, Xiao Xingxing. My words inadvertently conveyed my feelings for Nan Jifeng, leading my mother to believe that I should take responsibility for her. Hence, she rushed back from abroad. Nan Jifeng inexplicably flushes with embarrassment, and when she meets Madame Jiang's gaze, she instinctively lowers her head, unable to maintain eye contact. As a fellow woman, being scrutinized by such a beauty makes her heart race. Madame Jiang's eyes light up upon seeing her. Nan Jifeng is dressed in a deep blue long coat, tall and slender. She is barefaced, looking a bit haggard and pale, without any adornments. Her wavy hair cascades elegantly over her delicate collarbone, exuding an aura of intelligence, grace, confidence, and a blend of fragility and resilience. It is evident that she is a woman deserving of admiration. This is the mother of her grandchild, and her heart swells with affection for her. Her gaze naturally drifts downwards, landing on a little girl in a beige dress, her long hair styled into two bun-like pigtails, resembling rabbit ears. Little Wu? ISNT that the girl I saw in my livestream? Little Xingxing has already recognized her voice and has been staring intently. Upon hearing her call out, she exclaims in delight, 1 billion grandma? Nan Jifeng abruptly lifts her head, astonished as she looks at Madame Jiang, then back at Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue gazed in astonishment at her mother, never expecting that she was the #1 supporter in her daughter's live stream. Zhou Yi and Jiang Wu were equally aware of the esteemed grandma #1 and felt a mix of surprise and joy. Old Master Nan was bewildered and couldn't help but inquire, what is happening? Great-grandfather, little Xingxing exclaimed, tugging at his hand with enthusiasm. She is the one online who has given me so much money, saying she wants to support me, my billion-dollar grandma. Madame Jiang smacked her forehead and turned to Jiang Qingyue, exclaiming, indeed, my age is catching up with me. No wonder I thought that voice in last night's stream sounded so familiar. My mind is truly failing me. I couldn't even recognize my own son's voice. Madame Jiang was already taken aback by the news of having a nearly 5-year-old granddaughter, and the notion of contemplating such matters seemed too far-fetched. Thus, she failed to recognize her son's voice. Mother, is that truly how you regard your own son? It appears that growing up means no longer being cherished, Jiang Qingyue lamented. But this situation cannot solely be blamed on you. It is my fault. Madame Jiang paid no heed to his words and, with teary eyes, approached little Xingxing, saying, so, this is my biological granddaughter? Just by her appearance, she could tell. Yes. Mother, Jiang Wu interjected, closely following her mother's side. Xingxing is my second brother's biological daughter, my dear niece. Indeed, they were a family destined to come together. For someone who believed in fate, Jiang Wu held a strong conviction about such connections. Madame Jiang, momentarily stunned, gazed at her daughter, who was so intimately close to her. Her eyes grew warm, and tears blurred her vision once again. Yes, family does reunite. Therefore, you are truly my biological grandmother? Little Xingxing gazed at her in disbelief. Nan Jifeng held a favorable impression of Madame Jiang, feeling grateful and more inclined to let his daughter recognize such relatives. He gently ruffled her hair, saying indeed, this is your biological grandmother. Grandma. Little Xingxing stretched out her arms, eager for an embrace. Madame Jiang bent down and lifted her up. However, skepticism arose regarding how such a youthful woman could possibly be a grandmother. Excuse me, madam, are you Mr. Jiang's stepmother? Holding her granddaughter. Madame Jiang turned her head with displeasure at the elderly lady who spoke. An attractive woman's anger is not to be taken lightly. The elderly lady hurriedly clarified, that is not what I meant. I merely found you quite youthful and thought you couldn't possibly have such an adult son. Madame Jiang found the flattery distasteful, particularly considering that this elderly lady, along with those around her, appeared to be of questionable character. There is no need for such courtesy. I am merely 48 this year. Having given birth to 5 children, my eldest son is already 27. Jiang Qingyue is my second son. She gestured towards Jiang Wu, and this is my youngest daughter, who is nearly 18 as well. The crowd was left in disbelief. 48 years old, with 5 children, and yet she still appeared so youthful. Was she an immortal? Madame Jiang had grown weary of the envious and astonished gazes of others. She solemnly addressed old Master Nan. I apologize. I was unaware of the situation and acted impolitely. Madame Jiang's politeness was met with understanding. You are also concerned for the children. It is of no consequence. Old Master Nan, remembering her past kindness and assistance to little Xingxing, felt his discomfort dissipate. Furthermore, he was pleased that his granddaughter had such a relative. Fu Minzhao stepped forward and addressed Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang, please refrain from furthering this ridiculous proposal concerning the Jiang family's marriage to Nan Jifeng. Madame Jiang's expression darkened as she looked at Fu Minzhao and asked, what is going on? Just as Jiang Qingyue was about to explain, Jiang Wu had already wrapped her arms around her mother's, eagerly stating, Mother, here's how things stand. With a rapid-fire recounting, Jiang Wu relayed everything that had transpired. The others were left astounded. It was as if she had narrated a gripping 80-episode drama in one breath. vividly, with ups and downs, complete with a beginning and end, missing no thrilling details. This young girl was impressive. It seemed that today's momentous events in the Nan household had all been resolved by her words alone. Perhaps due to a mother-daughter connection, Madame Jiang grasped the situation clearly. Mother, that scoundrel dares to publicly declare that he will not divorce Sister Jifeng. If he refuses, this marriage cannot be dissolved. Madame Jiang was furious. Divorce? This marriage must be ended. Her fierce gaze swept across the Nan family, glaring at Fu Minzhao as she pointed at him in accusation. What do you think you are? You've acted in a manner worse than a beast, and still dare to threaten not to divorce. Just because you say it cannot be done, does that make it so? Do you think there is no law or justice in this world? Do you consider yourself the greatest? Young man, there are always those better than you. She then handed little Xingxing to Jiang Qingyue, extending her left hand. The family driver, Uncle Quan, who had been waiting at the door, immediately stepped forward and placed a mobile phone in her hand. Uncle. Jiang Wu joyfully greeted the driver who had come to pick her up from the Song family. Mississippi, seeing her enthusiasm, Uncle Quan returned her greeting warmly. Jiang Wu suddenly realized that he was not just any ride-hailing driver, but the Jiang family as chauffeur. The Jiang family as circumstances were far superior to what Song Ning had described. How could that girl deceive me? Madame Jiang dialed a number, her voice melodious, yet commanding. You all come over now to handle the divorce paperwork. Chapter 55, no divorce? With a single sentence from Madame Jiang, the decree was issued. After hanging up, Uncle Quan stepped forward to take the phone from her and returned to his position at the door, awaiting further instructions. Jiang Wu was utterly mesmerized. Help! My stunning mother is so decisive, so efficient, so impressive. I am in love. I wish to become someone like her. Is that possible? Zhou Yi stood frozen, his mind racing with images of Jiang uncle tirelessly catering to Jiang Ai all these years. Was that to be his future? It truly sparked out. Jiang Qingyue mused. The old man's desire for a daughter resembling his wife might just come true. Nan Jifeng stared at Madame Jiang in awe, realizing that one could indeed be so formidable. Others were equally astonished, wondering how such an elegant and beautiful woman could also possess such fierceness and vigor. Madame Jiang's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, my dear daughter, you admire me so? It was a rather embarrassing realization. A fleeting smile of joy crossed her face before she turned serious and reprimanded Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue, being discreet at home does not mean you should become a coward or a turtle. Your own daughter was lost, called an illegitimate child, a wild seed, nearly losing her life. The woman who bore your daughter was driven to the brink of suicide. Have you recognized your mistakes? Jiang Qingyue, already burdened with guilt, felt tears welling up in his eyes, once more at his mother's admonition. He bowed his head solemnly. Mother, I understand my wrongs. It will not happen again. His tone was resolute. Nan Jifeng looked on with a heart full of pain and quickly spoke up. Aunt Jiang, this has nothing to do with Jiang Qingyue. He was unaware. It is my own foolishness having been schemed against, and I couldn't even protect my own daughter. I was wrong. Her voice bore a hint of anguish, and she truly recognized her mistakes. It was her father's error. Old Master Nan, feeling ashamed, lowered his head and sincerely apologized to both his daughter and little Xingxing. With reddened eyes, he gazed at his daughter, Jifeng. It is I who have failed to care for you and little Xingxing. Madame Jiang raised her elegant eyebrows, sensing Nan Jifeng's concern for her son. There was emotion, there was drama. Old Master Nan was indeed capable. It is not your fault, Old Master Nan, she reassured him. Then, grasping Nan Jifeng's hand, she continued, Jifeng, it is natural to find oneself at a disadvantage when outnumbered and while caring for a child. However, Qingyue is different. As a man, he has not done enough and must recognize and admit his faults. Jiang Wu blinked her eyes, amused by her mother's double standards, which she found delightful. Little Xingxing's eyes turned red. Grandma, don't scold Daddy. He is a good father. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Qingyue's neck protectively. A smile broke across Madame Jiang's face. Ah, our little Xingxing is distressed and will protect her father now. Grandma is not scolding your daddy. Rather, I want him to recognize his shortcomings to prevent any future misfortunes. He must protect both you and your mother. If anything were to happen to this child, how could anyone bear it? Grandma, Daddy will. Little Xingxing confidently assured her. Yes, Grandma knows he will. After all, he is my son, she thought. Little Xingxing brightened at this. Madame Jiang embraced her and turned her gaze toward Zhou Yi, angrily reprimanding him. Zhou, is this the extent of your family's capabilities? How can such scum still be allowed to roam freely? Zhou was taken aback. The reason he had not apprehended Fu Minzhao and Nan Anliu immediately was to allow Nan Jifeng to divorce first. He was about to take action when she arrived. However, he realized he should not have overthought it and should have acted decisively to facilitate the divorce between Fu Minzhao and Nan Jifeng. Aunt Jiang, I apologize, I was wrong. One cannot reason with women, especially not one's mother-in-law, especially when he has not yet married her daughter. Madame Jiang huffed, turning away while holding little Xingxing. After a lengthy tirade, two individuals in professional attire entered the Nan residence, carrying briefcases. Hello, we are from a Civil Affairs Bureau, here to process a divorce. We are not divorcing. Fu Minzhao emerged, exuding an air of defiance. Having reached this point, Madame Jiang was resolute, and Nan Jifeng stepped forward to invite the officials to sit. I am the one seeking a divorce. She explained the situation to the officials. Rest assured, Miss Nan, marriage is intended to protect citizens, not to be wielded as a weapon against them. We will approve this and process the necessary paperwork. In no time, 2 stamped divorce certificates were handed to her. Miss Nan, please be assured that your divorce is protected by law. Should you face any harassment or threats as a result, inform us immediately, and we will ensure your protection.
Thank you.
Nan Jifeng held the red booklet, tears welling in her eyes. She felt a profound sense of liberation from the shackles of a man she despised and a marriage that had never suited her. She felt wholly free, her very breath more beautiful and unencumbered. It dawned on Fu Minzhao that the noblewoman before him was someone he could not afford to cross. Otherwise, the Civil Affairs Bureau would not have treated him as if he were invisible, proceeding with her divorce without hesitation. A malicious glint emerged from behind his glasses as he glared at Madame Jiang and Jiang Qingyue, harshly declaring, "Is this how the Jiang family intends to marry back a woman whom I have already sullied?" Madame Jiang felt a surge of anger. Mother! Jiang Wu handed her a shoe, an old-fashioned, handcrafted shoe with a thick sole that had fallen from second master Nan. Astonished, Madame Jiang realized her daughter truly understood her. Receiving the shoe, she swiftly slapped Fu Minzhao across the face with it, opting not to use her hands to avoid soiling them. Stunned, Fu Minzhao instinctively attempted to retaliate but was forcibly brought to his knees by Zhou, who had acted quickly to prevent him from harming any of the Jiang women. Madame Jiang pointed the shoe at him and firmly stated, Jifeng was merely your wife for 5 years. She remains herself, dignified and upright, a truly innocent person. Should she choose to marry, our Qingyue will take her as his wife. If, in the future, she grows weary of our Qingyue, I will find her an even better man and provide her with the finest dowry, ensuring she departs in style. Clapping her hands, Jiang Wu exclaimed, Mother, you are absolutely right. She was utterly captivated by her own mother. Chapter 56. Which Jiang family? The wealthiest Jiang family.
Zoe shivered.
Feeling for the first time the pressure of looking at his mother-in-law, Jiang Qingyue interjected, Mother, my wife has yet to be brought into our family. I am your biological son. Nan Jifeng, her eyes reddened and brimming with tears, gazed at Madame Jiang. Having lost her mother at an early age, she felt for the first time the overwhelming support of someone standing resolutely by her side, filling her heart with warmth and gratitude. Others present were equally astonished by Madame Jiang's words. Among them, not just the young, but even the older women looked upon Nan Jifeng with envy. Nan Anliu, too, stared in shock at Madame Jiang and Nan Jifeng. How could it be that at this juncture, Nan Jifeng was still treated with such regard? Jealousy consumed her as she refused to believe it. Impossible! She scoffed, shaking her head in disbelief as she scrutinized Madame Jiang. You're saying this merely to ensure the Jiang family can marry Nan Jifeng. This is simply about the Nan family's wealth. How hypocritical. Madame Jiang cast a sidelong glance at her. Were it not for the fear of upsetting her future daughter-in-law with such remarks, she would not have bothered to respond. Your perspective is so misguided that you assume others share your mentality. How laughable. Our Jiang family is not lacking in wealth. The eldest elder of the Nan family could no longer restrain himself and asked, Madam, which Jiang family do you belong to? Others were equally curious and eager to uncover their identity. Such a madam could not possibly belong to a household of mere ordinary standing. Even more suspicious was her ability to summon people with a single phone call, effortlessly securing a divorce certificate without needing to consult Fu Minzhao. Their backgrounds certainly could not be inferior to the Nan family. The thought began to form in their minds, causing their bodies to tremble with anticipation. The wealthiest Jiang family of Heisher, a top-tier family in the country, renowned internationally. But could it be? Did the Jiang family truly need to make such a grand display for Nan Jifeng? Furthermore, the Jiang family had not been active in the social scene for nearly 18 years, leading many to speculate that they had long since settled abroad. Had it not been for the Jiang Group's businesses continuing to operate smoothly and prosperously, maintaining their position at the top, they would have been forgotten. Everyone believes that the Jiang family has vanished from this world. Madame Jiang paused, glancing at elder Nan and Nan Jifeng, ultimately resting her gaze on her daughter beside her. Jiang Wu appeared completely indifferent, dismissing the significance of any Jiang family. What mattered was that this was her mother, and these individuals were her family. The mere presence of her relatives brought her immense joy and contentment. She acknowledged only them. With a radiant smile, she encouraged her mother. "Beautiful mom, there's no need to hesitate. Boldly tell them that lacking wealth is nothing to be ashamed of. I can also earn money. I will earn to support you and dad in your old age, to help my brothers find brides and raise children, and to buy bags for my sisters-in-law." Jiang Wu had developed a certain understanding of money and wealth in this world. The clues she had provided to the police had already yielded substantial rewards, accumulating to over 10 million. Furthermore, during her month of engaging in fraudulent activities, she had learned numerous ways to generate income. At worst, she could simply delve deeper into research and earning money would become feasible. Over the span of 2 years, saving some money would be entirely manageable. Madame Jiang's eyes glistened with warmth, nearly spilling over with tears. Jiang Qingyue had heard such sentiments from Jiang Wu on multiple occasions, and his own eyes were brimming with moisture. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, considering that he ought to secure some assets for his future daughter-in-law, lest she constantly worry about supporting the entire family. Madame Jiang blinked, offering her daughter a gentle smile as she raised her hand to admire the new diamond manicure her husband had crafted for her. "Are there many Jiang families in Heisher?" Her melodious voice was imbued with pride and superiority. "We are the Jiang family of the East District."
How could that be?
The elderly woman who had previously claimed she was the stepmother of the Jiang family gasped. "You are the Jiang family of the East District?" "The Jiang family of the East District, that is the family of the wealthiest Jiang." Others stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the revelation.
Nan an yu, nan er yi.
And Madame Nan gaped, shocked and struggling to accept this information. Particularly Nan Anliu, who had always assumed that Jiang Qingyue was merely an ordinary young talent. Even if Nan Jifeng were to marry him, it would only be a descent into mundane existence, offering little improvement over her own situation. Yet the outcome was that she had given birth to the Jiang family's granddaughter. Madame Jiang personally intervened to assist her in obtaining a divorce, protecting her, and even intended for her son to marry her. Moreover, Jiang Qingyue possessed longer legs and a more handsome visage than Fu Minzhao, easily overshadowing him in appearance. And he was far more considerate and attentive towards Nan Jifeng. He was entirely unconcerned with Fu Minzhao's claims regarding their 5 years of marriage. In truth, Fu Minzhao had never laid a hand on Nan Jifeng. She had never afforded him the opportunity. Not to mention Jiang Qingyue's distinguished lineage. This was a meteoric rise for Nan Jifeng. She had lost utterly and completely. Jiang Wu felt somewhat bewildered, not fully grasping the significance of the Jiang family in the East District, yet it sounded as though their circumstances might not be so dire. That was rather pleasant. This way, her family would not have to endure as much suffering. Madame Jiang had no interest in engaging with those sycophants and humbly addressed Elder Nan and Nan Jifeng. "Elder Jifeng, I apologize for only now being able to update you on our family's situation." Madame Jiang had initially been dismissive of discussing their family background here, but the current circumstances necessitated a formal acknowledgement with the Nan family. Only then did Nan Jifeng and her father regain their composure. Elder Nan had never anticipated that this Jiang family was, in fact, the family of the wealthiest Jiang. How ironic that he had previously thought Jiang Qingyue was the one who had elevated himself by associating with his daughter. The Nan family was indeed respectable, but in comparison to the Jiang family, they were significantly lacking. He realized his own narrow-mindedness. With some embarrassment, he remarked, "Madame Jiang, you are too kind.
It was my oversight."
Nan Jifeng looked at Jiang Qingyue in astonishment. She had always sensed he was extraordinary, yet she had not expected him to belong to that Jiang family. Feeling guilty under his gaze, she stammered, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to conceal anything from you." In matters concerning their daughter, he felt he had wronged Nan Jifeng. Now, this realization weighed heavily on him, filling him with a sense of guilt and leading him to adopt a cautious and humble demeanor. Madame Jiang, seeing their distress, hastened to explain to the father and daughter, "It is merely some matters concerning our Jiang family that made it inconvenient for us to live under our original identity. It was never our intention to deceive you. Moreover, I see that Jifeng is a truly remarkable child, one who would never judge a person based on their background." Upon hearing this, elder Nan and his daughter felt a sense of clarity. Nan Jifeng quickly shook her head. Not at all. She had never cared about Jiang Qinghue's family background. Even without the halo of privilege surrounding his lineage, she had always considered him to be an exceptionally fine individual. After speaking, she noticed Madame Jiang's delighted gaze upon her, only to realize her words might have been misinterpreted. She hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant." She felt even more embarrassed to explain directly. Madame Jiang smiled at the father and daughter, stating, "Previously, we were indeed presumptuous, failing to understand the situation fully. However, I am now well informed. I must bring up this union with you both." Madame Jiang stated plainly. It was not merely because Jifeng had given birth to Xiao Xingxing. Regardless of how Qingyue and Jifeng chose, Xiao Xingxing would always remain our Jiang family's eldest granddaughter. Rather, it was because our foolish son has affection for your daughter, Jifeng. Chapter 57. After the divorce, she turns around and marries into the wealthiest family. Elder Nan initially intended to refuse, believing that his daughter was not suited to enter into marriage at this time. However, upon hearing Madame Jiang's words, he found himself at a loss for words. Turning to look at his daughter, Nan Jifeng also turned, gazing at Jiang Qingyue in astonishment. In their school days, they had shared mutual feelings. Yet their statuses, particularly for Nan Jifeng, who had already been designated as the heir of the Nan family, imposed responsibilities upon her as the future leader. Naturally, she would not barter her marriage for gain. Nonetheless, her marriage would require the consent of her elders. Hence, neither had officially confessed their feelings or established a relationship.
Now,
they were no longer young, and matters of the heart could not rely solely on feelings. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback by his mother's unexpected intervention, rendered speechless. Zhou Yi nudged him from behind, whispering, "Second brother, this is a rare opportunity. Go for it." Jiang Qingyue lifted his head. "Nan Jifeng," Madame Jiang interjected. "Jifeng, this boy has liked you since his school days. How could I not pay attention to such a significant matter as my son's romance? It simply did not come to fruition, and my husband and I chose to feign ignorance. You once gifted him a homemade rabbit candy. He cherished it so much that he hid it under his pillow for over a year. Our fourth child saw how much he treasured it and thought it was something precious, so he stole a bite. This child has never spoken harshly to his brothers." He directly pinned the fourth one down, almost as if he wished to extract the rabbit candy from the fourth's belly. "He guarded the restroom door for 3 days and nights, just for the sake of that rabbit candy you gave him." Jiang Wu's eyes widened. Her second brother was indeed formidable. Zhou Yi was also dumbfounded, recalling the incident vividly. He had thought the second brother was merely concerned for the fourth brother. It turned out it was all for that candy. Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, "No, I'm not. And Mom, don't I care about my pride?" Nan Jifeng was taken aback, her heart fluttering, yet she hesitated to fully embrace the certainty of her feelings. She listened as Madame Jiang continued. "After Qingyue graduated, he came rushing to his father and me, declaring he had fallen in love and wished to marry. He sought our approval to wed that girl as the second son of the Jiang family. Naturally, we consented and wholeheartedly supported his decision. He even engaged a designer to craft a wedding ring. However, as fate would have it, he did not bring her home and instead became engrossed in work,
using it as a balm for his heartache."
"Mom, please stop," Jiang Qingyue interjected, a plea for dignity in his tone. With a heavy sigh, Madame Jiang took Nan Jifeng's hands, her expression filled with genuine sorrow. "Had it not been for the machinations of deceitful individuals, you would have already been our daughter-in-law. The trials of childbirth are arduous, and Qingyue would have been by your side, while I, as your mother-in-law, could care for you during your confinement and assist with the child." When Nan Jifeng gave birth to little Xingxing, her status was not favored within the vast family, and no one cared for her, save for her father. Her husband, whom she had hoped would be there, was abroad for business and could not return. In those first few days after the birth, Nan Anliu visited her, inquiring specifically about Fu Minzhao. Reflecting back, she realized Nan Anliu had deliberately kept Fu Minzhao from visiting her in the hospital. It was only her father who remained by her side. As she neared delivery, she had to maintain the facade for the Nan family, enduring a difficult labor. Her father, witnessing her suffering, even directed his frustration at the child. In that moment, She felt utterly isolated, in pain, weak, and vulnerable. Yet, those tribulations could not defeat her. She was resilient enough to persevere. However, upon hearing Madame Jiang's words, her emotional defenses crumbled, and tears fell as she quickly lowered her head. Jiang Wu leaned in, acting as a mediator. Sister-in-law, please agree to marry my brother. He adores you, and he is Xingxing's father. This way, you three can live happily together. As someone who had lived for thousands of years, Jiang Wu cherished happy endings above all. If fate had not smiled upon us, perhaps you, my brother little Xingxing, and our Jiang family would never have had the chance to unite. Zhou Yi then chimed in, Sister-in-law, life is unpredictable, and the essence of life and death is uncertain. Cherishing the present is of utmost importance. My brother truly loves you. 5 years ago, he could not marry you, and it left him despondent. These past years have been fraught with pain. 5 years later, he meets you again in the hospital, and all his feelings return to you. Sister-in-law, my brother cannot be without you. Jiang Wu stared at Zhou Yi, astonished by his eloquence. Zhou Yi gave her a charming glance, indicating his confidence in the outcome. Jiang Wu reciprocated with a knowing look. Madame Jiang observed their exchange, feeling a sense of familiarity akin to that of a harmonious couple. Had their relationship truly evolved to this stage? She regarded Zhou Yi with a newfound sense of animosity. When Zhou Yi met her gaze, he felt a tremor of apprehension. Was it not said that mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them? After over a decade in the Jiang family, this was the treatment he received? His heart ached with a sense of injustice. The unpredictability of life and the uncertainty of death struck Nan Jifeng like a potent medicine, leaving her feeling disoriented. She turned to Jiang Qingyue, suddenly yearning to grasp him and everything connected to him. Madame Jiang Wu, and this yet-to-be brother-in-law. It was not merely because they were wonderful individuals that stirred her heart, but also for her daughter, little Xingxing. The thought of marrying Jiang Qingyue filled her with joy, envisioning the happiness it would bring to her daughter. Such sentiments could not be replaced by anyone or anything else. Jiang Qingyue knew he could not live without Nan Jifeng. How could he not? Now that they had reached this pivotal moment, it would be inappropriate to have his family speak for him any longer. He stepped forward, and Madame Jiang graciously made way for him. Taking Nan Jifeng's hand, he declared, Jifeng, setting aside all reasons, I genuinely love you, with an unwavering heart. I wish to make you my wife. As their eyes met, Nan Jifeng felt her heart race, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. Yet prevailing over all was that familiar flutter of excitement. Yes, that very thrill she once felt for him during their school days. On the night of their graduation gala, it was this same intense sensation that enveloped her. Jiang Qingyue offered her a reassuring smile. You need not rush to respond. I will wait for you. We have all the time in the world, no matter how long it takes. They were still young after all. As Jiang Qingyue prepared to release her hand to speak with old Master Nan, he found himself grasped firmly by Nan Jifeng. With a confident and resolute smile, her lips curved upward, her eyes sparkling with happiness, she mused, what a wonderful husband and family I have. How foolish would I be not to marry? Furthermore, our daughter is nearly 5 years old. I have no reason not to wed. Her heart was steadfast in her conviction for Jiang Qingyue. Setting aside the youthful infatuation, she now felt an overwhelming rush of emotions. The moment he saved her from falling. During the agonizing month she spent in the 9th hospital waiting for her daughter to return, she had come to understand the essence of his character. For the remainder of her life, she would be more than willing to have him by her side. Nan Jifeng, Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Caught in a moment of sheer emotion, instinctively calling her name. From henceforth, that name would represent not just affection and care for him, but something far more significant. Rising onto her toes, trembling slightly, she pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. Jiang Qingyue's pupils dilated, and a wave of warmth washed over him. Finally, my brother and sister-in-law are together. Jiang Wu thought excitedly. They are both pursuing this mutual affection, and with their daughter nearing 5, the prospect of living as a family is utterly delightful. Madame Jiang and Zhou Yi exchanged happy glances at her enthusiasm. Just then, a figure hastily entered. Glancing around before making his way to Madame Jiang's side, the tall figure slightly leaned toward her in a protective manner, asking, Darling, what is happening? Have I arrived too late? Upon spotting his son sharing an intimate moment with a beautiful woman, he realized the success of their endeavors. He chuckled. It seems we are finally welcoming a daughter-in-law. Madame Jiang, beaming with joy, playfully nudged her husband's arm. Have we prepared the betrothal gifts?
Ah.
Jiang Wu observed her parents' subtle gestures with wide, gleaming eyes. Help. The way my mom and dad are sneakily affectionate is utterly adorable. My beautiful mother, who is usually so decisive and assertive, transforms into a delicate princess in my father's presence. Even her voice becomes soft and enchanting. Is this how my dad feels ensnared by her charm? Regardless, the two of them together radiate an overwhelming aura of love. How have they maintained this spark at their age? Jiang Tianxiao suddenly jolted at the sound of her voice, taken by surprise. Initially, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, but after surveying the surroundings, his gaze swiftly settled upon Jiang Wu. Observing the subtle expressions flitting across her face, he was certain these sounds emanated from her. Yet, they were not words spoken aloud. Could he truly hear her innermost thoughts? Listening intently as Jiang Wu spoke in one breath, he became utterly convinced this was indeed his daughter, and he had the ability to hear her heart's voice. Is this really my father? Jiang Wu's thoughts shifted back to the matter at hand. Looking at him, he seems far older than my beautiful mother. His hair is turned almost completely white. If one were unaware, they might assume he was my beautiful mother's father. Jiang Tianjiao felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, leaving it bleeding. However, my father is approaching 50, working tirelessly to provide for so many children and to care for my beautiful mother. It is only natural he has so much gray hair. Though his hair has whitened, his stature remains upright, his features handsome, with a hint of a short beard that exudes a distinctly masculine charm. That touch of white hair adds an air of wisdom and steadiness to him. In terms of physique and appearance, coupled with this unique mature male allure, he could easily outshine those youthful pretty boys famed for their looks. With parents as striking as mine, I wonder if their exceptional genes will manifest within me, enhancing my own beauty? Jiang's mother delicately brushed her fingers across her chest, relieved that her husband could not hear their precious daughter's thoughts. Otherwise, it would surely break his heart to learn that he was perceived as merely a father figure. Over the years, he had managed such a vast enterprise while caring for her and their children. She had watched those gray strands accumulate, one by one, and it pained her deeply. Jiang Qingyue sighed with relief, grateful that his younger sister was merely pondering such thoughts internally. Their father was particularly sensitive to others suggesting he looked significantly older than their mother. Yet, the truth remained, father worked exceedingly hard and had aged noticeably. He resolved to strive diligently, ensuring that they could both enjoy a comfortable life in their later years. Zhou Yi also felt a pang of anxiety for Jiang Wu, relieved that only he could hear her thoughts. As long as Uncle Jiang remained oblivious, all would be well. Jiang Tianjiao finally broke into a satisfied smile. Truly, she is my daughter, possessing discerning insight. With a hint of excitement and trepidation, he turned to his wife and asked, "My dear, is this our Wu Wu?" Jiang Wu had already leaned forward, smiling to reveal a set of small white teeth, eagerly awaiting their recognition. "Yes," Jiang's mother replied, her voice warm and enchanting. "Wu Wu. Come here, this is your father."
Dad.
Jiang Wu exclaimed sweetly, drawing nearer. "My precious daughter, you have suffered." Jiang Tianjiao embraced her tightly, his dark red eyes glistening with unshed tears as he resolutely declared, "Rest assured, father will no longer allow you to endure hardship. Whatever you desire, father shall procure for you. If you wish for the stars in the sky, I shall pluck them for you." His voice trembled, and as Jiang Wu nestled in his arms, she could distinctly feel the tremors coursing through him, along with his excited breaths and heartbeat. Is this what paternal love feels like? A father's embrace is so sturdy, so warm. The few who could hear her thoughts felt a lump rise in their throats. Zhou Yi and Jiang Qingyue were acutely aware of the bullying Jiang Wu had endured since childhood at the Song family's hands. Their Wu Wu had been starved of affection, and they resolved to shower her with love henceforth. Jiang's mother tugged at her husband's sleeve, smiling contentedly. "Darling, haven't you always wished for a daughter like me? Finally, this wish has been fulfilled." Upon meeting their daughter, she realized how wonderful she truly was. This was the daughter they had longed for. Before they were married, Jiang Tianjiao had expressed his desire for a daughter like her. Thus, she had endeavored to give birth, ultimately delivering 4 sons before finally having a daughter. They had never truly taken to Songning. Thus, at long last, this wish had come to fruition. Jiang Tianjiao gazed at his wife, his eyes brimming with unparalleled adoration, and naturally released Jiang Wu from his embrace. Our Wu is indeed remarkable, but you remain the most beautiful, the best, and one of a kind in this world. No daughter can compare to you." Jiang Wu's expression darkened. "Does father not like me? Am I being rejected?" Jiang Qingyue immediately sought to reassure her. "Our parents share a true love. We were all unexpected gifts, and you will come to understand this in time. Among us 5, you are their favorite. In their eyes, sons are but grass, while daughters are treasures. They bore us in hopes of having you." Zhou Yi gently tugged at Jiang Wu's hand. With her in-laws present, he refrained from holding her hand openly, opting instead to lightly scratch her palm. "Wu Bao, I believe you are the most beautiful." Jiang Wu remained silent.
Chapter 59. Come.
"Here is your big granddaughter. Wu, your father is merely flattering you. Do not heed the words of men." Jiang's mother hurriedly comforted her daughter. The expression on her daughter's face, along with her unvoiced thoughts, had pierced her heart. She regretted returning to the country so late, lamenting not having gone to the Song family to retrieve her daughter sooner. No longer would she allow her daughter to suffer any indignities. Upon noticing Zhou Yi's hand, she shot him a sharp glance. She had yet to bring her daughter home, and here was this young man attempting to claim her? Absolutely not. Zhou Yi swiftly withdrew his hand, fearing for its safety. Jiang Tianjiao hastily agreed. Indeed, my dear. You are correct. Our Wu is the best." His words were laced with a palpable desire to survive. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. They quickly recognized Jiang Tianjiao, the wealthy magnate, a prominent figure in Heisher, whose visage graced newspapers, television, and magazines of the era. A top-tier celebrity, none attracted more attention than he. His love story with his wife, Sheng Qingcheng, was a legendary tale, captivating many. The elderly members of the Nan family had also encountered them and immediately recognized the couple. 2 decades had passed. Yet Zhang's mother remained as beautiful as ever, her demeanor now radiating a gentler warmth. Although Jiang Tianjiao had aged considerably, his charm surpassed that of his youth. This legendary man, now humbling himself to dote upon his wife and children, appeared to be entirely at their beck and call, a devoted husband and father. The elder women of the Nan family, including the matriarch and the younger daughters-in-law, were consumed with envy, their jealousy souring their spirits. Nan heiress wife struggled to tear her gaze away from Jiang Tianjiao, instead focusing on her own husband. Among those present, perhaps only Jiang's mother understood Jiang Tianjiao better than anyone. In an era gone by, he had been the dream of countless women, the object of admiration for her and her friends. To see such a man set aside all pride to tenderly care for his wife was remarkable. Yet, what of her own husband? In light of this comparison, she felt an overwhelming urge to escape her own existence, finding life devoid of meaning. Jiang Wu smiled at the Jiang couple, declaring, "Dad, Mom, as your daughter, I am truly happy." She felt a profound satisfaction with her father. The couple exhaled in relief. Their eyes filled with excitement and emotion, nodding earnestly at their daughter. Jiang's mother drew her close, affectionately ruffling her hair. Jiang Tianjiao collected himself, smoothing the cuff of his sleeve with his right hand, a habitual gesture that signaled his seriousness. In this setting, he consciously tempered his formidable presence, exuding an air of refined elegance. As I was about to address the matter at hand, my gaze was drawn to a little girl nestled between Nan Jifeng and Jiang Qingyue's legs. Surprised, I turned to my wife and inquired, "Who is she?" "Mrs." Jiang stepped forward, cradling the child, and placed her into my arms, exclaiming, "This is your eldest granddaughter, little star, Nan Xingchen." Her face radiated joy, her eyes glistening with warm tears, a profound sense of happiness enveloping her. Jiang Tianjiao's eyes also brimmed with emotion as he embraced his granddaughter, treating her as if she were a priceless treasure. In their youth, the couple had cherished the dream of raising a brood of children, yearning to experience the joys of familial life. As they watched their offspring grow, they harbored hopes that these children would find their own partners and raise families of their own, thus continuing the cycle of life. The dream of holding their grandchildren had always lingered in their hearts. Now, the sudden arrival of such a significant granddaughter left them blissfully overwhelmed by this unexpected joy. Their children and grandchildren were the very essence of their existence, a continuation of their legacy. The feeling was utterly euphoric. Sheng Qingcheng remarked, "Seeing my husband happy brings me immense joy." Jiang Tianjiao replied, "Witnessing my wife's delight, akin to that of a lovesick fool, fulfills me. Hello, little star. I am your grandfather, Jiang Tianjiao said affectionately, gently caressing the child's tiny nose. Grandpa, little star exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy as she wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully pressing her face against his, showering him with affectionate kisses. This is my grandpa. How wonderful! Nan Jifeng observed this heartwarming scene, a warmth blossoming within her, gratitude swelling in her eyes. It was truly a blessing for her daughter to be surrounded by such loving and admirable family members. Jiang Tianjiao turned to her and said, "Thank you for giving birth to such a precious treasure for our Jiang family." The second child? Nan Jifeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing they had already accepted her as a daughter-in-law to their family. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and a wave of joy washed over her. "Uncle Jiang, you flatter me. Little Star is a gift in my life, my most cherished treasure. Having her is my fortune." She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qingyue, grateful for the daughter he had bestowed upon her. Jiang Tianjiao discreetly shifted his gaze. He was no novice when it came to matters of romance. In his youth, he had been quite popular, adept at navigating the affections of various women. Encountering someone as enchanting as Xing Qingcheng had made his romantic experiences vibrant and tumultuous. He had traversed every river of emotion. Thus, the current scene seemed rather trivial to him. Mrs. Jiang silently bestowed upon him a look of admiration, clasping his arm. "Darling, did you know? Little Star is like our little five. Just look at the fate that binds our family together." Jiang Tianjiao was taken aback, holding Little Star closer, casting a serious glance at Zhou Yi. The revelation of his granddaughter's harrowing experience of abduction weighed heavily on his heart. Zhou Yi promptly assured him, "Uncle Jiang, the departments are currently addressing the issues of child trafficking and human smuggling." In this context, Jiang Tianjiao had no intention of delving deeper, merely responding with a nod. It appears the efforts against trafficking and fraud are insufficient. The Jiang Group would initially contribute 2 billion for support and would also provide substantial technological assistance. His tone was resolute, as the incident of his daughter's misplacement had instilled in him a deep-seated hatred for such matters. The plight of his granddaughter only intensified his fury. He was determined to combat child trafficking and human smuggling relentlessly throughout his life. The advanced technologies of the Jiang Group could play a significant role in addressing these issues. Nan Anliu, sitting in a chair, trembled anxiously, her body quaking. The Jiang family would undoubtedly pursue the matter of Nan Xingchen, and she was doomed. She attempted to rise but found her legs too weak to support her. No. She mustn't cause a stir. She needed to find an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Jiang Wu gazed at Jiang Tianjiao with admiration, thinking, "My father is incredibly formidable and great. What an honor it is to be his daughter." Jiang Tianjiao couldn't help but smile with pride, regretting his previous modest donation. Thinking he should have given more, he resolved to make amends later. Mrs. Jiang squeezed her husband's arm, beaming with pride. "Indeed, this is my husband." Jiang Qingyue felt a twinge of insecurity, fearing that in the future, his parents might favor his sister over him. Fortunately, his father was oblivious to his sister's unvoiced sentiments.
Zoe respectfully addresses Jiang Tianjiao. Understood. Unneviang.
"I will communicate with the relevant departments and arrange the necessary actions." Throughout his life, Jiang Tianjiao had been a figure of respect and admiration for him. Nan Jifeng and Old Master Nan were once again taken aback. Only a family with the Jiang Group's strength, coupled with unwavering resolve and love for Little Star, could undertake such actions. They felt a surge of happiness for Little Star, and even they found themselves feeling more secure. Jiang Tianjiao nodded at Zhou Yi, his demeanor softening as he turned to Old Master Nan. "Dear-in-law, I hope you're well. The Jiang family has prepared the betrothal gifts. Would you and Jifeng like to take a look?" Once they arrived at the airport, the couple had separated. Mrs. Jiang hurried here while he went to arrange the gifts. Nan Jifeng and Old Master Nan were once again astonished to discover that the Jiang family had indeed prepared the betrothal gifts. They were also touched by the significance attached to it. Chapter 60. This opulence, which you all so recklessly dismissed. The father and daughter exchanged glances. Old Master Nan nodded. "Very well. Thank you for your efforts. I will arrange for Jifeng's dowry as well." His voice trembled with emotion, and his eyes welled with tears once more. This was how he had envisioned marrying off his daughter. Jiang Tianjiao instructed the driver, "Quan Shu, please go outside and inform Lu Shu to bring items in." Jiang Qingyue looked at his parents in surprise, then beamed like a child. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." He followed Quan Shu outside to assist with the betrothal gifts. "Uncle Jiang, Little Star is heavy. You can set her down now," Nan Jifeng urged, no longer concerned about other matters. Aunt Jiang, please have a seat. The couple had been on a long flight and were quite fatigued. Standing cramped was not ideal, so they took a seat. Jiang Tianjiao could not bear to set down his granddaughter, instead opting to sit while still holding her. Nan Jifeng poured them tea, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, as if they had been a family for ages. The other members of the Nan family had long since found their reasons to leave, yet at this moment, their feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. They could not move. Besides their eagerness to see the betrothal gifts, they had pressing matters to discuss with Nan Jifeng and her father. Soon, Jiang Qingwei led the Jiang family servants and bodyguards, bringing in box after box into the Nan family's grand hall. In no time, a significant portion of the hall was filled. 60-year-old Uncle Lu approached Old Master Nan and Nan Jifeng, greeting them before beginning to tally the betrothal gifts. Dear-in-law, second young mistress, these are some jewelry, bags, and clothing. These 3 boxes are for you, and these 3 boxes are for the little miss. Second young mistress. Nan Jifeng felt her cheeks flush once more. Jiang Wu, enamored by all things sparkly, dashed forward, her eyes widening at the sight of boxes overflowing with diamonds, gemstones, and pearls, feeling as if her eyes might be blinded by their brilliance. So much jewelry. Are my parents running a jewelry store? Have they emptied our family store? Jiang Tianjiao paused, somewhat taken aback. One could indeed say that. In his youth, he had little interest in such things, but upon discovering his wife's fondness for them, he had opened a jewelry store, a handbag shop, and a clothing boutique. He even dedicated himself to designing jewelry, bags, and dresses for his wife, ultimately becoming a top-tier international designer. Brands offered him exorbitant sums, reaching into the hundreds of millions, for his creations, yet he steadfastly declined. His heart was solely devoted to crafting treasures for his beloved wife. He observed that their daughter shared a fondness for these pieces, while his granddaughter had already scampered off to admire the jewelry. This realization imbued him with a profound sense of purpose and value in his endeavors. Madame Jiang exchanged a knowing glance with her daughter. Her father's establishment encompassed far more than what lay before them. If she was astonished by this, there would be even greater surprises in store for her. Nan Jifeng dealt in antiques, having encountered various esteemed jewelry pieces from both Eastern and Western histories. Yet she found herself dazzled by the treasures displayed before her. The sheer quantity was overwhelming, and each item appeared to exude opulence. The financial prowess of a family of tycoons was beyond her imagination. Others present were equally mesmerized. Uncle Lu introduced additional boxes, property deeds, including villas, apartments, and commercial spaces. A few luxury vehicles were also included, a limited edition of 5 or 6, which the second young mistress could enjoy for the time being. Securities, stocks, and shares were laid out as well. The Jiang family owned 2 companies related to antiques and cultural relics, and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang mentioned that if the second young mistress fancied any of it, they would transfer ownership to her. As they meticulously tallied these assets, the guests felt a sense of fatigue wash over them. Uncle Lu provided a brief overview of the remaining items. He inquired of Nan Jifeng and the elderly Mr. Nan, is there anything else you require? The elder, supporting himself on the table, sank back into his chair, enveloped by a profound sense of satisfaction regarding his family's wealth throughout his life. Yet, now, a stark sense of poverty loomed over him, leaving him utterly speechless. He gestured to Uncle Lu, casting a glance at his daughter, silently urging her to take charge. Nan Jifeng discreetly moved closer to Jiang Qingwei and whispered, "Isn't the bride price a bit excessive?" Jiang Qingwei, equally bewildered, had not anticipated such generosity from his parents. Though the Jiang family was affluent, they were not wasteful. Perhaps it was their first proposal, coupled with his parents' inexperience as prospective in-laws. Nevertheless, he reassured her that whatever his parents offered, she should graciously accept. Beyond that, the assets in his possession would eventually be entrusted to her. Nan Jifeng quickly addressed Uncle Lu. "This is quite ample. The second young mistress will graciously accept these for now, and any further arrangements can be coordinated through you." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." He nodded in acknowledgement and signaled to the servants and bodyguards to transport these items to the inner quarters. Suddenly, a panicked cry rang out. Everyone turned to see the third aunt of the Nan family slumped in her chair, one hand pressed against her chest and the other clutching her throat, her face ashen and struggling for breath. She hailed from a prestigious lineage, having married well and toiled in the business world throughout her life. Yet, her family's total wealth paled in comparison to Nan Jifeng's bride price. The Jiang family's affluence was not merely staggering, it was life-altering. Anyone associated with them would reap unimaginable benefits in business, politics, or any other realm. Yet, what had they just done? In a sudden fit of desperation, she seized the family separation agreement, crumpled it in her grasp, and attempted to consume it. Chapter 61. You know how to torture people. The remaining members of the Nan family, young and old alike, were left in a state of regret, their mental state mirroring that of the third aunt. They were paralyzed, unable to move. Jiang Qingyue's expression hardened as he inquired, "Do we have any fast-acting heart medication? Administer it to her." Time was of the essence. Delay could lead to irreversible consequences. Elder Mr. Nan observed the faces around him, feeling a mix of shock and familial shame. His expression darkened as he stifled his deep-seated anger and instructed a servant, "Fetch a pill for the third aunt." Thankfully, he had heeded his daughter's advice and signed the separation agreement earlier. Otherwise, retaining such relatives would jeopardize the Nan family's stability and burden both his daughter and the Jiang family. His precious daughter had already endured enough suffering, and he would not allow these people to affect her further. The servant quickly brought the medication and administered it to the third aunt of the Nan family. Gradually, her heartbeat and breathing stabilized. That once caustic woman now wore a benevolent expression, almost resembling a saint. She expressed her gratitude, uttering a heartfelt thank you, before reaching for Nan Jifeng's hand, saying, "Jifeng, we're the Nan family." Nan Jifeng raised her hand to gently withdraw, fully aware of the sentiments she was about to express and denying her the opportunity to speak. "Third aunt, great uncle, you have yet to depart. My father's health is fragile, and our household is busy. I cannot entertain you at this time. Rest assured, I will expedite the arrangements regarding the separation. Even if they consumed the agreement, it would be futile. This family was one she intended to divide clearly and decisively." She gestured to several servants. "Please see them out." Oh no! The elderly matriarch and several daughters-in-law looked as though they might kneel in desperation. The eldest great-uncle of the Nan family altered his tone. "Dear young cousin, our Nan family is bound by blood. We cannot sever ties." A 30-year-old junior hastily chimed in, "Indeed, cousin, our lineage cannot be divided. Out with you." Jiang Wu stepped forward, delivering a forceful kick that sent him flying out the door. "Look at how you've spoiled them. You were the ones who insisted on forcing a division, brandishing knives to our throats. Now that you see my sister-in-law is faring well, you regret your decision? Regret is only natural. After all, this immense wealth was something you rejected, adamantly choosing to separate. Now you wish to leech off my sister-in-law again? Not a chance. If you refuse to leave, I have no qualms about escorting you out myself." "Such matters are not to trouble the young lady," Uncle Lu interjected. Addressing the Jiang family servants and bodyguards, "Please escort them out." In no time, the remaining members of the Nan family were unceremoniously ejected. Madame Jiang exchanged glances with her husband, silently conveying her pride in their remarkable daughter, protective as ever. This disposition would certainly serve her well. It was the first time Madame Jiang had the opportunity to truly understand her biological daughter, and she was eager to foster a close bond, which fueled her emotional excitement. Jiang Tianjia leaned in, whispering, "She takes after you." He lightly kissed her cheek, seeking to soothe her. Madame Jiang's once anxious heart began to ease. Yet, an incongruous scream shattered the serenity. "I object." Fu Minzhao struggled to rise, addressing Nan Jifeng, "Jifeng, we are still husband and wife. I will change. I will be a good husband. Let us return to how things once were, shall we?" As he reached out to grasp Nan Jifeng, Zhou Yi delivered a swift kick to his knee, shattering it with a resounding crack, forcing him to kneel. Madame Jiang's brow furrowed as she questioned Zhou Yi. "Why is he still here?" Zhou Yi smirked, "Aunt Jiang, it was my oversight. We shall take him back at once."
Fu Minzhao.
"You are under arrest for theft of cultural relics, with irrefutable evidence against you." He had deliberately left Fu Minzhao behind, allowing him to witness the extent of the trap he and Nan Onli had set, thinking it infallible. Their grand scheme had crumbled utterly. Let them behold the individuals they have deliberately harmed, whom they have trampled upon and toyed with, cherished and protected by the most exceptional people in this world. Possessing everything they have longed for, they are forever beyond comparison, unattainable heights. This only serves to underscore their own pitiful state, akin to muck. Such a sense of failure and frustration surpasses any pain inflicted by their arrest or torture. Jiang Wu silently gave Zhou Yi a thumbs up. He understood how to inflict torment upon these evildoers. Once Zhou Yi concluded his statement, a subordinate officer approached, brandishing an arrest warrant. Fu Minzhao vehemently shook his head, exclaiming,
Impossible.
I have no involvement in the antiquities trade. All my work is for the Nan Group. I have not trafficked in illicit artifacts. It is you. He glanced at Zhou Yi, then at Nan Jifeng and her entourage, suddenly comprehending. The funds used to purchase the antiquities last night had originated from Nan Jifeng's private account. She had framed him. Nan Jifeng, you? Nan Jifeng replied with a cold smile. Is it not reasonable for me to lend my husband billions for business? Yet it seems you have toiled as a dog for the Nan family all these years. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer injustice. I will thoroughly investigate all your dealings with Nan on you over the years. This wretch dared to scheme against her, even endangering her daughter's life. Now that the opportunity had arisen, she would find every means to ensure his ruin. Oh, and you must also be involved in the trafficking of my daughter, right? Fu Minzhao, just wait. Her tone was soft yet powerful, laced with a palpable intent to kill. Fu Minzhao's gaze snapped to her, a chill coursing through him. Meanwhile, Nan Onyu, having propped herself up to the doorway, upon hearing the mention of her daughter's trafficking, bolted for the exit. Jiang Qinghua seized her by the collar and hurled her back. Did he truly think he could overlook her? He shared Zhou Yi's sentiments. She was meant to witness how the Nan Jifeng she had harmed and degraded was loved by a man of his caliber, cherished by the Jiang family. Attaining the very best, the one who harmed his daughter would have to repay it tenfold. As Nan Onyu stumbled back, Nan Jifeng seized her and slapped her sharply across the face. This is for my daughter. With another swift strike to her other cheek, she continued, this is for myself. Nan Onyu, I know why you do these things. You have always been envious of me, lacking in talent and beauty compared to me, wishing to destroy me and take away all that I possess. You truly are a hopeless case, unworthy of the help I extended to you throughout the years. However, I must thank you. Had you not gone to such lengths to steal Fu Minzhao from me, I might have unwittingly married such a scoundrel. Just the thought of being touched by that kind of person is revolting. With that, she shoved Nan Onyu aside, finding even a glance at her distasteful. Madame Jiang arched an eyebrow, remarking, my beautiful daughter-in-law is quite fortunate not to have ended up married to such a scoundrel. Jiang Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he did not care much about such matters. If it had occurred, he would have only felt sorrow for his beloved woman's suffering misfortune, regretting not being there sooner to protect her. Since it had not, he felt grateful and pleased, who would allow their precious wife to be touched by another. Chapter 62. Our family is full of short-lived villains. Jiang Wu cast a glance at Fu Minzhao, who was truly an imbecile. He chose to pursue the vile Nan Onyu over his exquisite and accomplished sister-in-law. Thankfully for his foolishness, the lives of his elder brother and sister-in-law could take a turn for the better, leading to such a perfect conclusion for their family. Take them all back to the special investigation team, Zhou Yi commanded. Given that Nan Onyu had trafficked Little Star to such a location, she undoubtedly possessed relevant connections, making her a critical lead. The depths of this situation were profound. Only by following these leads could they capture bigger fish. With the Jiang family's support in this endeavor, their options were plentiful. Understood, Chief. The officers escorted Nan Onyu and took Fu Minzhao, exiting the Nan residence. Grandfather, what's wrong? Little Star inquired, noticing the elderly gentleman curled up in pain, leaning against his knee.
Dad.
Nan Jifeng exclaimed.
Dad.
Jiang Qinghua echoed, both rushing to his side. Nan Laozi pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the strain. This boy even dared to call him dad. The Jiang family knew how to charm, yet he found it endearing. I am fine. I just need to recover, he said, revealing a relieved smile. The person closest to him in this world now had a home and a support system. He could leave this life without regret, knowing he could face his late wife with dignity. It's a heart issue. We must go to the 9th hospital immediately. I'll arrange for a checkup for Dad, Jiang Qinghua stated. The current condition of Nan Laozi posed no significant challenge for him. Moreover, his sister had mentioned there were ways to alter his fate. Also, the elderly gentleman could not remain in this house any longer. All right, I'll pack my things. Nan Jifeng acquiesced. No need for trouble. I just need to rest, Nan Laozi insisted. He was acutely aware of his condition. Given the circumstances, there was no need to exert himself. Dad, please listen to me, Nan Jifeng ordered firmly. Jiang Qinghua assisted Nan Laozi into the car while Nan Jifeng prepared to gather their belongings for the hospital. Uncle, second young mistress, you take care of the old man. We'll help with the packing. Thank you, Uncle. Soon, everyone assisted in getting Nan Laozi into the car, organizing their things, and preparing to depart for the hospital. Outside the Nan family gate, A black Mercedes approached. Inside, Jiang Xingyuan spotted the crowd at the gate and hurriedly exited the vehicle. He had received a call stating his parents had returned to the country and had rushed over to handle Jiang Qingyue's affairs. He quickly finished his business and made his way there. Approaching, he greeted his family, Dad, Mom, Wu Wu, Zhou Yi. His gaze scrutinized Jiang Wu, ensuring her well-being before he sighed in relief. Previously, when Jiang Wu infiltrated the scam organization, he had discovered it within days. After interrogating Zhou Yi and Jiang Qingyue, he learned the truth and nearly exploded with anger. What is happening now? He inquired. Your father-in-law is unwell. Your second brother is taking them to the hospital for a checkup, Jiang Madam explained to her eldest son. All right, I'll drive. Ultimately, it was Nan Jifeng who drove, taking her father while Jiang Qingyue provided care in the vehicle. Jiang Wu held Little Star in his arms as they got into their car. Jiang Xingyuan had no choice but to bring Zhou Yi along. Seizing this rare moment of privacy, Jiang Xingyuan inquired in detail about everything that had transpired, including Jiang Wu's situation. Brother, regardless of how you feel, Wu Wu is my fiancé. I will take responsibility for her future, Zhou Yi declared. Jiang Wu's emergence had shifted their perceptions. No matter who Jiang Wu was or what kind of person she was, he had resolved to accept her unconditionally. From the moment we went to the Song family to bring Jiang Wu back, I recognized her as my sister, fully and without reservations. In the future, do not let Wu Wu venture into such dangers alone. Knowing she had run into the lair of international criminals single-handedly nearly caused me to choke. Rest assured, dear brother, such occurrences shall not transpire again. Following this ordeal, he will no longer afford Jiang Wu the opportunity to engage in such acts alone. He harbors no desire to become a widower at such a tender age. Upon arriving at the 9th hospital, a team of cardiologists awaited him. The venerable Mr. Nan was promptly escorted into the examination room, while the entire Jiang family remained outside, keeping vigil with Nan Jifeng. Jiang Xingyuan, having yet to meet his little niece, took the opportunity to greet her, holding her closely in his arms. The examination results were swiftly delivered, although Mr. Nan faced heart failure issues. A course of medication would stabilize his condition for the time being. Jiang Qingyue still recommended a few days of hospitalization for observation. In the past, Nan Jifeng would have sought her father's opinion on such matters, but now she took the initiative to arrange for his hospitalization. Furthermore, as Wu Wu suggested, the Nan residence was currently uninhabitable and required adjustments to its feng shui. By afternoon, the Jiang family decided to take Jiang Wu home to familiarize her with their household, intending to bring little Xingxing along as well. In the hospital room, Mr. Nan urged his daughter, "You and Xingxing should go. I shall be fine. There are plenty of doctors and nurses to attend to me. If it weren't for your insistence, I would have remained at home." This had been the case before as well. Nan Jifeng concurred, "I will arrange for a caregiver from the company to look after you." The household staff at the Nan residence primarily consisted of Fu Minzhao and Nan Onyu. After all these years, none had disclosed any information to her, and she resolved to dismiss all of them. Agreed, Mr. Nan also felt similarly. Upon exiting the hospital room, Nan Jifeng joined the Jiang family as they proceeded to Jiang Mansion. After an hour, their vehicle gradually entered the eastern district of Heisher, traversing the picturesque Phoenix Avenue. Arriving at the exterior of a grand villa, the villa-esque gate opened automatically, allowing the cars to enter. Following the white garden path, they drove across the verdant lawn to the front of the building. "Wu Wu, come," her mother called. Jiang Wu stepped out of the car, gazing at the towering villa, and followed her parents inside, her expression one of bewilderment as she beheld the lofty, luxurious, and elegant hall of the mansion. "Dad, Mom, are we living in a museum?" Mrs. Jiang felt a pang in her heart. Following her in were Mr. Jiang and her 2 elder brothers, Zhou Yi, who shared an uneasy sentiment. "Mrs. Jiang wiped her eyes and took Jiang Wu's hand, saying, "Wu Wu, this is not a museum, this is our home. The Jiang family is not one that struggles to put food on the table. We, the Jiang family, are the wealthiest in Heisher. You may spend freely. The wealth here could sustain you for several lifetimes." Wait, the Jiang family? The wealthiest? Jiang Wu stood frozen in place, her mind racing. In the original narrative, the Jiang family, the wealthiest clan, is depicted as the primary antagonist. They recklessly sought out the protagonists, Song Ning and Gu Shua, as well as trouble from the Song family. As a result, one after another, they met their demise, as if being delivered to them by the hands of fate. The eldest son, Jiang Xingyuan, married the malicious supporting character Jiang Shenghui, leading to his exhaustion and turmoil. ultimately being poisoned by her due to schemes by Song Ning and Gu Shua. The second son, the prodigious Dr. Jiang Qingyue, faced treachery during surgery, resulting in a patient's death at the hands of the Song family's second son, Song Xinyu, who had bribed his subordinates. The fourth son, Jiang Dongjin, was framed and met with untimely demise orchestrated by blackmailers in collusion with Song Qingyu, the eldest son of the Song family. As for the third son, Jiang Zhaoyu, Mrs. Jiang once contemplated naming him Jiang Zhaomei. After experiencing numerous tribulations at home, they returned to uncover the truth and settle scores with the protagonists. However, he was wrongfully accused of researching a virus harmful to society, leading to his arrest and eventual death from the very virus. The Jiang group faced relentless attacks from the protagonists and the Song family, teetering on the brink of crisis. The patriarch of the Jiang family was framed for crimes and sentenced to life imprisonment, ultimately perishing in prison. Unable to bear such a blow, Mrs. Jiang took her own life, and my childhood betrothed, Zhou Yi, who aided the Jiang family, ended up sacrificing not only himself, but also the Zhou family. The Song and Gu families then divided the Jiang group and the Zhou family, uniting to become the new elite. Song Ning and Gu Shua's wedding became the epitome of happiness and prestige. No wonder when I first encountered my elder brother, Zhou Yi, and second brother, I perceived their fates to be so grim. Isn't that the classic conclusion of a short-lived antagonist family? The Jiang family's pursuit of Song Ning and the others stemmed from their discovery of my brain cancer, which would lead to my demise within 2 years, only to be tormented by the Song family, resulting in my passing in just over a year. What a wretched narrative. Author, come forth. I wish to challenge you. No. Emerge so that we may confront the entire Jiang family. Mrs. Jiang staggered, collapsing to the floor. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts and learning of the family's grim fate, she struggled to maintain her composure. Yet, fearing that revealing her distress would alarm her husband and children, she held on. When she learned of her daughter's brain cancer and the prognosis, she could no longer bear it.
Wife. Mom.
The family rushed forward to support Mrs. Jiang. Chapter 63. The true heiress has gone mad. Engaging in combat with others, with fate, and with oneself is an endless struggle. Wife, what is wrong? Jiang Tianjiao assisted his wife in taking a seat on the sofa. Mom, breathe with me, Jiang Qingyue instructed, applying pressure to her mother's heart and pulse to administer first aid. Jiang Tianjiao held his wife's hand tightly, his complexion turning ashen, veins bulging on his temples and forehead. He was a born victor and a formidable figure, having navigated through the storms of life. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Wu's thoughts and learning of the family's fate, his initial reaction was one of challenge. However, upon discovering his daughter's affliction, he experienced despair for the first time. At this moment, witnessing his wife collapse, her face pale and struggling for breath, he was engulfed by a terror he had never known before. The others maintained their distance, granting Mrs. Jiang space to inhale fresh air, holding their breaths and watching anxiously. Grandma, Grandma, little Xingxing cried softly. She understood that she should remain quiet to avoid disturbing the adults, yet her fear and sadness overwhelmed her youthful emotions. Nan Jifeng comforted her daughter by placing a hand on her shoulder, her eyes reddening instantly as tears welled up. She genuinely cherished her mother-in-law and wished for her well-being. Jiang Wu leaned closer to her mother, her heart racing with worry. Has my mother's condition become critical? What illness does she have? After all this time, why is she still unwell? Is it severe? Mother, I will swiftly create a healing talisman to cure you. I'll set up a stall at the overpass to fortune tell and accumulate merits to craft the healing talisman. In her previous life, she had diligently studied metaphysics, triumphing over the entire field to become the most powerful fortune teller. Yet, by inadvertently breaching the heaven secrets, she faced divine retribution and was reduced to ashes in an instant. Jiang Wu had completely forsaken her life. Now, seeing her beautiful mother in such a state, observing her father's fear and anxiety, and witnessing the silent sorrow of her elder brothers and Zhou Yi, she felt a tumult of emotions rise within her. Jiang Qingyue, and Zhou Yi. Upon hearing Jiang Wu's heartfelt revelations and understanding the tragic fate that awaited their family, were seized by an immediate impulse. They would stop at nothing to avert such calamities and save their loved ones. The news of Jiang Wu's ailment plunged them into profound sorrow and despair, yet a fierce determination ignited within them as they sought ways to restore her health.
Now,
gazing at Jiang Wu, they mirrored the grief, fear, and utter despondency reflected in Jiang Fu's countenance. Jiang Wu's gaze swept over these individuals, landing on the weeping little star and her concerned second sister-in-law. The indomitable spirit cultivated over 30 millennia of battling against humanity, fate, and oneself was suddenly rekindled. What if she were to defy the heavens and fate itself? In this lifetime, she would seize another chance. I must restore my beautiful mother to health. I shall shatter the original plot. Author, when you slumber, guard your protagonists with both eyes vigilantly, ensuring their safety. Witnessing their family gripped by fear. The newly arrived granddaughter weeping inconsolably, Jiang Wu, despite her frailty, mustered the strength to rise. At that moment, how could she allow herself to fall? She was determined to intervene before any tragic events transpired, to protect her husband and children. The illness of her beloved daughter shattered her heart, yet her immediate thought was to seek treatment, to find some means to improve their circumstances. Just as she attempted to stand, she heard her daughter's voice once more, silencing her resolve. The fire of determination within her was entirely ignited by her daughter. If her daughter could endure such trials, what reason did she, as a mother, have to remain anything less than strong, powerful, and courageous? She, renowned for her beauty, was never one to be deemed weak. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture and declared, "I am fine." She grasped her husband's hand firmly, conveying a reassuring look, then turned to face her children with a smile. "I simply took a late-night flight and was exhausted, that is all. I fainted for a moment. I am well," she said, directing her attention to Jiang Qingyue. "Isn't that right, second son?" Listening to his mother's steady heartbeat and gradually calming breaths, Jiang Qingyue felt a sense of relief as her pallor began to fade, revealing a hint of color. Just moments prior, her heart had struggled to beat, and she had been unable to breathe, an alarming situation indeed. "Yes, mother is fine. But we should have her undergo a thorough examination at the hospital," he suggested, though there seemed to be no physical ailment. The pressures of the past years had taken a toll on her psyche. Now, Jiang Qingyue contemplated Jiang Wu's revelations. If their family's fate truly unfolded as she described, their mother would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. However, he vowed that such tragedies would not come to pass. No one would harm his family. Jiang Wu's expression darkened. "Jiang Qingyue, is it true that your hospital has been struggling financially due to the recent scandals? Are you allowing business concerns to encroach upon your mother? You certainly have a knack for that." She continued, "By the way, that negative publicity surrounding your hospital, was it orchestrated by Song Sinyu, the president of Ji Medical Group? How could you allow someone like him to tarnish your name before my eyes?" Indeed, the wheels of fate had begun to turn, and the plot was unfolding. Their family had been ensnared by the Song family and the former fiancé of their daughter, Gu Jia. Listening to her daughter's thoughts about books, plots, and protagonists, she had initially feared her daughter was losing her sanity, or perhaps it was she who had lost hers. It was astonishing to realize the nature of the world they inhabited. Yet, such matters were inconsequential. The true battle had yet to commence, and the conclusion remained uncertain. "Mother, how did you come to know that Song Sinyu is behind this? Are you truly concerned about such matters?" Jiang Qingyue asked, his emotions stirring. Jiang Wu frowned. "Is there an issue? I thought you were too preoccupied with romance to care about these affairs." Stealing a glance at his father, whose demeanor was serious, yet softened by concern, Jiang Qingyue's tone lowered. Jiang Wu retorted, "How could I not care? You are my son." "Ah, the heart of a mother." She continued earnestly, "Second son, your father and I love you dearly and are always concerned for your well-being. This is beyond question." Jiang Wu's expression turned serious. "However, I must admit that I have not been following these matters closely. Song Sinyu's actions have been so blatant that even someone like me, who usually pays little attention, has noticed."
Is it so?
"At your age, do you still require me to be concerned about you, to wash your clothes and cook for you?" Jiang Qingyue interrupted, exasperatedly. "Mother, enough. We have Jifeng and Xiao Xingxing here." He quickly interjected, unwilling to lose face. Nan Jifeng chuckled, "And Jiang, I must thank you. If Qingyue has any shortcomings, please do not hesitate to point them out. I shall treat you to dinner to express my gratitude for raising such a wonderful husband." As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Qingyue, her expression a blend of affection and concern. Jiang Xingyuan and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, observing Jiang Qingyue's reaction. Jiang Xingyuan furrowed his brow, struggling to maintain a serious expression, while Zhou Yi stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself. From childhood to adulthood, their greatest amusement had been witnessing the four brothers of the Jiang family, alongside Zhou Yi, being reprimanded by Jiang Wu. To think that even the second brother, now with a wife and child, would still be subjected to such remarks in front of them. The sight of his flustered demeanor was simply too comical. Jiang Qingyue noticed the two of them and turned to face them. The expressions in their eyes spoke volumes. He returned their gaze with an equally expressive look. Oh, I suppose this does indeed lack dignity. But he has a wife and child. Do you have daughters like this? A wife as beautiful as mine? One that you can hold close at night? Zhou Yi's smile gradually faded as he cautiously stole a glance at Jiang Wu. Wary of being discovered by Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang and expelled from the Jiang household, Jiang Wu was still a minor and could not be held close at night. Fundamentally, he remained a single man. Jiang Xingyuan's expression darkened, his gaze deepening as he fell into introspection. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xingyuan and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, simultaneously directing their attention towards Jiang Qingyue. Come now, please show compassion for little creatures. Refrain from harming single dogs. A single dog is still a dog. Jiang Qingyue instantly executed a decisive retort, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 64. Please show compassion for little creatures. Reject the slaughter of single dogs. Jiang Mu observed Nan Jifeng, her eyes sparkling with approval as she protected her son. This daughter-in-law had captured her heart. Their young couple exchanged glances and expressions that were undeniably sweet, a delightful sight indeed. What should be addressed as Aunt Jiang, Nan Jifeng ought to call her mother instead. With a tender and joyous expression, Jiang Mu looked upon Nan Jifeng. I see that you and Qingyu are doing well. As for the matter of marriage certificates, you two can handle it as you see fit. After all, we are already a family. You may call me mother. She had already glimpsed the future fate of the Jiang family, uncertain and fraught with trials, and thus cherished the present moment even more. She was determined to treat this new daughter-in-law with great kindness. Having just witnessed the recent turmoil with her daughter, Nan Jifeng felt a profound sense of gratitude and connection to those around her. It was evident that she had fully embraced the Jiang family, regarding them as her own kin. With teary eyes, she emotionally called out, Mother. Ah, good. Nan Jifeng then turned to Jiang Tianjiao, respectfully addressing him. Father. Wonderful. Jiang Tianjiao's eyes glistened with tears as he responded repeatedly. Suddenly aware of so much, and still shaken by his wife's recent scare, he found himself overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Qingyue instinctively grasped Nan Jifeng's hand and, in a moment of fervor, exclaimed, Wife. Nan Jifeng, feeling a rush of shyness, gently held his fingers, her delicate lips quivering as she pressed them together. In the presence of so many, and with the pace of their relationship accelerating, she could not yet bring herself to utter the word husband. How wonderful! Mother now has a father and mother too. Little Star was nearly on the verge of flight with excitement. No, Mommy has two daddies. She tugged at her mother's clothing, asking, Are you happy, Mommy? If I had two daddies, I would be so happy. Jiang Qingyue tenderly patted his daughter's small head, assuring her, You will only have me as your father. Nan Jifeng looked down at her daughter, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Mommy is very happy. This was a happiness she had never experienced before. A fullness that enveloped her. Little Star, come here to Grandma. Jiang's mother had been longing to embrace her granddaughter, who had just been crying. Little Star dashed over and leaped into her arms, calling out, Grandma. Jiang's mother reached out to wipe away the tears from her face, soothingly saying, Don't worry. My little star, Grandma is fine. Little Star isn't scared. The little girl nestled deeper into her embrace. Mom. Jiang Wu rushed over and settled beside her, wrapping her arms around Grandma's. Jiang's mother tenderly caressed her daughter's face, her fingers and voice trembling. Jiang Wu assumed her mother was weak and unwell, which caused her to shake so. Jiang's mother struggled to maintain her composure, looking up at Jiang Qingyue, saying, Nonetheless, I will take your sister for a comprehensive checkup at your hospital. After all, I am your mother. I must support you in business. Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Wu shuddered at the thought of a checkup. Wouldn't that reveal her brain cancer? Why would her beautiful mother want to take her for a checkup? Jiang's mother answered her unspoken question naturally. From today onward, you are officially returning to the Jiang family as its only heiress. Your identity information needs to be updated and recorded in our family tree, entering the relevant institutional systems. Previously, when the Song family took Song Ning away, they handled the household registration of both Song Ning and Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu's registration has been transferred to the Jiang family, but other matters remain unresolved. Moreover, everyone in the Jiang family is required to undergo a comprehensive health check every year. It just so happens that you can accompany mommy. Yes. A health check. Let us all go for a checkup together. Jiang's father, Jiang Xingyuan, Jiang Qingyue, and Zhou Yi chimed in unison. This way, they would have the opportunity to examine Jiang Wu's condition. They had previously been racking their brains for a way to take Jiang Wu to the hospital for an examination. After they spoke, they were surprised to find they had all synchronized in their intentions, looking at each other with astonishment. Jiang's father remarked, "These kids are quite filial, all wanting to accompany their wives for a checkup." Jiang's mother added, "Just now, I truly frightened the whole family. They all thought something serious was wrong, and that they needed to coax me into going for a checkup."
Jiang Wingyuan, Zhou Yi.
And Jiang Qingyue, even such a powerful figure as Jiang's wealthy patriarch, was just thoroughly frightened by his own wife. "I want to go too. I want to join everyone for the checkup." Little Star eagerly raised her hand. Now that she was also a member of the Jiang family, she wanted to participate in whatever everyone else was doing. All right, let us go together." Jiang's mother hugged her eldest granddaughter, teasing, "Let us see if our little star has grown taller recently." Nan Jifeng said, "Since everyone is going, I shall join the health check as well." "Very well. Let us go tomorrow morning." Jiang's mother cheerfully arranged the schedule for everyone. "Mom, rest assured, I will fight back with all my might against Song Sinyu's deliberate attempts to undermine our hospital," Jiang Qingyue solemnly declared to his mother. This was no longer just about Song Sinyu trying to devour his ninth hospital. It was a matter of survival for the entire Jiang family and a deep-seated vendetta between the two families. The timing was not yet ripe. He would proceed step by step to handle things properly. He would seek opportunities, striking with precision to ensure annihilation. He would not allow Song Sinyu any chance to harm the Jiang family. Jiang's mother was momentarily taken aback by her son's sudden seriousness, not knowing that he had gleaned insights from their precious daughter. The other men in the Jiang family bore no significant reaction, sharing the same resolve within their hearts. They did not even consider that Jiang Qingyue could hear Jiang Wu's innermost thoughts. There was no need to be overly concerned. He should spend more time with Jifeng and Little Star. Jiang's mother was no pushover. Moreover, there were no useless members in the Jiang family. Everyone was formidable in their own right and would not fight alone. She understood her son well. He would take his adversaries seriously and ensure they did not have it easy. Jiang Qingyue nodded at his mother. Nan Jifeng tugged at his hand, offering him an encouraging glance. As partners in life, she would support him. Jiang Wu observed the lightness and smiles returning to everyone's faces, and seeing her mother's good spirits, she ventured to voice her curiosity. "Mom, our family is so well off. Why did Song Ning say that we are very poor and in dire straits?" Recalling Song Ning's words and her extreme aversion towards the Jiang family due to its supposed poverty, she felt an overwhelming curiosity to know the truth. Furthermore, she sensed that there might be some clues here that could help her unlock certain plot points from the original story, which would be useful for her future endeavors. Chapter 65. Returning home as the only heiress of the wealthy Jiang family. Ha ha ha. Jiang's mother gazed at her daughter, then at everyone else, noting their earnest expressions, and agreed to share these matters with Jiang Wu. She glanced at her husband, Jiang Tianjiao, who nodded in affirmation. It was necessary for Jiang Wu to understand that she was immensely cherished and valued in this family, and to know what had led to the circumstances of the past 18 years. Jiang's mother reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her daughter's ear. Holding her hand as she said, "Originally, we were unaware that you and Song Ning had been switched at birth. We only discovered that after your birth, you began to fall ill, besieged by a multitude of ailments. Just as we managed to cure one, another would arise, and the situation became dire. By that time, you had already been exchanged for Song Ning, who was the child we were raising at the time. Not long after, a Taoist priest visited the hospital and claimed that our family's fortune was too strong, your father's and my fortunes were too strong, and that your 4 elder brothers' fortunes were also too strong, which the little sister could not withstand. The priest advised us to live a mundane life to diminish our fortunes so that the little sister could bear it. Following the priest's counsel, our family moved to a poorer, underdeveloped district. The 7 of us, along with Zhou Yi, lived in a 90-square-meter walk-up apartment, which we converted into 3 bedrooms and a living room. The parents occupied 1 bedroom, the sister had another, while the 5 boys shared a bedroom with bunk beds. The biggest challenge was the lineup of 5 boys waiting for the bathroom. Those childhood scenes were quite chaotic. Our household had no maid. Jiang's mother cooked, did laundry, cleaned, and took care of 5 children. No, 6. She fed the little sister, of course, but since she did not like Song Ning, she switched to formula. However, all the laundry, the diapers, and caring for her were solely her responsibility. Of course, Jiang Tianjiao would assist her. As her sons matured, they alleviated many burdens for her. Yet, the arduous life and overwhelming household chores remained an insurmountable challenge for a woman. Nevertheless, for the sake of her daughter, she endured with gritted teeth. Gradually, her younger sister's health improved day by day, and eventually, she grew strong and robust. Although it was a strenuous journey, witnessing her sister flourish brought sweetness to the entire family. However, Jiang Wu fell into silence. The demeanor of Song Ning and her family had disappointed her profoundly. Turning to her husband, she clasped his hand, her expression gentle yet resolute. She bore no regrets. After all, everything they did back then was for their daughter. Jiang Tianjiao, Jiang Xingyuan, and Zhou Yi were all transported back to those times. They gazed calmly at Jiang Wu, sharing their mother's sentiments. Even in such circumstances, they felt no remorse. Little did they know that Song Ning was not merely a sister but their biological sibling, and whatever was done for her was willingly given. Jiang Wu continued, "Your brothers live an ordinary life, attending a regular school, much like any other children. Yet, they are quite capable, having gained admission to prestigious universities and secured scholarships. Not only can they cover their tuition fees and living expenses, but they also contribute to the household. Initially, the neighborhood we resided in was quite impoverished. However, it developed rapidly, leading to the demolition of surrounding houses and the construction of tall apartment buildings. Our home, fortuitously untouched by this redevelopment, became akin to a slum." Jiang Wu could envision how, given their already destitute circumstances, the stark contrast with their affluent surroundings must have been unbearable for Song Ning. As time went on, Song Ning grew increasingly distant from us, indifferent to her brothers' lives, and unaware of their true situation. Regarding Song Ning's subsequent attitude towards the Jiang family and her actions, Jiang Wu found herself enveloped in despair, reluctant to utter a single word on the matter. Nan Jifeng wept openly, prompting Jiang Qingyue to hurriedly offer her a tissue. After wiping her tears, she sheepishly remarked, "I'm sorry, I'm just so moved. I couldn't help it. Mom, your family is truly wonderful. I feel so fortunate to be part of the Jiang family." At 25, Nan Jifeng recalled the time when the Jiang family moved to a less fortunate area, which had occurred roughly 17 or 18 years ago. By then, she was already 7 or 8 years old and had begun to form memories. This was the family of the wealthiest tycoon, the illustrious Sheng Qingcheng. Transitioning from opulence to modesty has always been a formidable challenge. How could they possibly endure such a life? Moreover, Jiang Xingyuan and Jiang Qingyue, accustomed to a life of luxury since they were 7 or 8 years old, embraced such hardships for the sake of their sister without a hint of complaint. 18 years had passed. How many could claim to have sacrificed so much for another, even a close kin? Jiang Qingyue gently placed her hand on Nan Jifeng's head, allowing her to rest on her shoulder. Jiang Wu smiled at her. "Silly child, in the future, we will treat you well too." Jiang Wu tightly embraced her mother, leaning against her. "Dad, Mom, big brother, second brother, I can feel it."
What?
Jiang Wu asked in surprise. "Your love," Jiang Wu replied. Having lived for so long, her understanding surpassed that of Nan Jifeng. Now, sitting among her family and nestled in her mother's embrace, she felt that love, albeit not as profoundly. "Thank you for loving me. I am truly happy." Tears welled in Jiang father's eyes as he stroked his daughter's head. Jiang Xingyuan and Jiang Qingyue also felt their eyes moisten. They had never anticipated that Jiang Wu would reciprocate their affection. Suddenly, Zhou Yi looked at Jiang Wu eagerly. "What about me? I love you too. It doesn't matter that I used to change your diapers. Those were all for you." Yet, Jiang Wu turned away, leaving him feeling disheartened. Dating and marrying someone is so difficult. "Mom, how is your health?" Jiang Wu asked, genuinely concerned. "Health?" Jiang Wu momentarily forgot about her own illness. She smiled. "It's nothing. I'm not really sick." With a tender smile, Jiang Wu fully released her worries. Embracing her daughter, it's just a mother's instinct. I simply cannot bring myself to like Song Ning, even to the point of disliking her. Thankfully, the Song family came to take her away. Otherwise, I might have truly believed I was unwell.
Now,
Hearing her daughter's heartfelt words and understanding how Song Ning and her family would treat her daughter, Jiang Wu's expression darkened. Jiang Wu joyfully exclaimed, "Mom, I'm so glad you're not sick." She nestled closer into her mother's embrace. "Mom, did the Song family come personally to pick up Song Ning?" Jiang Wu inquired again. She was akin to a character in a mindless, sweet romance novel, where much of the narrative revolved around the sugary, intimate escapades of the protagonists. As a mere supporting character, the author provided scant details about her family, leaving Jiang Wu with limited knowledge. However, she sensed that the circumstances surrounding the mix-up with Song Ning were suspicious. In Chapter 66, the truth was unveiled, allowing us to hear the sister's heart. Jiang Tianjiao answered his daughter, indeed. Over 50 days ago, a convoy of luxury cars appeared outside our home. The Song family, all four of them, came to present a paternity test proving that Song Ning is their daughter and that you are not a member of the Song family. They took Song Ning away on the spot, leaving behind a sample of your hair for us to conduct a paternity test. We did it that very day. You are indeed our daughter. Woo woo. Rest assured, I will swiftly uncover the truth behind this matter, providing clarity for you and our family. We are determined to discover what truly happened. Until the truth is revealed, Jiang Tianjiao refrained from overthinking. Jiang Xingyuan and the others nodded in agreement, supporting their father's course of action. At this point, they had already resolved to investigate these matters discreetly. Jiang Wu, with her understanding of the original storyline and the merits gained from combating the burgeoning fraud organization, observed the family's innate fortitude diminishing, beset by misfortune. She now comprehended the situation clearly. Father, this is the Song family scheme. The Song family swapped their daughter with ours to siphon off our family's fortune. Father, Mother, you were fortunate. By the time Song Ning arrived in our family, you were already adults, and with your strong personalities, she didn't manage to absorb much. But the four brothers, along with Zhou Yi, were just children at the time, especially the third and fourth brothers, still fragile little ones. They treated her as a sister, drawing close to her, making it easy for her to absorb their fortune. This explains why the brothers faced such misfortunes, ending up in tragic circumstances. Previously, when observing the Song family, particularly the formidable second son, it was evident that their fortune lacked foundation, having been seized from others. Now, it seems that the fortune absorbed by Song Ning not only became hers, but could also be shared with her family, including her partner, Gu Shua, and the Gu family. Is she some sort of vacuum cleaner? Yet, it's astonishing that after 18 years, she failed to realize how exceptional her family is, being part of a wealthy dynasty. She has forsaken such wonderful parents and brothers, along with her fiancé, only to choose the Song family and Gu Shua, returning all the finest things to her. Author, are you certain that your protagonist can bear the weight of the protagonist's halo? If Song Ning were to discover the true identities of the Jiang family, she would probably explode on the spot.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Wuguang could easily envision Song Ning's ecstatic expression, filled with unrestrained joy. Yes, it has been decided with such delightful certainty. I must find an opportunity to convey all of this to Song Ning, without omitting a single detail. The members of the Jiang family, upon hearing the first half of Jiang Wuguang's thoughts, were consumed by a profound fury and murderous intent. After listening to her subsequent musings, she was laughing far too heartily within her mind. Yet, her happiness was also a source of joy for them.
Jiang Wu inhaled deeply.
She was indeed not ill, but rather filled with hatred for Song Ning, and that was the crux of it. Jiang Fu grasped his wife's hand tightly, feeling a deep ache for her. She had endured too much suffering and injustice over the years, but he would reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Jiang Xingyuan and Zhou Yi were already contemplating strategies to eliminate those individuals and alter the fates of everyone involved. By the way, Mom and Dad, do you have any information about that Taoist priest from years ago? He seemed to possess remarkable abilities. It would be beneficial to become acquainted with such a person. Jiang Wuguang felt a surge of excitement. To know how to change one's fortune, this is indeed a kindred spirit. I had thought I was the only one in this world capable of divination and metaphysics, the sole extraordinary being. Yes, if I eliminate them, I shall be the one true deity. Perhaps that venerable old Taoist set up the scheme to switch me with Song Ning, intending to siphon away the Jiang family's fortune. At any rate, the dead Taoist shall not take my life. The Jiang family remained silent. Jiang Tianjiao remarked, "It is the Chongshu Taoist from the Xuanmiao Temple. In the past, your mother and I would visit the Xuanmiao Temple for worship every year. Yet we never encountered him. The people at the temple claimed that he left 18 years ago and has not returned since, possibly to marry and have children. Back then, the Taoists' methods saved their daughter, who had been a staunch skeptic, believing solely in science. Since then, they had come to believe, until Song Ning turned 15. They continued their visits. However, after Song Ning hurt Jiang Mu's feelings, Jiang Fu grew truly angry and forbade their visits, preventing Jiang Mu from going as well. Jiang Wu, how could anyone forsake divination to pursue marriage and birthdays? I cannot comprehend it.
Zoe.
Will I even be able to marry this wife of mine? Originally, I was not expected to live beyond 2 years, and now I am obsessed with divination. The flickering flame of hope within him was on the verge of extinguishing. But rest assured, Dad will inquire further. Jiang Tianjiao stated firmly. This was also a crucial clue in finding the source of the mix-up regarding the swapped daughters. Nan Jifeng had already dried her tears, yet her eyes remained glistening. She felt no shame, as they were all family. She stepped forward, with Jiang Mu on her left and Jiang Fu on her right, leaving her with no space. She stood directly in front of Jiang Wu, gently patting her head. Wu, you have suffered. Little Star, being more mature, seemed to understand most of it. She emerged from Jiang Mu's embrace and dove into Jiang Wuguang's arms, holding her tightly in a comforting embrace. Jiang Wuguang was not only her aunt but also her life-saving benefactor, and she wished to offer her immense comfort. Jiang Wuguang joyfully tousled her hair, smiling radiantly at Nan Jifeng. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Turning to her brothers, she added, I am perfectly fine. I feel fortunate to have returned and reunited with all of you, and I am truly happy. We have a long future ahead of us. We will always be one family. Jiang Wuguang reflected on the original sentiments, lamenting the loss of such a wonderful family and the warmth of kinship that she had not been able to enjoy. However, since they shared the same body, she need not dwell on the finer details. They were effectively one and the same. She would cherish this familial bond and relish in the extraordinary life of the sole heiress of a wealthy family. Except for Nan Jifeng and Little Star, who could not hear Jiang Wuguang's thoughts, the others felt their hearts constrict painfully at the mention of a long future ahead.
Jiang Mu, supiresin her heartache.
Embraced Jiang Wuguang. My precious daughter, you are truly a blessing. How fortunate we are to have you back in our lives. Your mother is so very happy. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill forth once more, but she fought to contain them. Sister Sheng, a 50-year-old housekeeper, emerged from the kitchen, first greeting her masters. Sir. Madam. She then introduced herself to the new members of the Jiang family, Jiang Wuguang, Nan Jifeng, and Little Star. Madam, this fifth miss truly resembles you. It has been unbearable for me to think of her during this time. Sister Sheng took a particular liking to Jiang Wuguang, exhibiting warmth and familiarity.
Oh.
Look at this second young mistress and the eldest miss. They are truly delightful. Jiang Mu also introduced Jiang Wuguang and Nan Jifeng to the main household staff. Sister Sheng was a relative of hers from the Sheng family who had accompanied her to the Jiang household and had been working there for nearly 3 decades, overseeing all matters within the Jiang residence. Uncle was the butler, and Quan Shu was the driver. Though they were servants of the Jiang family, they were as trustworthy as family and could be relied upon for assistance in the future. I have prepared afternoon tea. Please enjoy some tea and snacks, Sister Sheng urged. The atmosphere within the home grew lively and relaxed. Jiang Mu led Jiang Wuguang, Nan Jifeng, and Little Star to the tea room to share stories about the family. Jiang Wuguang, Nan Jifeng, and Little Star remained in a state of blissful days. Poverty had indeed limited their imagination. They had always believed that life within a wealthy family was the epitome of happiness. Now, experiencing it firsthand, they found it to be truly joyous. At one point, Jiang Mu discreetly sought an opportunity to summon her husband to the study. Darling, please have a seat. Jiang Mu supported her husband as he settled into his chair behind the desk, placing a thermos cup in his hands. Jiang Tianjiao understood that his beloved wife had something significant to discuss. He took a sip of goji berry water to steady himself before listening attentively. This had become a habit cultivated over many years. Jiang Mu stood before him, seriousness enveloping her as she stated, Dear, do you believe in our precious daughter? She resolved to share the revelation of hearing Jiang Wuguang's thoughts with him. It pertained to the life and death of their family. As the head of the family and the most capable, he needed to be informed and take action swiftly. Jiang Tianjiao abruptly lifted his gaze to meet hers. Silence hanging in the air for a moment. You can also hear Wuguang's thoughts? Thank you to my precious readers for your gifts, comments, and reminders for updates. I have seen them all and love you dearly. Updates will be posted nightly between 12 o'clock and 12:30. Please do not stay up late reading. It is not good for your health. You can read the day's updates in the morning. Good night. Chapter 67. The malicious supporting character. Let us be friends. Jiang Mu froze for a moment, instantly realizing that he, like her, could also hear Wuguang's thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, they heard a series of knocks on the door. They quickly concealed their astonishment.
Jiang Mu, come in. Creak.
The door swung open to reveal Jiang Xingyuan. Dad, Mom. Jiang Xingyuan respectfully greeted his parents. Are you busy? Is there something you need? At that moment, Jiang Wu had an instinctive feeling that her eldest son's concerns might align with what she was discussing with her husband. Indeed. I find the matter of my sister's misidentification rather dubious. It seems there may be a practitioner of arcane arts targeting our Jiang family. Father, mother, I wish to investigate this personally, and I shall depart at once. He resolved, for the time being, not to disclose to his parents that he could hear his sister's thoughts, fearing they would not comprehend and would be unduly worried. Jiang father and Jiang mother exchanged glances. Jiang mother, with a knowing tone, inquired, Xingyuan, do you know Jiang Xinghui? Wu Wu mentioned that he would marry a wicked woman named Jiang Xinghui, who, after enduring a series of tragic events, would ultimately be poisoned. Jiang mother now harbored a desire to extract this Jiang Xinghui and have her poisoned. Jiang Xingyuan was taken aback. She was a waitress who had previously worked at the Huagong Club. Over 40 days ago, she had engaged in relations with Song Qingyu, the eldest son of the Song family. Now, she was pregnant and causing a ruckus, demanding that Song Qingyu marry her. Since that day at the club, he had been keeping tabs on Jiang Xinghui until just a few days ago when news of her pregnancy broke. She was seeking out Song Qingyu, insisting that he marry her. However, Song Qingyu was planning to form a marital alliance with the Qi family, and the Song family parents were vehemently opposing her. He had secretly aided her, for otherwise, Jiang Xinghui would have already been dealt with by the Song family. Goodness! Jiang mother was nearly overwhelmed by this revelation. How could one behave thusly, seducing a young woman and refusing to take responsibility? Moreover, there was a child involved. In such circumstances, marriage was imperative to provide the child with a complete family. Jiang Xingyuan had previously not given it much thought. He merely wished to retaliate against the Song family for bullying his sister. But now it was a different matter. Mother, you are right. I believe it must be so. He continued, Miss Jiang and I have had a brief encounter. I have decided to lend her a hand. A shadow flickered in Jiang Xingyuan's eyes. How dare that woman drug him and scheme against him? Had she not ultimately slept with Song Qingyu, he would have eliminated her.
Now.
He felt it was only fitting to arrange something for her and the Song family, lest he betray the character he had portrayed in the original narrative. Mother, how do you know Jiang Xinghui? Jiang Xingyuan suddenly realized this and asked in surprise. His parents were not the type to concern themselves with such matters, especially since they had been abroad until recently. Jiang father and Jiang mother exchanged a knowing glance, that familiar look. Jiang Xingyuan took a deep breath. So, you and father can also hear my sister's thoughts. Eager to understand the plot and devise a strategy, Jiang mother inquired impatiently, please tell me, what exactly is going on with Jiang Xinghui? She still harbored a hint of curiosity, sensing that her beloved son had a story to tell. Jiang Xingyuan recounted the main events to his parents, primarily how Jiang Wu had warned him and consulted her about the future, allowing them to better understand his sister. Father, mother, I believe my sister is a blessing to our family. He paused, however, brain cancer. She may not survive beyond 2 years. His heart clenched painfully, making it hard to breathe. Jiang father and Jiang mother felt the same pang of anguish, wishing they could exchange their lives for their daughters.
But there was little they could do at present.
After a brief silence, Jiang mother spoke. Of course, Wu Wu is our family's fortune, my dear. Now, tell me, how did you resolve that matter the other night? It seemed that Wu Wu had deliberately pushed Jiang Xinghui towards Song Qingyu, thus saving her brother. But Wu Wu and Zhou Yi had gone to deliver medicine and had ultimately not found him. Where had he gone? What had transpired? Jiang Xingyuan felt his cheeks flush, unable to meet his parents' gaze directly. Was this truly the crux of the matter? Did it even matter? How could his mother focus on that? Seeing him silent, Jiang mother turned to her husband, lamenting, Dear, look at your son. Jiang Xingyuan immediately relented. Mother, I will explain this to you in due time. Jiang mother smiled triumphantly at her husband. This tactic was infallible. Since Jiang Xingyuan was just over a year old, Jiang father had been quite pleased with his eldest son. His beloved wife had spoiled him to this extent. Jiang Xingyuan assured his parents, Rest assured, I shall not engage in any wrongdoing or actions that would weigh heavily on my conscience. Jiang mother would not press her son unduly. Make sure to take your sister out often. Now, Jiang mother had come to realize that their precious daughter not only possessed foresight, but could also predict the future. With such a remarkable gift, their Jiang family was truly blessed. Jiang Xingyuan trembled slightly. Despite his usual composure, he could not suppress his excitement. Who would not be exhilarated? He had experienced the thrill of Song Qingyu seeking his investment, and now the memory left him a bit dazed. Taking his sister out was akin to opening the eye of Providence. How exhilarating that would be. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wu, she had unwittingly become the family's charm, currently accompanying her second sister-in-law and beautiful niece as they explored the museum-like grandeur of the Jiang family mansion.
A museum?
Young miss, not just in Heisher, but across the entire nation, one would be hard-pressed to find such a museum. Every member of the Jiang family had their own collection room. Which one would you like to see first? Jiang Wu glanced at her sister-in-law and niece. Let us visit my second brother's collection. Upon seeing the two women, she sensed their interest in her second brother's belongings. In the study, Jiang father, Jiang mother, and Jiang Xingyuan were deliberating strategies. Jiang father stated, to investigate those Taoist priests, we must begin with the Xianyuan temple. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Xingyuan turned and opened it to reveal Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Yi. Chapter 68. Henceforth, let us always bring a fortune-teller when we go out. The two were still gazing at one another, both curious about the other's presence. Surely it could not be for the same reason, could it? Jiang Xingyuan observed the two, still contemplating each other's thoughts. Aren't you coming in? The two individuals entered the room in succession, with Jiang Xingyuan closing the door behind them and taking a moment to glance outside, ensuring no one was lurking to eavesdrop. Particularly his sister. Jiang Wu had deliberately chosen to conceal her illness from them, fully confident that they were unaware of her ability to transmit her innermost thoughts. None wished to relinquish this extraordinary gift. Observing Zhou Yi and Jiang Qingyue, their parents, having witnessed Jiang Xingyuan's earlier actions, could almost surmise the unfolding dynamics. Second son. Zhou Yi, is there something amiss? Jiang's mother inquired. You speak first. Zhou Yi slyly retreated behind Jiang Qingyue. Among them, Zhou Yi was the youngest and, having grown up amidst four older brothers, was the most astute. Jiang Qingyue stammered, Mother, with so many present, I find myself at a loss for words. Recently, I have come to believe that my sister's fortune-telling is remarkably accurate. Perhaps we should consult her for a reading for our entire family? Concerned for the family's well-being, he resolved to find a way to inform their parents of these matters. Is that all? Jiang's mother asked, her gaze fixed curiously on her second son, nearly asking directly. Second son, can you hear Wu Wu's thoughts? Jiang Qingyue parted his lips. Second brother, if there is something of great importance, you must inform our parents at once to avoid unnecessary complications, Jiang Xingyuan advised. Being over a year older than Jiang Qingyue, he had noticed his younger brother's tendency to keep secrets from him, since he was not yet 2. He had always imparted this wisdom to him. Children have simple minds and idolize their parents, so they invariably share everything with them. Thus, whenever Jiang Xingyuan uttered this phrase, Jiang Qingyue would unburden his heart to their parents. Children nurtured by Jiang's parents, shaped by the guidance of Jiang Xingyuan. Indeed, Jiang Qingyue promptly declared, I can hear my sister's thoughts. The three, Jiang's father, mother, and eldest son, exchanged glances of astonishment. Jiang Qingyue's pupils widened as he observed them. Then, as if on cue, the four turned to look at Zhou Yi. Wu Wu is our blood relative, and we can all hear her thoughts, which we can comprehend. But Zhou Yi, how is it that you can hear them? Jiang's mother queried, perplexed. Jiang's father and his two sons regarded Zhou Yi with equal confusion. Feeling an inexplicable weight of pressure, Zhou Yi stammered, I am Wu Wu's fiancé, and thus quite close to her. Leave. Jiang's mother retorted, unwilling to see him. His presence served as a constant reminder that their Wu Wu belonged to him. The child was on the verge of adulthood, ready to pursue romantic relationships. Zhou Yi appeared to be preparing to whisk her away. Furthermore, with their daughter's health in decline, facing a limited time, the thought of Zhou Yi ignited her ire. How had she ever agreed to this betrothal, entrusting Wu Wu to Zhou Yi? It was utterly incomprehensible. The three men of the Jiang family regarded Zhou Yi with expressions mirroring Jiang's mother's. Zhou Yi felt unfairly treated, recalling that it was they who had betrothed Wu Wu to him since childhood, allowing him to become a son-in-law to the Jiang family before he had even turned 3. Why were they now treating him thus? He felt a sense of grievance, but remained silent. Very well, Aunt Jiang, I shall take my leave, he replied respectfully. Managing a charming smile, Jiang's mother was taken aback. This child had never been so well behaved. As Zhou Yi reached the door, Jiang's mother called him back. He obediently returned, nearly offering, Aunt Jiang, are you thirsty? May I fetch you some water? Jiang's father and mother then inquired of their 3 children about the events that had transpired with Jiang Wu during their 40 days abroad. Yet, Zhou Yi and Zhang's two brothers, in unison, chose to conceal the matter of Jiang Wu infiltrating a scam organization and dismantling their lair, fearing it would unduly distress their parents. They wished to shield their elders from further worry as long as they could manage. After all, their parents had already borne enough hardship in raising them. After deliberating over Jiang Wu in the study, they emerged just as dinner was being served. The family chef, having been unable to cook for the masters for some time, exhibited remarkable professionalism, preparing a sumptuous feast. Jiang Wu gazed at the table laden with delicacies, feeling utterly lost. One bite of this would cost a fortune. How should she eat, and in what manner, to honor such expensive fare? What further disconcerted her was the unwavering gaze of her parents, brothers, and Zhou Yi, their eyes filled with earnest, yet complex emotions. It felt as though they had penetrated her very soul, concerned for a beloved kin whose time was fleeting, yet also seeking something significant from her. What had transpired during their discussions in the study? Had they already discerned her condition? No, they had yet to accompany her for a checkup. Dinner. Zhang's mother urged her sons and husband. The others, fixated on Jiang Wu, hastily grabbed their chopsticks, their nervousness causing their hands to tremble, nearly dropping them. Truly, they merely wished to hear their sister's thoughts, nothing more. Zhang's mother busily served Jiang Wu vegetables. Wu, now that you're back. We aren't sure what you like to eat. These dishes are quite good, do try them. Whatever you fancy, mother will prepare for you. My culinary skills are commendable. Jiang Wu looked at her beautiful mother, filled with admiration. How can my mother be so stunning and yet possess such culinary prowess? How can she be so exceptional? Zhang's mother smiled gently. My precious daughter is praising me. Zhang's father, Zhou Yi, and Zhang's two brothers awaited eagerly, hoping for more than just this fleeting compliment throughout the meal. After dinner, Zhang's father needed to visit the company briefly. Now that his daughter had returned, the family reunited, and with the company's considerable risks looming, he needed to attend to urgent matters. Jiang Xingyuan also received a call and departed for work. Zhou Yi had pressing issues at the police station, with calls coming in one after another. He too needed to return. Moreover, he feared that if he lingered with Jiang Wu, her parents might send him back home. Jiang Qinghua had countless matters to attend to at the hospital. Yet he resolved to prioritize his wife and child's affairs. Following dinner, Zhang's mother led her daughter to her room. The villa comprised several interconnected buildings. The first floor housed the hall, dining room, study, and conference room. The lower level featured an open three-tiered space with a swimming pool, starlit cinema, gym, and storage rooms. The second floor contained the parents' bedroom and their private space. The third floor was reserved for the four brothers and Zhou Yi, complete with personal storage rooms. The entirety of the fourth floor had been prepared for Jiang Wu, with additional rooms set aside for her use. After Jiang Xingyuan had returned with Jiang Wu from the Song family and informed their parents, Zhang's mother arranged for the servants to fill several rooms. She intended to conquer her with abundance, understanding her desire for wealth and luxury. Upon entering her room, Jiang Wu was once again dazzled. She felt as though she had not merely failed in ascending but had instead succeeded in a far grander manner, becoming the sole heiress of this world, enjoying a life of unparalleled opulence. However, what piqued her curiosity the most was, Mother, how is it that Zhou Yi has been a child groom in the Jiang family since his youth? It was evident to her now that Zhou Yi's background was not as unremarkable as she had initially thought. In this era, such matters were indeed perplexing. This is something I must inquire with him. Whenever Zhang's mother mentions Zhou Yi, her enthusiasm wanes. My mother and I are the best of friends. We made a pact as children to become in-laws. His mother had only one son, and while I was still pregnant with you, she took a four-dimensional ultrasound to confirm the gender, and thus arranged a betrothal. Naturally, this was done with his consent. Jiang Wu was deeply skeptical, questioning whether they were indeed luring or deceiving children. At that time, Zhou Yi was merely 3 years old, still a cherub. He had agreed to this upon seeing the ultrasound. Zhang's mother handed her a sheet of A4 paper. Jiang Wu gazed at the 4 images of the fetus in the ultrasound. The others depicted limbs, but only one showed a frontal view, revealing merely 2/3 of the face. The features were indistinct, yet the small fetus displayed a lively expression. The obstetrician had pressed the device against the mother's belly, and as the little face turned, it exhibited a playful demeanor. Is this all? Jiang was taken aback. This Zhou Yi was quite the romantic, an Epicurean of love, it seemed. Chapter 69. Deep affections, intense bonds. I had cared for him purely because of his striking allure. Alas, had I known he would vie for my daughter's affection, what purpose did my nurturing serve? Jiang Wu sighed. Jiang Wu and her mother descended the stairs, where Sister Lin had arrived with little Hua and the nanny to visit the matriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang's mother took the child into her arms, her eyes brimming with tears. Little Hua, I am your grandmother. She gently poked the infant's cheek, her heart overflowing with tenderness. During the live stream, her greatest concern had been this little one. At that time, the little star was only 5 years old. Though intelligent,
She was still just a child.
the weighty and intricate task of caring for a child was beyond her. Should anything go awry, this child would not survive. She had already resolved that upon her return, she would seek ways to care for both children. Now, cradling the 8-month-old infant, the tiny creature was as frail as her own children had been at 3 months. Yet, those large, bright eyes were fixed upon her, illuminating with joy. The child cooed softly, reaching out to touch her face. She leaned in, allowing the child to explore her cheek. Nan Jifeng approached to play with the child. Mother, we have yet to receive any news regarding this child as biological parents. I have decided to adopt her. The bond between her and the little star was fortuitous. Having them as sisters would be delightful. Indeed, Zhang's mother responded earnestly. Previously, while watching the live stream, I had resolved to care for the children myself. Your nurturing is far more suitable. Children, after all, thrive best alongside their youthful parents, imbued with vitality. While in the study, she and her husband had already inquired about Zhou Yi and certain matters within the fraudulent organization. The darkness within had remained unimaginable to those who had not witnessed it. Many lives had been lost. Surely the child's parents were no longer among the living. Sister Lin was an excellent childcare expert. She would assist you in raising the child. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, I am always available to help. Thank you, Mother. Sister Lin beamed with delight. Wonderful. Madam, let me hold her. Finally, there was a child to care for, a chance to indulge in the joys of motherhood once more. Nan Jifeng was taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone so enamored with childcare. This is splendid. From now on, many will love and care for little Hua, the little star exclaimed. Jiang Wu was astonished. I cannot believe there are those who are addicted to childcare. After a pleasant conversation with Zhang's mother, the time had come. Jiang Qinghua led their family to the hillside villa district, to his residence. The Nan family needed to alter their feng shui, and Nan Jifeng would temporarily reside there with the children. Once old Master Nan was discharged from the hospital, they intended to bring him there as well. However, before returning, they had to visit the Nan residence to gather their belongings. Sister Lin took Little Star and Little Hua back to the villa first. Jiang Wu accompanied them to assess the feng shui of the Nan residence. Upon arrival at the Nan home, dusk had settled. The three entered through the grand gates, making their way to the courtyard. The fading sunlight bathed the ancient estate in a warm, golden hue. The evening breeze rustled the various talismans hanging from the large trees, producing a low, haunting sound. Nan Jifeng shivered involuntarily, feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding. She was now fully convinced that residing here would shorten one's lifespan. Why had I not noticed this before? She inquired curiously. Yet, she found Jiang Wu gazing intently at the talismans, her eyes sparkling. That is because you had not encountered me before. I possess a naturally resilient spirit, adept at dispelling such malevolent energies. Woo-woo. Let us rid ourselves of these items. Nan Jifeng recognized her sister-in-law was extraordinary. However, it was prudent to maintain distance from such ominous objects to prevent harm from befalling her sister-in-law. I will investigate the origins of these items and return them whence they came. Most are relics from graves, remnants of the deceased. It is best to return them. In the past, she had paid little mind to such matters. The estate had been passed down through generations of the Nan family, overseen by her father and the elders of the clan. It was only upon serious examination that she discovered their origins. Second sister-in-law, please don't discard them. Don't throw them away. I want them all. Jiang Wu implored urgently. While these objects were indeed ominous, all things exist in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Great malevolence must surely accompany great fortune. If I take these back, tidy them up, and place them in my home, they will enhance our fortune. Most of these items hail from the tombs of ancient nobles, each a remarkable artifact. They are both ominous and fortuitous. As for their malevolence, I am more than capable of overcoming it. Jiang Wu leaned over the edge of the pond, nearly submerging herself in the water. It's happening. It's happening. Just as the Jiang family's fortune has been largely siphoned away by Song Ning, their luck is now waning. If I bring these back, it will bolster our family's fortune. Nan Jifeng felt uncertain and turned her gaze to Jiang Qingyue. After hearing Jiang Wu's heartfelt thoughts, Jiang Qingyue felt completely at ease. Do not worry about Wu Wu. Let her handle it. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Wu beheld the grandeur of the Jiang family, the wealthiest in the region, her eyes sparkling in awe. It was evident how valuable these items were.
Indeed.
Nan Jifeng trusted him, as well as Jiang Wu. Wu Wu, take whatever you desire from this estate. Second sister-in-law will fetch you some bags to help collect these items. Second sister-in-law, just bring me a few large burlap sacks. These items, when touched by ordinary people, would bring misfortune and illness. She must handle them herself. Fortunately, Nan Jifeng did indeed have large burlap sacks. A renowned international brand had gifted her several bags designed with this thematic style. Aesthetically, she could not comprehend the design, but in terms of practicality, they were undeniably useful. Every time she took them to the antique market to procure goods, they held ample capacity. And the vendors often mistook her for an impoverished worker, frequently gifting her an extra piece or two. Fortuitous surprises were commonplace. Nan Jifeng retrieved several burlap sacks and handed them to Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu was adorned in a new dress prepared by her mother, lifting the hem to tie a bow around her leg as she entered the pond to collect stones, turtle shells, and sculptures of fearsome beasts. On the other side, Nan Jifeng and Jiang Qingyue entered the door to gather their belongings. Jiang Qingyue went to her daughter's room, where little Xingxing handed him a list, indicating which items needed to be taken along. Meanwhile, Nan Jifeng retreated to her own chamber to pack essential supplies. Once Jiang Qingyue had arranged and secured her items, he arrived at her room, only to find her inspecting a ring with great fascination before casually tossing it into the wastebasket. She was utterly enamored with this ring. The ring was a butterfly design, crafted from emeralds, aquamarines, yellow diamonds, pink diamonds, and white diamonds, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The butterfly it formed was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a powerful vitality. She had discovered it 5 years ago in a trash bin at an exhibition. No one had come forward to claim it, and despite her inquiries, the original owner remained elusive. Thus, she had kept it all this time. Throughout these past 5 years, whenever she faced difficulties or felt overwhelmed, she would take out this ring to admire it, drawing immense strength from its presence. It could be said that during these years, it had accompanied and supported her through countless hardships. Yet this was a wedding ring belonging to another. She would soon wear the wedding ring that Jiang Qingyue would give her, and thus, she discarded it.
Wait.
At that moment, Jiang Qingyue, who had just entered, caught sight of the scene and exclaimed urgently. Just as he was about to retrieve the ring, Nan Jifeng hastily halted him, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Jiang Qingyue stepped closer, grasping her hand and gazing at the ring within. "Has this ring always been with you?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Nan Jifeng replied. Jiang Qingyue raised his gaze to meet hers, his eyes growing misty, reflecting a glimmer of joy in the soft light. "This was the ring I took when I proposed to you back then. In that moment, I tossed it aside, never expecting it would end up in your possession." Chapter 70. Love-stricken. Do not approach me, for I fear. Nan Jifeng's beautiful eyes widened in shock, sensing the profound and wondrous connection between them. Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes as she looked down at the ring in her hand, her voice soft and imbued with a hint of playfulness.
Do you know?
When I was pregnant with little Xingxing, the morning sickness was so severe I felt as though my insides would spill out. I feared I might not survive. My father, disapproving of an unplanned child, wanted me to terminate the pregnancy. I was wavering, but then I saw this ring. Its powerful life force inspired me to change my mind and carry little Xingxing to term. Over the years, this ring has been my companion through countless trials. She lifted her gaze, her eyes misty with tears as she looked at Jiang Qingyue. It seems that fate had already intertwined our lives. In this way, you have accompanied me and little Xingxing. I find solace in that. It is enough. Jiang Qingyue also felt the magic of the moment, moved and grateful. Yet, he knew that this was hardly sufficient. "How could it be?" he said, his long, dexterous fingers gently brushing away the tears at the corner of her eye. "From now on, I will stand by you and the children through everything. No matter the challenges or misfortunes we encounter, I will always be your support." As he spoke, he leaned in and kissed the tear on her cheek. Nan Jifeng shivered slightly, turning her face towards him. His fingers traced along her distinct facial contours. caressing her tender lips as he kissed her. He had longed to do this, but the presence of family during the day had thwarted his opportunity. Earlier, when Nan Jifeng wore high heels, the height difference between them was minimal. Now, barefoot, she stood at his collarbone. She wrapped her arms around his waist, rising on her toes to reciprocate the kiss. The embrace left her astonished. His waist was slender, yet exceptionally strong. This potent force ignited her with fervor. In the heat of the moment, everything fell into place, their heartbeats intertwining, their breaths merging, an intimate symphony of two souls. Zhou Yi parked his car outside the Nan residence and entered the gate, only to find Jiang Wu fishing in the large pond, a sack in hand. In the dim twilight, the light cast her silhouette, much like a desperate soul foraging for sustenance. Wu, what are you doing? Zhou Yi hurried over, remembering the thoughts he had heard from her earlier that day. The items here were ominous relics of the deceased. What was she doing touching them? As he approached the pond's edge, Jiang Wu, who was tugging at a piece of turtle shell, turned and smiled at him. Zhou Yi, what brings you here? I'm here for some artifacts related to a private case. I need to gather relevant materials for my sister-in-law, Zhou Yi explained. His gaze drawn to her slightly unsettling smile and sparkling eyes, causing him to shiver. The earlier image he had seen was not merely a trick of the light, but rather that of a thirsting individual encountering a feast. Such a beautiful face revealing such a smile sent goosebumps coursing through him. Aren't those things all associated with the dead? Why are you collecting them? Jiang Wu was oblivious to his knowledge of the item's origins. She proceeded to explain their significance. Zhou Yi began to understand why she had left him with such an impression. She was utterly obsessed with the fortunes tied to these ominous artifacts. The water has turned cold. Come out, I'll help you, he said, rolling up his pants. You do realize you're a brain cancer patient with a life expectancy of less than 2 years, right? It's almost dark, and you're still in the water. Jiang Wu stood up, bewildered, gazing at him. It's not cold. It's the middle of summer. I find it rather warm. Zhou Yi's expression hardened, clearly unresponsive to her words. With a long stride, he entered the pond, rolling up his sleeves as he approached her. He was still clad in the blue uniform from earlier that day. A few strands of hair fell onto his forehead, accentuating his deep-set eyes, which sparkled like precious stars, exuding an air of unruly charm. The muscles revealed beneath his rolled sleeves were both graceful and strong, resembling a masterpiece of art. In that moment, Jiang Wu felt a sudden rush of anxiety. Swallowing hard as she noticed Zhou Yi standing just a short distance away, his gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. Jiang's mother had styled her hair, giving it a slight wave, and adorned her with an array of diamond jewelry, all while she donned a vibrant green dress that radiated youth and beauty. Her makeup was exquisite, her features perfectly sculpted, her skin porcelain-like. The hem of her dress was carelessly tied in a bow upon her legs, creating a striking juxtaposition of beauty. Her attire clashed with her overall image, forming a compelling contrast. His breath slowed as his gaze deepened, ultimately settling upon the surface of the water beneath her. The disturbed ripples calmed, reflecting her image like a mirror. Jiang Wu, you're exposed. Jiang Wu followed his gaze downward and instantly froze, nearly exclaiming, help. Love-struck brain, don't come any closer. I'm frightened. Chapter 71. The fortune-telling was eerily accurate. The police are staking out my live stream. Zhou Yi observed Jiang Wu's reaction, alarmed and flustered. Had he frightened her? They were engaged. Was this level of intimacy too much? However, indeed, he is eager to marry a wife soon. Speaking of which, Aunt Jiang possesses truly exquisite taste. The future bride, once she is groomed by her, exudes an enchanting aura that could captivate anyone. He raised his foot, gently disturbing the water surface, and approached Jiang Wu, turning his back to her and half squatting down. Come up. Adhering to her principle of avoiding lovesick individuals, Jiang Wu hesitated before climbing onto his back. He stood up, playfully bouncing her slightly. Jiang Wu steadied herself atop him. At this moment, she comprehended the sentiments of those women who dedicate their lives to men, toiling and sacrificing endlessly. This back was simply too comfortable, too delightful. How unfortunate, it was becoming addictive. Zhou Yi began rummaging through her bag, observing the ominous objects submerged in the water. Which ones were worth keeping? Jiang Wu felt a bit dizzy, intoxicated by the evening breeze. Do not touch those things. I shall retrieve them another day. She feared that Zhou Yi might disturb the spirits and attract misfortune. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. Am I not allowed to touch them? It would be best if you refrain. You can touch them, yet you fear these remnants of the dead? The dead fear me. I, Zhou Yi, am resilient and fearless. He leaned down and fished out a piece of bronze that resembled a ferocious beast. This looks promising. Very well, Jiang Wu thought, and thus she lay on his back, directing him to fish for treasures. As dusk fell, light and shadow danced, crafting their silhouettes and emanating an intoxicating romantic atmosphere. The sky darkened, and the lights inside and outside the villa illuminated, outlining a landscape steeped in eerie beauty. Several bags were filled to the brim. Jiang Wu grinned, a look of satisfaction on her face, only to be suddenly picked up by Zhou Yi, who placed her at the edge of the pool. Jiang Wu, blushing. Zhou Yi pressed a hand against the edge of the pool and leapt up effortlessly. Jiang Wu inhaled. Shall we go find second brother and sister-in-law to return home?
Wait.
Let us not go in just yet. The expression on Zhou Yi's face was unmistakably suggestive. Jiang Wu paused, realizing the implication. Zhou Yi, you are quite knowledgeable. I am just curious about how you came to know that. After a long separation, second brother and sister-in-law were like newlyweds, two solitary souls in a room, making it all too easy for sparks to fly. Moreover, it had been so quiet for such a long time. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow at her, conveying an understanding look. Jiang Wu widened her eyes. I have gained insight. I have gained insight. They sat at the pool's edge, the ambience gradually growing romantic. Jiang Wu felt increasingly flustered and tense. The lovesick individual beside her exerted too much pressure on her. If it weren't for the ample space in the Nan residence, Jiang Wu and Zhou Yi would have been able to hear Jiang Er and Miss Nan engaged in their intimate activities. If that were the case, they would not mind at all. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingwei and Nan Jifeng emerged, dragging a suitcase and carrying bags. Nan Jifeng had changed into a light yellow long dress, the kind that enveloped her from neck to ankle. Both were beaming, radiating an unmistakable scent of love. Zhou Yi felt a genuine pang of jealousy. He sought out Nan Jifeng for the artifact documentation and returned to the bureau. Before leaving, he deliberately approached Jiang Er and said, Second brother, would you like to ask Wu Wu for a treatment talisman related to that matter? Time is too short. Jiang Qingyue was taken aback, casting a dangerous glance at him. Zhou Yi flexed his abdominal muscles, a proud expression on his face. I can last 3 days and nights. Do exercise restraint, lest sparks fly. Do not disturb me and your sister-in-law. We intend to return to sleep. The night is long, yet the good times are fleeting. 3 days and nights are hardly sufficient.
Zhou Yi.
Zhou Yi returned to the police station. Jiang Wu gathered her belongings and accompanied Jiang Qingwei and the others to the mountainside villa. Upon arriving at the villa, it was only 10 in the evening. The two children were already asleep. Jiang Qingwei placed the large white fluffy rabbit, which he had brought from the Nan residence, into little Star's arms before exiting the room. He and Nan Jifeng had much to attend to. Jiang Wu then entered her previous room and began a live stream. The number of subscribers in her live stream had surged from several tens of thousands to nearly 1 million. As she came online, the chat erupted. Streamer, you have finally appeared. I have been waiting for you all day. Quickly, tell me my fortune. Streamer, my boyfriend has returned. He was really abducted and forced into scams. Tomorrow we will go obtain our marriage license, and afterward, we plan to join the anti-trafficking organization funded by Jiang Shofu, volunteering to help find those who have been abducted. The Jiang family has been unusually active and high-profile today, donating substantial funds and providing technical support to the anti-trafficking organization. Jiang Shofu is gradually resurfacing. Has the Jiang family returned from abroad? Did they not take the money abroad, only to return home to reap the rewards? Those upstairs, do not spread rumors. The Jiang Group's business and industries have always remained within the country. They have not taken their money offshore. They do have many projects and assets abroad, but that is to earn money for the country from foreigners. So, has the Jiang family been silent all these years because they were experiencing the lives of ordinary people? Those upstairs, this is a good time for dreaming. Do not say, I might really be dreaming. I even feel that I may have encountered someone from the Jiang family. They are right beside us. Do not wake me up. After some idle chatter, Jiang Wu delved into fortune-telling. Streamer, my grandmother has been saying that something has been pressing down on her while she sleeps at night, and it has driven 3 psychologists mad. Please help me find out what it is. I've already sent you 50. Jiang Wu, it is your grandmother's first love. His grave has been buried by a mudslide. My grandmother's first love is not my grandfather? My grandfather is 80 this year, still clear-headed, and currently snoring away. A fortune-teller once said he could live to 101. Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled. Which fortune-teller? Where?
Ah,
The expression on the streamer's face suggests the joy of discovering a kindred spirit. Those upstairs. I feel the streamer is more like someone looking for a rival to challenge. I see the streamer as someone preparing to launch a surprise attack from behind and take the opponent down. Jiang Wu timely interjected, though Pai Pai was quite happy. She urged everyone to focus, as they were discussing serious matters. The live chat fell silent. The fortune seeker responded. It was at the central overpass. The individual was called the Divine Fortune Teller. Jiang Wu. That is the very overpass she has always wanted to visit. Jiang Wu. Your grandfather is your grandmother's eighth first love. The fortune seeker. This. The chat erupted. Grandma, I want to live your life.
Grandma.
Please share your love secrets. I want to pre-order 100 copies. Grandma, you're the best. I have learned this. Regardless of the number of partners. They are all first loves. No mistake, I feel like each of my partners is my first love. The fortune seeker. Can my grandfather know about this? The chat. You are such a good grandson. Do not fear your grandfather. He might go down to confront your grandmother's first love. Streamer, quickly look. Your brother is online watching your live stream. A flashy horse galloped across the screen, and the crime terminator entered your live stream. I seriously suspect your fourth brother is here staking out. Has your fourth brother left his brain behind at birth, rendering you incapable of solving cases? Fourth brother. You surely know how to take advantage of bargains. Chapter 72. Please let him serve some time before leaving. Behind the screen, Zhou Yi. To clarify, I am not the fourth brother of the streamer. Then what brother are you? A romantic brother. All netizens. Oh, no way. Unpleasant. Streamer, you said if this police officer takes advantage of you, I can only retaliate against the police. Beer and peanuts are ready. Please share your story. Cola with goji berries. Waiting for your tale. Jiang Wu looked at the already frantic netizens and had no choice but to explain. This is my handsome husband raised by my beautiful mother. He has been with us since he was 3. What kind of character is this? I am already sweetened by it, I ship it. My mom won't even let me have a dog, and your mom actually raised a husband for you. Finally found the reason for my singleness. Who else would come to be a son-in-law at 3? I am not one to lean on walls, but I must commend you. The end of crime. I desire a sweet romance. If that is unattainable, the original flavor will suffice. Streamer, is there more? Jiang Wu, there's another. May I ask this esteemed friend, what would you like to calculate? I have prepared 3 gene of sunflower seeds, the thin kind, and you expect me to listen to this? 300,000 words of romantic drama, and you want me to come up with it myself? Do you think so highly of my CPU? The second fortune teller among the netizens. Streamer, it is like this. A month ago, my husband was working overtime excessively and had chest pains, so he went to the hospital for admission. He stayed in the hospital for 10 days, and the doctor confirmed he was fine and could be discharged. However, my husband suddenly passed away. When we, the family, arrived at the hospital, we found my husband had already been cremated. The hospital insisted it was a case of mistaken identity. But I cannot believe it. I want you to calculate what happened, sob. In the live broadcast room, the muffled cries of a woman echoed with suppressed sorrow. After a while, the netizens began to speak up. Isn't this the one trending recently? That one is quite puzzling. Netizens are speculating that there is more to the story. Streamer, quickly calculate what this is about. Jiang Wu, what the netizens are speculating is indeed correct. They're what you commonly refer to as the online Sherlock Holmes. The netizens in the live room. Yes, indeed, the online Sherlock Holmes. Sister, please take a photo of the medicine your husband took in the hospital and send it to me. Soon the photo came through. The medicine was gone, leaving only the boxes. Jiang Wu extracted an image of a medicine box and shared it in the live room. Sister, your husband died from taking this kind of medicine. They didn't even notify the family and cremated your husband immediately to destroy evidence. This so-called miraculous medicine is, in fact, a deadly poison. If you have any at home, dispose of it immediately. Sister, you should go out now, buy a box of this medicine and report it. The manufacturer is in the process of recalling the medicine, but they haven't finished all the withdrawals and destruction yet. I have it at home, sister. I can give it to you. The streamer once again saved my life. I will dispose of the medicine. No, I will take the medicine to report it. Zhou Yi has already contacted the relevant departments in the bureau. After the call, he rang Jiang Qingyue, second brother. There's an issue with the new drug developed by the Smart Medical Group. Please arrange for testing and provide me with the results. and gather related medical case documents for me. This is a significant medical case that falls under their bureau's jurisdiction. Moreover, this so-called miraculous new drug, priced exorbitantly, has been trending ever since its launch. Zhou Yi had heard of it. The medication is widely sold in the market, and if there are issues with it, the consequences would be dire. He believes that the deceased are not limited to the husband of the woman seeking fortune-telling in the live room. Jiang Qingyue's Ninth Hospital has a wealth of medical information that can be gathered regarding similar medical mishaps. The Smart Medical Group, the second son of the Song family, are precisely the ones who wish to bring him down. Thus, he is handing them a knife. Soon, upon receiving the call, Jiang Qingyue entered the live room, where the fortune-telling had a hint of fate. Upon learning of this, Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Xingyuan also entered the live room. Jiang Wu was completely unaware of her family gathering to watch her live stream. She merely noticed some new netizens entering. My mother is stunning. My father is extraordinarily handsome. Bear 1 and Bear 2. Jiang Wu teased them. Beautiful mom, handsome dad, are you truly a couple? Bear 1, Bear 2, are you brothers? The few of them, they all contemplated withdrawing from the internet. What if their daughter, sister, predicts their fate? They could then watch her live stream openly. It was evident that in a mere second, Jiang Wu no longer focused on them. She merely offered a friendly greeting, as they were her fans after all. Moreover, as her merit value accumulated, she gradually realized that prestige in this world is of great utility. The higher the prestige, the better the fortune, leading to greater success. The attention from fans contributes to her prestige. Surfing the internet and chatting with netizens is exhilarating, but Jiang Wu is increasingly captivated by fortune-telling. She accepted the next netizen seeking her insight. Hello, streamer. I am a 32-year-old remarried mother. Every time I return from work, I find my son covered in bruises. Recently, it has become increasingly severe. When I ask him what happened, he doesn't say much, claiming he can't explain it clearly. He is already 10 years old. I suspect he is entangled with something unclean. Please, streamer, guide me. Should I burn incense in a certain direction? Jiang Wu, burning incense in every direction, 360 degrees, will be of no use. Your son is being beaten by your remarried husband, his stepfather. Hasn't he told you to spare you the difficulty? The netizens sob. This child is so pitiful, it breaks my heart. Sister, quickly get a divorce. Let your remarried husband serve some time in prison before letting him go. Next order. Streamer, I feel my partner is cheating. Please help me calculate this. Jiang Wu, remove that feeling. She simply wants to become your stepmother. All netizens in the live broadcast, shocked. Just now, something round rolled across my face. What was it? A melon? My 3 gene of sunflower seeds. Where's my small stool? Wait, I'll go add more goji berries to my cola. Heavens, is this what I can hear without paying? Streamer, don't say those words. Otherwise, the live stream room will be banned. The subsequent fortune-telling requests Jiang Wu received were predominantly of this nature. She reveled in this type, allowing the netizens to enjoy the gossip to their heart's content. The Jiang family of 4, having watched the live stream, did not exit until an hour later when the broadcast concluded, silently withdrawing. Their bodies left, but their minds remained in Jiang Wu's live room. The sole daughter of the Jiang family, inexplicably engrossed in trivial gossip, seems unable to escape the weight of ancestral expectations. Jiang's father vaguely recalled something and initiated a conversation with Jiang Xingyuan online. Did you not mention your sister's academic performance? What was her score in mathematics? Upon hearing the answer, a gradual, somewhat manic smile began to spread across Jiang's wealthy face. He had finally discovered his purpose as a father. Was it not merely a matter of her scoring 0 in mathematics? Fear not, he would take it upon himself to teach her. In his academic days, he had always achieved perfect scores in math. Had he not aspired to become a tycoon, he might have been a mathematician. Even now, as a billionaire, he remained a mathematician at heart, albeit without the official title. Jiang Wu felt an inexplicable chill, attributing it to the late hour and the coolness of the night. She exited the live streaming room, stood up, and proceeded to close the window and draw the curtains. To her astonishment, a head was still resting on the gate of the villa, utterly motionless. Chapter 73. It was late at night, and that head remained perched at her doorstep. Jiang Wu pondered for a moment before stepping outside. Approaching the gate, she addressed the head, hello. Suddenly, a woman tumbled down from the gap in the door, letting out a cry of pain. Jiang Wu opened the door, finding the woman already on her feet. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s. clad in tattered blue garments, her unkempt hair cascading wildly, and her face smeared with dirt. Yet, it was still evident that she possessed a delicate, attractive oval face. As Jiang Wu scrutinized her, the woman's feline-like eyes seemed to pierce through her, rendering her vulnerable. A tremor coursed through her, and she hurriedly declared, "I haven't stolen anything." "I know," Jiang Wu replied. The woman took a few steps back, bowed deeply 3 times, and then turned to leave. Observing the woman's retreating figure, Jiang Wu furrowed her brow tightly, ultimately unable to restrain herself from calling out, "Won't you leave behind something for her to recognize you by when she grows up? Perhaps she will long to meet you." The woman bit her fist, stifling a sob. Despite her efforts to contain her emotions, her muffled cries resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, reaching Jiang Wu's ears. Jiang Wu watched her frail silhouette tremble violently, standing silently in place, waiting. After a moment, the woman composed herself and turned back to Jiang Wu. The dim streetlight illuminated her tear-streaked, red eyes. "I shall name her Xingyuan," she said, her face softening with a gentle smile, a glimmer of hope appearing in her gaze. "It signifies happiness and good fortune." Jiang Wu smiled back, "Very well." The woman then knelt before Jiang Wu, bowing thrice in reverence to her and the family within the villa, before striding away. "Wu Wu, is there someone here?" Nan Jifeng stepped out, joined by Jiang Qingyue. The couple had been busy all night and were preparing for bed when they noticed Jiang Wu conversing with someone and decided to investigate. "Second brother, second sister-in-law." Jiang Wu addressed them. "Little Hua's name is Xingyuan." The couple was taken aback, gazing in the direction the figure had departed, only to see a faint silhouette swiftly vanish. They exchanged knowing glances, understanding the significance of the encounter. This was the biological mother of little Hua. It was clear she had resolved to leave her child in their care, entrusting them with her upbringing. A mother must love her child dearly to linger in such a place at such an hour, watching from the shadows. It was likely that she had reached a point of desperation, compelled to relinquish her child to others. Both felt a pang of sorrow and empathy. Nan Jifeng's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she took a deep breath and asked Jiang Wu, "Did she say anything else?" Jiang Wu shook her head, "No." "Then let us call her Nan Xingyuan, sharing the same surname as Little Star. May her name bring her protection, and allow her to grow up safely." "Agreed." Jiang Qingyue embraced his wife, fully supportive of the decision. As they prepared to return indoors, a figure approached.
"Zoe?"
Jiang Wu exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" This fellow seemed to be omnipresent, morning, noon, and night. Was he truly so infatuated? She felt a twinge of unease. Zhou, sensing her confusion, clarified, "I was following someone, but it seems I lost them." "Following?" Jiang Qingyue interjected, intrigued. "Anyone worth your personal involvement must be significant."
Zoe will get.
The leads provided by Nan and Liu have identified several habitual offenders involved in child trafficking. I suspect they may be sacrificing pawns to protect their own, with the true culprits lurking in the shadows. The woman we just encountered likely possesses crucial information, but she escaped from the detention center tonight. Jiang Wu's brow furrowed. Divination requires a medium, and she could not conjure insights from thin air. She felt incapable of offering substantial assistance at this moment. Zhou believed she should rest, as those suffering from cerebral ailments ought to lie down and recuperate. However, given her current state, neither he nor the Jiang family dared to impose upon her. "Rest assured, she won't seek death," Jiang Wu assured Zhou. Earlier, when the woman had expressed gratitude, Jiang Wu recognized her intent to end her life and deliberately spoke those words to sway her. Perhaps it was the thought of little Hua yearning to meet her in the future that had altered her course. Jiang Qingyue and Nan Jifeng exchanged anxious glances, their concern palpable. Nan Jifeng squeezed Jiang Wu's hand gratefully. "It is fortunate she encountered you. Both she and Xingyuan are indeed blessed." "She and Little Star are fortunate," Jiang Wu responded modestly, a smile brightening her face at the praise from her family. "Zhou, why aren't you pursuing her?" Jiang Qingyue urged.
Zoe considered.
"Let her go. We shall observe her actions, as they may yield further clues. I will arrange for others to keep watch." He followed them back into the villa. Tonight, he would once again share the same roof with his future beloved. Was this cohabitation? As the woman exited the villa complex, she placed a phone call. Initially, she intended to confront her demise alongside another, but now she had altered her resolve. She sought vengeance while striving to survive. Only when her daughter grew up and wished to meet her could they reunite. When the call connected, her voice was heavy, hoarse, and trembling. Man, I wish to see you." Gratitude poured forth for the gifts, comments, and encouragement from the fans. Zhou, the love-struck fool, quipped, "Allow me to perform a striptease for everyone." Chapter 70 for the family's health examination could no longer conceal the grim prognosis of 2 years remaining. The following morning, Jiang Wu was roused from slumber by her stunning mother, who pulled her from bed. The sole heiress of Jiang, with such a beautiful mother, felt as though she were caught in a dream, reluctant to awaken. "Sweetheart, keep your eyes closed and continue sleeping. Mama will dress you, and once you're in the car, you can resume your slumber." This comprehensive health check required fasting, forbidding breakfast or even water beforehand. "After the examination, I'll treat you to breakfast, and we can go shopping." Last night, her daughter had streamed late into the night before finally succumbing to sleep. She was undoubtedly in a deep slumber now. If not for the need to take her for tests regarding her brain cancer, she would have allowed her to sleep until she naturally awoke. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Jiang Wu could not help but glance up, instantly awakened by her beauty. The beautiful mother donned a form-fitting pink dress, a hue and style that accentuated her age-defying allure. Her softly curled long hair was elegantly styled, with 2 strands pinned back in a gentle and simple fashion at the nape of her neck. In her hand, she held a matching pink dress, mirroring her own attire. Today, they were set to showcase a coordinated mother-daughter ensemble in pink. "Mom, let us go out and turn heads," they declared, stepping out together like a pair of supermodel mother and daughter. Jiang Wu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled warmly. Jiang Wu, having completed her preparations, descended from the upper floor. The entire family was present, her second brother, sister-in-law, and their young daughter, along with little sister Hua, Nan Xingyuan, making a party of 4. Little sister Hua was also to undergo a comprehensive pediatric examination. Additionally, there was Jiang Father and Zhou Yi. Jiang Father was attired in a deep blue suit, complementing the beautiful mother in a matching couple S outfit. Zhou Yi sported black casual trousers and a simple white t-shirt, his long legs strikingly noticeable. Upon seeing Jiang Wu descend in her pink dress, adorned with a gentle hairstyle, his eyes widened in astonishment and admiration. Noticing Jiang Father's gaze, he shyly touched the tip of his nose and lowered his head. "Beautiful mother, why has Dad come too? Isn't he supposed to be at work? Today is my physical examination. He is accompanying me, as is our family custom." So sweet. Gorgeous mom and handsome dad are a perfect match. The 3 men shared a knowing smile upon hearing her thoughts. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Xingyuan arrived in his car. The family, united, set off for the examination. Upon reaching the 9th hospital, they proceeded through their respective processes, visiting different departments for blood tests and imaging. The Jiang family did not receive any special treatment. They followed the same procedures as ordinary patients, queuing normally. Due to the negative news circulating online, the hospital's foot traffic had significantly diminished. Song Xinyu was determined to undermine the 9th hospital, persistently launching attacks both online and offline, creating a toxic atmosphere. Fortunately, the lines were short, and the process moved swiftly. Encountering others in line, they kindly allowed each other to proceed first, their stunning appearances making it hard for anyone to resist. Especially Jiang Wu and her mother, clad in haute couture, were breathtakingly beautiful, captivating all who beheld them. Many of the examinations were conducted jointly for Jiang Mother and her daughter. Jiang Mother informed Jiang Wu that the 9th hospital belonged to Jiang Qingyue, her second brother's own establishment. From a young age, her second brother had harbored a passion for medicine, aspiring to be a doctor, and he pursued a medical degree. He was currently studying for his doctorate at a prestigious foreign institution. Had he solely focused on academics, he would have already amassed every degree conceivable. His primary focus, however, was managing the hospital and conducting medical research. His pursuit of a doctorate was merely a means to further his personal growth. The Jiang family had always been involved in the medical industry. After graduating at 20, her second brother consolidated some of the family's medical resources, establishing the 9th hospital. Beyond basic services, the hospital primarily focused on complex medical fields such as psychological and psychiatric disorders, organ transplants, and oncology. However, Jiang Mother refrained from disclosing this to her daughter, fearing it might reveal their underlying concern regarding her brain cancer assessment. The treatment costs for various rare diseases and new medical conditions were exorbitant, with research and development requiring substantial financial investment. Naturally, her second brother and his team could not sustain the hospital independently. When funds ran low, they would simply return home for support. Jiang Father had also prepared sufficient capital for him. Despite her second brother not currently generating profit, the achievements in their research fields were evident and invaluable. Should he seek investment, numerous wealthy patrons would eagerly finance him. Nonetheless, he preferred to conduct his medical research autonomously, even rejecting investments from their father. Otherwise, accepting such funding would mean prioritizing profit over focused research. Within the hospital, her second brother was not the only exceptional medical professional. Many gifted individuals dedicated their lives to the medical field, committed to preserving human life. Given 10, 20, 50, or even 100 years, they would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. This would not only be a triumph for her second brother and the Jiang family, but also a boon for humanity. Jiang Mother was acutely aware of the stakes. She was also an adept manager. Having borne so many children, her focus had been on their care, leaving her no energy to return to the workforce. Now that her children were grown, she felt liberated. However, with her daughter's current situation, she couldn't entertain other thoughts. Besides, with so many family members, young and old, requiring attention, she intended to remain at home, devoted entirely to being a housewife. As her children matured, they too needed nurturing. Jiang Wu found herself reassessing her second brother, profoundly moved by their ideals, determination, and hard work. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, a century, through generations, life continues endlessly. I will fight for this book. Let my second brother and his team have 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. No wonder that schemer wanted to set my second brother up for disaster. Patients dying on the operating table, family members going mad and slashing throats on the spot. In retrospect, the family's madness was likely orchestrated by that schemer. Jiang Wu looked at her mother with pride. My second brother's medical prowess is so exceptional, it's no wonder that Song Liar wishes to acquire it. He may think highly of himself. Mom, don't worry. I know Song Liar's secret. I can take him down. Saving my second brother and altering his fate is as simple as eliminating his nemesis. As soon as Jiang Wu finished speaking, she noticed Jiang Mother's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mom, what's wrong? The sight of a beautiful woman on the verge of tears could soften any heart. And as her daughter, Jiang Wu felt an overwhelming surge of concern. I'm fine, Jiang Mother replied, wiping her tears. I'm just so happy. I used to worry that you wouldn't be like us. Now, seeing you wanting to protect your second brother, I am deeply moved. Jiang Mother felt her daughter's love for the family, which left her utterly overwhelmed. Jiang Wu felt a twinge of guilt for not being their biological daughter. Mom, I'm just growing up. Jiang Mother nodded vigorously. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wu posed a profound question. Mom, if I change and become different, would you still love me? Jiang Mother paused, reflecting for a moment before gently stroking her head and pulling her into her embrace. No matter how you change, past, present, or future, you will always be my precious child. I will love you forever. She understood her daughter's past and recognized how different she had become. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Wu at Nanjai, she had known unequivocally that she was her daughter, forever. Jiang Wu felt as though she were being enveloped in the depths of maternal love, overwhelmed by its intensity. She nestled closer into her beautiful mother's embrace, savoring the sensation. Indeed, she was utterly entranced. Her mother's figure, delicate yet surprisingly ample in certain areas, left her envious of her father's good fortune. Next, Jiang Wu was led into the examination room, subjected to a barrage of tests and scans from various machines, feeling as though her very soul was being laid bare. It was as if her essence stood unclothed in the street, exposed to the scrutiny and intimidation of the world. It is akin to encountering a metaphysical master from a bygone era, a sage who can not only perceive the very essence of your soul with a single glance, but can also unveil the intricate tapestry of your destiny spanning 8 lifetimes.